Hey, what's going on, guys? We are in the building. We're in the building. I need any of y'all. We got out the bag in the comments already. Shout out to you. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me and on these AirPods. I believe y'all can. I believe we got audio going. Okay. Um, get situated here. So this live is going to be exactly what it states in the comments. Okay. It's going to be um, Sunday edition. It's wartime. Um, we are going to address a bunch of different things. We are going to do what was said not to do by an individual that we're not doing none of that subliminal shots. We're going to directly, um, attack every single um, thing that I want to talk about today. Okay. This is going to be about an hour and a half live. Okay. We're going to talk about yesterday's live. We're going to talk about my future, what I've done, where we're headed, um, what we got, going on. But I'm going to start with you had yesterday. Okay, I did. I was frustrated yesterday. Shout out to Maverick. Shout out to Christina in the building. So I was frustrated yesterday. I'm not even going to lie to y'all. I'm gonna be honest. Shout out to Razor. Um, Shout out to Good Riddance. I got some big news about Christina. Razor, you're right. I absolutely love Christina. It's there as a friend. Okay. I have love for Christina as a friend. Okay. The same way I have love for, or, my son, my kids, Cali girl. Okay. So quit it, man. You can't get anything started. Cali girl already know what it is, dude. So just knock it off. Um, so before we get into the yesterday's live, I'm not gonna lie. It's hard for me to get angry at this point because anger is for women. Ultimately, you're not supposed to be show anger, as my dad says. Jesse Lee Peterson can't show anger. So let's start with yesterday. I'm like bored. I got done with the show and I did my phone drop offs, and I'm driving around. I'm still fuming. I'm like, I need somebody to talk to because Kylie girl out of town. Couldn't talk to her. I knew it was late for Christina. And I don't want to be blowing her phone up. I didn't know nobody to talk to. My cousin didn't answer the phone, so I decided to turn the Lyft app on, and I did like 3 rides. And it's crazy. The third ride that I did, the first ride, nobody, the person didn't talk. It was like quiet the whole time. Second ride, the people talked, and I was lit because I got so much. They were going to a Dodgers game, and I had so much that I'm going to talk about um, now on Monday. That I'm going to do some videos on because of that conversation. But the third ride was these foreign ladies, and it was a disaster, guys. Okay, you had. I can't even show y'all the footage. Okay, actually, I can show y'all the footage. I can do it off my phone, so maybe YouTube won't try to strike me for showing it. But this is what you had yesterday, okay? I walked into or drove into, okay? If I can find it here, where the heck are you at? Um, let's see. Okay, this is what I drove into yesterday. Come on now. Now you just cut my audio off. What are we doing? This is what I drove into. Shout out to Nab in the building. Literally, I was 2 buildings away from this. Active shooter. The whites acting crazy. When you have active shooter, like somebody just shooting random people like off their porch or in a built business, or they're going to a church or something, or they do. It's like the white folks, okay? Like this is the type of white folk that don't deserve a gun. He's shooting at random people. This is what happened. So the neighbor was recording it while it was happening. Okay, FBI came. It was big, and the reason why it was big news because there hasn't been a shooting in this suburb, this Venice Beach, pretty much. There hasn't been a murder in like a year, and I'm here, and I'm stuck because I got these 2 women in the car that I couldn't get out of my car because They lived two buildings. They lived literally a building in between, or the building after the where the shootings happening at. And they wouldn't get out the car, so I was stuck with them for 2 hours to the point that we stopped at this restaurant. Everything was closing, so we stopped at this restaurant and we're talking at this other guy who was kind of creepy. That wouldn't, that kept trying to get in my car. Yeah, I was right there. I was right there on the scene. Okay, I'll show you. I was right there on the scene. This is the ladies. These are the ladies. Cops on every single street. But she had me go around it, and I'm nervous. I'm thinking you're driving us right in the middle of it just so you can get home. I'm like, dude, like, can we relax here? Can you just go to a hotel for the night? Like, and I'm happy they gave me a tip, but I wasn't gonna leave. If these are younger folks, I would have told them they gotta get out of my car and I gotta go home. But it was older ladies, so I was gonna do that to them, even though literally I only planned on doing 5 rides. And the cat's out the bag. I told Christina and Nav already. Um, Yesterday woke me up and made me realize I got to stop living for other people and continue my dream, continue my passion, continue what I got planned in the future. But I wanted to call that out because, I call out when you have, you know, uh, black folks that do wrong, that destroy, communities with, um, ending life and drug and all that stuff. This is a crime that whites do. Like for no reason, they'll just get crazy and they'll just walk outside and start shooting people for no reason. And I got to call a spade a spade. I mean, it is what it is. Okay, so that happened, and I'm like, okay, I got to touch on this because it's right by me. I was right here on the scene. Trying to make it. And no, it was all over the news, spin facts. It was all over Twitter. It was trending on Twitter. So yeah, it made you gotta understand when something happens like this, the difference is when a black guy do it, okay, it's talked about for a day and then it goes away. Nobody cares about the life loss. But when a white guy does it, okay, they're gonna talk about it and figure out how to make sure it doesn't happen again. And it was a lot of cops there, more cops I've seen in my life. And I've seen situations with black guys that were like active shooting. This was crazy. There was literally like 50 cop cars. Like they blocked every single street. You couldn't get nowhere in that community. So I'm just saying, it is what it is. That guy did it. I'm not saying that, I'd say the same thing that I say about the other people. I wish it would have just ended this guy. I'm sorry. This guy, he's going to get out of jail and he's going to do it again, more than likely. So I wish it would have just ended him. But that ain't happened. Uh, Maverick, shout out to you. Um, I'm not saying all whites, all blacks do these things. I'm just saying that we have people stereotypically that are tied to certain crime. White folks are tied to like just shooting up things um, for no reason, like literally just walking outside and just having a bad day, ending people. Black folks is more of like we think out, we want to hurt these people, unless you're trying to rob somebody. It's just you've robbed somebody, whatever. But like that's all I'm saying. Now let's get to the point of this live. I'm going to address a bunch of different things here. Now I'm going to start with this, okay, guys. I didn't realize this until yesterday or today, this morning. I watched the video and made me realize that I'm ignorant. I have a woman that really believes in my dream. So prior to coming to California, guys, my dream ultimately is to get in and be in entertainment. Okay, be an influencer in regards to like being able to communicate with massive people, share my ideas, my logic, game on being better, getting to the next level. I want to make people happy with events, parties, concerts, etc. Okay, so what happened was when I left Las Vegas, and the reason why I'm telling y'all this once again is because, the individuals I'm going to talk about in this live, I don't want them to, not have the context of anything. Because when I left Vegas, okay, I left Youngstown in 2000, I believe it was 12, 13, I think I went to Vegas. And that's when I went and I turned my numbers off. I literally no, I didn't see a party yesterday, Matt. But I'm gonna stay on topic here for a second though. So I literally, you know, left for Vegas and I didn't want to talk to nobody. I was so hurt with the treatment that I got from everybody. I felt Like I had bad treatment because of that nightclub situation being played and ran game on. I was hurt and I was angry. So I went to Vegas. I didn't talk to nobody for forever. So I didn't talk to nobody for 2 years. Nobody. I wasn't on Facebook. I wasn't on no social media apps. I created all new apps so I can like have a life, but not around anybody I knew. I started over. I was Ghost, and my name was actually Ghost. I called myself Ghost off the power. I called myself Ghost. Real life. That's what I would tell people. So, and I called myself London St. Patrick. Okay. So what happened was, and keep it real black. I don't know anything about that spiritual situation. Hopefully you got it together, but I don't know nothing about that. So when that happened, I was in Vegas minding my business, chilling. Okay. Now I was able to get my money from the 40, 30,000 I was making with that club. Mind you, I was making it sports betting because the club wasn't paying me nothing. I was literally slaving with that club and I never got what was agreed upon. But um, I moved to Vegas and I started driving taxi and I started making over 100,000 a year. Now, of course, I blew through all the money. It is what it is. Okay. Now, when I left Vegas in 2018, it was because my daughter was going through some stuff. And mind you, she's not biologically mine. Okay. But I thought it was a stand up thing to go in because I had her for 6 years. She's still my daughter no matter what. So I wanted to save her. I knew I was going to sacrifice my money and I didn't save any of the money prior to leaving. So I left with like $10,000. Shout out to Jeremiah. Shout out to Firebed. So when I left, went to Youngstown, I felt hard. I wasn't making no money. I was doing Uber. I was driving to Cleveland. I figured I'm going to just get my daughter together and then bribe the mom into letting her move um, to Vegas with me because that's where I flourish. That didn't happen. And I didn't want to leave my daughter hanging because her mom was putting her through some stuff to where my daughter didn't want to be here no more. Shout out to Tommy in the building. So I went to Youngstown and that money depleted a lot of it because of the mom stealing money out of my bank account. But my money was gone. I was broke again. And fortunately, I got into an accident that somebody pulled out a parking spot, hit the back of my car, and I was able to do my thing to where I ended up with like $15,000 in settlement money. Anybody gets in an accident, reach out to me. I can help you without a lawyer. It's all easy to get what you deserve. But I get this $15,000, which allowed me to move into this apartment. Mind you, I moved into an apartment of a friend who I considered a best friend at the time, who boyfriend at the time was cooking stuff out of the kitchen. And it was nasty work to the point that it was abuse going around in regards to that situation. I shouldn't put myself there, but I had no other options because no apartment complex would approve me because I didn't have income, a job on record in Youngstown, and they didn't use rideshare income as income. So I had to go and take this apartment. So I'm there. Okay. So what happened was the money I had extra, I decided to become a part owner in that nightclub. Nightclub was flourishing, but then the guy, you already know, was stealing money from me, from everybody. I walked away from that in December of 2000, I think 20. No, I left Vegas in 2019, and in 2020 at the club, or 2019 at the club, and then 2020 I think is when COVID happened because I got the club in August of 2019, and then I think 2020 March is when COVID happened, and that's when I went back and I left the club in that December of 2019 because the guy was running game and stealing. So I'm like, I'm done. He begs me to come back. I come back in January with the condition that I run the club, I handle all the money. It's my situation. He said he agreed because he wasn't making money without me. So now I come back, had the club flourishing. I made money from January 23rd all the way up until the March when they shut the club down, all the clubs in Ohio down because COVID and all the nightclubs were packed and people were still kicking it and they made us all shut down. And at that point, I lost it all. He didn't give me my deposit money back. He didn't give me no money from PvP. I had nothing. So I had to go and I moved to Columbus and I was living out of a weekly. Actually, I had a place in Youngstown at the time. And y'all know the situation. I'm getting into it with my ex, or not my ex, but a chick that I was trying to be with, but she wasn't on that. Okay. But she was running game on me. We already talked about that. That's with her and her friend and, the whole room situation. So after that, I don't see Roy, but shout out to Roy if he's in the building. So I moved. I go to Columbus. I'm in the weekly with my daughter. We stayed at weekly for like a week and a half, or actually for about a month. And then finally, I made enough money with rideshare and with all the money that was coming in to get an apartment, which is what I got. It was actually a townhouse, 2 bedroom townhouse. So remember, Vegas 100,000, Youngstown come with 10,000. Not making money with Ubers, trash. In Cleveland, because the rate was so low, I moved to Columbus after the nightclub lost. Now I'm making, average of like $1.10 per mile. So I'm making actually good money. Like on a 10-mile ride, I'm making $15. It was good money. So I was making like 30 an hour because of COVID. I was driving during COVID. So I get this apartment or townhouse that was 1,250 a month, 2 bedroom, had a fireplace. It was amazing. Back front and backyard, it was nice. My daughter, she finally had, access to a good school, which is why I got the apartment. It was Worthington. Y'all look it up, one of the best schools in school systems in Columbus. She was doing good. She had A's and B's. Everything was great. But then out of nowhere, I forgot to mention that my son, and I'm telling this story because this live is more so for Brandon to digest and understand why I made some decisions we're going to get to at the end of this live, because he never took the time to call me and ask me how was my life, what made me leave Vegas, like why I was in Youngstown, what happened with my son, what happened, why did I come to California. He never asked me any of this stuff, as a friend should. As far as he says, he's a friend. You would think that he would ask what caused you to end up in this position, but never asked, never cared. But he want to act like on here that he cares. So we're going to go into all of this into the story. So now you have, oh shoot, I can't wait to get a dog. I can't wait. So now you have, um, me. I'm in Columbus. I'm got that house and all that. I just met my son a few months prior. After 9 years, okay, after 9 years, um, I met my son. So I asked his mom if finally can I come see him. She says yes, finally. Because I told her I had some construction work in Wilmington I got to do. So can I see him while I'm there? I lied. I didn't have no construction work. I made that up. But I went there. I got to finally see him and spend time with him about a week. I come back to Columbus, and then at this point, I go back and forth every like 2 weeks. Okay. He ain't a basketball player. He's just the dude who lives here. So I come back and forth every 2 weeks. Okay. See him. 9 hour drive. Okay. Last time I went, I hit a deer and it messed my car up. And then my grandmother was dying. So at this point, I asked my son, my grandmother's about to pass away. That's all I have left in Youngstown or in Youngstown. My daughter is gonna have to just come. Your sister's gonna have to come. Shout out to Glass Robbie in the building. So why don't you or do you want me to be here or not? And he said, yeah. At that point, he said yes. Now his mom told me, don't move to Wilmington. Trust me, don't move yet. Stay in Columbus, save your money for like a year, then come, because there's no jobs. There's nothing here for you to do. You're gonna just be here, you're gonna freaking struggle. And I'm like, well, and I'm being this, I'm a man, and I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna take care of my responsibility to see my son. When in reality, I shouldn't even be thinking that way, because I wanted to have my son for freaking years, but I didn't get to have him for 9 years. I didn't know if I had a son at that point. I didn't know if I had a daughter, because guess what? I had no kids that were legally mine because, of find out my daughter wasn't biologically mine. And then my son, I'm not going to get into that situation, but y'all already know, for those that have been rocking with me from the start. Okay. So I'm in Vegas not knowing nothing. So back to the point. I moved to Wilmington, didn't take her advice. I went there with I had like $8,000, $9,000 to move. Burned through it all within like a month, because it cost me, I had to pay a deposit, I had to pay the first month rent for the house, second month, which was like altogether like 6,000 that I gave for that situation. Then I had to pay for a U-Haul truck, which was like $1,100. And then I had to pay another like 1,000 to break the lease. Then I had like 1,000 left that went away while being there, because I had to buy stuff, pay, stuff to move in, like the stuff I needed for the house. So I started doing rideshare at this point, hardcore in Wilmington, and it was decent. I was doing Uber and Lyft. So, mind you, before I move on, prior to me moving to Las Vegas, guys, um, in high school, I wanted to be a I wanted to be a scientist, engineer. I wanted to work with electronics. I wanted to pretty much create robots and do all of that. Okay, that's what I wanted to be. But what happened was when I graduated high school, I started, um, working regular jobs. I put school behind me, but then I got a job with a guy that taught me the game. You know, he was like a father figure somewhat, but now I wouldn't call him father figure, but he was just that guy though. That he talked me into going to college. So I go to college. That's when I joined the fraternity. That's when my ex, we hooked up and the baby was born, but she really was just putting the baby on me, um, trying to get money off me, because she believed in what I had going on. And I ended up leaving school mainly because of that. You know, even though I tried to do school, the kid, and a job because I couldn't, not do the work, the job, 'cause I had to pay my bills. So I left school and then I inherited money. Okay. But before I inherited money, I started throwing parties. I started flipping cars. I would buy like old beater and I would clean it up and fix it up, wipe it down, spray paint it literally, or take it to Herb Shop, get it painted, and I'd sell the car. So I was making money selling cars. I was making money doing, um, parties. I started building a name for myself. And I decided, you know what, guys? I said this to the world. I think that I want to be in entertainment. I think I want to put on events, shows. I like to put things together. Which, by the way, as Matt just said, I'm not going to be a software project manager. I don't want to do that. I want to be a project manager. Period. I didn't know that project managing is all it is just you are giving a task like, hey, I want to um, get 1,000 people to show up to this event at this date, and you put that project. That's a project. You put that together and make it happen. You put the best people in position to make it happen. Okay. And you got to hit deadlines and it's a lot involved, but that's pretty much what I've been doing. And I didn't realize it's project management, which is what I love to do, which is put together events, shows, concerts, etc. I already know what I'm doing. Shout out to 187 Mile. Thanks for being nice. Yes, I already got the skills for it. I just got to know the insides and out about it. Okay. Northern Downpour. Yep. Something great to do. So I didn't know this. Okay. So now let's fast forward all the way back to Wilmington. I was there. His mom told me not to come. My son's mom said, "Don't come yet because I'm going to struggle. Ain't no jobs. It ain't nothing." Um, so what happened was, my ego. I came anyway because I was trying to be, hey, I'm a stand up man. I'm a dad, and blah blah blah. Even though it was my fault, I didn't have him in 9 years, but I was punishing myself like it was my fault. So I was trying to buy his love with buying him stuff, not with and spending time, of course, but buying him stuff, which made it bad at one point. But then, I'm doing Uber. I'm making decent money with Uber and Lyft. And I'm able to spend time with him, do the basketball coaching and do all this stuff. Actually, before I started doing coaching, I remember I was watching his coaches, and all his coaches sucked. His coaches would literally play favoritism, and you have like a kid that's faster than everybody, taller than everybody, can shoot better than actually, he couldn't shoot at the time. I ain't gonna lie, his basketball game was trash. He knows this. I had to fix the whole situation. Now he's a beast. Like he's literally averaging like 30 points a game. So here's the situation, okay? Um, he goes and I'm doing all that, and I'm still doing Uber, mainly Uber, because Uber I was able to make about $1,200 a week in like 40 hours, okay? And then Lyft and DoorDash is extra money. So I'm making good money. But then Uber, after being there for about 6 months, deactivated my account. A lot of it's my fault. Oh shoot, we got Taz with the monster super chat. Taz, thank you very much. Taz with the $50 super chat. I appreciate that kind of you, Taz. That's respect right there. I appreciate you. I need to learn whatever Taz is doing right now, whatever his. I hope he. Taz, let me know in the chat, or maybe you could text me after. Let me know if your business. I guess if you building your courier business, if it's shaking and moving right now, it got to be because you're like freaking the biggest donor ever on his channel. The biggest at one point was Rideshare Professor. He gave $100. Okay, you are now at like probably about $200 right now. I appreciate that out of you, Taz. So back to the point here. Shout out to Taz, $50 super chat we just got from Taz. So I'm in Wilmington. I'm doing Uber. They activated my account. I caused the deactivation. It was on me. So I'm stuck with Lyft. Lyft was trash. I couldn't figure it out for like a month. I was struggling. But then I figured out how to do Lyft. You only do it during certain days and times to where you only take advantage of the bonuses. So after me doing that for like 5 months, I'm back flourishing, making 1,000, 1,200 a week in limited time. Lyft took away the bonuses. No more bonuses. period. I didn't get no bonuses, no more weekend bonuses, no more midday bonuses. Week bonuses, no like streak bonuses, nothing. Trash. So now I have to figure out another option. Okay. Caitlin Clark is probably a beast under the sheets. Okay. Let's keep it a buck. So now I go and shop J Media in the building. So I now go and I have to do Spark because I couldn't do Lyft really because Lyft was trash. I was struggling. DoorDash and all that was trash. I signed up for Spark and I got accepted, and Spark was life changing. I made the first week in doing Spark, I made $1,000 in like 40 hours. But then the second week I made 2,000. Then I was averaging like $1,500 a week doing Spark, and it was easy work. You just sit in the parking lot, you get a delivery, you go shop, or you have them come to your car, you deliver it. It's real quick, easy. Drop it off, and then you drive back. Easy money, okay? And I was able to maneuver around my son. Guess what happened with Spark? They started allowing. Shout out to legal immigrants. They allowed legal immigrants, people, to use fake accounts or real accounts, but still people accounts to get deliveries. So Spark died. So now I'm really struggling because I'm dropping this water over my mouth. Shout out to Paris in the building. Remember, guys, I'm explaining and breaking this down because this is bigger than you at this point. This is about a relationship that I don't know if it's ever going to be the same in regards to Brandon, because we're going there. And I want him to have the whole situation because this is all stuff he could have talked to me about and understood why I've been acting the way I've been acting. But instead, he assumes that I'm just this guy. So back to the point, okay? Oh, yeah, shout out to TuneIn TV. Yeah, like, he's doing his thing out there. Even though they deactivated him, unjustly, hopefully he can sue him. I'm not going to say I'm over it, Brandon, because I don't have no hate or beef with nobody, but we're going to get there, okay? So I'm in Wilmington, and Spark died, so I'm back doing Grubhub and DoorDash. That's it, because Lyft sucked. And I started struggling because then at the same time, my son mom, I asked her if she could allow my son to just stay with me during the summer. I'll babysit, no daycare instead of daycare. That way I can spend time with him now. That way when he goes to school, I can actually work a full-time job. She wasn't having it. She wanted it her way. She wanted him to go to that daycare. So at that point now, I'm back to it's trash during the day with these apps. So at night when I got to spend time with my son, with the whole basketball, with the coaching and all that, that's when it's time to make the money. But now because I didn't get some of my time with my son during the day, now I have to, offset that. And that's the reason why it caused me to have to struggle to a point that it was impossible. I was making no money. Like I was literally making like $600, $700 a week, which was nothing on my bills, but it was still a struggle. So now I go and I have the situation now pans out to where now you have I'm overwhelmed. And I decided to do YouTube at this point because everybody had a long conversation with these people telling about how I blew through $1 million and how life is, just been a struggle and how whatever. But I'm not a victim. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to do my thing. So guess what happened? Okay. I decided to do YouTube a week later because I'm like, what? I built the confidence up. I'm going to do YouTube. I think people are ready for it. So I decided to do a video where I'm talking about, I forgot what I was actually talking about. What was I talking about in that first video? It was nasty work, though. I will tell you that. Okay. So let me show y'all the first video. Okay. The first video ever me doing YouTube was me talking about how YouTube deactivated me because at this point they didn't tell me why they deactivated me.
One of you guys who drive Uber,
I didn't even know
dealing with the same thing.
Turning your camera sideways so that way your
a few days ago
video is clear.
I'm a 10,000 plus driver, 4.98.
First video.
I've been driving for like 5 years, off and on. So
that's the first video I did. Okay. So now we're gonna look at second video was Lyft charges passengers $8 average, we give drivers $3. Talked about that video. Okay. So now we go all the way. We were doing videos after videos. We're not getting no traction really. Okay. We're cooking though, and they get no traction. So it was probably about longer than I thought. It was probably about 20 videos in when my channel blew up. So I'm doing videos though, mind you. And yeah, it was 20, it was about 20 videos in when my channel blew up, which was this video, okay? Because I was upset. My car was crappy because of rideshare. My car got destroyed. I can't pay to fix it. My seat is stuck, like for a height of like a 5'5" person because the electric modular underneath it broke from putting it up and down from like people getting in my car. I'm just depressed at this point. So I realized that my time was coming near to where I need to figure it out. Okay. So what happened was I did this video and this video went viral. This is probably the 20th video, maybe. Went viral. I'm popping now. So what happened was um, I then started buying into YouTube because when my video went viral, the 20th one, I got monetized in 4 days after that video went viral. I was monetized. I got the notification in 2 days and then they monetized me in 4 days, 5 days. So I started making money. So now, yeah, I know Todd Johnson, Matt, but let me try to I'm gonna stay on topic here. So I monetized in July, and then August um, was my first month of being fully monetized for the whole month. Was my biggest month. I made 39. It was like three to $4,000 I made off that month. Okay, so my life changed because I went from party promoter guy to do rideshare and humble myself in a way to where I had to like belittle myself with people. And that's what I mean by humble, because I call somebody that wakes up and actually says that they're humble are not humble. You don't tell people you're humble. You're just humble. Like with audacity for people to think that because they say that they're humble, they're humble. Usually those are the most egotistical, arrogant people. Like I would never walk around saying I'm the most humble guy. No. Like I love people. I show love people. I treat people with respect. I don't care where you're at in life. I'm going to motivate you to try to be better if you want to be better. Okay. So I go and I start my YouTube journey. Now this is like party promoting in the on YouTube, on social media. So I'm popping now, making money now. People are loving my content, and now I'm doing deliveries while on lives. I started a show. I got live viewers loving what I'm talking about. I got people calling in, people donating Cash App. I got a fully functional business. Okay. Now this is where it went bad, and I messed up. Okay. So I owed like about $4,000 between car repairs that I wish weren't done, but they were authorized. I appreciate them for being done, but I didn't want them done. I had all this stuff going on to where, it was upsetting to me because I really did not want, I incurred all this debt and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't wrap my head around it. But I'm happy because YouTube, I'm making at the end of that August, um, I'm making like close to $200 a day off YouTube. So I'm conflicted because I got all this debt. Like I got people telling me I shouldn't be doing YouTube. I need to focus on the money because they need the money right away. Like forget about YouTube. So I'm like, what the heck? I got all this money being made. Can you just wait it out? So I ended up having a mental breakdown, and I forgot what you call it. I'm having a brain fart, but I had a manic episode. Okay, and I felt so bad because my son. I remember what caused it was I needed to buy a costume for my son. The costumes prices went up. Like the costume started at like $50, $60 from like $30. And then the one he wanted was like close to $100. I didn't have enough money to get that costume unless I transferred money from like 4 different accounts. So I ended up able to get that costume. But I remember I told my son and his mom, like, hey, if I go to South Carolina for like a couple weeks to make money in a bigger city to see if that makes a difference, is that okay? He said, yes, he was okay with that. My son mom was okay with it. She said, that's the smartest thing for you to do. I told you to do that, for the most part. So I go do that, and it was decent money, but it wasn't great money. But remember, I didn't have a place there. So after a lot of consideration, I had a talk with my son, his mom, and I asked not asked, but I had a conversation. Said, "What do you think about me going to California to see what it is compared to?" Shout out to Sam Lee in the building. Hopefully, you making some money. But I want to see exactly how California was going to be because I know how Vegas was for me, and I figured if I was in Vegas making good money, shout out to TVL, I was in Vegas making good money. I can go to California because I had somebody that had love for me already, believed in the dream, was down for me, and was gonna, have my back. Mind you, at the time, I was making more money than her, so it wasn't like I was coming here because she was gonna take care of me because that wasn't even a thing because she wasn't working full time at the time. But I knew with me being on the West Coast, I can make some things happen. So I come to the West Coast and it ain't work right away because I was so busy trying to make money, enough money, accumulate enough money to go back to Wilmington, and it messed up everything for the future because I wasn't getting nowhere. I wasn't making anything happen. Okay. For those of you that are just coming in that don't know what I'm doing right now, y'all can just go. I'm doing this on live. This is for Brandon and the people that don't understand because they're new, just like Brandon is new to the channel, on why my life has come and gone the way it has gone and why I'm making the choices I'm making. Um, in regards to now, because he never took the time out to ask me why I feel the way I feel, why this is going on, why this is happening. Okay. So it's just an update. This is what I'm doing. Okay. If you don't want it, just go away. Okay. That's all I can say. Go away. Or tune back in. I'll probably be wrapping this up in about 24 minutes. I'll be getting to the topic of discussion here. So I'm in California. It ain't work because I was not buying into the dream of what I really wanted to do, what I was really trying to do. I was so busy trying to grind this money up so I can go back to Wilmington to live the same life I was living, right now, or already. So after about a month or two, realizing that ain't going to be a thing, I talked to my son, and I remember I was texting him. He actually gave me some love and said, "You're not that guy no more," that he remembered. And it made me sick thinking the fact that I was literally the guy that wore the same two sweatsuits every day, those raggedy shoes that hurt my feet because I couldn't afford to buy anything because I was so focused on him and my daughter and, taking care of business. And he respected that, the fact of like me choosing between gas or a cheeseburger meal on the way home that he didn't need, but I wanted him to have it. I knew he wanted it. And I knew I could just go and do a delivery and make gas money. But he remember and appreciate all of that, um, all those little things. Okay. So I decided to stay in California and he was okay with it because he knew he could just come visit. And he actually is happy because he loves it when he comes here. And he knows that once I get completely together financially, I'll be able to visit him in Wilmington as much as, possible. But he can come visit here and he loves being in California. He loves the city. I mean, not the city, but he loves this area, this West Coast. His mom never been here. I wish she would come visit. She probably want to move here, but it's like amazing here. He loves it. You can go to an amusement park any day. You can freaking go play basketball whenever. You can go and do anything you can think of. You can do out here in California compared to being in Wilmington or being in the middle of nowhere, Illinois. Okay, so I'm out here grinding it out. Okay, I'm doing rideshare. I'm doing my YouTube channel, and my videos were still doing decent enough to where I was making some pretty decent money off of ad revenue. I'm still having 1,000 view videos going on, but then I had a mental breakdown again because I decided to do a live panel show again to where I would bring people on, but I had these people that were fake, these people that were all about the drama, these people that were all about trying to make themselves look good at the expense of me. That was the first time. You had a chick that tried to accuse me of doing things I didn't do. You had all this nasty stuff happening, okay? My son is actually coming in July. But you had all this stuff happening, I had another breakdown, okay? Had another breakdown. So I went away from YouTube for like 2 months and I focused on doing rideshare, gig work, and I was actually happy again. I was accumulating and making my life better. So January, I come back to YouTube with this delusional goal of making $100,000 for the year. Stupid. It crashed and burned after the third day. Okay. Third day, I'm like, this is stupid. So I go back to just doing rideshare, DoorDash, and all the apps, Spark, just being a regular Joe Smo. I'm paying my bills, everything's good, but I'm not making any traction. So then you have February come or March comes and March Madness happens. And that's when I did what I do every year, except this year was one of the biggest years for me in a few, years since leaving Vegas. I was able to make $12,000. Okay. And that put me ahead to where I was able to make things happen in my life. I was able to pay all the bills up. I was able to visit my son, my daughter. I was able to make a lot of things happen. Okay. I was happy for that. So now I decided to go back to school. Now, mind you, I decided to go to school for the wrong reasons. I went to school to please, um, people that were in my chat for the most part, not for me. I didn't want to go to school. I just went to school for that. So, mind you, I just made this money March Madness. I start school. Um, I didn't care about school. I dropped out. Ended up dropping out. I didn't care. I dropped out. I didn't care. I actually didn't drop out. I finished like the semester. I got the C's and I got a couple B's. I got one withdrawal. But I decided to not finish. I dropped out. I left school. But then, you know, I'm struggling again because now, Lyft is trash. No bonuses again. Remember, um, Spark has now collapsed. No money. Shout out to Z-Doc. Okay. I'm going to get into that. Cyclops, shout out to that. I'm going to get into that. So now I decided to go into, doing Spark, and Spark was just trash. All, May, January, trash. So at this point, I'm making enough to pay all my bills and stuff, but I'm not getting no traction. The landlord, the lady, or she was a landlord, she was the lady that was renting the place I was renting. She's behind her money. She's asking me for like extra $100 every week. Money that she's not paying me back is frustrating because she's not keeping up with the rent. Things are bad. So now I go and decide to leave that rental room that I was renting because I was tired of hearing from this lady, hearing her talk about how she needs this money and how life is hard for her and she's a victim. So I ended up leaving. Mind you, she had a dude that was blowing her back out every single freaking weekend who could have been pitching in. But guess what? You letting this man blow your back out, and you're not requiring him to help you at all. I'm supposed to be helping you, and I'm not messing with you. I'm not dealing with you. She's asking for rides all the time, doing all that. So I ended up leaving in July that rental house or room, and I decided to sleep in the car until I figure it out. And that's when I hit that $25,000. Yeah, she was black, but it doesn't matter. She could have been white, doesn't matter. With the point of the store. So now I go and I'm in my car for 19 days, and that's when my chick was asking me to come move into her place for a few weeks. She asked her parents, blah blah. I'm like, no, don't do that. I'll break up with you if you even ask them. Don't tell them. I'm going to figure this out. So I'm living out of my car in the storage room. I put all my stuff in the storage, and I'm living out of my car. By the way, somebody broke into my storage midway through my storage saga. I'm showering 24-hour fitness, and for 19 days, I'm in that car. After that 19th day, I started getting hotel rooms because I made, I was making big money at that point. Mind you, though, that I had people every single day um, going in about how bad of a person I am, how I suck in life, how I'm just, trying to make me depressed, trying to get me out of here. And I'm dealing with that, but I'm okay. It's all good. I'm good with the smoke. Okay. Yeah. Cali Girl is absolutely amazing. Amazing. So I go, yeah, maybe a book in the future, and I write down everything, that happened in my life, and maybe a long book. So I come up and I start doing this basketball tournament league, and I made $25,000. Y'all know the story in about 10 days. Okay, so now at this point, no, I don't know if I was hating on that gig conference at the time. I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. It don't matter. I wasn't hating on that. It was more so, and then we'll get into that because this live probably be 2 hours. But we gotta get into that. The reason why I behaved in that way. Okay. So now we're gonna go. Spin facts remind me about that when I start talking about the ego situation. Okay. So I make this $25,000, and prior to me moving out of that woman's house, I told everybody you can look it up. I left July 1st. You look up the video. I said to everybody on live, I'm going to stay in this car until I get a high rise downtown LA. That's what I want. I want to live nice, comfortable, safe. I want to be able to park without walking 4 blocks to my place. I said I wanted this, and I made it happen. It took me 3 weeks. I made it happen. And it's crazy. People shout to Dash and Trader, by the way. Shout out to Dash and Trader in the building. I made it happen. I made it happen in 3 weeks. My goal was to be in a high rise downtown LA. People said it's too expensive. It ain't gonna happen. You suck. You ain't gonna do it. I made it happen. Okay. So I'm down here. I'm making money still. Everything's great. My son, I flew him out here because remember, I needed this safe place before my son got in town. My son comes down. We're living life, doing good. Okay. So now we go into the next saga because I had everything I wanted. But now the sports betting, I couldn't stop doing it. Like I would make good money, but then I wouldn't stop. I would just continue doing it until I lost it all the money out the account. Okay. So I decided in September, end of September, I said I got to stop sports betting because I can't. I have no control. I keep winning, and then I leave, and then I'm salty, and then I'm blaming rideshare, blaming YouTube, blaming something for the reason why my life is just bad. So I stopped doing sports betting, and I started doing rideshare, and the gig got again. And I'm doing YouTube full time now, and I'm making it happen. I'm doing 8 hour lives. Everything on YouTube's doing great. For 2 months, I had a solid, or a month and a half, I had a solid following on YouTube. I had my YouTube live horizontal, built up to 70 to 80 people actively at a time. I was making about, give or take, a month. I was doing about $500-$600 a month. Everything was great. I was bringing people on. People were show respect to my channel, appreciated my channel. Everything was good. So now you go and people started trying to hijack my channel. You had the PvP stuff come up with, people throwing that out there, trying to find any way to disrespect and take away, discredit me, which was all lies. But everybody that was coming on was all about attacking me and making me mad and trying to disrespect and make me, look bad. Shout out to Keller Davis in the building. Okay. My channel, my channel was not growing because I was shadow banned, even though people weren't understanding that a shadow ban is when YouTube, they don't push you in the algorithm. Okay. They give you a certain amount of push, everybody on YouTube. But when you talk about certain things, they don't push you because I was talking about conservative things prior to trying to change my channel up. Um, they literally decided to, not push me, and it was their right. It's their business, their company. What can I do? So I was stuck, not growing in subs, and I was spending all this time doing YouTube. But my views were going up a little bit, getting better. So now I got to my peak in about October, end of October, when I had, wordplay, I had, ski, I had, driving a broke, I had a bunch of individuals, but it became overwhelming because all these people started trying to take control of my channel. All these people started trying to tell me how to do YouTube, what they wanted me to do with YouTube, what works for YouTube when it's my channel. I'm going to do what I want to do. Oh yeah, Craig was there too. And I fell out with everybody. Everybody, like, I'm going to do me. So everybody went away. Everybody said my channel was going to suck. And guess what happened? November, I'm by myself. Christina's here. She's the only one. Her, Nab, and J Media is still here. A few people is here. I start over in November. I was down to like 10, 12 people watching my lives because I went away for a week. I came back on. Shout out, once again, wordplay. Okay, this is why I'm doing this whole video because we're going to add context to it, okay? Once again, though, everybody left. Y'all got to get in your feelings. So I go and I do YouTube by myself. I got Christina, I got Nap, J Media, just a few individuals because I ripped everybody. I cussed everybody out because I was upset because everybody was giving Ski. And by the way, Ski be emailing me, be giving me advice. I wish I got more, but I can't. So I have no issue with Ski. Ski is cool in my book now. I don't care. Okay. He's the reason why he told me to stop going in at the chat, which is what I'm going to try my best not to do. Okay. So once again, I went in on, wordplay and everybody. I was being disrespectful. I ain't in front because I was hurt because, you got these two new people that came up that are trying to make me look crazy. And you got these people that are pushing these people, telling me that I'm weak for not booting these people away or for booting these people away. And that's what happened. So I was by myself in November after going away for a week. Everybody said my channel was going to suck, but guess what? It took me about 2 weeks and my channel was back to where it was at. 50, 60 people watching, doing numbers, whatever. Now people want to jump back on the panel. So at this point, we got part 2 now. We bring back everybody. We got Craig, wordplay, everybody trying to come on again. Everything's cool. It's all love because I apologize to everybody. And that's when we started making traction, and where I started trying to do the whole, hey, let's create a show. I believe in you, wordplay. I believe in you, Craig. I believe in you, all these people. Let's create a show for everybody to, get their voices heard and whatever. Ski is in my email, noob. So that was part two. But then tour guide happened. Tour guide happened, and tour guide, everybody left. Christina, everybody left because they all felt like I defended tour guide and I took his side over their side. So I had beef with everybody that hated me at this point. Everybody said my channel was gonna suck. I was frustrated. I left YouTube for another week. This was a month after, so this was like in December, I think. So now I'm doing YouTube by myself once again. Actually, this might have been January, I think. I think this happened 3 times because I think when Christina, that happened, I think Christina wasn't there no more, but I think I had the saga. The third time was with Craig and a bunch of people going in on me. And that was the third time, which was in December. And at this point, I said, I'm completely done with everybody. I'm going to do YouTube by myself. That's just it. So December came, and that's when I think I apologized to Wordplay and a few people, and everybody came walling them back on. And in January this year, that's when I came with that $100,000 challenge that everybody was like ripping me on, which was stupid because it was a bad thing to challenge to do. And that's when we had another saga of people trying to tell me what I need to do with YouTube, how to do YouTube. And it got frustrating, and I was over it again. And I left YouTube again, which caused my channel to dip again. I left YouTube until I think the 20th or 25th. I left YouTube at that point. And I came back. And I think I did YouTube again for a few weeks. And then, somebody else tried to come on and tell me how to do YouTube again. I forgot who it was at this point. People were trying to tell me how I should do YouTube, what works best for me with YouTube. When I got my best month in January, I made like $680. Yes, I made some bad decisions. I'm not against admitting I made bad decisions, Fatal. Yes, I made bad decisions. But January, I was in my bag because I was doing YouTube 8 hours a day. I was doing great. And the end of January is when I left because I was just frustrated again. I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of this. So February came, and I'm coming back to YouTube again for another time. And that's when I decided to once again do the whole I'm going to do YouTube my way or the highway, blah, blah, blah. And that lasted once again for another few weeks before I brought on somebody else that tried to take over my channel, hijack, and tell me how to do YouTube. Come on telling me what I need to be, what I need to do. Made YouTube suck for me again. So I said, I'm out. I'm done. And that's when, I decided to just go away, and I started doing March Madness in Vegas, and I made all that money. Y'all remember, I went away for 2 weeks pretty much. I let Christina do YouTube and Kelly do some videos, and then I was just tired. I just didn't want to be bothered. I didn't want the energy no more. So I make my money sports betting and all that. And then I come back and I say, okay, guys, I'm back. Let's do YouTube. At this point, Brandon now wants to be actively involved with my channel. Now, this is the thing. When me and Brandon had our first talk about doing something, I told him he need to change his name because his name is too generic in regards to like, if you type his name on YouTube, it's not popping up right away. So I said, fix his name. But then he told me that he's on LinkedIn, he's on everything. He's not going to do that. He had his name for 10 plus years. And I'm like, you know what? You're right, Brandon. I was out of bounds for trying to, help you with the marketing side. You got it. You know what you're doing. So he then goes, and I'm telling him how YouTube works for me. I'm telling them how to do YouTube for my channel. I'm like, don't be too strict. You can't be too bossy. You can't be too like how you were with, the Lower Hours podcast. You can't be like that. You got to be more like chill, man. Be fun, because my audience is different than what you're used to. And I told him that. Okay. So, by the way, guys, I have a job. Okay, I have a job. Work for a Shorian. Okay, can we just keep the topic going where it's at? I have an actual job. I do a Shorian. Okay, I deliver phones. Okay, that's where I'm headed in a second. I'm actually about to go I leave here at 4. Let me turn my heat off or my ear off because it's making me stuffy. So I told him exactly what I wanted out of my YouTube channel, what I wanted to have. I said that we would do a show together, but I said I want it this way. He said, "Okay, it's your show. It's what it is what it is." Okay. Um, Welfare World, you're right. You're right. I let YouTube mess up my mental health, and it ain't happening no more. Actually, I'm not gonna say it happen no more because it might happen when I get bigger. So after this, okay, and mind you, prior to that, I actually forgot. I'm happy he jumped in here because they probably feel some kind of way that I left off his saga. I had an individual who I was supposed to do a podcast with, him and his friend. I had no issues with the guy, but because me and Wordplay at the time, we wanted to talk about, and this was, I think, February, we wanted to talk about dating, if a man, or not dating, but if a man should pay all the bills or if it's 50-50. He thought that I was trying to diss him when I was talking about what Wordplay texted me he wanted to talk about. And this guy wanted to talk about 50-50. Wordplay wanted to talk about the man paying everything. I am in agreement with the guy with the 50-50. Like, I feel like I was taught, and I talked to this guy personally off the YouTube behind the scenes. We talked for an hour, and I thought we were cool 2 days prior, to where, um, Wordplay, he's for the man pays everything. I was raised to pay everything, but now with Cali Girl, it's going to probably be 50-50. She makes more than me. She's okay with 50-50. But when I get to that level, I'm going to pay everything. But that's just what it is. But instead of the individual texting me or calling me like, yo, why are you talking to me on my back? Tomorrow we're about to do a podcast together. We're about to do work together. Why are you being? I would have been like, what are you talking about? I'm telling the people that we're doing a show together, and that's that. But instead of that happening, I got disrespected like no other, but it's fine. But that was the reason why that relationship was ended. And the next day, coincidentally, we did a vertical live. I did a vertical live with me, Wordplay, Brandon, and that live was the biggest live in the history of this channel. It did 50,000. But if that relationship with those individuals would have remained, that would have been the biggest live, and that would have been the biggest podcast. And those individuals could took credit for that, and I would have believed that they brought those numbers. And guess what would have happened? We would have had a podcast that would have been better than what I'm doing on my own. But it failed because people can't allow, to be understanding enough to not flip out without getting the point of view of the individual. Okay. So back to the point at hand, I wanted to address that. I left that off, and I feel like that was a big arc of in my life because I had a podcast plan, but then I had to go and pivot to something else. So, good question. How they disrespect you? When you are disrespecting a man's family, the way a man earns a living, what a man looks like, the journey a man had, I think that's disrespect as men. We don't do that as men. As men, we respect each other. Like, for example, that Coach Eli, I can't disrespect that man no more because he came at me respectfully yesterday. He didn't throw no shots. He kept it with the topic. So I kept it with the topic. I apologize because I came at him and I don't know the man. I just felt like he went at my friend the wrong way. So, um, you know, I feel that as a man, that's how you handle business. I went about disrespecting that man the wrong way. So I literally approached it and apologized and said, hey, I don't know you. I'm not going to go off what people tell me or what I've heard about you on Gig App or Gig Tubing channels. So that's all you have right here. And shout out to Jeremiah, by the way. So here we go. We got that going on. Shout out to Nab with the super chat, $2 super chat. Appreciate that, Nab. $2 super chat. People working regular jobs. I'm gonna have question and answer. Y'all can actually ask me those questions and ask and give me those gripes towards the end. Okay, we're gonna have time to do that. Okay, so now we got that chapter. So I moved past that. We're moving forward. Now we got Wordplay that's actually reaching out to me to do lives like on a time slot. And we got people that actually treated my channel with respect. I'm shocked. I'm like, do I deserve this respect? People are actually reaching out to me like, hey, I want to do a live with you. Can we do it at this time? I'm like, what the heck? And people after we get done, they're texting me like, dude, appreciate you giving me the chance to come on your live. Like, where's this at? I'm shocked. Because I know when I go on people live, I make sure to thank them. I don't care if they're big or small. They gave me a platform for people to hear me. That's what I always do. So I was first time hearing this from people. So I'm like shocked at this point. So that we had this positivity going on with, me, wordplay, Christina, Kelly, a bunch of people coming on. We had good energy going on. Now we're gonna get straight to the Brandon. The past 3 weeks of my life with YouTube have been absolutely nasty for me. Let me tell you why. Because I'm a leader. I'm not a follower. Okay. I will never allow anybody to tell me what to do unless they're better at what I'm doing. And I respect them at that level, that they're better at what I'm doing. Like if I have Mr. Beast or I have like Pedro or I have like even Real Talk Roy, if I have somebody that has a channel that is doing big numbers in regards to like thousands of views a video, engagement, I'm going to listen to their advice in regards to doing the trade that I'm trying to be great at. Okay. And absolutely, guys, this is a trade that I'm trying to be great at. I'm trying to become a big YouTuber. Okay. A lot of y'all don't believe in that, but my girlfriend, she believes in me. My son believes I'm going to be big. My daughter believes I'm going to be big. Christina, Nat believe I'm going to be big. I know for sure they all believe I'm going to be big. Okay. And I'm going to make it, and I'm going to finally make it happen. But let's get on topic, okay? I allow myself to defer to somebody who I'm going to now break down me and Brandon's relationship because I can't have misinformation. And I was trying to break it down on live and he wasn't disputing anything. All he did was after I explained what was going on, he decided to just bypass it all and say, okay, whatever. First thing I'm going to say before I go into me and Brandon's relationship prior to YouTube and all this and that is that what was absolutely nasty work, and I had to look back at this part of the video and see the look in his eyes. This was a man that I wasn't cool with this guy when I was, in elementary school, because after elementary school, I never saw him again. I never saw Brandon after elementary school in person, ever. We never talked on the phone since we never talked on the phone before. That's the thing that like it's so crazy that he literally is making it seem like we got this deep, like long, like lasting friendship when we were friends at elementary school. So I consider you a friend for life. But you're not gonna act like you're my friend now. Like you really reach out to me and it all makes sense to you guys. The reason why I'm doing this video and the reason why I took time to like break this down here. So Brandon, we were cool in elementary school, tight. Okay. We were both socially awkward somewhat. We were tight. Now when we went to middle school, I went to Cheney. He went, I think he moved at this point to a different state. I never saw him again. I didn't talk to him again. So when he decided to get passionate and tell me when I was breaking my life down that after we get done with this live, I'm not allowed to talk about, if I talk about anything in regards to him or this live yesterday, that is going to be very bad for me. Like very bad for me. Like he gave me a look like I'm his chick or somebody, like I'm his freaking son. Like he said, it'd be very bad for me. At that point, I lost complete respect for Brandon. You're going to tell a grown man that's supposed to be your friend that you came on this platform to disrespect and low key degrade me, that I'm not allowed to talk about it. Like I'm supposed to forget about the abuse that I just got when I just got a text from somebody else to comment that somebody else just said that what he said in regards to like the disrespect to a friend of mine and to me, I'm supposed to just forget about it and just move on and just forgive him. Like no apology needed, just forgive him. Like what happened, okay? So now we're going to talk about this, okay? I know he's listening right now. We're going to talk about it. And by the way, Craig, I'm assuming now you're being a normal person, so you're being respectful in the chat so I can actually acknowledge you now. You didn't see the live yesterday. If you, Craig, was in my shoes, you would absolutely do the same thing I'm doing right now, okay? If you were in my shoes. Because first off, you wouldn't allow to get to that point because, for me to be called a guy that's not humble, that was humble yesterday for me to allow that to happen. To allow multiple people to come out my neck, okay? So that was absolutely nasty work. And a lot of fake stuff was put out there. That's the reason why I said that he was fake. And I couldn't get it out because I didn't feel comfortable because of the fact I wanted to take the time on my own to talk about this stuff and put it out there. Now, this is one thing I'm going to say because I'm not scared of a challenge. I don't hate Brandon. I don't dislike Brandon. I'm not rocking with Brandon. If he decides that he wants to do a video, he has a small channel. I'll put the video on my channel if he wants me to. I'll let him respond. But me and him together, I don't see myself wanting any of that nasty energy because yesterday was not productive. It was a lot of stuff said that was just not true, and I just don't have the time to waste dealing with it. Now let's get back to it. I have not seen Brandon or talked to Brandon since we were in elementary school. Okay, the first time I talked to Brandon was when I was doing a show, Allure. Okay, her show name is Allure. She reached out to me to do a podcast, and I remember she wanted to do it. I went and got a hotel room in Charlotte to do this podcast with her to help her do her first show. Okay. Yeah, you're right, the noob. He made me really rethink my whole life. He really made me rethink my whole life and really think, what the heck is he talking about? Okay. No, I'm Craig, not a real friend. No, not a real friend. I'm gonna tell you why he's not a real friend. All right now. We're talking about Brandon, that's Trader. I'm gonna tell you why he's not a real friend. And why I don't like that fake friend stuff. This is what Drake talks about. Fake friends. I don't like that, okay? Because if he was a real friend, what happened yesterday, he would have called me or texted me. He would have ended the live and he would have called and texted me and told me how he felt about me. He would have been like, okay, dude, how about we end the live? We got to talk. He wouldn't have said what he said, and y'all know what he said. We're going to get into that in a second, okay? But he wouldn't have said that and make a mockery of me on my own YouTube channel that I built. He's just been on here for a month or two, okay? And for him to do that on my channel that I built for 2 years, no, it wasn't his place to do that. Hold on, guys. I got to sneeze. Okay, so let's get into it now. I didn't talk to Brandon since elementary, okay? So Laura, she reached out to me and said, hey, I want to do a podcast. I was being a friend that I am, even though I haven't talked to Laura forever. You know what actually created me and Laura, me helping her with the podcast was I was talking about Trump on my YouTube channel, okay? That's straight. I'm breaking it down right now what happened, okay? Because I went into my backstory for him to actually digest because he doesn't know nothing about my life. He just assumes. So she was mad because I was caping for Trump back when he was running for president. People were mad at me in Youngstown because I said that Trump was at the time going to be a great president because of what he was trying to do for the black community, the things that he was trying to accomplish for us, focusing on us. Unlike Hillary Clinton, I was pandering. Okay, people were at my neck. Laura she came on the show a few times. She's also a childhood friend. Okay, childhood friend. Okay, so she was at my neck every day, talking about how I'm Uncle Tom, I'm a coon, I'm bad, with my take. But now I bet you these people wish Trump was in office now that we're about to head to World War III with the worst president in the history of this country. But they weren't thinking about that. They weren't rational at the time. She was at my neck every day. And I didn't know who she was because she had a freaking emoji. And I got bad memories. So I didn't remember that I was cool with her in high school. Okay. I mean, in middle school. Okay. Remember, I didn't know these people other than in elementary school. So she goes, and I hope she doesn't take any of these as shots. I'm sorry, but I got to talk about this because it ties to the story of Brandon. So she reaches out to me like, hey, let's talk one-on-one on my Facebook page about what's going on and do an interview. So I did an interview with her, and I talked to her about why I feel Trump is great, why I feel like black folks, we need to get back to being conservatives like we were back in the day. I talked about all this stuff, and she was in agreement ultimately at the end, other than with Trump. So then she reaches out and says, like a few weeks later, hey, I want to do a podcast because I like the way our live went. And I think I want to do a podcast to build something. Um, let's do it together. And I'm like, okay, cool, but let's make it about you because I'm not ready to put myself out there because at the time I was in Wilmington. I was trying to remain under the radar because I still wanted to be a big influencer and put on parties, events, and all of that stuff. Okay. So I told her, let's make it your show. I'll just be a panel host or whatever. She said, okay, cool. So I go to Charlotte for 2 days and I go stay in a hotel room. We did the podcast from the hotel room. It was pretty cool. And then she said, hey, I got people that I'm like, you should get other people to come on. She's like, okay, I got other people. I could try to get Brandon. You remember Brandon from my elementary school? I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember Brandon. She said, yeah, he wants to do it. He's down to do it. Then she's had 2 other people that were down to do it, okay? So I said, cool. So I didn't talk to Brandon. I didn't call Brandon. We didn't chat, nothing before this podcast started. We just started the podcast. He jumped on. We're all on it. I'm like, hey, Brandon, what's going on? So we started immediately going back and forth, okay? Now, let me see if I can pull up this podcast, okay? This is the first podcast that we did, so you know, because I want to show, people what I'm talking about here, okay? We're not going to say that I'm lying about anything. Okay, so I think it was 2 hours. Let's see if she deleted the first one. She shouldn't have, but let's see. This should be it right here. Actually, this is the first. This is the first. Right here. First podcast right here.
So we'll talk.
Okay, I was gonna say Seth.
And this is also a childhood friend, somebody I knew from my childhood. So she's actually,
Okay. So
and she's by the bathroom
Texas,
area.
there is
I'm by
a
the
case
freaking
going on
because our
right
mics are
now
echoing.
where 3
And I'm by
young
the
boys,
desk.
they're not any over the ages of 21 right now.
Now you see,
And
we're talking about social
the
issues, and
boys showed
my
up to the
point of
house.
topic
I
is.
mean, the way
See,
I
listen
see it,
here.
the boys, this shouldn't get life, but I mean, they have to get charged because this is setting a precedent for precedents for another situation like happening to where boys will think they can just go beat up the mom's boyfriend without any type of consequences. And ultimately, if the mom indeed allowed this guy to bring the daughter,
So the whole point of this video is, you had a black kid that beat up his dad. Okay, he beat up his dad. And by the way, Craig, this ain't no pity party. Okay, all the names, all the names that you just labeled. Once again, can you say anybody other than and I have no issue with wordplay. Man, wordplay cool as far as I know. But every single name you said, would any of these individuals say that I started any drama with them? Or did they come at my neck and continue trying to disrespect me in any way possible? One person. Katrina accused me of doing something that I didn't do. She came out of nowhere with that. I didn't start that conversation up. I was just talking about women and what I dealt with because we were talking about relationships, and she made me out to be a predator. What, I'm supposed to be okay with that? Ski is cool. We're emailing each other. I just can't have him on my channel. I'm not going to talk about the other dude. You know what he did and what he was doing. And yes, I might have jumped the gun with as far as where I was going, but I'm sorry. I did what I did. Clean, I had no issues with Clean. He was defending me. I just didn't like, because I was trying to cape for Brandon, that he was like bashing the man. But I've never said anything bad about Clean. So what are you talking about? You're trying to make it more than what it is, okay? H-Way, I respect you and I want you to do what's best for your mental health. So ultimately, if it's you not being on this channel, do that. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's millions of people that watch YouTube. I'm trying to attack like 1% of that million people every day. So I'm sorry, I can't make everybody happy. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know what y'all expect from me. But this is the first podcast that I did, okay, with Allure. We were talking about black issues and whatever, and we're talking about this kid that beat up his dad to death. and they feel he shouldn't get charged. I felt he should get some time because he murdered somebody, and that was that. Okay, so now we go on to when Brandon. I first talked to Brandon for the first time ever because remember I didn't talk to Brandon prior to this. Uh, where's it at here? Why did the video? What? I'm so confused. How did I just find the podcast video? Did she just delete all the videos that fast? Like, how is it possible? Oh, right here. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this is the one. No, yeah, this is the first. This is the first episode with Brandon. Okay, right here. First time I met Brandon. I'm in my
All
car
right,
because I'm
guys.
working at the time.
So today we are
First time I saw
here
Brandon
with
and
the
talked to Brandon in
Alora
20
Hour
years.
podcast with Alora Dannon, and I have
Actually, like
my
30 years.
co-host
We
with
might
you
have texted on
guys.
Facebook, but we never
Ladies and
talked.
gentlemen, go ahead one by one, introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Dennis, and I'm at the moment rolling in this car.
This
But
is me before I knew how
from
to do YouTube
Youngstown now in Wilmington, North Carolina.
with my
That's
same
all.
sweatsuit I used to wear every day.
All right, come on, step up.
I was
Next
nervous. I was
co-host.
scared.
I'm
I didn't know what I was
Jazz,
doing back
or
then.
Jaslyn, Jazz for
But back to the point, this is the first time I talked to Brandon. Okay, this is the first time I talked to Brandon. The whole time, um, you know, since elementary school. So for him to act like the reason why I'm addressing this is because he literally said yesterday that he knows me as a child. He knows everything about me. He knew my life. Did you know that I was getting sexually assaulted at 11 years old by a woman? Or not a woman, but by like freaking, teenager? Like, yeah, it's a guy, so you can't call it sexual assault because it's a woman taking advantage of a kid, but it still was. Did you know that? Was one of the reasons why I had a lot of issues with women. I was nervous about women because I was so confused because I had this woman that was like she was like 15, 16 years old. I was like 10, 11 years old. And she had me doing anything she wanted me to do. And I'm not going to act like it hurt me. I'm not going to act like it was bad for me, but I was young. And guess what? That caused me to go into, being not addicted to porn, but watching porn and doing, engaging in behavior that was unfitting of a young man or a kid because of what happened. And no, I couldn't call the cops because guess what? I had a stepdad that thought that I was gay because I wasn't talking to chicks, because I was talking to nobody. I was scared of girls. I was scared of girls. I was the guy that was scared of girls. I wasn't gay. I was just scared of girls. So he knew what was happening because it smelled like sex in the room. She was doing what she was doing. And he didn't stop it. He didn't care. Because guess what? Go get him, champ. Because, that's what happens in our community. So, once again, he didn't know that. And he's supposed to be this so-called friend. He didn't know that, we were getting not abused, but it was an abusive relationship with our stepdad because, we were literally doing work like no other. We weren't allowed out the house really or out the yard to do anything, but he raised us to be great. People, we were great, but we literally were freaking like struggling. Yeah, the girl's still out here. Like she tried to mess with me in a few, like later on in life. I don't hate her. It's just she was like, you gotta understand, guys. Let's go down memory road in the Black community because it was different levels for us. We literally would play to spin the. And I'm talking about Black because I don't know what white folks do, whatever. I'm talking about what we used to do. You had spin the bottle. You had high angle get it. I don't know if y'all know about high angle get it. You had all these games sexual games you would play. So prior to 10, 11 years old, I thought that you're supposed to wait to have sex before marriage. So I literally was put into that to where it started with like I was downstairs in the basement, and I remember she came down the first time. I'm trying to remember vividly. She came down. Actually, it happened a little bit before because when I was 9, I had my grandfather's girlfriend at the time who was fire at the time. I mean, back in the day, she was like Miss Parker. You remember Miss Parker off of Next Friday? She was Miss Parker, okay, off of Friday. I mean, she was Miss Parker. My grandfather on my stepdad's side, I was at his house and I was in there and I asked to get some juice. And I remember she was like, "You want some juice?" And I remember she was in a bathrobe And I remember she went and poured me some juice, and then she turned around and like it opened. She's like, "Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. I know you don't like that." And I'm like a kid at the time, and I'm like dreaming of this. I'm like, I mean, I mean, it was nice. Then she was like, "You want to you wanted to see that?" And I'm like, I mean, I don't know. And then she literally like opened the sheet, opened the robe up, and like was like, "You could touch them." And then like it was to the point she put my hand on her boob, and I ran out the room, literally, because I was scared of girls. I ran out the room. Okay, that was the first time. Okay, she had fake boobs and all that. Second time was, or not second time, but when the second encounter happened was, now I was like 10, 11, and this chick who was like the god sister or whatever. I'm not related to any of these people, by the way. God sister. She comes down the steps and she sits on the couch, and then she just starts like rubbing on me. And I'm like confused, like thinking we're God, you're my God sister, we're family. What are you doing? And she's just rubbing on me like, it's okay, it's okay. Like, it's okay. Um, and then after she said that a few times, I couldn't yell or scream. I felt like at the time my stepdad would be like, "Are you a pussy? Like what the heck?" So like she starts rubbing on me to the point that she starts like, she goes in my pants. And then at that point, like I couldn't even get up because I wasn't going through puberty yet. I wasn't going through puberty yet. So nothing happened. And then I remember she went and she stood up and she pulled her clothes off. And then she like made like a pallet on the ground. And then she's like, "Let's lay down." And she grabbed my hand and she, we went under the blankets. And then I remember she like put my face down there and like she held it down there. And like that's what happened. Okay. And it was nasty work. And that happened literally like for a solid like 6 months. It happened like every week. And it smelled like once it got to the point of us actually doing, no, I'm gonna tell my story because this is stuff that Brandon, since he has all this to say, like he acts like he knows my life and knows the trauma I dealt with and knows the reason why I act and I talk and the reason why I don't trust people. Okay, this is why. Okay, we'll speak on it. I talked about this months ago. Okay, I literally spoke on this months ago before the Brandon situation happened. This happened though. Every weekend she would come over, she would make a tent, and we would have like, that happened. Okay, so that went on for a solid 6 months. So then at that point, I had other encounters with people to where we started playing like hide and seek, which was hide and get it. Like you find somebody and then you do whatever. That started being played in my neighborhood, and it was just nastiness. But then the next one was when I was like, at this point, I was like 15, I was like 14, 15. No, I was 14 because my stepdad passed when I was 15. I was 14. This girl was like 12 years old. She was like another god sister. Um, she came over and she would come over after school because her parents were like, needed a babysitter. And she would literally come up to watch TV with me and she would like out of nowhere just start rubbing on me. And I ain't gonna lie, at this point, like I already went through and I was ready to like start messing with chicks at this point. So I didn't care about her doing this. So like she starts like rubbing on my back and it starts rubbing on me. And then like we got to the point I would just turn around and she would just rub. And we wouldn't say one word to each other or nothing. And this happened like multiple times. Okay. So that started to turn for the worse for me because at this point I started being a sexual deviant. Okay. In regards to like not caring about sex before marriage, not caring about none of this stuff. Mind you, I never had any penetration with anybody. Because remember, I didn't go through puberty until I was like 13. Never had any penetration with nobody, okay? That never happened. But all the other sexual stuff happened, okay? Brandon's nowhere to be found. I went through bullying. Brandon was never nowhere to be found. I had to fight that battle on my own. He never asked about that. So the reason I'm telling y'all this right now, I see people asking, why am I talking about this story? Why am I talking about the story? What it has to do with Brandon is because, when he said he knows me as childhood and he said he knows me as this person, this kid, he acts like he knows who I was. He doesn't know nothing about me. He knew me from elementary school. We never hung out outside of class. He never saw me outside of freaking elementary school. We never hung out. We never played tag. We never freaking like hide and seek. We never done anything. We were just classmates. So I felt like that was nasty work that he wants to talk about how he knows me as a child. He knows my childhood. He knows what I went through. He knows that I'm not street. I'm not this. I'm not that. That's the reason why I'm talking about this right now. Okay. So we had that happen. Okay. Then you had, after this, we had, this trauma that was built up, which caused me to, once again, become a simp for chicks. Okay. Become sympathetic for chicks. It made me become more loving for chicks because when you encounter women that, do that to you as a man, half of the time that makes you the guy you are, which is why I'm so like emotional sometimes when it comes to women. That's the reason why at one point, Cali girl hated it. Christina hated it. I used to beat up on black women. Y'all remember on this channel, I used to do nothing but disrespect black women. That was my content was disrespecting black women. You know why? Because of the black women that did that to me when I was a kid, the trauma I had to deal with. Then as an adult, being called broke, them calling me ugly, saying that, my life doesn't matter because I don't make enough money. I'm brokey. Before it was like social media to actually for men to talk to each other about it. I dealt with that because of black women I was dating. The one white chick I had who I pushed to the streets, who was a good chick, I felt like I couldn't be with her because she was white, but she was a good chick. She actually ended up joining the military. Yes, guys, the robe story was the real story. It was the woman that remember I told you I was hiding under the bed, and her and my grandfather, my grandfather on that side, my stepdad's side, they were getting the bump in the cheeks. I ran out from under the bed. That was the same story. Okay, that woman. Her name was Ramona. I don't know if she's even here anymore, but her name was Ramona. She's probably 70 years old by now. So I'm telling you guys this because Brandon wants to talk about my trauma. He literally said that multiple times. I have trauma. I need to go to counseling. So I'm telling you guys my trauma and the reason why I feel the way I feel. That's the reason why I treat and I was acting in regards to women in that way because of what was done to me as a kid, with all these encounters I had with women. Now, when I had my first encounter, I wanted, it happened in a movie theater bathroom. And it was nasty work. And I hate that happened. Z Dot, shout out to you. I'm gonna tell my story. See, this is the thing with Z Dot. This live is gonna kind of get ready to go to work at 4. But I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell my story, and this is the problem. People want to come on my channel and tell me what to do on my channel. Okay, when I was at 12 people, 20 people watching a week ago, y'all wasn't telling me how to do YouTube. Y'all wasn't doing that. Y'all was just clowning me like your channel sucks. What happened to the 200 people because of vertical? And I told y'all I'm gonna get my numbers up. And we're only 2 days in, and I got my numbers up to 50. I'm hitting 50 right now. Okay, so somebody liking this. Okay, so let's see if the people care about me a year from now. Let's see if I'm doing numbers and I'm making money. Because let me actually screenshot that. That way, when it's happening for me, I got that to talk about here. But yeah, we're back to the point at hand. Back to the point at hand. You got a situation now that's the trauma I had. Okay, Brandon's nowhere to be found. So, I cut that white chick off. I continued talking to black women, and I continued being, disrespected until when I hit 21 and I found myself, I became that guy. I picked up on game. I knew how to diss these chicks and disrespect these women because I realized that nice guys finish last. Women want an asshole. Women want a man that will make them chase them. They want a man that they can't get. Okay. So because of this, I started treating women like crap. Literally. I never beat a woman. I never hit a woman. I just, shout out to Robbie. Appreciate that. Never hit a woman. I just, would game them up, pipe them down, and then I would move on to the next chick. That's what I used to do. I got pictures and videos and photos of all that. Okay, that's what I used to do. And once again, I did that all the way up until I moved to Las Vegas and I fell down. And then at that point, I realized that women are more than sex objects. It's more than that. And I should start rethinking life. So, I found that principle when I went to Vegas when I was 26. Also, I've realized that you can work harder as a man. I wasn't working hard enough. In Youngstown, I was only making, prior to moving to Vegas, I was only making legitly 30, 35,000 max, 25,000 sometimes. And I was happy because guess what? My rent was only 500 a month. My car payment, I owned my car. I just paid insurance. So my situation was my bills were $1,000 in Youngstown. So I was living like a king off of $25,000. I was good. Wordplay. What relationship? I don't have a relationship. You call 1 month of trying to be my friend a relationship? Okay? No. He put out what he put out yesterday, a lot of misinformation. So I'm going to put out and I'm going to speak and take my time and be patient and actually get out what I want to get out with a clear mind. Okay? Without emotion. So now you have a situation that, I learned a work ethic. Okay. I learned work ethic. I learned to work as a man, more than 50 hours a week to achieve your goal. Treat women with respect. You can have a woman as a friend. I got one with nature. I started actually enjoying like just going outside, walking around and just in spirits of nature and fresh air, the scenery, playing basketball. So it caused me to reevaluate my life and start moving differently. I started moving completely differently. Then that's when the politics came about. Okay. 2 years later. Okay. Now this all ties together because remember, he said that I have trauma, which is why I talk about, Black issues. I talk about, all of that, negativity and all that crap going on. Guess what? Okay. 2 years into Vegas, I get into politics because I saw Hillary Clinton pandering talking about if you don't vote for Democrats, very much you're not Black. Joe Biden said that, but she was saying the same thing, talking about hot sauce is what Black people would strive to like want to see a president have to be cool. You had all this stuff going on. And by the way, let me make this clear to anybody that thinks that I don't have real friends. Once again, you guys are so delusional in the fact that I'm going to try to say this in the most nicest kind of way. My friends are in Youngstown. I have many friends. I have hundreds of friends, okay? If I go to my Facebook page and put, where are my friends at? I'll have like freaking hundreds of people writing like, yo, you're out of town. You need to come to town. We need to hang out. Yo, I have friends. The reason why I say I don't have friends because I'm talking about in person, people I can actually touch, people I can actually see, I can do stuff with. I don't have friends here, but I have friends all over freaking the country, okay? I have a lot of people as friends. So wake up and smell the coffee. Craig, you were never my friend. You were somebody I knew on YouTube, okay? Like all you guys, shout out to Cheeky Chops. I told you weren't banned. All you guys that consider yourself my friend off of YouTube, you're the problem because you're not a real friend because you don't have my phone number to text me and just chill and kick it. Because if you had my real number, you wouldn't be saying ignorant things on my chat instead of just texting me in person, having a phone call with me in person. Once again, Craig, I have friends in California, people that I could call my friend, but I'm socially awkward. I'm an introvert and I don't want to commit to people. You had two people that came on my live talking about how they're my friends and I just don't reach out. They haven't been on here in a while because they're busy making money. Guys, I don't care about having people to hang out. I don't want people to hang out with. Like, I'm not that type of guy no more. I don't want nobody to go to the club with. I'm in a relationship. I don't need friends. Cali girl, all her friends want to be my friend because they all love me because I'm just a mate. I'm like, you know what? I'm about to show some of my ego. When I'm around any of her family and friends, I do stand-up routines. Literally, I take a topic and I make it funny. I make a joke about it. And I'm able to take any topic that we're talking about and tell a long 10-minute story. Because when they talk, they'll talk for a little bit and then it gets quiet for forever. With me in the room, that conversation never dies. We keep a conversation going, and they are actively and like they were gonna leave 2 hours ago, but because of me talking, like they're still like kicking it, like they're like, oh my god, we gotta get going, but I, I need more, like literally, like I had a freaking her friend who just got out of a relationship with the guy that cheated on her pretty much, or just left her, but he was cheating. I had a long conversation with her, giving her game about life, about how guys are, how we are, and this and that. Like, and then Cali girl came over like, oh my God, what are you talking to her about? And I'm like, and she's like, no, it's okay. I want to hear this because like she didn't understand that people want the truth. People want game. I give game. Okay. Like, no, her family loves me. Her mom bakes me cakes. Her mom literally baked me cheesecakes. Her mom and them are sad that I don't come over more. I'm actually about to go over there tomorrow just because of y'all. I'm gonna pick up Cali girl and try to see the family tomorrow. They love me. Literally love me. They don't tolerate me. Her ex, they tolerate it. They love me. They want me to marry her. They just wish I was more financially there from what they see because I haven't had it. I don't have a job I can approach someone and say, hey, I'm making 60, 70,000 a year with this job. I want to marry your daughter. I don't have that yet. That's the reason why. So let's get back to it, okay? If I open my window when it gets summer, they'll enjoy the show. They'll come and watch the show from the background. I would have to open the window, put like an air freshener there, but they'll want to watch the show and be a part of it. So maybe I'll put a label so people could find my channel. Maybe we'll do that. Matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna get a banner that I can put on a window, a window decal. That's what we're gonna do. All right, so let me get back to the point at hand, okay? That's the trauma I dealt with my childhood, okay? That's the reason why I'm the way I am now, okay? With women, how I was with women, why I don't trust women sometimes. I feel like they're trying to take advantage of me. That's the reason why I go too hard and making sure. Why do you think I didn't trust the Cali girl? You know what's crazy and what's ignorant of me? A year and like a couple months ago, we go to one of her friends' house. The guy is like he knows how to do fix electrical, appliances and stuff. So he's about to go to school for that internship, whatever. Or not internship, but like whatever, you go and you learn a job. So he goes and he's talking about how he's a stay-at-home, um, he's a stay-at-home dad. Like he stays at home with the daughter. And I thought that was beta because I'm thinking like the man's supposed to pay everything. So Cali girl joked and said, yeah, I tried to get DJ to do that, but he won't do that. And I'm like, oh, actually, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I gotta grind it out. And then like we're in the car. She's like, why wouldn't you just do that? Like if you do that now for a year, I'll take care of everything. And then in a year, you have a skill or a trade and you're going to be better off. I said, no, I'm not doing that. I got YouTube popping. I can't be seen, not working and stay at home, man. And all. No, I'm not doing that. If I would have did that a year or 2 months ago, I'd probably be have a skill and a trade because she believes in me as a man. She believes in what I got going on and she believes in me great. And I never thought that she believed until I just realized that yesterday or this morning when I analyzed, like guys, I did a whole video yesterday that was 40 minutes long. That was nasty that I was going to post as a pre-recorded video. But then I changed my mind and said, no, I'm going to do this live because I'm going to dissect every aspect. I'm not going to do a forced rush video because I'm half asleep. I'm tired. Literally, it's right here. See? Long live I'm about to do, but a premiere. But I decided to do it this way. Okay. Um, one thing I just realized. Let me check first. I'm like a judge here. I'm a judge. So we gotta look at the activity, the judgment. Let's see what we got. Okay. I'm sorry. I have to make a judgment here. I'm gonna allow him. You have the ability to call me. I'll take your phone call. Not today. It can be tomorrow. But if you even want, if you even care, but I'm sorry. I gotta take your wrench away. Okay, I gotta take your wrench away. What is life? Because I'm sorry, Christina is not going to be taking that type of disrespect after what you said yesterday, or not yesterday, but day before yesterday. And I got you as a mod. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Like this is some nasty work. The audacity. And then like, no, I'm sorry. If you want to call me and tell me why that was ignorant for me to take that mod wrench away, you can call me and tell me. But I'm sorry, we're not doing that. Because that was freaking disrespectful. What you just said, like, what she can't be on my live, like she's doing me a service. She's helping me out with my chat. She's here, even if she could be working right now, listening. What does that have to say about you? I'm tired of people disrespecting people that I'm sorry I care about. I care about it way more than you. Okay, she's been rocking with me. When I needed somebody to talk about after yesterday, that conversation, the only people I had to call was Christina and Nat. I called them. Callie girl was out of town. I couldn't call her. I called them. But you're phony. You see how you call me goofy? That's what I'm talking about. That's that fake stuff. And that's what we're talking about right now. That's what we're talking about right now. So now let's get back to the point at hand. Um, I'm sorry. We're not playing that. You're gonna show my channel respect. And if you don't want to, you can just be a regular person on my channel. We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. Life is about growing as a man. And I was taught to being a man is different than what y'all think a man is. You just don't disrespect men for no reason. I've never disrespected a man for no reason other than I'm not coming out of my neck. I let y'all want to tell me in the chat when I just disrespected a man for no reason, other than Coach Eli, and I apologize for that because I was wrong for that. I don't know the man. I don't know nothing about the man. So yeah, there we go. And Joe, you're going to be an idiot. I'm going to disrespect you because I don't have a lick of respect for you. Um, you literally can't understand English. I reached out to Christina and Nat because Cali girl's out of town. All right, so back to the point at hand. That job I went through, we had that going on. Okay, so now you have believe it in me. She believed in me. She believes that I'm going to make um, it happen. She always believed in me, and I've been taking her for granted. I've been taking what she's been saying about she believes in me successful. I've been taking it as her just capping me up, okay? Um, Capping me up. I didn't believe in myself because I allowed all these people in my life to tell me that YouTube, my dreams ain't real. Can't happen, okay? Won't happen. So, I got to look at the fact that now let's go and let's kind of wrap up now this or not wrap up, but let's get straight into the meat and potatoes of the Brandon situation. Remember, never talked to him since elementary school. Never outside of elementary school talked to him. He only in class when we talked. Um, you know, he lived down the street from me, but we didn't hang out or nothing. Um, I didn't meet him or I didn't see him until we did that Lower Hour podcast 2 years ago. After the fact of that show, we never talked on the phone. He never called me and asked me or told me that he was going to give me advice. He never did any of that. It was never that. Okay. So I want y'all to remember that. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Let me put this on that way. I'm going to put something on while I go to the bathroom real quick. But yeah, I'm like confused on that. I had to like look at that and realize that that was some nasty work. That was some nasty work that this man is trying to put down. All right, I'll leave y'all with this until I go to come back from the bathroom.
So anything that conservatives, Republicans say, you have that dynamic. Then you have kids that fail at things, and instead of trying to get better or working harder to be better, they want to cancel the person that's doing great things and try to make up excuses for the reason why that person's successful and they're not. So they go around putting in the work and just say, oh, this guy cheated, he should be canceled for this or for that, so they can try to take that spot. But I mean, really on the left, like Democrats, liberals, even like majority of us black people, we really only cancel people that don't agree with anything that the majority of people think. You know, and it's kind of, I mean, it's deeper than that, but that's my simple response to that.
Well,
Okay.
all right. So I would say for, oh no, you go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So earlier I was listening, and I was actively listening. And so this is what I came up with as I'm listening. But I think sometimes we get so caught up in causes or just want to just fight sometimes. And a lot of times those fights be.
All right, so let me do this too. We're gonna go to the video that, like, I want y'all to tell me if this is a friend. The video that I think she took it down, actually. Yeah, that's what it is. She took it down. She hit it. Shame on her. Yeah, she hit it. Because she probably knows that people can go back and watch it. Yeah, the video is all down. I don't know where it's at. Maybe not. Let me see. No, she didn't hide it. It's in here. All right, let's see. Let's find this real quick. This is my last time on this show. I was very upset on this live. I'm not risking any relationship with nobody because nobody that's my friend would disrespect me on a live platform.
Before about Mark Wahlberg, that's what we need
All right,
to
here we
turn
go right
on,
here.
'cause that's definitely a nigga for real. Like,
I was going through it at this
He had a
time.
great
At this point.
comeback for that, didn't he?
so
A positive light in the PR side. You know, he's without.
Up and be a man, I think Russell will be a little bit open to letting him come in because
you ain't nothing.
I was already out of the Marine Corps.
and people are really
With points, now I'm gonna just own y'all because he's the only one.
jazz.
good dog. You know, like looking for it, but you know,
With points, now I'm gonna just own y'all because he's the only one
get
strong
the
enough.
fuck
to,
out of here,
Oh,
dog.
He's the only one.
Oh,
He's the only one strong enough to come back at me with some points. So I'm gonna miss that. But
Did he just call us a bunch of punk bitches?
He didn't
no,
call
Oh,
me in.
yeah.
I'm joking.
I got
I'm
some reviews.
I got
I'm
your
joking.
punk biatch.
I'm joking. But no, I wish you the best. Hopefully you come back. And
And RIP to Aaron, like he's been lost here. RIP to him. Let me see if I can find that video. I think she might have removed it because it was so nasty. It was such nasty work. I'm talking about nastiest work ever seen in your life. Oh, here we go, right here. I think this is it. This is what caused me to leave the show. And that's what I mean by like he calls himself my friend. He never checked on me after this.
When you real, they always silence the truth teller. That's all.
The cops were going to come with their
somebody to push their.
That this was an unnecessary, excessive
Let's see if she shows the video.
camera. His dash cam, a cell phone, and a security camera captured what happened next. The two appear to
So, look,
wrestle over control.
this is what
of the
happened
officer's
on this show.
taser. It deploys twice into the ground. Then, as this video shot by the car's passenger shows, while on top of Leoya's back, the officer fires a single shot, striking Leoya in the head. The Grand Rapids police chief released the video despite an ongoing investigation.
So we're debating this. We're debating this situation.
Had
What's wrong with you? Did not listen to the.
That man was terrified. He had anxiety. and he
What's
didn't
that
know
tapping?
what to do.
Y'all hear that?
I'm sorry.
You hear the tapping?
The passenger get out.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, that's what that sound is?
okay.
even though he
that's
should be
different.
sleeping,
I got a question. Why ain't the passenger get
You-
out? Why ain't the
you
passenger
grounded,
get out all
nigga.
afraid?
Not even that.
Huh?
It's just
Why ain't the passenger get out all afraid?
it's not the thing is that you stay in the car no matter what.
No,
And that, you know, even if we play devil's advocate, the first thing you're supposed to do is when you get pulled over, you roll down your window, you have your license and registration with you, and you shut up until they tell you something. And that's
Yeah,
the
but-
first thing that
but-
somebody like should have told them is say, don't get out of the car, don't
the car like he didn't speak. He didn't speak good English. He didn't
But
speak
why,
good
why,
English.
why didn't this black passenger get out the car if everything?
Because
was
you
so
don't
scary?
even listen. You don't know who that person was in the seat with him. You don't know if that was.
All right, let me get to the
It was
point.
on
Let me
You
get
knew
to,
exactly.
doesn't matter.
Lord.
Criminal record. Do you
Traffic
have
tickets too.
Dennis, I
don't
love you,
date
bro,
chicks
but
that-
you be
I don't
saying you
date
be
chicks-
getting some
hear me
sick
out.
shit off.
I
so
don't date
Dennis
chicks
agrees
that
with
refer to black men
my
as niggas
my
anyway.
thing.
So no chick will
Okay,
say that
okay.
anyway.
I gave
Dennis
you a
and I
time on
have
the
the
floor.
same
I'm
view.
reclaiming my time.
Okay, this is not a democratic freaking debate.
I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Bass.
They're making this gentleman, I don't
And-
know his
and you-
name,
I'm
and
so
they're
happy
making
you brought
him
that
to
up,
be the
Sean.
bad guy. They're putting him on trial, and not the.
Had one hand on a radio and then
All right, anyone.
Airbnb. This does more than just tarnish those people who are involved with that. It tarnishes like someone like
Fun, but
We account once again for 13% of the population. They account for 60% of the population, and we don't call out nothing that we do when, in fact, we're close to the amount of deaths that white people have.
do you
We're
know
right
why?
there.
Yo,
Do you know
I
why-
actually hold on, Laura. I am so sorry. You know, I'll
I don't like
give
to
you
tell
your kudos on that shit because I didn't hear about New York because I'm here, of course. Any of the other stuff that was going on, I didn't hear a word of this shit until Laura
Because
sent me
black
the
lives don't matter to news agencies. Black lives don't matter. They don't care when we kill each other or we die, but when white people die, Asian people die especially, guess what? It's all over the news, and that's my gripe, the fact that
you know what's crazy?
if we stop killing each other, we're good. We stop
You
killing
see,
each
he's all
other,
cool with it
we're
here.
healthy.
He's agreeing with it here.
Those are our two main steps.
Let's see if he has a rebuttal. Let's see if he tries to check me like he's
You
doing
realize
like to you guys now.
But you do realize that you can't
What?
say black on black crime because people die in the proximity of the people that they're in. White people kill white people. It's not just, you know what I'm saying? Like
Facts.
I'm not going to a trailer park looking for Billy Bob if we got beef because he's in a trailer park that's somewhere real far away. If I see him, I'll see him. But this nigga at the corner store who just said "fuck my mama," I can see him. It's a proximity thing, I believe.
whoa. But he says that, and your first response is to
Is to kill him?
yeah, like that's kind of petty.
I'm just using that as an example.
So we're gonna
And people die
How
over that. And people die over that goofy shit. I was just using an example. It's a terrible example, but it does happen.
So,
You know what I'm
Give me a
saying?
better one.
yeah, give us a better
Killed my
one, Sean,
brother,
you
so
can
I
do
killed
better.
him. You know that kind of
No. We
Hold
gonna
on. So look, you see what I'm saying? You see how he literally everything I've been saying on my channel, he agreed with. He's shaking his head that he agrees with, but now all of a sudden I'm a bad person. He wants to act woke because he's trying to pander to get the people in the chat to love him. You don't understand that you're not going to make everybody happy. You're not going to make everybody rock with you. Sometimes people are going to be upset with you. So the whole point of me showing you this is this was our interactions. Like these were our interactions. He wasn't giving me the same smoke. Like, yeah, he hated when I talked about black women, but other than that, when I talked about the
be
black
real.
about the
Be
issues,
real. That
he
shit
was with
happens
it.
every fucking day.
What?
But it's a
But he
proximity
changed his
thing.
mind.
What
If
he did, no,
go ahead, bro.
hold on. You did that analogy that I said earlier. You're the type of person that I'll say something like, older people they die before the age of 100. You're gonna say, oh no, what are you talking about? My great aunt made it until she was 102. Of course, you might have a small few people that make it past 100, but majority of people are gonna die before the age of 100. That's what you do when it comes to like us doing the things that are causing our deaths. You might have had 20 black men shot unjustly by cops. I'm sorry, you got
No,
shot.
he
That's
always lived in America.
We have 60
Other than
million people
military, he might have went
in this
overseas.
country. 20 black men shot unjustly. They don't deserve to die, whatever you want to say. But we have thousands of us dying because of our own hands, and thousands more dying because of
Once again,
slavery. Then you had segregation.
Not that cut and dry, because
Fathers who walk away create single mothers.
Sometimes you have to walk away, but there's some situations that you're not supposed to be in, and I can speak for those.
You still
Individual,
two
not
white women
box
my
them
whole
all
life.
in there.
It's okay,
Don't box
Dennis,
them
if
all
you
in.
secretly want to be with a white woman. Ain't nobody gonna
See?
judge you.
See, this is where we get.
You know that. So, anyways,
No, but the whole point is y'all black women don't hold.
Hey, God, I got miss you too.
That changes.
Hey.
See,
Dennis.
No, it's the truth.
Dennis, hold up. We
See?
had this conversation. You
I
can
don't
only
think white
no.
women.
You need to keep your
Dennis,
experience.
you do date
as
white
an
women. Stop
individual thing.
lying.
Keep your experience
I dated
individual,
two
not
white women
box
my
them
whole
all
life.
in there.
It's okay,
Don't box
Dennis,
them all
if you
in.
secretly want to be.
So now I hope y'all understand. The reason why I'm showing y'all this is because we're going to make this clear, because this is content ultimately. And I want y'all to know exactly why, because people keep saying I keep falling out with people because of me. You see how I talked about the black issues? He had nothing to say about it. He was cool because he agrees with most of the stuff that you have. At the time, you have 14% of the country accumulating half of the murders. He's a conservative. He was okay with that. But now that he thinks that I'm going too far and I shouldn't talk about it on my channel, he tried to correct that. Then now, as you can see here, he now only checks me when I talk about black women. Here we go. Or tries to check me. This is why I told y'all that I left the channel, or left this podcast, because this podcast episode probably only got 20 views, but like he's trying to check me and tell me how to do it.
Be with a white
It's the
woman.
switch up.
Nobody gonna
Absolutely, the
judge
switch up.
you. This is 2022.
Do what you do,
Love
man.
who you love.
He
boo.
texted me and told me I'm not allowed to talk about.
I want to marry black, but I mean, at this point, I might end up.
Boy, you don't want to marry nothing black. Stop lying.
I'm going.
Dennis.
Listen, I'm going to love who loves me. Like if
Period.
my
Love
goal
who
is to
loves
marry
you.
a black woman.
This is where they're about to start lecturing me.
But when I do decide to love who loves me, if she's not a woman of our diaspora, I don't want to hear no shit. Women, oh fuck that nigga. This is the difference, because women will go get themselves a Beckham, and then sisters will be like, get it, girl. But if I walk down the block with Amy or Becky, they're like, oh, look at that fucking sellout ass nigga, the sellout nigga. He turned his back on the sisters. That's the duplicity of women.
No. Wait a minute. I would never do that, because my whole thing is, if you love her and she loves you, that the problems that he had off to regular. If you're going to date outside,
the man is the leader. Choose a man that you feel like you can be led by.
See, here we go again.
Some women.
This is disrespectful. Telling me to stop talking.
No, yeah, we
making my point. That was clear.
The problem is,
do they give
the problem is some black men's egos are so big that they can't handle a black.
So we could talk about the black man. We could talk about the black man all day. Nothing to say. Talk about the black man.
I need a woman I can speak down to. And sometimes
I just want a woman to stay quiet.
We got the only group. No, yeah, we got the only group of women who don't understand.
Look, guys. Okay, look. Okay, what it's like. Listen. Okay, like, bro. Like, what are we doing here? We started with the topic right now is based on like why black men are dating other women. Okay, and she's saying that like she's going in on black men, which I have no issue with her. She can have her opinion, but what the point of the matter is, Brandon wrote me a long message before I did this, because look at me, like, son, because I was so happy to be on a podcast and to try to get my name out there to try to finally get on YouTube, that I allowed him to do what he tried to do on my channel. He did not check her at all when she was talking about black men, but he decided to write me a long message talking about you're not allowed to talk about your experiences with black women, and it's making your channel, making this bad and making this nasty and blah, 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 blah. So you want to see, he tried to check me, and then he tried to do the same thing to my channel now. This is what I'm talking about.
Understand their place. Like, we're the only group. All other women know that the man is the leader. Choose a man that you feel like you can be led by. I get it. I get it. Some women who don't want to be
Really? Because Latin women,
they can stay.
Latin women will beat a man's
single.
ass too. What are you talking about?
But a Latin woman ain't leaving.
I didn't say
That
nothing about
shit don't
fighting.
fly again.
You just got
in his-
violent. I didn't say nothing
hold up.
about violence.
Hold up.
Well,
In a
Latin women
Hispanic
don't leave.
household, in Hispanic households, women are the leaders. Men are the providers. The women are the ones that lead the family.
Period.
Women.
Yeah, and
In a
women,
Hispanic household. So you
Bro,
can't say
really?
that.
men,
Really, Hispanic
Hispanic
household, the
don't
women are the
lead the
leaders.
relationship either. It don't matter what.
Women
the fuck
are the
you do to
leaders.
them. They
I've never
know
ever
it.
met a married Spanish
That's
household,
because they're
traditional
about
Hispanic
women.
household, that the woman is the
And
leader.
most of those
No,
people.
but guess what? Guess what? That man can be the corniest guy. Man can come home with $100.
No one should be
$100.
stuck in something
That-
just
that-
because it's tradition to stay there.
No, but
Unless you're
bro,
Latin,
you
because
still
Latin
go
women
Hispanic
ain't leaving
women,
their
they're
man.
Latino.
They will cheat on
Yeah,
them.
and here's the thing: their man.
I keep the
I know
same
a bu-
energy,
I
my
know a
same
bunch of
viewpoints,
Latin
everything.
women.
I keep it
Most
all.
of them reside in
I didn't switch up.
Hold on,
None of that. You see the switch up
Latin women
though?
will
But
cheat
they
on
have-
them.
they
and
Okay,
ask
so
them
here we
if
go.
you
Here we go. Let me say this right quick. So I got it.
All right, so that was that life. That was the start of me like not rocking with them no more because like me being told that I'm not allowed to communicate the way I want to communicate. Like I gotta like be restrained from what I believe in. Now let's go into. Yep, I think they deleted it. Yep, I think she deleted it. No, it's right here. It's right here, and I was angry. This is the week that the shooting happened with my friend. I'm not gonna put her name out, but y'all know who she was.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, sir. Unmute your mic.
After this show,
No, actually, I think this
Real
was the week
quick, I
before.
wanted to do something very special. I'm just ready.
friend party.
No, actually,
Yeah,
he's not even on
yeah,
this one.
But I was used as
Where is it at? I think she deleted it. It was the one I got heated. It was the last one I did. I think she deleted it because he was on it and it was after this. Just to make sure, though, let me go to the end and see. Let me make sure I'm not
she a
missing.
civilian or is she a part of the game? Because I'm telling you, she well, that is a lover's triangle. So it's already
Oh, yeah,
established,
that's
whether
what I
you want to
said.
believe it or not.
Maybe
she
Brandon
fucking
wasn't on the
free.
last
She-
episode. Here we go right here.
if you guys are quick to shame somebody that's gonna tell on somebody to get this person off the street so they don't do it again, how are we gonna change anything if black folks shame people that tell, but then the criminals who do it are out here living their best life and they get
Is she?
they get
Is
because
she?
we love
our
We
life
can
and
end
we
this
ain't
shit.
telling
that's my
shit.
question for y'all.
We can answer this shit real quick.
My
Is she
name
a
is
civilian?
Karen. If you do some shit to me, I'm telling.
Is she a
So I
civilian?
didn't
I
say
ain't
that.
No,
telling
you
you.
just said
You
you
can't
I
be.
love my
You
life. I
can't be
love my
named.
family.
you called
See,
me a
you
snitch.
can't
You
be
said,
named
"Oh,
Karen
you're
because
snitching."
Karens are usually the one that comes start
No,
shit.
no. What I was saying was you're telling that she told.
All right. No point. No point. Yeah, this was my last episode that I did because of the fact I was upset because of the fact the disrespect that came my way with freaking my friend that got shot. And at that point, after, I was done. I didn't want to go to Charlotte. I didn't want to do nothing, okay? So now let's get to the point here. Oh yeah, Brandon. Yeah, it is easier. I can get my words out. I got to communicate. I ain't got to get cut off. Yep, it is easier. So what you are to do is to watch Soul Live before I even consider letting you on. Like I'm not wasting my time. Like you're gonna be cutting me off, talking about this and that. I don't have respect for you, the same respect you don't have for me. So it doesn't matter. I'm gonna continue talking about what I want to talk about. This is my channel, okay? And no, this is the first and the last video I'm talking about Brandon and the situation on. That's the reason why I took the time to explain every single situation or every point. So now we got that podcast, and I'm being told that I'm not allowed to communicate my message. Okay. I'm not allowed to talk about anything that I want to talk about because of the fact it's hurting the feelings for the most part. Like it's disrespectful and it's making the podcast look bad. Okay. And it's going to get them blocked. Me speaking and having my freedom of speech. So at that point, this last live, which was the one with my friend, let's see what we got here. I already know. So, you know what I'll do? After I finish for the next, I'm going to be going for another half an hour. After I finish, I'll allow him to come in and speak. But after that, I'm done. After that, I'm done. But I'm going to still finish what I got to say here. Then I got to get to work. I'm running late already. So, that podcast episode was the last episode that I did. And I decided not to do any more with them. I didn't want to talk to them. I didn't communicate with anybody. I stayed away. And the thing is, on Facebook, okay, I was going through it. I was going through it in life. Not one time, as Brandon tries to put on here like he's this good friend, like he's trying to make it seem like he's literally, oh my God, I'm your best friend and I've been friends with you forever. Not one time did Brandon communicate with me for 2 years. And I tell you, let me make sure. So that way I'm not lying. Let me look at my text messages and see if Brandon reached out to me prior to that. Let me make sure that I'm not capping. I didn't talk to Brandon since 2022. Okay. And the last time we talked, he actually told me because, okay, I'm gonna be open with it. He literally texted me because I was texting him talking about how Allure tried to blame me for missing the episode of a show that would have been this channel. And, she's trying to blame it on me and when it was her misscheduling. So he comes at me talking down, and then he said, you're not being talked down to. You've been told what we discussed, and we literally made changes for you. If you feel some kind of way, whatever, that's on you. I only speak real with you. So then I come back at him and told him exactly what I wanted out of the channel, okay? And I already said that Allure's taking shots like that she didn't deserve because I got to speak on this fact because we're not making it seem like he was out here like freaking doing something big and making something happen for me because it wasn't, okay? I told him exactly what happened, and he literally, we were supposed to share a hotel room, and we decided not to. He decided not to. He said he'd get his own room, okay? And then that was the last time I talked to Brandon until February 22nd when he reached out to me. So here's the situation. And y'all can tell me in the chat. Now, in fact, let me focus in on the chat because now I'm about to get angered because he's trying to play victim right now, okay? We only hung out in classroom. We never hung out outside of the classroom, ever, in elementary school. I never talked to him outside of elementary school. And then I didn't talk to him from elementary school all the way up until 2022. We never talked. We never said a word. I don't remember talking to him before that. Other than for the podcast. And then when he was mad that I was feeling some kind of way and I didn't want nothing to do with the show and I wanted to come to freaking Charlotte, he never reached out to me again. We didn't talk for 2 years. But he wants to call himself my friend. What makes a friend? I gotta ask y'all in the chat. What makes a friend? Do you not talk to a friend for decades? Do you fall out with somebody and go 2 years knowing that they're going through some stuff with their friend just getting shot? And that's the reason why you left the show, because of that situation? And you don't reach out one time and ask, is she okay? Are you okay? Is that a friend? That's why I told him to his face yesterday, he's a fake. He's a fake friend because he's not a real friend. I didn't even have his number. I don't think you know what's crazy? I didn't have Brandon's number until he hit me up about coming on my YouTube channel. I never had his number. Ever. Never. We talked to each other on Facebook. Yep, Christina being there no matter what. If you're co-hosted on a channel, you can't do them dirty on a different channel. What are you talking about, James? I'm not co-hosting another channel. I don't know what you're talking about. And there's another comment from somebody. This is why I called him fake. When did I say anybody owed me anything? I said, don't call yourself my friend. You're not my friend. You're not my friend when you didn't talk to me for freaking a decade. Like, I'm going through some trauma right now because I had the first person in my life ever shot. Like, I was the first one I was at the hospital. Or I wasn't the first one, but I was the first one she called. I was there. That was traumatic. Never seen anybody shot before. She almost died. You didn't think to reach out. No, y'all thought to call me a predator. Did you hit him up when he went through his struggles? Once again, see, this is what I mean by fake. I didn't talk to him. I didn't talk to Brandon since elementary school. Like, I literally don't know nothing about Brandon. I didn't know what he was going through. Dude, I have not talked to Brandon since elementary school. And then when we were doing a podcast together, we never talked outside the podcast. I never texted him. We never called each other on the phone. Nothing. We were only talking on the podcast. That's the reason why I cringed every time he called himself my friend. Okay? You're going to sit here and call somebody a friend that you allow people to sit there and call me and call my ex like a nigger lover. And then you want to sit there and let some people talk about me, like having somebody that got shot that I care about. And I'm not supposed to be mad about that. But you're my friend and you want to take out and act like I'm the one that's wrong. And then you want to try to police me and take away my freedom of speech because at the time I was so weak that I didn't know how easy it was to create a YouTube channel and make it happen. You just got to be entertaining. I'm entertaining. I'm sorry. As I told you before, I'm going to bring the numbers off me just talking. I don't need nobody. And this is how it's going to be. I don't need nobody. I'm going to continue doing what I do. They might dip down to 20, but they're going to dip right back up. And I'm going to be at 80 to 100 by the end of next month. If anybody try to make it seem like they're being used for content, no. You're not that important. Fake would be calling yourself a friend when, once again, you literally disrespected me on my channel multiple times, and then you never checked on me at all when I was going through it with somebody being shot that I cared about. And then we never talked for decades. I never talked to you. Like, for the life of me, you know how many people come out of nowhere talking about hey, friend. Like, you literally never check for me. Friends, ones you can depend on, yes. I thought this was going to be different. But when he started trying to control me, and there's other stuff that I'm not going to say, but there's other stuff behind this whole situation that's nasty work. What is life? Nobody delete your comments. Y'all don't delete what is life comments. It could be what he is, fake. All good. At least y'all know how he is upset. We'll burn all the bridges. Burn what bridges? We didn't have a bridge. Brandon, You have been in my life for a month, and you told me to go do something with project management, but you never one time asked me what was my dream. You never believed in my YouTube channel. You never said, dude, why are you doing YouTube this way? What do you want to do with YouTube? You never believed in this as being my dream. I have a dream of being big in entertainment. This is my platform, my way of making it happen. You never thought of this as something I can do. You literally downed me by you telling me that I sucked in life for the most part to the public, that I sucked in life. I make money here and there, 10,000 here and there. You know, I'm a overnight job worker, whatever you call it, whatever you called it. That's what you decided to do. Talking about burning bridges, you decided to put me out there not knowing what I did in my past, what I got going on, what I'm trying to do here. And then you're going to have the audacity to try to associate yourself to something that's already doing good. No matter what, I'm already making money. And if it blows up, it's going to be blowing up because of me, not because of you, but you're going to try to take credit and act like you had a part in me blowing up, policing my communication, policing my vocab. And then when I blow up, you're going to try to act like you believed in it. You didn't believe in it because you believed in it. You would have allowed me to continue doing what I'm doing. This ain't a Lord's show. You were telling me to shut up on that show and be quiet and not make my points. Talking about we already talked about that. No, we're not doing that. That's why I take this personal. I'm tired of people acting like they cool with me, like we were tight. Like we were best friends. Like, dude, we were best friends. I just don't have no hate. I still don't have hate for you. But don't act like you were a friend. You weren't. We were just childhood friends. Childhood friends. Lost. I think you're a good person in some ways, but nasty in other ways that you know in the back of your mind what I'm talking about. But we're not going to go there. With what you said yesterday. Nasty work. This is the only real friend we can have for certain is ourselves. Oh, the only real friend we have for certain. You said, no, I got good friends. I mean, you know what's crazy? Even one guy, I'm not going to say who he is, but this guy is like family, but he's a friend too. And he tried to smash two of my chicks, like my girlfriends, behind my back and told them stuff to get them to break up with me so he could smash them. But I call him, you know, like he's still a friend of mine. Like, I can't truly say, other than Christina has done nothing to me because we fell out because of what I did, being disrespectful to her, wordplay, and etc. with that tour guide. Because I get it now. I was too dismissive. I should have understood their feelings. But Christina, at this point, are only two people I can say, to this point, have done nothing wrong to me that I would call a friend. Other than that, nobody else. You're right, Z-Dot. This is my channel. Appreciate that, U-Bar. Mad respect for you, bro. Keep your head up, following your dreams. That's what we're going to do. One day at a time. And you know, an audacity for somebody to come on my channel and you know, when I knew it was going bad, this is like an inside note. And y'all can call me, a mind, like you can call me a psychic. But you know, when I knew things were going to go bad, when he set up he set up the stream, but he made himself first. He put himself over here. He put himself over here, and he put me over here. When it's my channel, I always go over here. The channel host always is first. Even though he says I'm not humble and I don't have an ego, that I allowed that to happen. I literally told him he could do that. But I have an ego. But I knew something was going to go bad because I felt like he thought he was above me on my own channel. I thought that he thought too much of himself, that he had the audacity to put himself first on my channel, not knowing the disrespect that would be for you to even approach the channel owner, for them to go B side, you go A side, the channel host goes B side. Come on, man. They're not. Look, Christina, can y'all like? I don't know if y'all blocking comments. Don't block comments. It's all fine unless they're talking about something crazy. Oh yeah, I got a big megaphone. Yep, you got 51 people in here. We're good. Nab is for all the smoke. Nab ain't playing no games. Y'all made Nab angry. And Nab, if you and Christina want to come on here, y'all can just text me. I'll send y'all the link. Y'all can come on here. I'm not gonna waste time with Joe today. I think I owned enough people today. Look, wordplay. You and Nab, I'm assuming y'all both going at each other, so that's fine. But don't go at Christina because I didn't see anything, unless I'm wrong, of Christina going at you, wordplay. So just don't do Christina. But you and Nab, I mean, y'all both grown men, and I can't play favorites ultimately because I don't know what happened with y'all two. Okay, so I'm not gonna do that because that would be fake. Because if I play favorites, I would have to go Nab side, and that's just fake. So I don't know what y'all started y'all argument, but I'm gonna let y'all be. But just leave Christina out of it at this point because I'm assuming I don't see nothing of her coming at you. And don't delete each other's comments. Just leave them up. You know, it is what it is. We're grown. I'm actually not upset. I'm actually chilling. You're thinking high of yourself. Yep, razors. What it's like got his wrench removed. Uh, no, I didn't think Brandon could get me into tech. I would get myself into tech. I'm a grown man. Brandon gave me into tech, and I don't want to be in tech. I just allow myself to just see. Sometimes I follow the leader, which is stupid. When I follow the leader, it goes bad for me, and I don't want to get into tech. I want to get into the whole project management. What I've been doing already. I just wasn't doing it formally. I mean, now I'm going to be doing it formally because once I finish this Coursera course that I'm doing, um, we'll be there. I'm doing a Coursera course, and in the meantime, I'll be going down this campus coming up to start um, formal training for a year with this program that they offer. Wordplay ain't say nothing bad to me, even though Wordplay knows how I feel about him. With him going back and forth, based on trying to like start drama and start, people coming at me. And I saw that yesterday, but I'm not going to go at Wordplay because it's all good. He has a right to do that. It's all good. Just don't like play like we're cool and we're tight and we're all this and that when you be doing what you be doing in the chat. I don't like how hard is it to stay one way? Like how hard is it? You can disagree off of topics and stuff, but when it comes to like how you treat somebody, how hard is it to not go flip flop? Like we're living a weird world right now. Like I've never understood how people could just not flip flop. Like how hard is it just to be a stand up guy? I'm not talking about work. I'm talking about anybody. Like I've never just woke up in the morning like I don't want to rock with that person no more, unless they disrespected me or something. I've never like I just stopped talking to a person. I don't want to deal with the person. I never understood that. No, what is like I removed your wrench because of what you said to me. Look it up. You can click on your name. You can see the previous chats. That's why I removed the wrench. Plus, I removed it because you said you wasn't going to apologize for insinuating that she's my side chick. No, actually, Brandon reached out to me. I didn't reach out to Brandon. I didn't reach out to Laura. He reached out to me and told me that he wanted to. He reached out to me, and that's the reason why I ended up on my channel. All right. You know what? Nah, Jeremiah, I'm good. But you know what? Um, right here. So you want to go below the belt? And actually, I saw something that he said. No, Kylie girl, that's it. I told you what happened yesterday, and let me find this comment that I guess I just saw. I'm not working nothing out. He's done. Where is this at? Oh, looked like everybody's back. Looked like the gang's back. You know what's crazy, by the way? You know what's crazy? Um, what we're gonna look at? This guy literally tried to tell me how to do YouTube. Okay, he told me what works for YouTube, what gonna work for YouTube for me. He told me how to do. He was trying to tell me how to do YouTube. He was telling me how to handle the chat and all that. I just did YouTube the way I've been doing it for freaking 2 years on my channel, and I got 60 people watching on horizontal, and my chat is actually engaged right now more than it was the entire time with him. I'm talking about actual real people, not the people on vertical that the ego of you thought it made you think that you were more than that. You create a channel, nobody's going to your channel. That's the crazy thing about it. Literally, I did nothing different. I did nothing different than what I always do on YouTube. And I told y'all I'm going to bring my numbers going to get back up. And I told y'all I'm going to get my YouTube together. That's crazy. They're not crazy. That's just predictable. And you know what's crazy? Y'all got to say sorry to me. Y'all got to say sorry to me because this guy who's supposed to be my friend, okay? That guy's supposed to be he said he's my friend. Look at this. Even my enemy, I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even threaten that. This is the type of guy he is. And there's a lot more about this individual that I found out that I was going to cut him off anyway, not deal with him. I can't say it. I can't say anything, but there's a lot more that I'm not going to tell y'all, but I'm going to just be done with Brandon. It's over. But like, I'm happy it's over because there's a lot that I wish I could tell, but I can't. But like, this is the least of his problems that he literally would tell a person that he thinks that he associated as a friend and he would try to do something that would cause him to potentially go to jail, which it wouldn't, because last year I paid my taxes on all my gambling winnings. This year I'm going to pay my taxes on my gambling winnings because I did it in Vegas and it's all marked. So what's crazy is this is the person that y'all tried to say was my friend. A stand-up man wouldn't even threaten that. What is life? That's the stand-up man to threaten the IRS. Even he agrees. Definitely. We got a lot of comments. Y'all going in. All right. So what I'm gonna do now, hold on. Oh shoot. Torp did a 20-minute video on me. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Um, all right, so we're good. Because guess what? You know, the numbers are back up, the chat is engaged, we're good. And we just exposed a person before allowing that person to get more deep into my life. You know, that person behind the scenes disrespected me like no other. But we can't go there. So with that said, I'm gonna open up the chat to anybody that wants to jump on or to throw out a question that y'all want me to answer. What category are things about Brand? What category are things about Brandon and what he's done? I don't know. I didn't remove Brandon, but if he's gone, he can go. I don't care. Like I told y'all, this is how people come into my life. People come into my life, and this is how it happens. Craig, I'm gonna let you know right now, okay? I got 26 minutes left. Okay, Craig? If you jumped on here, Craig, it ain't gonna be no fuck shit, okay? It's gonna be a conversation. And the only conversation we're gonna have is why you took me asking or telling people about me, you and Wordplay doing a live together about how it's 50-50 and some men feel like they should pay all the bills. That turned into you disrespecting me in my relationship. Because I never came at you. I never disrespected you after the point of you coming at my son and I disrespected you back. But then at that point, I said, I have no issue with you. It's over. It's whatever. And I left it alone. I just didn't acknowledge you. We were good. We talked on the phone for a whole hour. I was in Walmart ordering a cake. We were on the phone for a whole hour. We were cool. Like literally, we were cool. And then you go and decide to like switch up and start talking about coupons and all this stupid stuff. You did that, not me. I showed you nothing but respect. Even though H-Way won that argument, like realistically won, I still defended you and I told you why he won. And I told you why, on the phone, I told you why I said what I said on the video I put out. I gave you both credit, even though he won the argument. If you think about it, because he's younger than both me and you, he's about to be educated, he's not in debt, and he's about to own a home that he's going to be putting down a deposit on in California without having any debt. Unlike me and you, we own cars, or you own a car, I own a bike, which is debt. So he won that argument. No big deal. You won't be kicked, but if you go disrespectful or become disrespectful, you're going to get booted. Here's the thing I want you to understand. I'm not doing panels no more. That's over with. If we're going to have one-on-ones, I'll let people, I got 26 minutes. I'll let people come up for 5 to 7 minutes. If we got somebody waiting and you got to come on, say your piece, and you bounce. But I'm not doing no panel because it's pointless because people don't know how to behave. And now that my channel's popping, y'all ain't about to start trying to act like y'all wanted to come on. Because when I was at 20 people watching, nobody was asking to come on. So right now, okay, we got Maverick in here. Shout out to Maverick. What's going on, man? Your audio ain't there. We can't hear you. Or is that my computer? Let me check. It might be me. Or we'll know with Hot Facts. Hot Facts, say something so I can know if it's me or if it's his audio.
Yo.
Okay, it's Mav. So I got Mav, you might have to go in and out because your audio ain't working. We can't hear you. So I'm going to try, even though I just said I was going to do a panel, I'm going to try to do this, and we're going to try to just, be sane here. Because I know Hot Facts, you already know how to do this without, cutting and people off and doing all that. So
Can you hear me now, Dennis?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So the
Okay.
question I have for both of you guys, I'll start with Matt. Would somebody be a friend if they, once you, I guess, you're not friends no more? Because I said I just don't rock with them no more. I didn't say I hate them. I didn't say I dislike them. So would a friend, after you say you don't want to rock with them no more, threaten to do something to put you in jail? Which ain't going to put me in jail because I pay my taxes, so it doesn't matter.
I know some people here are going to say I'm a cheerleader. I would never do that myself. I mean, my brother's obviously been to Russian jail for about a month, and I know people personally have been to prison. One of my mom's cousins went to prison for drug narcotic trafficking some years ago up in St. Louis, Missouri. But not with unless it was like if the person wasn't being serious, like if they were just making like blatant threats, Dennis, that would be a different situation. Maybe he's not really being serious about it, but he's obviously known you much, much longer than I have. So there's limitations to what I could say. But in general, I don't really like using like the strong arm of the government to threaten people. People know that, my students know this in the schools that I've worked at, that I tend to prefer like handling stuff on my own. They'll tell you, Mr. Johnson is my last name, that I really try to confront issues on my own. I don't like getting deans involved. I don't like getting certainly not like resource officers who are basically cops. I try to do stuff on my own. When I was growing up, my parents never once called the cops on any issue they ever had, which nowadays some of this stuff probably some people would have done. But as I said, each situation is different, context is different, and each relationship is different.
Okay. Well, what do you think, Hot Facts, in regards to like, if you were a friend of somebody and you guys have fallen out, but it ain't, the only thing I did was talk about and communicate what I feel we got going on, like why he's not a friend. I don't know if you watched the whole live. Pretty much I showed, okay, so Craig, that's fine now. That's fine. You can come on, Craig. Okay. That's all.
Let me go ahead and just Dennis, let me go ahead and just do it like this, because we got to break down a few separate things in this thing here. Obviously, you guys are friends. We all know.
We're actually not. That's the point. Like,
all right. Well, let me put it like this then. I'll rephrase. Working partners. Okay, working partners. You were working partners. Now the working partner relationship there, if someone sees you in that relationship as a little bit more than working relationship, then at no point should any of the threats come out, especially with taxes and things like that. Normally, psychologically, what someone would do is like to use things like that and throw them up because there is something about you that they would like to have themselves. And that's just every person in life in general. Okay. Some people can give advice and give constructive criticism, but the downfall, they'll say, how come you can't accept constructive criticism or think that's going to help? But when someone counters them to say, well, I've been doing it like this or this and that, they have a problem getting the reciprocal of the critical criticism, and they don't like to hear that back. So someone wants to be more empowered than someone else, not necessarily business-wise, but over how everyone is viewing the situation. Someone wants the situation to make it look like it's shining more on them. Now, what can happen is if he goes in, gets more viewers, it's because of how he goes against you and you go against him. So it'll work him out by himself. But you also got to understand this. A good show has an antagonist, okay? You need someone that really is opposite of you, but someone who knows how to keep it in the confines of the game. Do you get what I'm saying?
I understand that. No, you make a good point there. I'll tell you, I think, see, this is the problem. I think the problem that that I'm facing with this channel is that he came on to more so assist me in creating content, but he turned it into making it about how he wanted my YouTube to go. He didn't understand that this is like my 5th or 6th time in the past year of redoing my channel and going away, and then my numbers always go back up. I'm doing horizontal now, and now this is actually, to get paid. But the problem is, when I say he's not my friend, what I mean is in middle school, we were cool in elementary school, but I didn't see him since he left town elementary school. He literally went away to Florida, he said, whatever. And I didn't talk to him again. And outside of elementary school, I never said a word to him. We never hung out. And then to wrap that all up, I never spoke a word to him until 2022 when we did a podcast show together. And, we did the show together, and then we fell out because he started trying to police my communication and my language, telling me I can't talk about women in a certain way because I'm pretty much being nasty to women. He said I got to stop doing that because I was offending the women on the show. And after that, then my friend got, shot, and that's when, I left the show, and he didn't call me like, yo, you know what, that was messed up that they were all attacking you and her, talking about, how she's bad and she, her shooting happened because of what she did, which she didn't do nothing wrong. He didn't reach out to me as a friend should. I would have did the same for him. He decided to just be mad at me with the Allure because I left the show and I didn't want to go to Charlotte to hang out with them after they did what they did, or she did and they did what they did, and nobody came to offer any sentiments to the situation. I was angry. My friend, I was the first one she called. I was in the hospital with her thinking she was about to die. It was literally under an inch away from an artery that she would have been out of here. So my thing is I don't consider him really, because of that situation, all of that, I don't consider him a friend. I consider him a childhood friend, but not a friend that I would call and say, hey. But now in the past month, he became a friend because he did not overstep. He wasn't telling me how to do my YouTube. He wasn't policing me, telling me not to do my chat. He wasn't telling me how I need to communicate, in regards to my message about black on black crime and all this stuff. So, he, the past week, decided to overtake and try to make the channel about him and try to tell me how to do YouTube and all that. And that's the reason why we're here now, because yesterday he went out of bounds by telling me on my channel, multiple times he called me an asshole the day before yesterday, but then yesterday to hit me with that pinky comment, and then to tell me that I'm pretty much a loser because I'm telling people in the chat I'm a loser, or they're losers who are hating on me. I'm not knowing that these people are haters. That's the reason why we're here right now. And then once again, no phone call because I haven't talked to Brandon. So that's what's going on right now. So that's the reason why I had to explain. I wasted a whole hour explaining me and Brandon's relationship in the past and now and all that, because he made it seem like he's like my long lost friend or lifetime friend. I have not talked to this man in 20 years, 23 years, prior to 2022. So I'm confused.
Dennis, one thing I'll tell you this. Then Dennis, you, myself, and Trader came in the same class. Us three, right? We came in with people saying what you guys do is never gonna work. You guys can't do your channels how you want to do them. We all got hit with the same thing, right? Well, look at it. I'm at 12.6K. You're at 13.6K. And Trader's up in the 20s right now. But we all started off at just about the exact same time. Can't no one tell no one how to do YouTube because it's all on the fly. You adjust, you make adjustments, you audible, and it changes all the time. One way is not going to work the same way for the continuous time that you have on there. That's not the way it's going to be. And to this day, I'm revamping every single day, just like you. You know, some people got to understand that who you're working with and figure out what their work ethic is like. Some people are looking at trends and what they got to do to make themselves stay relevant on top of everything else. You guys got to realize all of that. You can throw your troll comments in and do all this and that. You can do all that. But just understand that you guys don't have channels and can't no one give advice, especially to each his own here. If you don't have a channel, you can't give advice. If you have one that's not as good as somebody else's, you can give suggestions, but you can't tell them exactly what to do because you haven't done it yet. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yep. You want to add, Maverick?
Can everyone hear me here?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with Hot Facts. I mean, my channel, of course, has gone down a bit. I'm at around just under 7,000 subs. I had around, I think it was 9,000 2 years ago. In my space, so I was on track to be one of the biggest in the area, like in 2020 or 2021. And unfortunately, like yourself, Dennis, I diverged a bit rather than be more myself. And if people think I'm like a cheerleader, they can watch my videos from like the highest viewed videos, and they'll be amazed at how different like the style is. But in this situation, I don't really like to. I don't want to have beef with people if there's no reason to. I just want to enjoy my time here and whatnot. But you're definitely making good headway, Dennis. You're almost at 14,000 subs. I think you'll be close to 20,000 subs at the end of the month. And potentially by the end of the summer, you could be at 50 to 100,000 subs.
I appreciate you giving me that boost of confidence. But
not to sound like a cheerleader, but something else like Hot Facts has pointed out. I'd be lying if there's not like drama in the picture. I mean, it definitely adds a level of interest to these videos. Some of my biggest viewed videos, I have probably 15 videos with over 30,000 views. My biggest video is based on Canada. It has like 98,000 views. Having like some element of drama, whether it's positive or negative, definitely makes it more entertaining. And you have to kind of work with that. I mean, Donald Trump obviously used that to his advantage now for many years to boost his name and whatnot. But it's not to say also, as this fella had just pointed out, do you like if you're trying to make a business relationship or a personal relationship more important, that's also a question, because some people do realize this is more a business, so that beef that they have on air might not actually really be the same as when they're not on video. So that's something else to keep in mind. But beyond that, it's each person and each channel is different. So I'll just leave it at that.
I'll say this. You're absolutely spot on there. And by the way, what Hot Facts said too, spot on. You got to evolve, you got to change, and you got to go with the flow. See, what people don't understand is the reason why my channel always declines is because I start hot and then I get up there and then I go away. So it's never going to eclipse the 100 or 80 to 100 people concurrently at a time. That's pretty much my peak. My highs was 150 at a time for the most part. So what I'm trying to do now is focus on, putting out better, Winston content, but just better videos to get people to tune in again. Because this format right here, to where I'm just on here horizontal chat's easier, to use. It's more clean. Make sure you hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. But this format is my wheelhouse. It's better because I'm actually talking and engaging with real people, not like a bunch of bots and a bunch of like random people that's going down, swiping down. So it makes a better conversation. I literally explained every aspect of what Brandon and me, what I feel went wrong. I explained it on this video, and I kept it respectful, for the most part, until he jumped on and started acting crazy, And my thing is, when I showed the people, I was showing them the past, the reason why I didn't want to rock with Brandon, and I felt some kind of way, but I forgive and forget with everybody, and I forgave him, and I allowed him to come on my channel again. And, he did the same thing he tried to do on a Laura show, which is with me, though, because remember, her show is me and her. But then I told her I didn't want to be a host. I'll let Brandon do it or somebody do it because, I don't have time and I didn't like the way she was doing it. So he decided to like try to take over, my show and make it what he thought was best. And still to this point, my chat, you see, I've been responding to the chat. The chat is not as negative as normal.
No. One the thing is, like, you have different faces. Like my students, for example, I'll lay down the law, so to speak, like in terms of when it's necessary. Like I said, I don't like bringing outside parties, but I will certainly discipline. And here in this part of the country, there are some really bad students, like in this Alabama, West Florida area. So people who think that, like, oh, I'm just a cheerleader for Dennis. No, why say I've not had issues with you or anything like that. And also it goes back to, like, there's different faces for different environments. Like if I'm with my students or if I'm doing my own video work or on here, it's you approach each situation different. And at the end of the day, it's have you ever heard of Andrew Henderson from Nomad Capitalist, Dennis?
Nope, never.
Okay, that's a YouTuber to check out, and he it's interesting in his channel, similar to what you were saying, his progression and how he had to transform over time. He made a lot of adjustments and stuff per his channel. Now he's at around 700,000 subscribers, I think. I started watching him when he was at like 30,000 subs. But it all goes back to that question of like growth and whatnot. Also you obviously need to make money from like YouTube or from your media company, and that's something people don't sometimes realize. At the end of the day, it's a business, and you have to make money to continue pushing forward. This isn't like a not-for-profit that it's not like some charity, so to speak. You saw Candace Owens, for example, just broke away with Ben Shapiro, and I have to applaud her for standing up to Ben Shapiro and his beliefs. And yeah, if she had continued her being linked to him, could have probably made some really big money this year. But honestly, being independent, Candace Owens, like in 5 years, could make way more money. Like you saw with Tucker Carlson.
They're doing it on their own.
Yep. Yeah, and she obviously stood up to what she knew was right, which I have to applaud her on. Hopefully, eventually, she'll be on your show. I think if you get your channel to the right size, I think it's possible. Like
It takes. I'll say this before I let Rage go ahead and do what he's about to do. You got to understand. This is the whole point. What people don't understand. YouTube is hard. You're not waking up, blowing up. What happens with YouTube and any social media platform is you have to be consistent, you have to be aggressive, and you have to be talented. And that's something that, the talent, I wouldn't say I all the way have. I'm learning to be better on the fly. This consistency I don't have because I keep going away multiple times. And then you have to be aggressive, and I'm not aggressive enough. So we're gonna get there. But go ahead, Rach. Let's welcome. Let's hear what you have to say.
Hey, How you doing, Dennis?
Hey, Rage.
How's it going?
Yep, I'm good. I appreciate you. And the reason why I'm gonna tell you guys in chat, the reason why I respect and no matter what he's about to say, let him come on because he shows his face and he's not behind an
My
emoji
ugly face.
picture.
My ugly
yeah, you
face, right? Yeah.
You actually, it's crazy though. You actually don't look as bad as I thought. No,
I don't know
seriously,
if I should take that as
you're
a compliment or what.
no, your icon that you got, you look kind of like you look like you're 45, 50 years old. Like you look like a hunter. Right now, you look actually kind of clean.
Okay.
But go for it.
All right. So, yeah, I feel like anybody that tries to give you any type of constructive criticism or just like any channel advice or anything, they just immediately become an enemy to you. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like BVAS is just trying to help you and like keep things in a moderate, frame. But then like you just kind of spiral out, and then it's just like a dick measuring contest with like, I got this amount of money, I got that, I'm gonna stand on my money and look how tall I am. Like it's just ridiculous, dude. Like you need to like your platform has like flopped to like so many different avenues in the past like 3 months. Like you need to pick a lane and just drive down it. Obviously not doing rideshare because that's like not profitable and the views aren't there, but like I don't know, find something and then just stick with it because like every stream you do just derails into like this massive just shit fest. I don't know.
Okay.
Dude.
Well, okay. So first off, appreciate that. Coming on respectful. And by the way, guys, as I told you before, like only reason why with you, Rage, and we'll keep it a buck. I've even started going back with you because, what Stoic and the other guy did, okay, with doxing. I was not okay with that. So when I saw you on their chat, I didn't know if it was you or not. I was shocked. I thought we didn't have any issues. So when I saw that, it caught me off guard. So when I saw you in my chat, I think Furby, I don't know if she was confused when I was asking her if that was really you or not in his chat. But I took offense to that because they were literally talking about pulling up to my kid mom house. And I thought you thought more of me or anybody for a man to be threatening a woman and kids. That's the only reason why I even started to going back and forth with you. But to address what you just said, first off, it wasn't standing on no money. That was a lie. That was a joke. Secondly, a guy that you think would be egotistical and whatever such as me would not, first off, put out videos of him sleeping in a car. He would not talk about the struggle of going to get a job, like a job that's only paying $25,000 a year. I'm a regular person. I'm a regular human being. But the problem I face is my channel, no consistency because I build it up, I get in a rhythm, but then I allow people to come on to change my mindset to do something different. And then it goes astray. And then I try to reel it back in. And then those people, the people that come on that thought they were helping me, they become foes because they're not happy that I don't want to do it the way they want me to do it. Now with Brandon yesterday, me and Brandon talked behind the scenes, okay? He was supposed to come on to do content with me, more of the smart content. I'm a dummy. He's going to talk about knowledgeable stuff with science and with, politics and all that. But when I was on that other podcast with him, he did not want me to talk about women because we had a bunch of women on the panel and I was talking the truth about women. But I wasn't allowed to talk about women. He said I couldn't talk about my own experience. He was policing me. So I told him, he knew that he was not to do that on my channel. I'm going to talk about whatever I want to talk about. But you saw when I was talking about the fact that 13% of the country accounting for 50% of the murders and homicides, he was okay with it. He was shaking his head. He was okay. But now all of a sudden that I'm doing that on my channel because I'm trying to make it known that this is happening. I'm trying to work my way up to where I can actually make change. He doesn't like that behavior. He doesn't want that now. And that's the gripe of our situation right now. He's mad because I'm talking about Black issues in a way that he doesn't like. And then forget about that because maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe that's wrong. But he doesn't realize the chat. And yes, Rage, you're just having fun. You're cooking me, trying to cook me in the chat.
I troll all the time.
Yeah. You're a normal person. I already know you told me that when you first came on, you troll. But here's the problem. He doesn't understand. He called spitting facts. He called like 4 people supporters. When in reality, these people have talked about women, not just Cali Girl, but, just women, kids. They've degraded me, said things about me. And because they don't come at his neck, he wants me to forget and forgive and not go back at him. And he doesn't realize that's part of YouTube. You have to sometimes when you're a small channel, you have to give entertainment to the 10 people that's in the chat to get them to continue engaging. So that's the fallout. Like, he's mad that I'm doing that. So instead of just talking to me behind the scenes, he decided to call me asshole, and he decided to do the whole pinky ring, more success. I literally gave him credit. I said, dude, you're a successful guy. You're successful in tech. You're more successful than me. That would be him being, not being humble. The fact that he threw that out there when he brags about everything he does every time he comes on my channel, what he done in the past. And I never called him out and said, dude, you're egotistical. Why you got to talk about how you're the top guy in software engineer? You don't have to do that. You could have just said, hey, I'm what I am. The point of the matter is, I don't feel like I got an ego. I don't feel like I'm not humble. But I mean, you tell me, do I come off like I think I'm better than people? But when I'm literally making 25 to 50,000 a year, I've never said I'm making a lot of money. I mean, actually, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this question: 25,000 a year. That's the biggest gripe argument.
Okay.
As men in your 30, me in my situation having kids, most men in their 30s have kids. Would you say that a man, because most men live in bigger cities, we got small little towns, but we're talking about the average man. $25,000, is he working hard enough?
Well, I mean, like, someone brought this up in your chat, I think either yesterday or the day before that. It depends on the area that you're living in. 25K,
Absolutely.
like I live in Tennessee now, right? I lived in New York, which is like the most expensive fucking state besides California. And like, there's parts of Tennessee where you can have 25K and own a house and live comfortably, and there's parts of Tennessee where that's nothing. You could scrape by with that. It's all dependent on where you're living and what you're doing for your money. Like 25K where I'm living at, that's shit. I haven't made 25K a year since I was like 17. Like that's garbage, dude. Like I don't see how anyone could sustain their life at 25K a year.
So why can you say that? But why can't
country?
Let me ask you this one question, and you go right after. Why is it okay for you to say that? I know you said at first people can live, which I said the same thing. Some people can live like in Youngstown, 25,000 a year. But why can't you say what you just said? Like, that's what I said, but they don't call you an asshole.
They can call me an asshole. I am an asshole. I don't care.
That's the whole point of me and Brandon beef. Like, he's not going to call you an asshole. He's probably going to say, "Oh, he's just speaking his mind." I'm just speaking my opinion. It ain't fact. But go ahead, Matt, if you want to touch on that.
Well, can we address like the stream drama of like when I was on that other stream? Because like that's still bothering me. Like, I was literally like watching you and then saw that these guys were online talking shit about you and then also talking shit about my girl and myself. So I decided to interject and hop in their stream and correct a few things. And someone in your Discord, I guess, saw that I was on their stream and then like relaying all these messages to you. And then all of a sudden the next day I'm like the villain of the week for you. It's like every viewer that you've had on, like those previous guys like Ski Mask and all those. And then now it's going to be Brandon. Like, everyone seems to be like, we're cool. And then all of a sudden we do something slightly wrong. And then now, I mean, granted, what he said, I see triggered you quite a bit. Personally, that wouldn't have bothered me at all. But it's just like, it was just like immediately attack, like he's against me when I was in the other guy's stream, like just commenting. I think I commented 3 times in the whole stream. And then now there's like attack rage face.
No, let me tell you exactly why that happened, because I don't know if you talked to your girl about the situation, but prior, like 2 days prior to you going on that, on being on that channel, they were attacking Furby. And I literally stopped my whole Discord and said, Furby is not to be disrespected. She has done nothing to nobody. She's positive energy. You can go. And they were feeling some kind of way because they felt like I took her side, like I'm trying to get at her, but I wasn't, obviously, because she showed you the messages. Never tried to get at her. So she goes and they tried to say that I was like team, group, just trying to defend her, be a white, whatever you call them, like
white knight,
simp, whatever. Yeah, white knight. There you go. So like Furby then reached out to me on Instagram and she wrote a long message talking about how, my channel, like Discord is stupid. These people are disrespectful and blah, 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 blah. So I told her, I'm like, I didn't know this happened. I was asleep, blah, blah. And I go look at the messages and I saw they were trying to call her transgender and all this nasty stuff because they were just, beta males, the new incel dudes that were literally upset that they couldn't have her. So instead of saying, I want you, I can have you, they said, hey, I'm going to disrespect and say you're ugly to make myself feel better. That's what they're doing to her. So I told her, I'm like, no, I'm going to nip this in the bud because I'd rather have you be a part of my Discord, you and Christina, than them. So I went on the Discord and I'm defending her and I'm writing her back and forth, like thinking, you know, I'm standing up for her, you know, because she's positive, they're negative. And then like 2 days later, like they took to that channel to start doxing me, doxing Craig. And I don't know if they doxed you guys, but they went there. So when I went on there, because people, yes, they let me know in the Discord you were on that Discord. So when I went on there, I saw a message and you said something like Dennis is a manic idiot or something. Yeah, low-cal. He's low-cal. And you pretty much, the insinuation was you were like rocking with what they were doing. And they were literally talking about my son showing up to the house, looking through his window, and my kid mom, like sharing her address. That's the reason why I took that personal. Like, hold on, I just defended this man's woman because of the fact she like didn't deserve this disrespect. And I'm wondering why you didn't come on and do it, but you shouldn't care because you could just tell her not to come on my channel no more. We're done. Wash your hands with it. But the point of the matter is, I thought that we had, because I just talked to your mom that like the few days before your mom was on, we were vibing. I thought we were all cool. So when I defended the whole Furby situation and like I saw you like okay with them disrespecting me, I'm like, Furby, is this Rage Face? I'm so confused. This is a fake account. And she didn't respond. And then I came on YouTube and I'm like, Furby, was that Rage Face? I'm so confused. He was literally talking about my low-cal and like he was agreeing with these guys, with them, you know, the whole them dick doxing me and calling me an idiot for the most part. And she was like, well, it ain't my responsibility to know what Rage Face is doing, blah, blah. She starts going off. I'm like, I just asked you a question so I know where I'm at. Like, why am I talking to you in private messages about this situation when your husband, or I don't know if your boyfriend, girlfriend, you got married yet, but he's going in on me on a channel of people like who were just disrespecting you, and I was defending you. And that was one of the reasons why they went on the channel, because I defended Furby, and then I pretty much made a video about them. And then that was one of the biggest issues, Furby, and then it was me doing a video just destroying the dude. So that's the reason why that happened with you, if that makes sense. That's the reason why I felt the kind of way that I felt. I'm like, what did I do? You know, I thought we were cool.
Yeah, I just gave you $50 like 2 weeks before that. No,
I know. That's why I was confused. Like I was literally confused, but I didn't know you're an asshole. Like you just said.
I feel like I got a little mad because you allowed this to happen with these people. You had them on this panel all the time. You had this thing going with them, and then they became like enemies, and then they started attacking me and my girl, calling her a tranny, and said she was like a fucking transvestite and all this other stuff, and like that made me mad, and I had to intervene and like correct them on this shit. But like it was like I typed like 3 things in the chat. I mean, it's kind of you are a low-cal to me, to be honest. Like I enjoy watching your content because it's like you never know like what's gonna come out of your mouth. You're doing like this whole Jesse Lee Peterson bit. Like that man is fucking idiotic. He is like one of the most stupidest human beings on this planet. And
he is.
And like I don't know. It's just funny to me. Just it's content. It's consuming funny content.
No, I mean he is a troll. But I don't know. Did Furby tell you that? Like, first off, the beef with those guys started like a week before. Like a week before that happened. Did she tell you that literally
I kept like talking shit to Unfriendly Stoic? Like the way you were talking to that man was just like I don't know. I did go too far towards that. I did, but it was the fact that he is not anything what he was promoting. He literally has nothing going on, and he was literally every time I tried to be positive about something going on in my life accomplishment, he would always down it and say, "You're still a loser because this, or you're still going to be broke, or you're still this or that." And that's the reason why I should have blocked them and just left it alone, but I kept allowing them on the panel, and that was a misstep on me. I shouldn't have did it. But I will say, Furby, I disrespected her at one point. You remember, like months before I realized how ignorant I was being with women. And it wasn't directly to her; it was just women. But I literally defended her immediately. Told Stoic he can go away, which is why he went away. I blocked him off Discord. So that's why I was confused. But yeah, this content that I make, like Jesse Lee Peterson, me doing the blacks and all that, it's all comedy. But at the same time, that. Like I feel like some of like you've had videos in the past where you talked about like I can't go to a gym anymore because the blacks are shooting it up and like all this other shit. Like, dude, I watched that video and I was like disappointed in you as a human. Like for you to say something like that as a black man, to like be like hating on other black people so much. It's just
Hold on,
it's
what was
gotta
the hold on,
grow.
what was the story? Hold on, what was the story?
It was a video you made about like we can't have anything nice. I don't remember the title of it or what video it is. I can look it up. But
Oh
like,
no, and
that's a
that
lot of work.
Rage Face. Rage Face, if you're black, yeah, I remember that video. You know why? Because as a business owner at the time, with that nightclub, you do realize that when we have bars or we have event centers or whatever, that situation actually I remember it was in California. It was in LA. They had a college career fair. And you had like 5 or 6 fights that happened. And now they're requiring any event that's like, it's racist what they're doing now. They're talking about any minority event. You got to have special insurance. You got to have a certain amount of cops. You got to have a certain amount of security. You can't afford that because, most minorities are low income and can't afford, especially when you're talking about college, you can't afford to have events for black kids to have the advantage in regards to going to college. But now it's all diminished because of a small few of group individuals who decide to fight anywhere we go. And this happens all over, like all of our events. That's the reason why I made that video, because it needs to be talked about. Like I dealt with it with the bar I had, the nightclub I had, the nightclubs I ran, the event center in Youngstown. It was called the freaking Standby Auditorium. They wouldn't allow, after the mayor of Pittsburgh daughter got punched by a freaking thug, they stopped allowing hip hop, R&B, any events that are black. The fashion show, nothing. That's the only venue that holds over 2,000 people. That is affordable. And that's the reason why I made that video, because this is an example of the fact that we keep costing ourselves things because we're not holding the small few people to count. Like you guys are being violent. But because we are not talking about it and we call anybody that talks about it, we call them Uncle Tom Coon. Those people, they lack personal responsibility. And if you being white, if you had to deal with your venues not venues not allowing you to have career fairs, not allowing you to have like fashion shows, you need that entertainment in any culture. And in our culture, black culture, we can't have anything because people are always fighting. That's why I made that video, because I was angry because they literally said no more black career fair unless they do all this stuff, insurance, cops. That's the reason why I made the video. So I'm sorry I was angry. I did the video, but that's the truth.
You don't have to apologize to me, dude. Like,
no,
you don't have to apologize to
everybody.
anyone. Like it's your content that you're putting out. It's your opinion. Like you don't have to apologize for your own opinion. Like I don't know. It's like not just the black community. It's every community. Like I've lived in many places. I lived in Tennessee. I lived in Virginia. I lived in New York. I lived like right outside of Washington D.C. Like that place is rough. And
yeah, I lived there too.
It's not just black people. It's every fucking it's every human. Like it stems from poverty. It stems from poor education. It doesn't stem from race. There are good people out there no matter what like background they come from. It's just when people are in dire situations, they're gonna do whatever it takes. Like you're the amazing hustler, right? You're gonna do whatever it takes to get the bag. Like I don't know, dude. That's my take.
I don't know if you remember, but here's the thing. You had in Venice Beach, I was stuck outside, like waiting for these women to get out of my car because it was a shooter, whatever you call it, people that he was on a balcony shooting randomly at people, and like there was probably 50 cop cars, and like the SWAT came in, everybody was there. I mean, it was a mess, and they blocked every street off. And I talked about it at the beginning of his life that was a white guy. And usually white guys, they are doing like random shooting people for no reason. Usually black guys, it's usually either robbery or we know who we're going to kill, but we kill. And that's just a fact. So I'm saying everybody does certain crime. And when white people, when they do their crime, it's usually stereotypical of white people. But when black people do crime, it's stereotypical of black people. But to say that white people deal with the same issues when you know that we can count, when was the last time there was a fight at a career fair that was majority white? I mean, it would be on the news. Like it never happened in the past decade. I mean, you never
the news specifically targets minorities. They're not going to put out anything on a white person doing anything bad unless it's like a school shooting. Like the media is there to corrupt the minds of the right and left wing viewers to make them think a certain way. They're not going to just all these stories of like, oh, there was like a shooting at some store and it was a white dude. Like they're not going to say anything like that. Like they're pushing a certain narrative. Like that's what it is.
Okay, so if that's the case, why is it that when I went to when I was in middle school, went to a majority black school, 98% elementary majority black school. I had to fight because I got bullied until I was 6th grade. I stood up for myself because my stepdad said, "You whoop my ass about it," and fight because I gave some money away. I stole from him. Never stole again after that, and I had to fight literally like 4 times, a year, 7th and 8th grade year. So I then go to Cheney, which is majority white school. Never even thought about fighting. It was a laugh. If anybody fought, you laughed. Like literally, you would the principal would come pull the people apart and say, "You shit in my office." But like in the black schools, you have literally fights that the whole classroom gets destroyed, lunchroom gets destroyed. Everything's just all bad. And what I talk about on my channel is that's culture. I don't like to say people because I don't think anybody that looks like me wake up thinking I'm going to whoop some ass today or I'm going to like destroy something. But, when I was a kid, I was 18, 19, I know what I used to get into, like with other people to where like if somebody's fighting, we would run to the fight, watch, and maybe like, grab some stuff off the shelves and run out the store. We used to do that ignorant stuff because that was just part of what we just thought was okay. So what I'm saying is on this channel, we got to change the culture to where we got to get black folks to stop thinking that this behavior is normal. Because it ain't gonna change unless we talk about it. Like it ain't the same with white venues compared to black venues, and we can't always blame poverty unless we're pushing men to make over $25,000 a year. I don't get it. Like when are we gonna just face facts that you have the same exact events, but if you have all black people at this event, all white people, more than likely you're gonna have to have cops outside because somebody's probably gonna get beat up or shot at the end of the night. It never fails.
Well, I get Dennis. Like, I'll speak facts here. What you're saying is correct, and I know some of these viewers aren't going to like it. Like in the classroom, I've physically had to intervene in fights at middle and high school, and I would say all but one of those people were black students. There was one that was like Hispanic, or maybe 2. They were all black students. So no question. Like at the school level, that is 100% correct. I in an environment that's basically half white and half black, it's probably a little more, maybe 60% black. So I see it like every single day. But with that said, no question, some of that is probably integrated into the culture in the fact they don't really see this as being a professional environment. They don't see this. They kind of look at these environments and confuse them, or I don't know what the proper way to say it, but with that said, it's it's bad. Like there isn't any room for that kind of behavior. I don't know if you guys have been in like middle or high school environments recently with a high number of non-white people. I'm not going to, because whites are basically the minority now at this point in America. So I don't refer to whites as the minority as the majority, because they're really the minority. And like, for people under the age of 40, but like I said, if you go to any like school, especially if it's, even if it's like in a fairly large or middle-sized city and there's a lot of black students, no question, you're going to see definitely more fights. I don't know if you've been in a school environment, Rach, where, I know you seem to be pretty well tuned in, Dennis, because of your son and daughter, but it's terrible. With that said, though, there are some very bad white students, no question.
Oh yeah,
and
school shooters end up being white students.
So
absolutely,
when I grew up in Tennessee and I went to elementary school through high school, I lived in 2 different areas, right? I lived in a very, I guess you could say, kind of segregated area where the high school was, 50% white, 50% black. Even the town was kind of split off. There was an area that they called the Valley where a majority of African-American people lived at, because it was designed in kind of like a redlining situation where past this one certain sector was all just like public government housing type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to that school and it was like, it was great. Like I had never had a negative interaction, but then on the other side, when I went to school up in the sticks where it was 100% white and they were like just rednecks and just like country folk, there was a sect of people in that school that thought that they were part of the Bloods, and it was violent, and there was a lot of fights, and it was always like negative interaction. And I got bullied because I wore blue to school. Sometimes I wore a blue shirt, therefore I'm apparently a Crip, and then they would target me, and it was just like it
sounds similar to my time up in Minnesota, right, Trace? Not to I was in a small town in like northern Minnesota where my dad came from, and it was actually kind of similar, mostly white. And I kind of saw some of the same. I'm 31. I don't know what your age is, but
I'm 33.
Okay, so kind of same generation.
Yeah,
we're all millennials here.
Yeah. Well, Dennis is a little older than us, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'm 37. I'm old.
Boomer.
So question, Rage. You just, because I missed the beginning of it. You said the Bloods. You're talking about you went to black school when you had to deal with the Bloods and all that?
No, that was in an all-white school. That was
so the whites were Bloods.
Yeah. This was an all-white school. There was not a single person that was of any other complexion than mine at that school. And it was it was not a good time.
See, here's the thing. I know that bullying happens more in anything white schools. You know, you have a lot of bullying because you see it in movies, and it's like based off of like, you know, getting stuffed in lockers and all that. So I won't say that white schools aren't violent also. But what I'm saying is, you know, I guess let's make it my experience. I gotta start saying my experience. And by the way, guys in the chat, y'all can understand, it ain't me kissing up to the white man or whatever, white men or whatever. It ain't that. What it is I said at the beginning of this live that if I did this, I wanted it to be a respectful conversation. You understand? Like when they come on, why is it that when they're on here, they're not yelling, screaming, and they're coming with points? He just beat my point because he dealt with, you know, Blood members in a white school.
They weren't really Bloods. These kids were in like 8th and 9th grade. They thought they were in a gang, but it was all derived from violence. That's all it is. They wanted it to be something.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, you came with that point, but they don't understand that the other people that come on my channel, they don't come with just, they don't come with the energy of just talking, having a conversation. They come with, you were wrong because this, that, and this, and it's all emotion. You literally faced that situation with those people trying to beat you up. I faced, and I've been doing all, like when I was in entertainment, I was doing all black events because I feel like black folks deserve, you know, more in Youngstown because the majority, Youngstown's majority white, majority black. The suburbs is white. They didn't give black folks any entertainment. We would have like a library show or something, but we didn't have like Lil Wayne or somebody coming until I started bringing people down. So, you know, my thing is the reason why, because whenever it happens, you have violence. So my channel, I'm going to do a better job at not beating up on a particular race, which we black. I'm going to try to be better at beating up more so on Democrats and beating up on, you know, just bad people, because that guy that was shooting, the active shooter yesterday, that was in Della Marina, right, whatever it's called, in Venice Beach. That was a white guy, a crazy white guy with a beard. He was on the balcony shooting for no reason. And he messed up everybody's life that day because everybody was stuck. We couldn't get into the community and we were just sitting there for friggin' hours. So, you know, it has happened. Everybody does it. But all I'm saying is you have a higher chance of it happening being black, because of the fact of my experience living around my people and the fact that 50% of murder and homicide victims are black. So my question to you, Rage and Maverick, when is it okay? When is it going to be okay? Because remember, we doubled more than 50% more homicides and murder of victims, black, in the past 3 years from 3 years ago. When is it going to be okay? When is the red carpet going to be rolled out for more black people, even smaller channels like mine, to like speak on these issues to make the community understand this is happening? Because like 10 years ago, people told me the same thing that you guys, for the most part, be telling me, don't talk about black issues, don't talk about black death. 10 years ago, it was half the murders. Now it's even, you know, doubled. And then now from 3 years ago, it doubled again. Well, we're going to wait till it doubles again before we talk about 50% of murders being, you know, done by like 6 to 7% of the country.
Well, first we got to like examine the reason why. Like, why is there violence in these areas? What is stemming all this hatred and violence? Is it their nationality and race? No, it's not. It's their living conditions. It's the poor communities. It's redlining. It's Jim Crow era laws. It's it's black people being targeted by police. It's that type of shit. It's not them specifically living and breathing. It's them being put in like O Block in fucking Chicago. It's them living in that type of environment that's causing that. It's poor regulations of like it's gun control laws are just shit, you know? Like anybody can go get a gun. Like it's illegal to buy a gun in Chicago, but you can drive 30, 40 miles away into a different state, buy a gun, and then bring it back. Like where's the regulation for that? Like I don't know.
What about you, Matt? Before I rebuttal that, and I agree with some, but not all.
Like most definitely. I mean, it's I think that one of the biggest factors, as you've brought up, is the upbringing, the background of like how these kids are raised. The influence of women is becoming more and more prevalent, and it's the same for white, for Hispanic, Asian communities. That presence is more prolific than ever before. Obviously, in my early years, grew up in the 90s. Of course, there were places where that was common, but it wasn't to the degree that it is now. And I hate saying this, but sometimes I think these women will command more respect, at least in an education environment, than guys. But unfortunately, what that also means is that there's a big factor that many people probably don't realize here. If anyone here's been working in schools, like in America, the influence that like females have had on the violence and things of that nature is worse than it's ever been. I mean, I remember 12 years ago when I was in high school, you didn't see all these girls fighting. And honestly, some of my worst students have actually been girls. They have not been guys. And I think it kind of shows you that perhaps they're becoming a more influence on like the whole violence in schools and stuff. Maybe it's not directly, but indirectly, and they're actually influencing more of these fights and whatnot. But
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've had I've said one of the best musicians in my high school that I work at is actually a black guy that's like 16 years old. He plays the cello, and I mean, he is incredible. His talent. I've had him play in class, and he'd probably be a professional musician. But it's funny when you talk to him and stuff. I mean, if you heard him like on video without showing his face, you'd never guess he was from a black background. It's crazy. Like, he's very intellectual kind of person, and just has a great sense with music, and he can play by sound and whatnot.
Well, here's the thing that actually addresses something you just said, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the reason why I say it's the culture, and I get what Rage found, more so what Rage was talking about in regards to you got slavery, and then you got the not having civil rights. You got a lot of things in the past that did that we're still recovering from. But at the same time, I think it's culture mainly because of the fact my grandparents, they dealt with all of it. They had they're just recovering from slavery. They had no civil. My grandfather didn't have civil rights. My grandfather, the difference was my grandfather was raised to work his butt off. When they went to high school, they didn't have buses for blacks. Okay, black folks back then in Youngstown. So you had to walk 4 miles in the snow. That was like freaking inches of snow. You had to walk all the way to school, and you couldn't complain about it. You had to just do it, and you had to dress up to go to school. This is all things that culturally we were, taught was normal. Then when my grandfather went and started working at steel mills, he was working full time, but he also took overtime hours. So he worked like 70 hours minimum a week for like freaking 20 plus years and never complained. If he had to take a week off, it's because of vacation, and he was miserable during the vacation because he wanted to be at work. Black men, we were built different because we had a chip on our shoulder. We wanted to be the best, period, because we had white people at the time holding us down. This comes straight from my grandfather, talking to him, how he and his peers engaged with life. They were upset because, white men got the top job, they got paid more, and they weren't even qualified. Why black men would be great and would be harder worker, they would get the bottom scraps. So my grandfather and the people at the time, they would work their butt off to try to get as much money as possible, make as much money as possible to be better, to buy a house, buy a car, to get all these things. And then on top of that, the women were treated good, period. Besides, I won't lie, the women were getting smacked back in the day. That was a normal thing. All people did it, smack women. But when it comes to like the whole treating your woman like a queen, that was the thing that was happening. You weren't calling your woman out of their name. You weren't, disrespecting the household. You weren't doing none of that. So now you have in 2024, it's to the point that, like, I don't know, Rach, they're never giving us reparations, right?
No, the government's not giving anyone free money for anything. Besides maybe like a large corporation getting a bailout. That's the only thing that they're gonna get.
Yep, that is correct, Rage.
So I got a question for y'all then, okay? And this goes back into the whole me saying the culture is trash. And what I mean, like the music, the TV, everything TV. When I was a kid, like I was raised on thug rappers, and I knew that was fake. Now
I was too, yeah.
So, but you knew it was fake back in the day. You knew they weren't real thugs.
No,
but
I wasn't. When I was in middle school, I was listening to a lot of 3 6 Mafia because I'm from Tennessee. And I wanted to live that life. I wore fucking jerseys and fucking Air Force Ones and all that shit. Like I wanted to be like that. I wanted to live that lifestyle. But obviously, like being a white individual, like I can't. Like that's not a good look, like I can't do that. I still enjoy hip hop and rap music, but like it's multiple things. It's not just music. It is the government overseeing the educational system and teaching people's specific curriculums that are not healthy for a developing brain.
Let's talk about that. They should take them. What are they called again? It's not school board, but Department of Education. That's pretty much run by Democrats for blacks. Like black folks in our communities, Democrats run, and they don't give us. Like in white schools, they'll give you like trades, they give you arts. Like in California, I'm in California, and even in Nevada, if you're black and you move here, you can want to be an actress or a dancer or a singer, and people believe in you and they say you can do it. Or New York, but everywhere else they'll tell you you're stupid, go get a job. But when it comes to like white schools, they actually have theater. They actually have, like pretty much.
Yeah, it's like
the arts.
Yeah, like polytechnic schools, and unfortunately, I mean, you see the same thing here in West Florida. They have pulled out like all of these trade programs that in the high school level. It's just. I mean, just what it is.
Well,
and I think
they've pulled out a lot of funding in schools in general. It's they have to get rid of all of these extracurricular activities to even keep the schools in function. Like you can't have a welding class, you can't have like shop, you can't have like all this stuff because like they're not even paying the teachers enough. It's they're not allocating the money in the right facilities for these places.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of it goes down to, in my opinion, is the money. I mean, I see it like being in a school, and I think so. Like, what happens is principals are a big part of like trying to get more both state and federal funding, so they have to draw in the eyeballs to what gets the money, basically. And as odd as it seems, like having electrician programs or having HVAC or having CDL programs like schools used to have even 15 years ago, that doesn't really get the eyeballs. They're better off having these flashy kind of keyword like software and stuff like that, even if they're not really teaching software engineering. But I mean, as you said, Rage, there is also a reduction in budgets in some ways with particular areas. Like I will say this though, I think like being down here in the deep south, or definitely in many job fields, I think there is kind of more of an expectation that you'll come into those jobs. Like, I mean, like they'll make sure that you learn like everything. Like I came from like the Midwest up in Chicago and Minnesota, and it's a little different, the mentality down here. I mean, if you're not learning it, you have to learn and like pick up whatever you're learning. So they don't really like let you coast along. And I think that's applicable in a lot of these trade areas. And that's why like in Florida, I mean, if you come here and you want to learn how to be an electrician in Florida, it's the worst place that you could be. Like you won't get paid. I've applied to I did apply to so many apprenticeships to be like electrician in other trade areas. Nothing. I mean, you have to go to these bigger, unfortunately, more liberal cities where there's just more abundance. There's not like the amount of scarcity like you have down here in Florida, but that's just my opinion.
Well, you have Mr. Ron DeSantis as your guy. Like that's why Florida is a shit show. Like that guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I mean, they will criminalize it. This is no lie, guys. I've been trespassed from 2 different retail stores myself. Like I've never I don't have even misdemeanors on my criminal record because of like stupid, the most bogus thing that you could ever think of. Like going into a store with a backpack and then thinking I was stealing something. Like it's stuff like that. I'm like, I mean, in Illinois, like I can't. It would never happen. Like down here in Florida, though, like I mean, it's like if you sneeze on a police officer, they're going to put handcuffs and you're going to be hauled off to jail. Well, I mean, that's kind of a joke, but that's yeah, you know how that goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, spitting or sneezing someone is kind of against the law, but if you do it, on purpose,
just heads up because we had a question. See, and just to wrap up that point of the whole schools. See, these bands, because remember, in most high schools, in all high schools, you have music class, of course. But when it comes to black schools, it's like a hope you get in the band class, other than 1 year.
Do you know why that is though?
Why is it?
Because they're not funding the schools because they're predominantly black schools. That's why. That's why they don't have these type of programs.
But they're
using it as a daycare center for these kids. That's all it is.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. That's what I meant by when I told you the entertainment and arts. White schools, they got that. Like when I went to Cheney, we had it and it was actually taken serious. But the black schools, it's just like you said, your babysitting venue, because these performers, I mean, these groups, these bands, and you see this majority of these people are bands. Boyz II Men was an R&B group and they just are here singers, but everybody else are all bands. And as you just said, the equipment needed to even become a band and all that, school, they got some of the best equipment and all of that to work off of and learn from. But I mean, the whole point of the matter is I tell people, like, I go to Malcolm X approach. Malcolm X is all about, we don't need white people for nothing. We could do it on our own. And that's all I'm trying to do because yes, I come off nasty, but imagine if I can get and encourage thousands of people, black people, to do the same thing I'm doing, except for the fact that I got to clean up. I got to stop making it about bashing and be more of the information, because we need more people to be held accountable. Like my grandfather's generation and generation under, they held themselves accountable. If they were on YouTube, they would be doing the same thing I'm doing, talking about these Ice Spices and Sexy Red and NBA YoungBoy. But there's nobody doing it, because if you do that, you're Uncle Tom Cool. Your audio, Matt, you got to mute your mic.
Sir.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't know what you're doing, but yeah, you got to have more. We got to have more. We wouldn't say criticism, but more of love. And I think that I just got to be better at it. I'm a terrible communicator, and I'm sorry when stuff happened. I just talk about it. I don't. I'm trying to do the whole fact checking and all of that stuff, which I did with that guy that shot the cops. That people were outraged until they saw the video that actually thoroughly did to show that, I'm sorry. And he actually shot a black cop. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to stop talking about black issues because nobody else does. It's a small few collective of people. Nobody cares about Black death. And it's only going to get worse. My son, my daughter, they're involved with that. That culture, and they got a higher chance of dying compared to everybody else based on them being black because of our culture. It ain't the people, it's just the culture of violence being put.
It's not a cult, like saying it's a culture. That's just like not correct. It's not the culture, because like that insinuates it's like a blanketed statement over like multiple states and generations and like all people. It's specific sectors of the United States. It's certain areas and towns. It's like you go to like Long Island, New York, there's like an area called Brentwood, right? And there's like MS-13 everywhere over there. And it's like that's the reason they're congregating in specific areas like gangs and stuff like that. They're being pushed into these regions. It's not everyone as a whole, like not all Hispanic people are MS-13 gang members, like it's it just saying it's a culture is just not like the correct terminology to be using.
Good question for you. Are you the leader in your household?
Am I the leader in my household? Well, it's
Yeah,
me,
like
Furby,
what
and
you
my
say
dog.
go. No, I'm saying that whatever you pretty much you got the final say. So not saying like she's your slave. I'm saying like say you're walking down like what I had to deal with the car. Those guys that were coming up, cussing up a storm. I didn't want no drama. I had too much going on. I wanted to go. The girl didn't listen because she was like, I was in my phone. She didn't pay attention, and we got into it on my YouTube because I'm like, dude, like if I tell you pull off, pull off. That's the point because if I have to fight, or we have to fight, or we have to be defensive, I'm going to be the one stepping in front, taking a beat down. You're getting shot, not you. So I think when in regards to that decision making, it goes to the man because we're the one that's going to be in front. Now we're talking about what we're going to have for dinner. I don't care about that. But when it comes to like your child, like if she wants to go to a dance that's in like at a different school that she doesn't in a different state, as a father, you may say no, and the mom might be like, you know what? I think she should, but you're gonna have to find her say so. So what I'm asking you is, would you be the leader in regards to that, in regards to your family, or is it a
Yeah.
joint
No,
decision?
it depends on the situation. Like obviously, like she's my partner, and everything is like an equal 50-50 matter. Like if we're gonna go do something and like go somewhere, or if there's a situation happening, I'm gonna get her input on it. But like also at the same time, like she does look up to me as like the man of the house, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Like I had her move. It was a joint idea, but like we moved from a whole different state, from New York to Tennessee, and she just moved in with me, and we have a place together now. We got a puppy. Like she doesn't have a job. I'm paying for everything. Like it's cool. Like I'm cool with this. She's looking for like something remote so she could take care of the job, but like I I don't mind being the breadwinner and like taking care of everything. Like I make enough money to like be sustainable for us.
Okay. So Mav asked you, and you're white, right? Rach? Like just white, right?
I'm 100% white. I did my genealogy, my ancestry, and like everything is from like Wales and Scotland.
Okay.
So,
What about
I'm as
you,
white as
Mav? And I'm assuming, Mav, you're just white. So my question to you in your household, would your woman call you the leader, or is it like a joint situation? Like is she submissive to you pretty much?
I'm single.
Like man in the
so
house?
I'm totally single. So in my case, I don't have children. None of this would even apply.
No, I'm saying once you create a family, I'm saying would you date a woman that would not call you the leader? Like you're pretty much the man of the
I'll
house.
tell you this: the gals I've generally attracted tend to be more intelligent. Like they tend to be more like into medicine or some kind of scientific, artistic areas. Like so, most likely they would be able to like support themselves. And I mean, I realize that like even though like my parents are not divorced, like the majority of households in America are divorced, that it could and possibly may happen if I were to marry and go that path. But it's like for me, I would focus more on like children and where they're at than on that. But I could tell you this though. I mean, if I were to be married, I would certainly make sure that I could cover everything financially, no question.
Okay.
So,
Well,
I had some low income years for like 2 years. I mean I'm not lying to you. In 2020 I made about like $4,000. In 2021 it was like 19,000. In you figure like in 2018 I made like the equivalent of what now would be 77,000 if you factor with inflation. That was in my mid 20s. So it's now I'm back on the path that I mean if I had stayed on course by now, I would be making like 200 or 300 grand. But stuff happens. What were you saying, Rage Face?
I don't even remember, dude. I
Okay.
zoned out. I was reading the chat.
Now I'm gonna tell you. So pretty much, here's the thing. Okay, what I mean by, once again, leader or man of the house, whatever. No matter what society in America tries to do, communities and households that are ran or led by men. Not saying you're a slave, and not saying you get over here and clean the kitchen and wash the dishes. Those are old. Like, two people work for the most part half of the time nowadays. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the man is still the man in the house. It's just a thing. But those communities that men run the community for the most part, men lead, are the most safe. They do the best for the most part. The reason why I make this point is to say that in my culture, once again, when you have majority of women raising the kids single without the men being involved, point in case of my situation, and I actually tried to, with the kid I wasn't biologically mine, I tried to be the man and take care of the child, and I was pushed out for a thug who ended up walking away. But here's the point: women in my community, a lot of Black women are comfortable, and they feel like they don't need to be led. They don't feel like they need the man of the house. They are the leaders, and we're the only group of people that made that okay. You got it sung on songs, Beyonce, I Don't Need a Man for Nothing. And no other community or culture or people think this way. And coincidentally, when you have a bunch of women around and kids, no men, no strong men, I'm talking about like leaders, because not all men are leaders. I'm not a leader, okay? But when you have that, you have terror, danger. You have dangerous people that weren't raised properly. So like when I was coaching the basketball and I coached my son's football, I led those boys. I taught them not just about basketball, but it was about, being a team player, having leadership, being responsible, work ethic, pushing hard, being accountable for mistakes, live to fight another day. Those are things that we aren't being taught as young men in our community because of the fact the men are being pushed out. So when I say culture, that's one of the biggest issues with our culture, that it's okay for women to run around saying they don't need a man for nothing. I can do it by myself because of welfare for the most part. And it ain't like a small few. I mean, you got 73% of women raising kids without the men in the household. It's normal. But, you being white, and I'm pretty sure both of you guys being white, that you get a stink. You get a dirty look from your parents if you're talking about you're pregnant. Woman talking about she's pregnant, she doesn't have a man in sight. That might be the father.
Well,
I'm pregnant.
Dennis,
They're not celebrating that.
Yeah, Dennis, I have a story about that. I mean, with a sister of mine, and maybe I would tell you privately, but yeah, I mean, most definitely. This happened many years ago, but that's I'm not going to disclose that on this live. It was a crazy situation, but yeah.
And my job, by the way, guys, job, not to get job, I apologize. Now I'm going to say this before I forget. Guys, this company I told y'all that I work for in the chat, they're terrible. I'm actively looking for another job. I was supposed to work today. They gave me, what happens is on your, your work app, it shows if you have phones to deliver. If you don't have phones to deliver, you don't have to show up, but you still get paid for 2 hours. I just got to act like I showed up. You don't got to show up. This job is literally trash. And because I'm not getting sales, they're not giving me deliveries. They're like punishing me right now. So I know during the week you get more deliveries. On the weekend, it's not as many. So that might be the reason why I didn't get any today, and I only got one yesterday. But yeah, I still got the job. I'm still working at Shorian. That's the reason why I said I'm about to leave an hour ago, but I don't have any deliveries, and the managers aren't at the office today. So there ain't no point in me showing up and driving half an hour, and I don't have any phones. But go ahead.
And what I will tell you, Dennis, also, there's something with the business. One question I had for you, and I mean, you've kind of already answered this, is would you say that, like you mentioned about like in Black homes that the man's kind of pushed out, would you say that even like 20 years ago, a lot of these Black men who allegedly left their like homes, it was more of like the woman that was kind of pushing them out? Because I had a student who's from Cuba at my high school. I mean, of course, in the Caribbean, Cuba is like has a very high Black population, and that's what he told me, that this situation is actually more common than not. What do you think of that, or is that not correct?
It goes back to the culture. So what happens is our women don't want to be led. They don't want order. They're just it's the fact that when you're raised by a single mother and then you become
Yes.
a mother, okay, you're used to being able to do whatever you want. You're used to being able to go to bars, clubs. When you're in a relationship, you're used to being able to just like stay up all night, eat crappy food, not cook. That's like what we do in our community now. So when you get a man that's actually a good man, that's strong, and he wants structure, like he wants the fact that if y'all gonna go out to a bar or club, we're gonna go together. Or if you're going with your friends, here and there, but not every single freaking weekend. And then you have like parenting, like don't just throw an iPad at them. You need to get them to read a book, do the homework with them. That's what my son gets. My son is better off than, what my daughter had. My daughter, by the way, just graduated. She's hopefully, I'm trying to push her to come to California, but I know she's kind of afraid of structure that she's going to get. And she's talked about it on my life, the structure she got when she moved in with me compared to her mom, where it was just hell. But women refuse that. They don't want to be put in line. They don't want the structure. They don't want the responsibility of being, what a traditional woman, not a traditional woman, what a woman should be, so they push the man out because they don't want to be held accountable. And then now the man, he has to then fight to get rights to see his child, because for some reason, I don't know why it is, but with white guys, you guys can just go to the, child support office and get put on child support and get 50-50. But for some reason, I fight for my child, it wasn't mine, to get 50-50, even though I didn't take DNA test yet. They looked at me and laughed for the most part. They wouldn't even call me back to get any rights. And then my son, forget about it, because I didn't sign a birth certificate. I couldn't even petition a DNA test, even though I was trying to do the right thing. But seems like for some reason, I don't know, white folks, they just automatically get 50-50. And with black men, we don't get that same respect. They literally only give us weekends, and then we got to pay child support.
It's called racism from the judicial system.
It is. I call it that. Yep.
Well, and the other thing too, Rage Face and Dennis is so did you have like an attorney like letter that to give to the office, or was it you independently going to them and explaining to them?
So my son at the time, when I left, a lawyer who was a family, more so a friend, like I was the nightclub guy that I was doing the club with. He went and fought for me, but that fight ended after 2 weeks because he realized that in Mount Vernon at the time, you can't petition a DNA test without either signing a birth certificate or the mother consenting to a DNA test. You can't like say, this is my child, I want to take a DNA test. So I couldn't petition, and I couldn't get, my name on that, as the father. So I was helpless. I couldn't do anything. So when, she moved on before I got there. I'm going to just speak on it right now real quick. She moved on. She had somebody. I thought we were going to be together. And what could I do? I couldn't sit there and complain and cry. I had to move on. So I told her, just give me like a few months after I spent all my money getting this house fixed and all that to like get my place, get it situated. She didn't respect it at the time. She was bringing my son at the time to like visit the guy she was with now, who wasn't the father. And I felt some kind of way. So I ended up leaving thinking I'm going to leave, get my lawyer to petition DNA test, and I'm going to get 50-50 custody, and I'm going to move back there and I'll be able to see my son. That didn't happen. I wasn't able to get that. And, she literally, it was 8 years before I actually got to, meet him in person. So, and I didn't sign a birth certificate because I just had my daughter who wasn't biologically mine, a kid put on me. Me and my child mom at the time, we weren't together. We're both with different people at the time, but we was with each other one time. And she's pregnant. I moved on. I was moving on from her, and I asked her, I'm like, hey, you should take DNA test because I'm moving on. I want to make sure, you're not pregnant, because I had a dream you're pregnant. And sure enough, she come to find out pregnant. And I told her, no matter what, I'm going to, take care of the kid. It's my kid, whatever. And that was the goal. I thought that was going to be. But when I got to the hospital, she was giving me the vibe like she kind of moved on already, because she wasn't like loving, like she wasn't saying I love you. It wasn't any of that going on. So I thought she was over me. So I said, I wasn't signing a birth certificate, because if you sign that, you're automatically hooked on child support no matter what. You signed up, you signed it, you can't get out of it. Even if it comes out, you're not the father. So I didn't sign it, but I didn't know that was going to not allow me to take DNA tests. And to this day, I still don't have a DNA test. I don't want one. He looks just like me. He's my son no matter what. But yeah, I never took a DNA test for either of my kids. But my daughter, on record with the welfare office, she has a dad, like, who's paying child support. He doesn't pay it, but So that's
You
that
should-
situation.
You should go on that paternity court show.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I like that show. It's good.
Yeah. No, my son, he doesn't deserve that. He looks just like me, identical. And I know it's a chance he could still not be mine, but I don't think like that. I don't think that. I think he's, I feel like he's mine. I love him to death. He loves me to death, and that's all that matters. But that's what's going on in our community, that we don't, like, men get pushed and we don't get the opportunity like other people, groups of people, to, like, get custody and have a relationship with our kid. And the mom immediately, like, because most of the time the mom is mad that you moved on if the relationship didn't work. So you moved on and she doesn't want that woman around the kid. Like, she's bitter. So now she's going to, like, say all these nasty things to the kid about the dad to make the kid resent the dad, because she can't have the dad, because a lot of women, they get comfortable when they had a kid and they stop being what they were before. They stop, like, if they had a nice body, they stop working out. They don't want to cook. They don't want to do nothing that they were doing before. They figure they had a kid now. They got a meal ticket, whatever. Like, I'm chilling because of welfare, once again, which is pushed on Black community more than any other community, because I know white people that white guys that walked into welfare broke, no job. They have to prove like 5 years of income to even get welfare, because they assume if you're white, you got money. But like with Black people, we can walk in with nothing and get approved. And there was actually a white guy that came on this channel that spoke on that. And I know I have a couple white friends that weren't able to get welfare just because the people assumed that they were like trying to commit fraud and they didn't need it. But like, I walked in there when I was in California, like when I first got here, and got some welfare, and I didn't have to prove nothing. I just said I'm a rideshare driver and I don't make any money. I just moved here, and they freaking gave me everything.
Well, I
They
should have gone to California then, Dennis. It's definitely not like that here in Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, in Florida,
it depends on the state that you're in, really.
Absolutely right, Chase. Yeah.
Like all those government subsidized like handouts are different depending on what state you're in. Like New York, you can get. I'll disclose a little information about myself. I'm a supervisor at a big retail store. Probably your favorite one because they sell a really good hot dog. And
Costco. There we go.
And I've seen a lot of white people, because there's a lot of white people on Long Island, and the amount of EBT cards that came through there is outstanding. There's the amount of people that would buy crab, steak, all kinds of shit, because there's no tax on that stuff in New York. You don't pay tax on unprepared food. And there's so many people with EBT cards up there. Like, you can get them, like, it's no problem, So it really depends on what state you're in. If you're in a blue state, red state, the amount of money that they're giving as handouts to people, that determines it,
Well, I mean, no, I agree. I mean, there's people of all races get welfare. It's just, I tell you, with us, it's literally pushed on us to where it's like no big deal. Like, we just walk in, we can get it. I think that as a culture, we shouldn't use that as a crutch. It should just be, not as a crutch, but as a, way of buying food. It should be just a crutch, just for temporary need. And guys, I'm sorry, my uncle, that money, even though, like I tell people, I didn't earn that money. It was inherited, which is why I feel like I didn't earn it and I blew it being stupid, because I didn't, if I earned it, I would have probably appreciated it more. But I pay taxes at that point with that money. So I'm sorry. I paid taxes there, and I paid taxes before I got the money when I was working jobs. So I'm sorry. I'm going to use my opportunity to get welfare when I need it, because I pay taxes. I paid taxes in Nevada when I was doing rideshare. I paid thousands. So, if I'm going to get a little $150, I'm going to get that 150. I'm sorry, but it ain't like something I'm doing forever. It would be something I'm doing, for like that 6 months that they give it to you. And I only got it because I signed up for school and I did the FAFSA. And I remember when I went to the campus, they sent me an email like a few weeks later talking about, call this woman. She's in charge of like the welfare on campus. And I called the lady and she's like, for you to get the whole Pell Grant and all this and that. You got the whole Pell Grant and all that. You qualify for welfare. They will give you a phone. They give you a tablet. It was crazy. I'm like, I didn't even need this stuff. They just threw it at me. I walk up the welfare office when I went to meet the lady, and the guy was like, I need you to get the phone and the tablet, man, and help me out, please. I'm like, I don't need it. I literally had 3 phones in my hand. And, he was doing his thing. What I don't understand? Brandon, look, man, like, I know you're upset and hurt. You're literally giving women vibes, okay? Dude, It's over. I told you yesterday, I feel like you're fake. Like you're showing what I knew already. Like you had all this anger, you had these feelings about me before today. Like if you're literally saying all this stuff today, you felt like this. You felt the same way yesterday. You don't just come up with this out of nowhere. You always felt this way. You thought you were better than me. You thought that I was a piece of shit. You thought that I was miserable. You thought all these things. Okay, so just get over yourself. And then to associate you, Brandon, with the numbers. Come on, bro, get over yourself. You didn't even get 20 views on a podcast. That would dude, like you guys have been on a podcast for 2 years. You didn't even get 20 people to watch the podcast. Like, come on, man. Like, just relax and just go away, man. Like, it's over. Like, I feel like you're a fake friend. I told you yesterday. And I feel like it's now because you shouldn't have said what you said all my life. You have my personal phone number. I would never have said the OJ Simpson, by the way, rage face. I don't know if you understand. This is where this whole beef, I guess, with like Brandon one-way beef. Because I
was watching that. I was watching that live.
Yeah. So if he calls OJ, like I feel like it was nasty because I'm still looking at OJ like a man, black man, especially that he, no matter what, he was found not guilty. And here's the thing: there's a lot of evidence to prove that he didn't do it, but more than likely he did it because of all the evidence that shows he did it. But either way, he's proven not guilty. And for somebody to clown on a man having cancer, okay, but then like 20 minutes later, get mad at me for talking about a literal thug who shot a cop, and the cop was actually a black cop in the arm, and could have shot an artery, really shot him either way, but the guy survived. But either way, I called that dude a loser. Brandon's mad at me for calling that dude a loser, but he wants to joke and clown somebody for dying of prostate cancer.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't they both bad things?
That's a can of worms. But yeah, OJ sucks. He was a piece of shit. It's good he died. Fuck that guy. The kid that shot at the cops obviously was not in the limelight. He didn't play for a fucking NFL team. He wasn't on like a high speed chase pursuit in California on TV in the 90s. You know, like he wasn't like. He didn't have like one of the Kardashians as his fucking attorney. Like this kid has gone through struggles in his own life and was reacting in the way that he knew how to react, which was violence. OJ was a psychopath who then monetized him murdering someone and getting away with it for the rest of his remaining years. That's like fuck
No, I mean,
OJ.
you can't. But here's the thing. That's the problem though. You're sympathizing for one and not the other. They both are bad people. I'm sorry, that kid was he got arrested actually for assault. He robbed the store with a gun, and then he was out on bail. And because he had a gun on him, he knew his life was over at that point. He panicked and he did what he did. But the whole point is, he doesn't get no sympathy. He's a loser. I'm sorry. Like if I did that, like if I shot somebody, a human being, period, like I tried to take away life because I didn't want to get in trouble, I would be a loser. I would call myself a loser. And that's the point of what I'm trying to get Brandon to understand, that like we both are wrong in that context, that you can't call OJ a loser for killing somebody, which he did, whatever. And then you mad at me for calling this guy a loser for trying to kill somebody, which was a black man. He saw that black man and he still decided to shoot him up. That's the reason why.
I don't think in that point that kid was looking at race. He was looking at like, because it's not about that mentality when you're getting pulled over by the cops and you're surrounded and you have a gun in your lap. And obviously like he's into crime and he's, had, prior history with run-ins with the law. Like I've had prior run-ins with the law. I've had some fuck ups, and I don't look at cops like, oh, I'm gonna be nice to this guy. Like that's not the mentality. He had a certain mindset. It's a fight or flight response. He had a gun in his lap. He took the opportunity. OJ methodically thought out how he was going to kill. What's her fucking name? I don't even. Nicole Brown, right? Yeah. And her little lover. Like that was like premeditated. Like this kid, it was like it all happened. So much shit can happen in an instant. Like that. Calling that kid a loser is kind of a stretch in my opinion. I wouldn't refer to him as a loser. Maybe he did do some bad things. Whatever. I don't know enough of his background to make any assumptions about him, but at least OJ has put enough of his information out in the past 25, 30 years that we can determine that he's a fuckhead. Like making TikToks about like him fucking getting a knife and stabbing someone, and like come on, like he wrote a whole book about like, if I really killed someone, this is how I would do it. Like BVAS brought that up. Like it's fuck OJ. There's a lot of people like that, a lot of entertainers that have like gotten away with a lot of things, that think they're untouchable because they're in the entertainment industry and they're so big. And it's, I don't know, man. We don't need to keep on this subject, really.
No, but I got a question real quick. Can either of you guys answer this comment? Because I thought this is one of the reasons why it makes me not think that he did it. Well, not that one. This one right here.
Yeah, I don't have time to like. I don't have like. I get it. Like out the bag. I didn't read the book. You're right. So I don't know what's in the book. I'm only going off of secondhand knowledge of people saying, "Oh, this book is about him." How he would have killed people. Like I'm just taking someone else's word as facts. So like at that point, you're right about that. I have not read the book, so I don't have any input on that. But like at this point, we all know he did it. Like it's like Michael Jackson. He probably touched kids. He had a fucking shrine of little children pictures in his bedroom. Like something wasn't right with that.
That could have been, I don't see. This is the thing. It's the problem is this, okay? When it comes to like black individuals, black Americans who aren't thugs, they don't get the benefit of the doubt, and that's the problem. Like if OJ was a thug,
can I give you a clear example of this? So when I lived in Virginia, right, I lived right outside of DC. I lived in Alexandria. My buddy that I worked with, he was African American. His name was Valentino. He had long dreads. So him and I were driving. I was driving him home from work one night. We worked at Target. So I'm wearing a red polo shirt. And at that time, I had a red Pontiac Grand Prix. He's wearing a red polo. We drive to the gas station, and I see a cop circle around us. And I'm like, okay, something's up. Whatever. I pump the gas. We get like a couple miles down the road. Cop pulls me over. And they're immediately like, where's the weed at? Where's the weed at? Blah, blah, blah. Like assuming that we're up to no good because we're wearing red. We're in a red vehicle. Two dudes together. One of them's black. We got harassed, right? Shortly after that, I get pulled over again. And I do have weed on me this time. And what happens to me? I get a little slap on the wrist. They say, go to court. And I get probation. And then he gets, the same thing happens to him, but he gets arrested and he goes to jail. And he loses his job at Target because he can't make it in. He's in jail for 3 days. Like the stark contrast in like the way the police handle these certain situations based on race. Like I was white and I got told just go home. He didn't get to go home.
I get that because I'll even say it with me. The way I act, I conduct myself during police stops. Gets me the benefit of the doubt to where I haven't had a ticket. Usually they just give me a warning because I come off corny, square, and it sucks that as a black person you have to they do the whole act black, act white to get off. You should be able to just be you, because I know my cousin who's bigger, he gets the gun pulled out on him, just because they assume that he's might be a threat. But with me, they laugh. Like the dude laughed, took the cuffs off me the one time I got cuffed. So I get where you're coming from with that, but it's still the question is still the mentality to where people, not just this channel, but society, if the guy is a thug, he gets the benefit, or looks like a thug, acts like a thug, he gets the benefit of the doubt. But if he's like a so-called square cornball black dude, like Michael Jackson, OJ, or any of those people, they're immediately guilty. And even if they get off, they're still guilty. Because there's thugs that literally got off and people are like, he didn't do it. They didn't do it. That's a lie. So I don't know, why is that a thing? Why can't he got off, even though he probably did it. Why can't we let him live?
It was his demeanor, like the way, and the evidence kind of showed it. It's easy in a court system because, you have reasonable doubt. And if one juror is like, I don't think he did it, then the case is dead at that point. They're not going to retry the case again. It costs millions of dollars for them to go through that. They got their not guilty verdict and they're good with that. And also, like Furby said, money talks. So it's like he had a really good attorney, and he was able to get himself out of that case.
Well, yeah, exactly right, Jason. I was going to bring that up too with the whole money situation. I mean, who knows? There may have been someone very high up in the government that was associated with either the attorney and or the judge that could have like enabled that case to be in OJ's favor. It's, I mean, difficult to say, but as we've seen with P. Diddy, or Sean Combs, there's a lot of like factors that play with these like cases, and these guys are generally, they're very well connected to the very like elite of America, so they can make a lot of things work in their favor or against them.
Okay, question. What about this? You had Tupac. Tupac, when he got accused of the R word with that chick, everybody knew they set him up. He wasn't even involved. It was his people, but they implicated him in it. People assumed that he didn't do it, just like I just did. He didn't do it. He could have done it, but we just felt like he didn't do it. But when Cuba Gooding Jr. got implemented with, the same thing that he was on video, didn't do, the woman approached him. Everybody assumed that he's a pedophile. He's a molester now. He doesn't get that same respect due to the fact that he's Cuba. He's like white women and, like pretty much white men. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you gotta mix.
In the same context, like look at Jonathan Majors, like the dude from Fantastic that's playing Kang in the Marvel series. Like, immediate allegations of him beating up some woman, and they like already are like dropping him. Like, that there's no double standard when it comes to certain types of violence. Like Diddy is going to always have like this negative connotation against him now because of this case. Like, just like OJ did, he never got out of that limelight of being like an alleged murderer that was proven not guilty. Like, I don't know.
I mean, but think about Jonathan Majors though. Jonathan Majors, until we saw the video, most of the community, Black community for the most part, we assumed that he might have done it because he did Creed and he's a boxer. He did the boxing and the way he acts. Nobody had his back. Nobody was talking about like this is a travesty, against Jonathan Majors. Nobody had his back until we saw the video, and then we're like, okay, now they're playing games at this point. But that's what I mean, because he comes off as like like white guy, black guy, white black guy, whatever. So I'm just saying, I think that's
the
something
cup around all day. Like,
yeah.
The only dude that I know that does that is the guy from Trailer Park Boys.
I don't know what that is.
It's probably like the funniest show ever, but I don't think it's your type of humor. I think it might fly over your head a little bit. It's like a white person type show.
Probably. I don't think I've ever heard of that show.
Okay, so anyway, let's get BVAS back on here so you guys can like mend this thing. I don't think he's a bad guy.
Okay,
I think
there
he
we
was
go.
just trying to push you in the right
Anything
direction.
that you guys want to tackle before, 'cause I'm going to wrap this up in like 10 minutes here. And y'all free to come back on anytime. I'm shocked. I didn't think, Rage is going to show up. Maverick is here, hit or miss. Hopefully, you guys show up more. And I told you this last time, Rage. When you came on last time and we had that panel, people don't understand that even though you say all you say in the chat, like when you come on here, you're logical, you're respectful, you just tell it how it is. Like you do this. I'm pretty sure you did this in the past. I just want people to have the same type of energy. Just, come and just have a conversation. Like it ain't got to be, beating up on somebody and, trying to, make a moment. Just talk. And that's all I'll be trying to like get people to understand. And I don't intentionally try to disrespect anybody. I mean, unless you just go too far. But anything that you would say in regards to how my channel, the past 3 days, how the drama and branding and all of that, any last words you guys want to throw out there before?
Yeah, I think you should maybe sit back and think about the whole situation. Like if you've known Brandon for however long, 30, 20 plus years, and you guys were friends, like you should definitely like try to mend whatever you have. He doesn't seem to be too happy about the situation that happened between you two. And if my friend told me that he had more had done more, in his pinky than my whole existence, I might be a little offended, but I wouldn't take it to heart like that and just totally spiral out. Like I would try to.
I lost my audio. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Welcome back.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know where you heard where I was talking, but
the last 10 seconds I missed.
Okay. Hold on. Let me rewind here. Okay. I don't know how long you and Brandon have been friends. Obviously, a long time. You may not consider it being friends, but like I've had childhood friends that I consider my friends still that I talk to, and I think you guys should definitely mend whatever had happened over the past couple days, because you guys did have like a pretty good thing going on, where he was kind of like the narrative guy and he was holding the channel down and interacting with the chat. He was a good addition to the channel, and for you to like take to heart what he said, like I think you might need to like just take a step back and just not take any words personally. Like I have, I'm successful, but I'm not gonna, flaunt it and push it in anybody's face. I mean, I can if I want to, but you shouldn't take anything like that to heart.
Okay. I'm gonna say this, okay? I don't have an issue with Brandon. I said already to people, and I told Christina this, he can come on and do his own live, like build his own channel up, but he can do it off of my channel, like, do a live on my channel and then, push people to his channel. Cause I think he does have a good voice and I think he's a good guy. I have no issue with him there. The problem I just faced is just yesterday, I think was absolutely this I can't say the word, detestable. He said a word for me.
Detestable?
Detestable. There you go. Work. I'm black and slow. Jesse Peterson.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that shit. Don't fucking say
it.
Amazing.
Yeah, amazing. But no, I think that yesterday, like he was doing so much defending of the chat. He doesn't realize that this is like the chat is going to grow. Like today, I got more engagement off of doing horizontal. I think he took the 150 to 200 people that were on those lives for vertical, which is a cheat code. I think he took that to heart and he thought that he was doing something that wasn't already being done. And he took the chat with all those people. Like I was making things bad, but he doesn't understand this is where it's at. Like there's positive people, there's haters in here, there's all kinds of people in here. And sometimes, the haters, they're not going to be here if I don't, come at them, if I don't, address them. And, I think we just had a misagreement on how this channel should go moving forward. And I think that this live, I had to do it because, it's for my peace, because I ain't gonna lie, I was hurt. Yesterday did hurt me. I'm be mad about it. It was hurtful because he started the way that he really felt about me or feels about me came out. And now even more than today in the chat, the way he feels, you tell me, maybe I'm just being delusional in my head. Rage and the Maverick, you tell me. If you like the way he's going in at me, all the stuff he's saying, do you just, because of what I said today on live, do you come up with that from today, what I said on live, or is the more likely you felt that way the whole time?
I think it was probably out of like that situation that happened. He probably didn't feel that way the whole time. Like I've had a friend that has made some terrible mistakes and I called him out and I told him he's a fucking idiot and he needs to reevaluate his whole life situation. And you know what? We're still friends. He didn't take it to heart. He didn't immediately be like, you know what? Fuck you. Get off my channel. Blah, 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 blah. Like it wasn't like that. Like we're friends. We're going to talk through our disagreements and we're going to figure out like a root cause of this problem and address it. Like if I want to call someone out on their bullshit and they're my friend, then I expect them to take my criticism and not hate me for it because I'm trying to help them. Like if he's telling you like you should do your channel a certain way and not use blanketed statements like culture and like all the blacks and stuff like that, that's probably a good idea. You probably shouldn't do that. You probably should not, use words like that. And he was giving you some good takes, like recidivism, like calling someone a recidivist instead of a repeat offender, and like instead of calling someone like a goon or a fucking whatever. Like he was pushing you in a good direction, and then like I just feel like you don't like people telling you like how to do specific things and like how you could grow and become better. Like you're too stuck in your own mindset.
I agree. I'm stuck in that because I mean, what I gotta say about more so that is it's working for me. Like all you pretty much you and more so Brandon with the whole fix my vocabulary and all that, is to cater more so to liberals. That's all it is. If you think about it, like when it comes to liberals, they don't want you to just speak and tell how it is. Like that guy, that white guy. That
So
was
you wait. So you're saying you're dumbing it down for the conservatives because they're uneducated?
No. It's how I feel because you know the guy that was shooting up the people yesterday, I called him an idiot and I said they should have took him out. I think they should have took him out. I'm just blunt because I'm about law and order. And now here's the thing I tell people. I'm talking about when it infringes on somebody else's safety or life. Okay. When you're selling weed, okay, if you're not selling like a drug that's gonna literally cause people to go and like break into houses and act like you know, being on crackhead, you know what happens as a crackhead or meth head, whatever, or white folks. You're doing that, then you're hurting your community. I don't want you in my community, but if you're selling freaking weed that makes most people calm, relax, and just take a nap, I'm sorry. You know, I don't go hard on those people. But when you are now selling weed, but you're using if I was an Uber driver, using me as a transportation vehicle to go sell the weed, now my car smells like weed, and now I can't work for a few hours because the next person gets in is going to report me for smelling like weed. Now you're infringing on my community. I mean, on my vehicle, on my job, my income. I'm going to call you a piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that I get. Like that's different. Like someone's
do.
disrupting your business. Like, you know.
Yeah, that's all I do. And then like that black, you know, thing with a venue, the Black Career Fair, college fair, I just spoke on the fact that these individuals, like I could say these young adults that are misinformed and ignorant because they haven't had a strong male role model to really give them guidance. I could say that. That's going to make the liberal, you know, mind understand me. But it's hard for me to communicate. I'm a terrible communicator. So I'm going to say these freaking, you know, kids that freaking probably raised by single mothers, you know, that went and fighting and acting crazy. Now this career fair is probably not going to happen, or college fair is not going to happen again for black. It was a black career fair for black kids. Ain't going to happen. Just like the retail malls that now got to restrict to 8 o'clock or after 6 o'clock, you got to be with a parent. You can't see a movie without your parent there because of these sadly black kids all over California that keep causing all the shopping centers to restrict. So yes, I can say these kids that are, you know, doing it, and I can just be PC and not say black kids, but it's black kids. It is what it is. Every video, the lead up to them restricting is black kids. So it needs to be said because we need to be held accountable because we are literally causing the rest of society in America to have to like change and for the worse to cater and allow us here, such as retail stores that got to lock up the whole store because you have particular individuals that get caught stealing. And if you stop them and wait for the cops to come, you're going to be called a racist, or you're going to be called out by the community. You're going to be bashed. But like if you're a white guy, like the white guy that got caught stealing out of Home Depot, they tackled him and held him down for the cops. And they gave them They gave them a freaking trophy at Lowe's. I don't get it. Like, why is it okay for one group to like, you know, fight back and try to get people to understand, but when one other group of people do it, it's okay. White folks do it, and that's what I'm saying. Because if I'm in, like, last thing I'll say about it, I'm in a store, Walmart, and it's a white meth head that's stealing a bunch of stuff, and he's trying to run out of there, I'm gonna trip him. And guess what's going to happen? Every single manager in Walmart is going to shake my hand like you're the best. But if it's a crackhead, you know, that's running out the store and I trip them, the freaking managers, they might give me a handshake, but I'm going to have the whole community calling me a piece of crap, you know, trying to like shoot me and kill me and hurt me because I tripped this individual that's literally causing Walmarts to leave my community. That's the reason why there's no Walmarts in hoods. They're all moving out to the suburbs, which is not fair for the elderly woman. My grandmother, rest her soul in heaven, she had to go across town to get her medicine because the CVS that we had, they stopped the pharmacy because they had 2 break-ins of people who stole all the medication 2 different times, and they're both black guys, and they shut down the pharmacy at that CVS. She had to go across which was like 20-minute drive to get her medicine. That's all I'm saying.
So that same situation happened in New York when I moved there, where there was a pharmacy down the road and it was robbed, and the person that robbed it actually shot the girl that was behind the counter. and that dude was a white guy.
Okay.
So I mean, like it's all crime stems from all races. It's not a specific race that does, just crime specifically. It's everyone. It's like you gotta get it in your head that it comes down to the upbringing and the background of the person.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. What about Wi-Fi thieves?
Oh yeah, I would steal Wi-Fi all the time if I could.
What are Wi-Fi thieves?
If I didn't have to pay for Wi-Fi.
No, the whites steal Wi-Fi because that's black folks. We're not tech savvy enough to learn how to figure out the password.
Oh, like hack into the servers or stuff.
Yeah, the
like
whites are notorious. So I talk about the whites sometimes.
There's like a
Wi-Fi.
YouTube video on how to do. I mean, you definitely need some skills, but there is a process to do that. I mean, that's obviously where whites tend to. It's kind of like the Russians. Like I lived in Russia, Rage Face. I don't know if you knew that. Dennis, I think, does. My brother lived in Russia he was in prison in Russia for some time. And the Russians, I mean, when they do criminal activity, they do it on a massive level. Like the biggest frauds, like with Medicare or Social Security or any kind or healthcare insurance frauds. Like they'll do the biggest frauds on the planet. Yeah, I mean, they're very notorious for doing these kind of advanced those kind of crimes and stuff.
No, I was actually, I was actually joking about the Wi-Fi. That was just a joke. I was just because Rachel beat up on the the language. I was just giving what Race Face, what is Brandon talking about? I agree that what did you say that? I don't know.
So he pretty much said about the crime and the upbringing and not being a specific race, and you're agreeing with me on that point, and he had said that exact same thing either 2 lives ago, so
we know why this happened. Why I actually agree with you is because from the start of this live, okay, you and Maverick, even though Maverick does agree with me mostly, Rach, you didn't agree with me with every single point for the most part, but you came at it in a respectful way without telling me how to correct my language. You didn't tell me I'm not allowed to say it. You just said you would hope that I stop, or you would think, or I would hope that you would understand this is what's going on. Brandon, on the other hand, at first he wasn't doing this. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, he wasn't doing it. The past week, every time he comes on, he literally starts policing, telling me that I'm not supposed to say anything, the things I'm saying. And he literally right away, he immediately called me an asshole on my channel 2 times. That's disrespectful on one live. And then the day after, he goes to the point of, I have more success in one pinky than you had your whole life. That's not something you say on a live to your friend on his channel. I got nothing out of that. That's something you'll come back from because you felt that way the whole time. And the thing is, he doesn't know what I've done in my life, and that's the point and the reason why I felt that way.
I don't think he said that it was probably the heat of the moment type of thing that he said that. He was feeling some type of way because you guys were going back and forth. And also you got to think I'm not saying that type of shit to you because this is only the second time that I've ever been on your live on my cam. I don't know you like that. I'm not in your live all the time. I haven't known you for 30 plus years. We didn't grow up together and go to school together.
No, but that's the funny thing. He doesn't know. That's the thing. He doesn't know me. We were in elementary school for 3 grades. And after that, I didn't see him until 2022. So I didn't see him literally for almost 25 to 30 years. I didn't see him. And we only were cool for 3 years. So that's the reason why, I hate people that use that friend word, to me, they try to use it at times that, yes, he's a childhood friend. But the thing is, for him to put this image out that he was my friend forever, and I didn't even know Brandon. I don't even think we went to high school together. He never asked me. Okay, so he went to Cheney too. Okay, so we were in school for 5 years, 4 years maybe. But either way, after he left to go to Cheney, I literally never ever talked to him again. And when we talked in 2022, because of that podcast, we only were on a podcast together for that 3 months. And then after that, I never talked to him. He never called me, never reached out. So that's the reason why I'm saying I hate using that friend word when I consider a friend somebody that, you know, you keep in touch with. You know, if you keep in touch with, you would communicate when bad moments happen. Like when, you know, my grandmother died. I don't remember getting a RIP to your grandmother or whatever. I didn't get nothing.
Rip
I didn't
grandma.
you know, I'm just saying though, like a friend would be like, hey, I'm sorry to hear about your grandmother. I put it on Facebook. I did a whole video about my grandmother. And all I'm saying is, he got to stop using that friend word because, you know, just because you reconnected, I consider you a friend. But once again, a friend, he's not a friend enough to say that he got more success. Because if he would have known me for 30 years, he would have known the success that I had in my life, the things I did in my life, the accomplishments I had that he assumed weren't there because he feels his life is just better than mine overall.
Okay.
So that's
So
the
what
reason
if
why-
what if I said that? What if I said that I have more success in my fucking nose ring than you've had in your whole life? How would you feel about that?
I would actually take it and I would be like, ha, and I would laugh because you're not calling yourself my friend. You don't know
Okay.
me. I don't have your number. We don't talk. I would just laugh like, okay, I mean, he might be more successful. But Brandon calling himself my friend and saying that he has more success because he's trying to defend the chat and he's my friend, that's nasty. Because he literally, after he said that, he said, dude, you're like a fly-by-night job worker. Like, you know, he said you do like scheme jobs, you make money here and there, sports betting, you know, 10,000 here and there. He pretty much made my life equivalent of just being a piece of shit, not realizing that I had had multiple businesses that, yes, all but one failed. I've had multiple things I've done in my life that worked out for me, but he just assumed that everything in my life is just shit. So he thinks he's the great white hope. He's going to just come in to save the day. And I know you're Hispanic, Brandon, so don't get in your feelings. But he thinks that he's coming to save me, like the way he tries to belittle me with the whole education thing. He actually said that too on a live. I don't even think he's doing school anymore. You know, like he gave up on that. I'm doing Coursera right now, the project management, and that school that I'm actually going to go to starts in a couple months. So that's the reason why I took it that way, because, you know, he went and did the whole pinky thing, and then he went deeper and deeper and deeper, and he kept going deeper because it was a lack of respect for me. Because I'm sorry, as a friend, you just would not say those things to a friend. But Rage can say that all day because he doesn't know me.
So wait, and at this point right now you're saying a friend shouldn't say that to me, but then 10 seconds ago you're saying he's not my friend. I don't even know this guy. We went to school together for 3 years in middle school, and that was it. So
we're
like
friends
on
then.
one hand you're saying he's your friend, one hand you're saying he's not your friend. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
No,
I don't
he
want to
was-
get I don't
he
want to
was
get too
my
deep
friend.
into it.
Now, here's my friend in high. The point of the matter is, when we were kids, he was my friend. So I wouldn't say he's not my friend. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a high school, or if you have an elementary, then I guess 1 year high school, somebody you called your friend, if you reconnected with them on a podcast 25 years later, wouldn't they still be your friend?
Well, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the point. But
Yeah.
like, he made it seem like he's known me forever, and we talk every day, like we talk every year. Like he acts like he knows my life. He doesn't know about nothing that I went through. He didn't know about me being homeless. He didn't know about my YouTube channel. He didn't know about my grandmother dying and how she died, why she died. It was a big moment, something bad for me. He didn't know about me getting sued for $100,000. My grandfather actually sued me because he was coerced by family members. He didn't know about that. He didn't know why I created this YouTube channel. He didn't know I had a son. He literally thought, you know, he didn't even know I had kids at one point. Like, the point of the matter is, he didn't know nothing that a friend would know. So I'm saying I call him a friend because we were friends at one point, but for him to act like he's a friend now, like we've been like just rekindling and we've been like just rocking with each other, that's not true.
Well, it
That's all.
seems like you kind of feel that way if you allow this gentleman to come onto your stream and open the stream and like act like he's the host and like you're the main event and he's bringing you on, and he had like a whole like little introduction section before you came on the other day. Like, obviously there's some type of trust between the two of you of a friendship level that you would allow this man to do all that. So like,
you know, when he said that I'm not a humble guy, you know, I didn't want to do that. The reason why I did that was because you guys in the chat, you liked Brandon better. You liked Brandon more for my channel. I was going to just take a back seat and I was going to humble myself to let him be the A and I'm the B. And that's what I was going to do. And, you know, it sucked because I had to really sit here and I talked to Cali Girl about it. I even talked to Christina about it. Said, I don't really like doing these lives like this because I don't like it. It's not fun. It's boring. But I decided to do it because I figured Brandon is a talented guy. He's smart. You know, he's better. in regards to people want to hear him more because he's more structured. So I was going to take a step back. But the problem is he took me like bowing down, just like I bowed down to Christina and let her do her thing. He took me bowing down and saying, you got the floor. He took that as I need you, and I need you to guide me on how to do YouTube and how to make this happen when I've been doing it on my own, and I've been doing, well for what I'm doing. And I think that's the mistake I made. I should have just stayed the A side. I should have stayed with him being my co-host instead of the other way around, because he's just a control freak in regards to, I think he just wanted to control everything, and I didn't allow it, which started the tension, because you shouldn't be telling a person on their channel that they're not allowed to communicate the way they want to. You're better off just not coming on their channel. Don't be a host. Don't come on no more. You can't tell me not to talk about what I want to talk about. And he's telling me not to communicate with the chat like I want to. I'm sorry. What made my channel Enraged, I'm pretty sure you remember. He doesn't know, because he didn't take the time to ask me why I do what I do with chat. I responded to every comment in the chat. So everybody felt, even the haters, they felt value watching my channel, because I would cook. I would answer all the questions. I would respond back. If somebody said you're ugly, I would like roast them. That's what people loved. But I went away from that because the chat became filtered, full of like nonsense, because, I started doing a vertical format and it became trolls. So I stopped doing the chat. Now I'm back doing the chat because, it's more,
more
not
engagement.
chaotic. Yeah, low engagement. There you go. So that's the reason why. So Brandon, like, Rage can say whatever because he's not my friend. He's a person that watches YouTube, my channel, and I consider him a YouTube friend. You and Furby at one point. I'm like, you, Furby, all the people in the chat I consider friends. Mav, I consider a friend. YouTube friend. But I wouldn't call y'all personal friends. I don't know nothing about these people. I don't know their names.
You told my girl she could come to your hot tub, dude.
Yeah, you and her. Nope, we make that clear, because I got Cali girl in the building. I never said her alone. I said you and her can come to the hot tub.
I don't know, dude. I don't like hot tubs, but I appreciate the offer.
No, I mean, y'all can come. No, actually, you know what? That same day, I told her that I had this little futon bed. Of course, I didn't know you were a baller. And I said that you and her don't pay for a hotel room. Y'all can come. I got this bed right here. Come crash. Y'all can come to the hot tub, hang out in LA, free trip. And she said she would consider it, because I said me and Cali girl, we could all hang out. So I want to make that context clear, because we're not going to have y'all in the chat saying I was trying to get at Furby. Okay. But because once again, I'm not a disrespectful guy, and she can attest to that. She got the messages. I never hit on her. I never tried to do anything.
No, I know.
Like most guys do, But with that said, Brandon, maybe today's live, maybe I shouldn't have did it, but I'm sorry, because, I felt hurt that somebody that considered herself my friend would treat me in the way that I was treated yesterday on my channel, when we could have just ended the live. You could have talked and we could have had heart to heart, but you tried to expose me for your benefit, because nothing you did yesterday benefited me. Nothing you did yesterday made me look good. It made me look stupid and ignorant, which is what I sound anyway. I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. Guys, don't take it serious. The blacks, like, it's funny, just coming off. It's funny, but it's nasty. It's ignorant. Okay? Y'all know what I mean by that. Just like I say, let's be on. You already know what I mean. Jesse Lee Peterson is an idiot. Cali girl hates to listen to him, but sometimes she loves it, because he's literally idiot. But Mav, you got anything to add before I end this live? And shout out to Maverick with $2 super chat. We got Who Cares with the
Look at this guy.
No, I don't like. I don't really have anything.
Who cares?
I mean, particular to add, Dennis. It's like, I had a good friend when I was living in Eastern Europe. This was like 3.5 years ago. He was from Nigeria, and unfortunately, I did stuff that kind of. It just basically made him lost trust in me, and the relationship or the friendship ended. I mean, it was financial related, but learning from that, it's like, if you do have like family or friends that are close to you that will accept like trying to repair stuff, I think it's beneficial, but sometimes it just doesn't work. I mean, if both my grandfathers were Marines, like Brandon here, my mom's father and my dad's dad, they were both in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, shout out to the military.
Yeah, historically, I mean, how they lived and how they approached stuff is very, I mean, the amount of loyalty and stuff was exceptionally high to people. And the way in which they conduct their affairs, it's on a level that you would never see like in mainstream society nowadays. I still miss my dad's dad. I mean, who died like 4 years ago. My mom's dad I never met. He died in the 1980s, but it's yeah, it's important to remember kind of those backgrounds and whatever like I said before, just approach each situation different or depending on how it like what's necessary for you basically. So but like I said, Brandon obviously comes from the Marine Corps background, which is quite different to the civilian sector. Quite frankly, I would put a lot more trust in someone from like a Marine Corps background, generally speaking, than someone who is from a civilian side. But I mean, everyone's different. So,
yeah. Well, I would say this, okay? Even after he said all the stuff that he said on his live, I have no issue with Brandon. I still think he's a great, successful guy. Okay. Based on, you know, my interactions with, I just think that he is a people person and he rubs people the wrong way. Like I do sometimes. Only difference is I do it on my channel. I would never go on somebody's platform, trying to belittle and make it about me, because ultimately, you know, what happened yesterday was all about him. Because, you know, for him not to know that my chat, majority of the people are haters. Most of these people never put $1 into my pocket. Rage put $1 in my pocket, which is why, you know, when I was going, me and him was going back and forth. Okay. And you remember, let's keep it a buck. At the end of our interaction, what did I say? I said, you know what? Because I realized I was being ignorant. I realized that you're just, you know, rage. And I tried to piece it up at the end. The last comments before you said something like, Dennis, are you okay or something? Or have a good day. I literally just said, you know, this is nasty and I don't want this because I know that, you know, you're not a bad person. Just like Matt being a bad person. I know Brandon is a bad person. The only reason why I thought I was doing a good deed, I thought that instead of me just ending my relationship with Brandon and not dealing with them, I figured I'll come on here, explain my side of the story on why I feel the way I feel, because I still got to do it for my YouTube people. And I thought that he would respect me by showing, or respected that I show him and tell him about my life, like, you know, the stuff that happened as a kid, all of that. So he understands what he missed out on, the reason why I have trust issues and the reason why I didn't like what he said. But instead of him taking that as that, he came on and assumed that I was bashing him, which I wasn't. I was just showing that he literally is about trying to correct and tell me how to communicate and talk on my channel, just like he did on the podcast. That's all it is. And I just think that was yesterday. It was wrong. I never called him out of name. I never said he was failure, he was weak. I never said he needed help with something. I never said anything. All I said was the truth. And that's what I don't understand, that he's literally attacking me, and he's been attacking me since yesterday as a man. He didn't hit me with nothing other than, you know, I'm a failure, I'm arrogant, I'm egotistical, and half of this stuff just ain't true. I'm sorry. I wear the same outfits every day. Yes.
He's got Nike on.
I mean, like I don't understand, Rage. Were you around when I was sleeping in the car?
No, I was not. No.
Okay, so I was sleeping in the car and I was broke and I was dusty and I was like telling people I'm gonna get downtown LA in a high rise. I'm gonna make it happen. Everybody said you suck, it ain't gonna happen. You know, you're just broke. You're never gonna find your way out. Okay, I made it happen, and you know, I tell people the choice of you know, the choice of work, the grind, the hustle, me actually sticking with a good woman, that played a part. Me, the communication with my family, my kids. Brought my spirits up. All of these things that I've rehabbed in my life put me in position to be here. So he doesn't understand that you have to, the same way you talk about the negative, you got to celebrate. And I'm celebrating the fact that, yes, I'm in a high rise. It's a freaking 1-bedroom, 350, 400 square foot. This ain't nothing special, but it's something I worked hard for.
I feel like my living room is probably bigger than that.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. Like small. I'm not, and he doesn't understand. I'm not bragging about the high rise. I'm bragging more so. And I'm not bragging. I'm talking about the struggle that I overcame. I was sleeping in the car. Now I'm in this high rise downtown that I said I was going to be in within that month that my son was coming. But instead of him understanding that, that's the reason why I talk about this. The bike that I'm going to own, were you around when I was renting that Charger, like prior to having it now?
No, but Furby told me about that.
Yeah,
Like
it's
that.
stupid. But at the time, it was stupid only because I wasn't working as hard. But I didn't own nothing, so now I got a bike that I'm going to own in a few months, and that doesn't even make that, like, people don't understand. That's the reason why I show that bike off. It ain't about that, gets me around where I need to be. I can make money with it. I can get to work, job. But the whole point is people don't understand that these are accomplishments. Okay. That I was able to hit. So that's all it is. I'm not bragging. I'm not being humble, whatever. It's just I'm trying to motivate other people that are dealing with the same thing I'm dealing with to overcome it. But with that said, he can feel the way he wants to feel. I gave him the opportunity to come up. He could have came up. He chose not to. And I'm happy he didn't, because he's talking the way that he's talking in the chat. I wouldn't want him up, because the way Rage was at me, at my neck on the chat, he came up respectful, and I didn't start off going off on Rage. I just gave him the benefit of doubt, and I expected him to like make his points without being, ignorant. And then Mav, he comes on and he just makes his point. Mav doesn't agree with everything I say. He was kind of blown away that I'm talking about, certain people in a nasty way when I went on his channel, But
yeah, and let me tell you something, Dennis. Like, if you had met me like 5, even 3 years ago, like, I mean, what you would have, like, how I would have been far different. I mean, you guys can watch some of my old YouTube videos from Maverick Capitalist. I mean, I was very just resentful of a lot of stuff. And I mean, it's kind of sad looking back when I was in my early to mid 20s, when I was actually making good money for the time, from 2015 to 2018. And I was still just very angry about a lot of stuff, and being more exposed to normal working class society and average people, and going through absolute financial basically bankruptcy in Eastern Europe, and then having to come back to the States. It was a real humbling experience. So that's where I've mentioned this before to you, Dennis, or to your some of the subscribers. That's where I kind of resonate with you, because where I was in my mid 20s, by now I should have been way further ahead. But having to restart kind of resonated, and just picking up and moving on. Well, I would have never guessed I would be working in high school or middle schools with students, but it's just what it is. I mean, you have to take accountability of the situation and carry on. Eventually, what?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, yeah, eventually I want to get maybe start a wine brokering business in Argentina. I'll eventually be moving to Argentina, where I lived 10 years ago, down in South America, and do something on that side of things. But yeah, I mean, living here in Florida, I mean, far from the northern part of the U.S., it was interesting, seeing how different certain things are compared to the northern U.S. I tell people I'm like a polar bear. I do not do well with really humid weather. And that was one of the most difficult things, moving to Florida and kind of getting used to that. And now we're back to that climate being in April, but it's yeah, I mean, like I said, being around students, many Black students who have many of the issues that you're describing, Dennis. That's because many people here on this channel, they think that I'm a troll, and it's, yes, they may think I'm a cheerleader. So many people that have known me would say I'm not a cheerleader. I just resonate a lot with your message and stuff. I've had, I mean, some nasty situations I had to take care of with students in high school classes. And fortunately, I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'3". Now I'm about 190. I've lost 30 pounds in the past 6 months. So I'm rock solid. And it's not the biggest thing is that you just in AA, Alcoholic Anonymous, I've gone to many AA meetings. That was a big problem of mine last year. It's a matter of accepting accountability and confronting the issue. in dealing with it. But that's not to say some people don't deal with like confronting an issue like one way doesn't always work the same as for another person. So
we're gonna transition to it because Brandon's in the room, and if you guys want to y'all can stick in if you want, but I'm gonna bring him on here.
Okay, awesome.
I don't know. I feel bad that my girl's sitting in the other room while I'm in here on panel with you guys.
Oh yeah, she actually likes Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, she likes how silly he is. He says
hello, Brandon.
Out of pocket.
Bienvenidos.
What's up, Yves?
Yeah.
All right, so you got the floor.
Got a lot of nerve, D. Didn't I tell you to drop this shit?
I'm gonna grab.
You don't
something to
listen.
drink real quick.
I am not here to cause problems. I am here to help you. And I said I believe in what you got. But you had to do this. I told you not to do it. You had yesterday to talk. You wanted to go ahead and throw this out here. So yeah, I told you this is what will happen. Don't turn me. And because I could be your greatest friend, but I don't want to be an enemy. But you looking like that's what you want. You talking a whole bunch of smack. For what? You look silly right now. Yo, I was lolling the whole entire time. If you saw from the start to the end, I'm cracking up because this is funny to me. One, I know how to troll. I could troll better than the best ones you got. I'm really witty. Whatever you coming at me, I got 10 things I could say right now that'll put you down. But I don't want to do that. I said all I had to say yesterday. What I said today, I stand by it. So, you got to be careful. You like to expose people, right? Exposure is coming. You got to be careful. So don't do that to yourself. I was all about kissing and making up, but you didn't drop it. I didn't say drop the link. I said drop the subject. You lost your bet, your own poll. Okay? Your own poll. I don't know what the hell you're thinking. You're flip-flopping, you're back and forth. You're like, first you don't want me to come on, then I'm coming on. I'm booted. You call me your friend, but I'm not a friend. You know what friends do, D? You probably never had a real friend. I'll tell you the truth, even when you don't want to hear it. And I will always tell you the truth. And I'll tell you when you're doing something wrong. Because yes men aren't your real friends. Because the minute they can get an advantage over you, they'll take it. Have I ever taken advantage of you? Or did I say, whatever you get out of this channel, I don't want any of it? Because my time is more valuable and I dedicated it to you. Did I not?
No, you can go ahead. No, we gotta say one thing, okay? I'm gonna say one thing here, and this is the reason why I wasn't gonna have you on. I wasn't gonna call you. Wasn't gonna talk to you again because here's the situation. You do realize you come off abusive, right?
There's no abuse here.
No, it is because you realize that
you sound like a victim.
No. Let me tell you how you come off
playing
abusive.
it for a while.
And I actually talked to people about this yesterday. How nasty that was.
Who'd you talk to? The chat?
You literally sat here.
The chat about this?
You literally sat here and told me yesterday that it's in my best interest not to talk about you and say anything about yesterday's live, the way that was handled, the way that happened. You said that if I did that, it's going to be very, very, very bad for me.
Very bad.
So then now what you
what are you going to do? You're going to call the police? Oh my gosh.
What you just did was you call yourself somebody's friend and you just sat here.
Because I told you the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. Why the hell am I going to lie to you?
You threatened legal and you threatened more so.
There's no threat, dude.
Exposure,
I put the number down for the California Gambling Association.
Put me in a position to have to fuck with you. That's the piece of shit. And that's a fuck boy. And that's the asshole.
Nope. You don't bring me on here to just say
Brandon, I know something you fucking did, but am I gonna say
What's that? Tell me.
Something that will fucking blow your whole world up. I know, but I ain't gonna say shit. I ain't gonna say
what
shit.
is it?
I ain't gonna say shit. I'm not gonna do that, but I know something.
What are you gonna tell me? What do you got to say that I don't already know? Go ahead, say it.
You just sit here as a fucking man and sit here and try to threaten me with legal action, and for you to sit here and say that you're gonna threaten
right now
get me put in jail or something. If I don't talk, if I don't bow down and accept you and say sorry, we're not doing that.
Yo, so what's the thing you want to expose? Because it's public record. What are you gonna expose?
I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it.
No, there's nothing else other than that.
Like you're clean. You act like you know everything.
No, I already
Fuck
exposed
around,
it.
get me put in jail.
I disclosed that information. There's
You actually
nothing that
can't,
you
because I
can
got,
say.
because you can't get me put in jail. Got to pay the fucking taxes.
No, you can't pay taxes when you have an offshore account that in Cali you gamble in. It's illegal to do that.
You do realize you sound like
It's
a fucking
illegal
idiot.
to
You
gamble in
realize
California.
you have a category.
There's a
You have
number
a
for that.
category which is called gambling income or whatever it is. It's gambling.
916-830-1700.
You
That's the
literally
number
put
I'm
how
calling
much
in
you
the
made.
morning.
You put
And
how
we're
much
also
you
going
made
to call
in
the
gambling
IRS.
revenue. You could put
Because
that
you can't
on
do
your
that.
tax return, and it factors in how much you pay.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
It
I'm
doesn't
just
matter
letting
how
you know
you
that
make
wasn't a
money.
good
You
idea.
could have gambled with your friend and bet
You say
$100,000,
you know something
and
about
as long
me.
as you put that $100,000
You know
on your
something
tax
about me,
return,
but you
you're
can't
covered.
gamble in California on offshore accounts, sir. And
No
guess
matter.
what? They have
No matter.
the government has more than you could ever hide. You can't hide them. They're
No
gonna
matter.
get your phone records, bro. You in trouble. Don't do
Doesn't
that
matter.
to me.
Once again, you're a fuck boy because
I'm
you
not a
came
fuck
on
boy.
here.
I'm keeping it real.
Unlike what you tried to say, I didn't do with Rage. I did to you. I didn't. I
Yeah,
said you had the floor.
sure
And
did.
what
It's
you
kind
did
of like
was you
messed
came
up
on
though.
here. You tried to threaten
I
me
said the
by
same
telling me
thing.
if I don't respect you, or for the most part bow down to you and say sorry and not say your name, that you're going to sit
Yeah,
there and
disclose that
threaten
dirty
legal
news,
action.
man.
You're going to get me in trouble, or you're going to try to expose me in
Public
some kind of
record. You
way
can
to
search me and fill a
try to
court.
ruin my life, but it's nothing
CA.
you're going to expose. That's a fuck boy. That's a piece of shit. And
No,
I'm
it's
actually going
not.
to
You're
boot
the
you off
fuck
here, but
boy.
you can go ahead and say whatever
Wearing
you want
Nike
to say.
shirts
I'm
and
never
you're
going
a
to talk to you again in
poser.
life.
You're a poser, sir. You act like you tough. That's a whole act, and you need to drop the
Act
act
what tough?
and show
Did I
people
threaten
who you
bodily
really
harming
are.
you? Did I
You're the
ever say I was
fuck
going to
boy,
fight you?
bro.
Did I
You've
ever say
been
I was
the
going to
fuck
fight
boy.
you?
Everybody
I
been
said you're a
calling you.
fuck boy because you threatened legal action. and
No,
you threatened
yeah,
to be-
because you breaking the law, dude. You just admitted on stream that you broke the law.
threatened
So guess
to
what?
expose me
Hey,
on
I got all
something
the
that you don't
proof
even
necessary
know
to take
because
you
I've
down.
done nothing
That's
that can
cool,
be
man.
exposed.
You can't break the law and then don't expect it to come at you. just
That's
don't
some
expect
narc type behavior, though.
Isn't that fucked up? And he calls
Narc?
himself
Rage
my
face.
friend.
Yeah.
Check
What's up?
this. Does he have a Fifth Amendment right to keep his mouth shut?
He does, yeah.
Okay, did he do that?
No.
Okay, then he put himself out there. That's
Doesn't
not me.
matter. You're a fuck boy then.
Yeah, he
Nah,
put himself out there, but like
insinuating
it's
that.
not like the government is specifically looking at Dennis's live chat.
Exactly. They're not.
It's
my
someone
duty
submitting.
as a citizen, it's my duty to report these matters, correct?
Is it your duty as a citizen to report
these
someone
matters? These
so
matters. Yes.
no.
As a person who served the country, Rage Face, have you served the country, Rage Face?
And this is
I have not.
Okay,
I have
Rage
not.
Face, when you serve the country and you put your right hand up and you just swear to defend that Constitution from all persons, foreign and domestic, guess what the domestic people are? People in this country. And I will do that. And I have no shame. You know why I don't have shame? Because I'm not fake. I wasn't the one who came at me for 3 hours. I told him the truth, and then he reacted today to do this dumb stuff. So what you did, Dennis, was you came over here, you sat in my hand, and now I own you. So don't do that stuff.
You don't own
put
nobody.
yourself
Shut the
out there.
fuck up,
Don't do
piece
that,
of
man.
shit.
You were upset
piece
because
of
you got
shit.
caught.
You don't own
and you caught
nobody.
yourself up, and
You
now
don't own
you're trying to
This is the
damage
man that was
control
telling
with
me
a
not to
damn
talk
fire
about race.
extinguisher, but
This
the
is the man
fire
that was talking about
extinguisher
talking
is
about
this
don't
big.
talk about race.
Yo, that flame is taking up your whole life, and this is the only fire extinguisher you got. It's this big, dude. You're in trouble. Just
You're a low life.
drop it. If
You're
I
a
was
low
you,
life.
I lay low for a bit.
You're a low life.
Nah, man.
You're a low life. And this is the person that y'all was in the chat talking about was a friend. Even if we fell out,
they want to know what's the dirt on me.
If we fell out, he
You talking all
wouldn't be
this
threatening
crap, but
to
what's
try to
the
put
dirt
somebody in
on
jail,
me?
which he can't. Ain't happening. But if he was to freaking,
But
if
hey,
he was a friend,
what's
he
the
wouldn't
dirt
be
on
putting
me,
that out there.
guys?
He
Like,
wouldn't have
what's the
done that.
dirt on me? Hey,
He
DJ,
wouldn't
what's
have
the
done
dirt
that.
on me?
He
You're gonna
wouldn't have done
talk,
that.
yo. It's
This
cat
ain't a
guys.
friend. This
It's
is
an
why I
act.
tell y'all
It's
be
a fucking
taken
act,
for phony
y'all.
people.
You are in for a treat of this act that he's dropping. You see how he acts? That's how he really feels about everybody. He just showing it to me, but that's how he really feels, y'all. He's a loner. He don't care. He
There's
said
not
he
one
could do
person
YouTube
that
without
threatened to
anybody.
try to
But yeah, when
put
I
some
came on,
criminal
he's like, "Oh, I got Brandon, the
charges on
Great
me.
White Hope, the great communicator." This is guess what,
Not
Rage
you.
Face.
You're the only one that went to the
Congratulations,
point
you
and
are the
put
new
criminal
great communicator.
charges on me, other
Stay
than actually
away
the one
from
dude that
DJs.
I blocked from my channel.
Push to put you on. Stay away, sir. Wordplay was right. I was unable to see this. It is bad. It is not cool. And all I gotta say about this is, DJ, you was wrong for what you did. You even tried to make it seem like you was right in the situation by putting a poll up that you lost, sir. Guess what? That's probably first of many if you try to go in politics. You need to be true to yourself, as I had always told you, and you need to stay away from
You know how
shit
big of a
that's
fucking dummy
stupid.
you are. It
And
says
you
channel. It says
pursue
channel
the
owner
dumb stuff.
56%.
I don't get why you
got
pursue the dumb
43%,
stuff.
which is still fucked up that it was that close.
No,
Like,
it's
what are you
messed
talking
up that no, what it is you have a bunch of yes men that jumped in
No
and
matter. You said I
defended you.
lost. You said I lost.
You
Snitch.
did lose. Oh well, you
What are you
lost.
talking about? I lost.
You look
What are you
bad.
talking about? All you care about is the attention. What are you talking about?
I don't care
Where did I
about
lose
the
that?
attention.
What do it say I lost that? What does that
Your
say?
poll said you lost, sir.
It says 53% channel owner, 56% channel owner.
Yeah,
Mm,
that who was
yeah.
wrong in this scenario? You forgot your own fucking question.
Yeah,
Bro.
technically, yeah.
You forgot your own fucking question. Look at him looking like a dumbass, guys. Congratulations.
Hey, it don't matter.
You won something. Being a big ass idiot. That's what you won. What the fuck?
Right or wrong. It don't matter. But Brandon, either way, like you're a fuck boy and you're
Oh,
a
either
snitch.
way, look, he
You're a
loses and he's
snitch,
gonna,
and you're
he's
never
gonna
my
change the
you're never
goalpost.
my
Guess
friend.
what?
Because if you were my friend, you would never have
48%
said,
is
you would never have said
is
that.
winning, guys. Hold up. Oh, he changing it up
No,
right
no,
now.
wait.
Boy,
Wouldn't that mean
backfires on you.
wouldn't that mean
You're
that
retarded.
if you said it was yes men that would have caused me to win that? So does that
Yeah.
mean I got haters? Or no?
Nah,
We're
nah.
even playing
Your
field.
haters are your yes men. They turned on me because I told you the truth to your face. I'm gonna say to you what nobody's gonna be afraid. What
There's more
everybody's afraid
people.
to
More people agree with you. Even more people agreed that I was wrong, even though you just sat here and tried to put a felony on somebody, and then you want to be mad at me talking about black folks.
I'm mad at you because you talk shit when I told you stop talking shit, and then you proceeded to talk shit again. And
You're
now
a
I'm
piece of
here.
shit.
You're
You're a
talking
piece
shit
of
again.
shit. You
I
want to
don't
talk
get it.
about
Why
how
are you
we're
doing that?
victims and you're threatening a
You're
felony
playing
on a man?
victim. I'm not a victim. I'm coming at
It
you
doesn't
hard,
matter
bro.
because you can't do
I'm
nothing.
telling
Ain't
you the
nothing gonna
truth.
happen.
You're an idiot. You're putting yourself out there to be a legal person who's breaking the law blatantly in front of my face. Don't do that to yourself. I've been telling you, Fifth Amendment, Dennis. I don't know. Anybody else saw that
Doesn't
slide?
make it
Did
no
you
better
hear
than
me
you.
say
You're a
Fifth
piece of
Amendment,
shit.
Dennis?
You're a
Keep your
piece of
mouth
shit.
shut.
It doesn't make it better.
You
You're a piece of
snitching on
shit.
yourself. Anybody who's a snitch is DJ. DJ's a snitch.
For
And
you to
DJ,
call-
if you
for
got
you to
something
call
on me,
yourself-
say
for
something.
you to
Because
call
guess
yourself
what?
somebody-
You
Brandon,
shit
anything
on
you gotta
me.
say else, and at this point I'm gonna boot you because you're a piece of shit. There's nothing else to be said. You literally came on here and told
Narrative
me
doesn't
that I'm
go
not
his
allowed
way.
to talk about something on my channel,
kicks
and if
people
I
out when
do,
it doesn't go
you're
his way.
threatening to try to attempt to put a felony on somebody. That's the
Oh,
fucking
he's
abuser.
scared.
I see why you abuse your chick. You do that to me. I can imagine being your chick. I see why you got that charge. I see why you got that charge. And you know,
Got
I
what
started
charge?
at you
What the
too. I
fuck
saw
you
you as a
talking about?
fucking
I've already
abuser yesterday.
disclosed
The
anything
way
that
you
you
talked
trying
to
to
me
say that
and
you
the way
got
you
on.
looked at me, I'm like, I can see why his chick, why he fucking abused his chick. Because
I
you're
didn't
a
abuse
fucking
anybody.
sociopath.
I didn't
You're a
abuse
fucking
anybody.
sociopath. I'm supposed
There's
to be
no
your fucking
abuse
friend.
there,
I'm a
sir.
grown man, and you threatened me yesterday and said that
It's
if I
not a
said
threat.
anything
That's
in
the whole
regards
point. You're
to
misunderstanding.
you, that it was going to be all bad for me. You're going to
Uh-huh.
do something that I
Now,
would
hey
regret.
guys,
That's
remember
what
how
that
you
is.
said he would tell on somebody if they was breaking the law? And the minute I said
abusive.
it, boom, I'm in trouble. I'm the
It
bad
doesn't
guy.
affect
Well,
your
it's because
life.
you're targeting him and not
He's targeting.
Sobrando.
Did you not, Rage Face? Have you not been a part of all his streams? He's been saying,
No,
I
no,
was
no,
told
no,
there
no.
and
I
ripped on
get it. I'm
people.
just saying this
No,
one
you
specific
can't be
scenario.
one. No, I will never put people out there unless they did something to put themselves out there.
You just
and I've been
did.
telling them,
You just
you
did.
did it. You did it, not me.
Brandon,
There's
you-
like 5 videos of you sports betting in
Brandon,
California.
Name
5.
one thing that I said.
What the hell am I
Name one
supposed to
thing
do
I
about
said personally about you. Name
That's
one
not
thing I
me.
said
That's
personally
you.
about you.
Hmm?
Name something that I said today's live, yesterday live, or the entirety of my channel that would affect you personally.
You said it all yesterday, so I told you to drop it. I
No,
forgot.
what did
about
I say that will personally
Dude,
affect
I'm
you?
not like you. I'm not the fucking Museum of Natural Dentist who remembers everything
No,
everyone's
you
ever
said
said.
today.
History.
You said today.
That's not
you
me.
said today.
I
you said today
forgot
tried
it
to
because I
destroy
don't want
you.
to freaking think
You said
about
today I
that.
tried to destroy your character. What did I say that was going to destroy you as a
I
man?
don't know
as a
what you
person?
said because I forgot about it. I dropped
Nothing.
it yesterday.
Nothing. Because I
told
talked
you
about the
drop it,
context
and
of
you
what you
didn't
did
drop it.
yesterday.
I told you drop it. Why are you so on this? Why are you so worried? If you have nothing to hide, why are you so scared?
It ain't nothing about being scared. It's the fact that you're a
Oh
piece of
yeah,
shit.
okay.
And
Hey,
you
Ray
sat here
Face,
and
does
you
he
tried
look
to turn my
scared?
chat
He looks
against me
scared, don't he?
even more than it
Be
already
honest.
is.
He looks
Off of
he looks
you,
shook, right?
Off of you. That's
Scared to death, scared to look. You
portraying
shook.
this
There
image
ain't
like
no
you're
such
just this
thing as
good old
what?
person when
Halfway
you
crook.
literally
Let's go.
are a fucking snitch.
Boom. He's crying about snitches.
It ain't nothing about snitching. Remember, you didn't do
laugh so
nothing.
hard.
Remember, what I did had nothing to do with anybody. but you are a fucking snitch because you're going and trying to sit there and put somebody in and try to get somebody in trouble.
Oh, dude, stop. Because you know what?
Nobody.
You were all high and mighty yesterday in your high rise saying how you going to put people in jail if they was on your block selling drugs. Guess what? You and your block doing illegal shit. You're doing illegal shit too.
You're affecting people's lives.
Hey, dude, when you pointing at people, guess what? You got fingers pointing right back at you.
This is the psychopath that you guys were like freaking shouting out. This is the guy. Look at this guy.
Don't do something that you don't want people
to know. This is the guy you guys wanted me to like rock with. This is why I did this whole video. I knew if I didn't do the whole video, Brandon was going to come on here and try to like you're a piece of shit. That's why I did this whole video. Trying to make yourself out to be my friend. You didn't know me forever.
Oh, I was definitely.
When the last time we talked, Brandon? I'm
probably going to be the only person in your life ever that's ever going to tell you the truth to your face. And if you standing in front of me,
you told me that's the truth.
Tell you to, dude. I told you stop doing this dumb shit because it ain't going to work. And Ray Trace told you stop doing this dumb shit. It ain't going to work. And you keep on doing it. That ain't me. That's you.
I'm going to build my channel the way I want to build it.
And you're gonna fail miserably, and it's not good. It's not a good
look. What success you have with that podcast you were managing, you were in charge of, the one you booted.
I wasn't in charge of it. I wasn't in charge of it. You made me co-host. I was never in charge of it.
No matter
what. Laura has a great little.
You sent that email, got rid of me,
and I could not see there because guess what? I even had to go because of education. Unlike you, I care about my education. So I'm going to stay true to it, finish my degree, and then move on to bigger and better things. If that includes YouTube, cool. But my YouTube ain't going to be about this. My YouTube is mostly about fun stuff, not like attacking people for no reason. Yes, exactly. Gaming.
Yeah.
So like Tekken, like Rocket League, Dragon Ball, Dokkan Battle. So like that's what I like to do. I like to get my audience to escape reality. That's why my live,
you said Tekken.
When we was talking about deep thought stuff like ancient aliens and fringe theories. That's the kind of
time
stuff
travel.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's just do our own stream. We'll get off of this one. We'll play Tekken. I got my little gamepad here. We'll fucking go, dude.
Okay,
go do that.
VVAT 711 on Xbox. It's also on PSN. But
go do that so that way he can get his attention off of me because this is all.
All the attention's been on you. You did it to yourself.
It's your channel, Dennis. You're getting all the attention. It's your channel. You're getting the views. People are engaging with you, guy. Like. You have people like me in the chat talking shit to you on a daily basis, Razor, all these other people. Like you have a grasp on these people, whether it be negative or positive, and they're creating engagement for your channel. And it's you should just embrace it. You know, like it's not like
that's hey, Ray. You know? I said that. I've been saying that, and you know what he told me? I'm wrong.
We're wrong. We don't have a channel with 13.6K subscribers. You know, I mean, I do almost have more followers on Instagram than you do, Dennis, but like that's irrelevant.
Yeah, all I said was there's some context you can avoid. There's some language that you can actually do that sounds better than what you're saying right now. And when you isolate a group of people, you kind of like alienate your entire chat because some of them people identify with that. That's what my whole argument's been about. And you don't listen to it. You rather attack me and tell me I'm wrong. It's your channel. I'll take it away from you. All because of my position of a webcam. Guys, really, does that hurt your ego that much, bro? That if you're at the bottom right of the screen, you're going to feel like you don't own this thing?
Can you, like on the StreamYards thing, are you able to move people around?
Yeah, you can move people around.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like default.
I didn't do it either way. I was like, I wasn't even following you anyway. If I was the first one on, everybody's going to be
I'm not humble. He says I'm not humble. And
but I said, DJ, you can change it yourself. Why are you getting on me? You could change it yourself. Why does it matter? To me, it doesn't matter. You could have put me at the bottom. We're like, okay, cool. I would have never thought of it. I was more focused on talking with the chat, talking to the people on the panel. I didn't care about where I was positioned. To you, if that matters, bro, your focus on your priorities are all jacked up. Yo. Don't be a 24/7 parent because that shit ain't gonna work for you. Because if your position when you're walking with your kid means no, you can't walk in front of me, you gotta walk behind me because I'm the freaking dad, then that's gonna be wrong. What I'm gonna say,
why don't you say your piece? This is gonna be the closest you get to being on a stream with more than like 20 people. Because
people keep asking what was the thing you got on me.
You'd have to keep it. You'd have to go to the way of threatening. You literally or abuser
There's
because
no
you didn't have
threat.
to threaten me.
You know what
as a
threats are,
person.
right,
That's what you took
DJ?
it.
DJ, you know what threats are, right? You know what threats are, right?
You literally threatened me.
No.
like an
Do you
abuser.
know the definition of threat? Because if I'm throwing him, it means I won't act on it. You know that, right?
Brandon, you
those were what threats are.
If I talk about something on my channel,
Those are like
you're going to
intent.
do something.
That's
You're going to
intent,
do something.
but you don't
You're going to do
act on
something
it.
that's going
There's
to
no
hurt
threat
me,
to
and
yourself.
that right there is abuse.
There's
That's
no-
the same
there's
as
no
you
threats
whooping
here.
somebody's ass, and then you tell them you better not talk
You're
about
so
me whooping your
lucky.
ass tomorrow.
You're so
You better
lucky
forget
I
about
was
me
willing
whooping
to
your ass
tell you
tomorrow. What's the
publicly.
difference, Brandon? What's the difference from you beating somebody at the basketball court, whooping their ass, and then you say, you better not talk about me whooping your ass tomorrow. We're going to forget about this and act like it never happened. That's what you're trying to get me to do. And if I don't talk about
If
what you
you
did
don't,
yesterday,
yeah. So
if I don't
yesterday
talk
you
about
had
what you
your
did
chance.
yesterday,
No, but
I don't got to
DJ,
worry
you
about
had your
being
chance yesterday.
abused
You're not
here.
even
Because
getting
what
it.
you're
You're not
trying
even
to
getting
do is continue
You
to
didn't.
abuse.
Okay, you didn't call me to talk to me afterwards.
I told you I don't have
You
nothing
did
to talk to you about. I came
exactly.
on to
So
talk about
you
the
have nothing
situation.
to talk to me about. Well, why are you saying all this shit today when you had yesterday to do it? I said, if you're willing to drop it, I'll drop it. If you're not willing to drop it, then don't be surprised that the shit that will come your way. That is not a threat. That
That's
is your
abuse.
fault by
That's abuse.
bringing it up today when I said
No, that's
don't do it.
abuse. That's
No, it's
abuse
not
because
abuse.
I didn't come at you as a person. I came at the context of what
Nah,
happened.
man. All you had to do was drop it the minute you turned it off. You felt some type of way, you could have called me. I don't feel some type of way because it wasn't me who got the freaking
Who's
brunt of
calling
it.
you?
It was you, not me. All you had to do was just be like, hey, yo, that bothered me. I'm like, yeah, well, kind of deserved it. You shouldn't have said some dumb shit that you were saying. I've been telling you to stop. And if you're willing to drop it, I'll come back on. And that's all you had to do, and we would have been done with it. But no, you came on here without me knowing. 2 hours in, I'm finding out you're still talking about me. And then someone's got the nerve to say I was soft. Like, how dare you? Soft people don't do what I do, which is hold you accountable, tell you the truth, make sure that you understand that your own actions have consequences. I didn't do this to me. You did it to yourself. And obviously you have a pattern of burning bridges and burning people. You don't even help your own people that support you. Christina was saying, help me. You never did shit to it. I took 2 hours out of my time. Guess what, Christina? I could have billed you for that time. That's about, $200 an hour, by the way. But I helped
Christina out of this because there was no help. Just leave Christina.
I help people. I help them.
You didn't help nobody.
I gave them the tools they needed to succeed. I gave you the tools needed to succeed. I said, this is how you're going to keep it structured. You said, cool. You're the great white messiah. Oh my God. Blah, blah. That's what you were telling me.
Oh my God.
I didn't say all this. This was you. I kept your shit in order. And guess what? Now you know what you need to do in order to keep it in order. You're welcome.
This dude's a
and
clown.
I'm not hating on you. I'm
You're
just saying,
you're a
don't be
clown.
stupid and
What,
do
okay,
something
tell me, what did
stupid.
I do differently? What did I do that you taught me? What am I doing now that you taught me?
Oh, well, right now, nothing. But you have the tools now.
What tools?
Holding your panels structured. You don't have like 20 people on.
What are you
You're
talking
gonna
about?
be like,
I did this before you came
yeah.
on, Brandon. I used to do this before. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. It looked like it
You
was
didn't teach
chaotic.
me nothing. This is the ego and the arrogance you talking about I got. Why
Okay.
can't you just look yourself in the mirror like I told you yesterday and realize that we're both egotistical guys when it comes down to it? If you think I'm
No,
egotistical, you're
it's
egotistical.
200. If you're saying cents, it's 20,000, but it's 200 US dollars an hour. I
Why
could
can't you
bill.
just understand you overstepped?
I didn't overstep. Nah, bro, you overstepped.
Said words that were hurtful.
Nope.
That was not needed.
How are they hurt? You know what, DJ? How would you think that words would hurt, right? If you didn't care in the first place? Your words, not mine, but you're the one who's flip-flopping, flipper. Bro, go back in the ocean and go swim. Because this is ridiculous. You were the one who was saying all this shit about you ain't a friend. I don't consider you're a friend. You're not a friend. But then you're like, oh, your words hurt. You know, if you don't really care about the people that are talking to you, you wouldn't let the words bother you. Guess what? I'm a Marine. There's not one thing you could say to me that hasn't been said to me. I've been said worse than anything you could say. And I won't ever be hurt. You can't hurt me. What I can do, though, is hold you accountable for what you say.
My dickhead is bigger than your whole dick. Now, if I said that being a fact, you would feel some kind of way. That'd be disrespectful. That's something a friend wouldn't say. That's exactly the equivalent of what you said.
You say so. Okay, so DJ's exposing himself, guys.
Yeah.
So right now, you're
No, I'm not
talking about
exposing myself.
wieners.
I'm telling you that my
You
dick
talking about
is
wieners.
bigger than
So
your whole
hey,
dick.
Diddy, chill.
My dick is bigger than your whole dick.
Chill,
So wouldn't that make me
chill, guys.
ignorant? Wouldn't that
I
be
would
nasty?
never
Would
I
that
would
be
never
something
say
that I
about
shouldn't say?
my appendage about yours, and I don't care about it. So guess what? You showing me something else. So I bet you get pegged, bro. That's
Mm.
what you're showing me. Holy
No
shit.
matter.
I
The
would
whole point
never
is that's
talk
the
about
same
some
equivalent what
fucking
you did
You know,
yesterday.
it's all coming together because Jesse Lee
English.
Peterson, he's going down that avenue. He's acting like him. That guy is actually secretly like he acts really homophobic, but he's actually gay.
No, I heard
Oh
about
yeah,
that. He is,
DJ's
I
a
heard he is
true
gay.
homophobe, bro.
I heard he is
He's
gay, but no, you know,
hardcore.
the reason why I said that is because Brandon got little dick
No,
energy.
he's saying that
Brandon
because
got little
secretly
dick
he's
energy
craving that sausage.
because
He wants
no
the glizzy
man with
later.
freaking
He's gonna go to
snot nose of a
7-Eleven,
freaking
get that
man would
glizzy,
be doing
eat
this.
that shit
This
up.
is freaking
Think
beta
of me.
male, weak ass.
He gonna think of me eating that glizzy.
Because guess what? The way he's been talking the past 2 days is exactly how I felt the whole
Nope.
time. What I did
I'm
earlier,
only
what I did
talking like this
earlier,
because
I
you
didn't
put
throw no
yourself
shots at
there.
him as a person. I literally said that
Mm-mm.
Brandon is a good. I said Brandon's still a good person. I have no issues with Brandon. I said I'm still cool. I said I don't dislike him. I literally said that on the live before I even every
That's
single
not
half
true.
an hour. I
I
literally
don't
said
remember
it on the
that.
live.
That's not true.
Okay, how
That's
about I
not
pull it
true.
up? How about I pull it up?
How about when you were saying all the shit you were saying the day before when I said, hey, why the hell you talking smack? And then
Yeah, because
yesterday,
OJ,
you were
because
talking
you
a whole
literally
bunch of
wanted
stuff.
to.
Well,
You wanted
guess
to
what?
go on
Yo,
OJ.
DJ, you was
You went
wrong,
going
and
to
Rage
OJ.
Face told you,
You're
and you
mad
go,
that we wanted
oh,
on
I
a
get
kid
it.
that freaking shot somebody.
No, bro. Like, Rage Face said the same shit I said, and then you're like, okay, yeah, I get it. Where's the
No, I didn't
pushback?
agree. No, hold
No,
on. I
where's the
didn't.
fucking
Hold on.
pushback, Flipper?
I didn't. Hold
Flipper,
on.
where's
Did I
the
say I
pushback?
agree with Rage Face? I didn't agree
Nope.
with him. But the
No.
difference was you
Flipper,
said that I
you
had to
said,
agree with you.
oh, I
Rage
get
Face.
it. No, I
Rage Face
said,
didn't say I had to agree with him. I said no. I
there's
think
no,
that
I didn't say
I
you
should be
had
able
to
to call the
agree
kid
with
an
me. I
idiot.
said you're wrong, dude. He is a
No,
murderer.
I said
That's
that
it.
the kid was a loser, just
The
like
kid
OJ
was a
was a
loser.
loser.
No, see, Rage Face said I wouldn't call him that.
And
And I
I
even
and I
said
still
that.
called
I
him a
said,
loser.
dude, that's not what he is.
And
I
I still
wouldn't even
called
say
the kid
that.
a loser because he's a loser. We
And
agreed to
you've already
disagree.
been
Unlike
said, you've already been told
you
by Rage
immediately
Face
went
that
into
I
a
wouldn't
pinky
say that.
comment. You
That's
went into
not
a pinky
that's not
comment
right.
immediately.
Look, Rage Face said that's not right. And I said that's not right.
Yeah.
Regardless, we both said the same thing, but you
Okay.
didn't push back on him.
I did push back. I told him I'm
No,
still
you
going to
did
call him
not.
a loser.
Okay, Rage Face.
Yeah,
said, I
we
get
had
it.
a very civil conversation. I didn't get any type
But
of
Rage
like,
Face, did I dare not,
backlash.
after you said that you wouldn't call the kid a loser, did I dare not say that I'm still going to call the kid a loser because he still shot the cops? And
Dude,
we
I don't
moved on.
remember. I don't remember
Nah,
what
he
you
was
said,
like,
man.
Yeah, wait,
I get it.
we moved past it. You, on the other hand, when I said the same thing
Move
yesterday,
past it,
you tried
motherfucker.
to
You're the
you
reason
tried to
why 2
lecture
days
me.
later we're still on this
Brandon, you
fucking
tried
topic.
to
my
lecture
gosh.
me on why I'm not allowed to call that dude a loser. And then you went
my
into
gosh.
belittling me right after that.
Oh my gosh.
Rage
He
Face
brought
didn't
up
do
the
that.
OJ
He
thing.
just kept
Yo,
it moving.
guys, on this exhibit, you will see here on the left, DJ bringing up old shit again.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he had like a poll for me, like, is Furby too good for Rage Face? Like,
And I think you won.
I did, I did, I believe, yeah.
Oh my
But
god.
it's just like it's like a cycle with you where like you got somebody on your panel, someone that's like talking and like being good, like with the stream and shit, and then it's like a week into it, they become public enemy number one, and then you got to make videos about them and live streams about them, and it's just like your content is all derived from you having beef with a viewer or a co-host or something.
Yep.
Hold on, but Rage Face, that day, let's not sugarcoat that. That day when I put that poll up, you literally were directly talking about Cali Girl. You literally said, you
Yeah.
said some nasty stuff. So
I
let's
did,
not act
yeah.
like you didn't say anything nasty. You were at my neck.
I've been
and that's
saying
the reason why
nasty
I
shit
posted
to you
that.
since day one, bro.
That's the point. So
Yeah.
Brandon, that is different levels to it. Me and him wasn't people in the chat because he literally said something I'm not gonna say on live because I don't want Cali Girl to hear it, but it was nasty. And he knows he just said it was nasty, and that's the reason why I put the poll up. But I still never disrespected Furby. I never ever said anything bad about Furby. I never called her out her name. I never did that because women are innocent. I felt like he went too far by disrespecting the woman who was innocent. She didn't deserve that. He could have said anything about me. I'm a retard. I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
But see, I won't ever call somebody
took it to her.
That's not right. What I will do is hold you accountable for what you haven't done in life, which is a lot. And I will make sure that you know that. And that's not arrogance. That's just fact. Right now, you're the arrogant one because you're on this little soapbox. Little because it's tiny. You're not a big guy. You're in this tiny soapbox standing on your little money saying that you're a big guy. You're not. And you calling people
what's
names.
crazy? You know what's
You
crazy?
call me names. I didn't call you names. I said you sound like a asshole.
Brandon, you just
sounded
did.
like
You literally just,
a
you
prick.
just really,
I said
you literally
you're
just said,
acting like one. I never called you one, but today you went full blown. So congratulations, you transformed.
you know what's
You're
crazy?
a hole
You're
now.
so delusional that you literally just threw a freaking nasty shot, and then you try to say you're not arrogant.
I'm not.
You
I
just
just
said
said the
that. You
truth.
just said that but Brandon, you're a fucking joke.
It's not a joke.
Why
Look,
can't you
now
just be a
you're now
man? Why
you're
can't you
all
be a man
mad.
and move
Now
on?
again, guys, I need to put myself as the butcher. That's the code word because I cut deep, bro. I got some fucking deep ass cuts.
You got
You
nothing.
don't
You
have
know
to
nothing
be
about
upset.
me. You know nothing
DJ,
about me.
You let me hurt you that bad. Imagine, bro.
It
Imagine
ain't no
what
hurt.
someone
It ain't
who's
no
been
hurt.
close
I
to
did
you
it.
your
I
whole
did a
life.
live explaining yesterday's live, and that's my right to do it. Because the same way you acted a fool on that live yesterday,
Dude,
the
your
same
little
way I can explain why I
dude,
allowed
you
it to
make
happen.
it seem like I take this shit personally, like you. I'm not thin-skinned. This shit don't hit me.
No, it does
Don't
because you're
hit me at
threatening.
all.
You're threatening the man that's supposed to be your friend.
I'm not. What?
Sure, that's
Supposed to be,
abusive.
you
That's
told me
abusive behavior.
we wasn't friends. No, you
That's
said that.
abusive.
That was all you, bro.
That's
I'm not gonna
abusive
go ahead and
behavior.
retract any statements. That's what you said. What I'm saying is I'm gonna hold you accountable to your shit. So I'm not in any trouble. I didn't do what you did. So we're good.
We're good. We're good. Go ahead. Do what you do.
Yep.
Yep. Peace. All right. So he can do whatever he wants to do. He got the floor to do whatever he wants to do. He's out of my life. Never talking to him again because I don't respect that. Because no matter what, he can say all he wants to say about criminal behavior or this and that. I've never come on this channel and said anybody. First off, majority of people that avoid, that do tax evasion are white, and and we know that.
Yeah, like
white.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. So, here's the thing. I've never said any of these people need to be in jail. I've never said anybody that does insider trading needs to be in jail, even though I think you should be. Okay. I've never gone that far. I said people that do violent crime, people that literally hurt people. And for him to associate that to what I am doing behind the scenes to put myself in position to be able to take care of my family, I'm sorry. It is what it is. If he wants to be that guy, he can be that guy. But the public's going to know he's that guy. Everybody's going to know he's that guy because he's going to be associated to that. So he can do, and Brandon, you can do whatever you want. I'm not scared. You do whatever you want. But just know that anything that you do to me or you say you're going to do to me, everybody's going to know you did it. So
Dude, you don't have to worry. There's the IRS has like 12 employees.
Can I say
They're not gonna audit
something?
you, dude.
Go for it.
Even if he does put in some kind of
Okay,
ticket.
well, first and foremost, the IRS doesn't usually target small players. I mean, they're not going to target someone who's I've known of people who've owed 6 figures worth of debt to the IRS. They're usually not going to target you, and even if you do, it's maybe just a fine or something.
Yeah,
but like I said before, right at the beginning of the stream, just focus on small steps. Just work on making progression, and eventually, within a year or 2 years, you'll be doing incredible stuff. I think all too often, especially in today's society, people are so obsessed with these really just outrageous increments rather than just be okay. I had severe depression in the summertime here in Florida, and I literally was in bed for days on end, just drinking crazy beer and wine, literally almost to the point of killing myself. But I got out of that. It's just you have to just focus on incremental growth. And if YouTube if it's too much for you mentally, get out of it and do something else, because at the end of the day, it's business. It's about making money, and you have to approach it accordingly.
Yeah, I'm I put it like this, okay? I'm not worried about seriously, I'm not worried about any of that. I don't care about no sports betting in Vegas. I did that, and I pay my taxes, and I sports bet 10 plus years ago.
You don't need to get into it, guy. It's
hey,
fine.
I won't get into it, but here's the point. The reason why I snapped, and I thought he was going to come on, we're going to have a productive conversation, but the reason why that caused me to snap again was because he literally is an abuser, and he's an abusive person. Because for him to state that if I speak on anything in regards to him, the way I feel on my YouTube channel, that there's going to be repercussions, not him going and doing a video or him, if he sees me in person, fighting me, but to threaten a felony or attempted felony or attempted trying to get somebody locked up. That right there is abusive. That's like a chick who literally a guy would take like nude photos of her and like video of her doing things that he forced her to do. And he knows that if those videos get or pictures get put out, it's going to destroy her whole world. Her family's going to disown her. It's going to be bad. So he's going to use that to like continue abusing her, beating her, and doing whatever. And he's going to threaten by saying, if you go to the cops or you do this, you do that, I'm going to release these photos. That's literally the equivalent of what he did. And you see, he's talking about victim mentality. How would somebody not associate that to what you just did if you threatened to call the FBI on somebody? Like, who would do that? Like, if I'm selling dope, though, if I'm selling meth, if I'm out here like beating people, punching people, hurting people, then yes, you know what? You need to call the FBI, you need to call the cops, you need to call whoever. But I was doing something that affects nobody. It's me, my life. And that's the reason why you're a snitch in the worst of ways, because it ain't telling if you are, or if somebody's doing something to somebody, but you know, you're doing something to hurt somebody. You're trying to take a father away from his son. And mind you, let's go back into the basis of it. Now we got to make it about me. Like, I put myself in position because I spoke on what I did. So I can't say Brandon has anything to do with it, because you know what? I did what I did. So it would be on me. It wouldn't be on Brandon. He's still a piece of shit for even insinuating. Insinuate. I can't get the word out. Like, off my brain, I'm fried.
Yeah,
right
dude.
But I can't blame him for any of that, because that'd be a hypocritical thing, like me talking about the rappers that rap about the murder of somebody. I bashed them when they talk about their murders. So me talking about what I did on YouTube, I would be the epitome of that. I would be literally the same person. So I can't even say it. So with that said, Brandon, you do whatever you want to do, but I'm not going to allow you to make me feel like you're going to like abuse me in some kind of way by me talking about it. I said I was going to talk about the situation from yesterday, which is what I did. And I didn't tear apart your character, other than saying that you literally are not the same guy outside of my channel. You're not. You're conducting yourself in a way of trying to make me conform to what you want. And by you coming on my channel and telling me that thank you, or to thank you for you helping me do something on my channel when you have not affected anything that I'm doing differently. Like, I'm doing the same thing I've been doing. Nothing's changed. It's just the people I bring on. Rage Face came on and Maverick came on. They're just calm people. They can have a conversation, but the other people that we bring on with you just can't talk and have a conversation without like bringing me up and trying to disrespect me in some kind of way, and can't just stick to the topic. That's the only difference.
I mean, you guys had a few where you were like going and like there was a decent conversation going, but then it seems like there's like a conflicting viewpoint, and then you start butting heads on something. Like, either do it just yourself, or like format the panel some way where like I remember Bvaz had like I'm just using an example that he had that was pretty good. He had like a time limit on allowing people to speak. Like, that was a good little segment that he had going on. But like, it's just like you and some other person just fucking arguing, like when you and Craig were arguing, or like all the other fucking dudes that are like the villains, like the Sinister Six of your Marvel universe, you know?
Yep. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think when it comes down to it, like Brandon, he's on the wrong channel ultimately. That's all he had to do is say, you know, I'm on the wrong channel, because he doesn't understand that. I'm sorry. There's there's like a portion of YouTube where you have Black people that are tired of thugs and stripper rappers and all these people being the norm in our community. You know, we don't have voices. So we're in our little sector of YouTube and social media and whatever, screaming about the bad things and how we want a Candace Owens, the way she looks, the way she acts, how intelligent she is. We want her to be the role model for Black kids, not a Sexy Red. Me pushing that out there, I'm the bad guy. That's all it is. That's all I'm doing. And yes, I have to go the way of saying the Blacks and all that, because let's keep it a buck, Rage. You know all about social media and
Mhm.
whatever, you know context. If I come on here and say the black individuals in the hood, the street niggas that are doing the bad stuff, and the hood rats is doing the bad stuff that's hurting people, nobody is going to, first off, that's going to be more nasty, or people are probably going to want to beat me up for saying the hood dudes and the street chicks and whatever. They're probably going to be angry. But my message is going to go deaf ears because everybody knows those are the people doing everything. But by me saying the blacks, not only is it kind of funny, it's cringy, but people that actually understand the message I'm trying to put out there, the conservative black folks, right-leaning more so, because I'm not conservative, I'm more independent, anything, because I don't follow the conservative values, as you can see with the sports betting. We got to say the blacks so that way people will take in what we're saying and actually keep it moving. If I say the hood dudes, the hood chicks and all of that, it's going to make for people literally saying that we hate our people. Me saying the blacks, people still say it, but people that get it know that I'm not talking about all black people. I'm talking about the poorabos, people like me, because I'm one of those people at this point. Let's keep it up.
No, dude, like I don't have that. Like when you say the blacks, I'm not thinking of like a specific group of minorities. Like I'm thinking you're saying this and encompassing every African American person. Like you're saying the blacks. Like you're it's like a red pilled word to be saying. Like I don't know, dude. You're just like I'm too high to be honest. I've been hitting this pen since B-Vaz was talking, and like I don't know.
I mean, I think you're white looking in, but black. You gotta remember the black demo on YouTube that watch conservative videos, they're growing more than ever. We enjoy that. Like Jesse Peterson. Like, yes, people that are violent, that are hurting, that are doing the worst. They don't like Jesse Peterson because he just speaks the truth. He speaks truth in an ignorant way because
He doesn't speak the truth though. This man says everyone is born with sin because your mother is sinful and you have to be reborn by God and reborn by a man, and like men, like women are the devil. This and that. That man is fucking. He's a retard. He's fucking stupid. He looks like he has brain damage. He is nasally as fuck. He has like the worst opinions. They're propping him up as like an Uncle Tom, like just he's ridiculous. Whoever his like manager and publicist is, they suck, and he sucks. Sorry.
No, he does. No, he does. He does go too far sometimes. But see, the whole message that he's putting out there, I don't care about the religious stuff. I don't care about none of that stuff. But he does speak the truth. Okay, sometimes about some stuff, like but once again, he's like a meme. He's a walking meme. He's just funny. But I don't take him serious. I take more of like the Anton Daniels, the Brandon Tatum, the Candace Owens. Those are the people that I take. And I'm assuming do you like Candace Owens or you hate her?
I hate her, and she is a fucking idiot too.
How though? She's speaking on stuff that black people listen to.
She is married to a white man, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she's stupid. I stay away. I stay away from anyone that has like these extreme right-leaning values. I don't listen to anything they say. Like I am not of that mindset. I'm a very kind of, I don't want to say I'm a left-leaning liberal or anything like that. Like yeah, females should be able to have an abortion. Like that's as far as like left-leaning. Like I'm not like a libtard or anything. I just hate all government and kind of like encompassing. Like both sides are fucking shit. Both policies are shit. Like, but a lot of the right-leaning people are just so crazy and push this specific agenda that it's disgusting.
I mean, I don't like to call that's the reason why I don't like to call myself a conservative anymore, because it is getting radical. Because I mean, I'm okay with abortion before 3 months. I don't think after 3 months. Are you okay up after 3 months or up until birth?
Yeah, like we're overpopulated. Not like obviously if the baby is like born, like there's limitations to this, right? But like we're so overpopulated as it is. Like, do you know why you don't see as many Asian children with Down syndrome that are like actually from Asian countries and not the United States?
No, why?
Because they have abortions because they don't want to have a child with Down syndrome.
that
Like,
case right there, we do push that. We do push like your kid could be like freaking like born without like a like the heart, like the kid's gonna survive 2 years and you still have the baby. I mean, I
yeah.
think that should be you should be allowed to, just like if you get R worded, you should be allowed to terminate. I'm with you there. I just don't
Right.
think that like, you know, I think they should do something where you have like these cards that women have to sign and men sign, or women sign, to where a man can ask, because this is how crazy we are in America, to where the man can ask, hey, if you get pregnant, you know, if they see the card, then that means you're not going to terminate pregnancy. Because I think that women.
So you
should-
want a woman to show like a no abortion registration card before she has sex with someone? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm saying no woman has to do that. What I'm saying is, some men, for example, like me, I don't want my child terminated. So what I'm saying is, if we did this to where women, it'd be more conservative women that would do this. They would have a card that would state that they won't terminate pregnancy. You know, they're pro-life, and you know, they show us this card. It's going to be in a registry to where they show us this card. Now, me, I'm going to date this woman because I know she's not going to terminate, you know, pregnancy. Like Cali girl is not going to kill her child, no matter what. Ain't happening. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I don't want them to be able to, or the woman I'm with, to like 3 months later or 2.5 months later, if her family talks her out of, you know, giving this birth, she can say, you know what, I think I changed my mind. I just want to end it. But like I said, you have a right to do it. You
Right.
have a right to do it. Like, but if you got that card and you showed me that card and you got me under understanding that you're not going to do it because I don't want to see my child die after 3 months. Now, before 3 months, you can terminate. I don't care. I mean, don't tell me about it. But after 3 months, I can't imagine 5 months down the line, my child being sucked out and thrown away.
Well, that
Like-
doesn't really happen very often unless there's something critically wrong. You know, if there's something wrong with the fetus or something wrong with the mother, like nobody's having abortions at 5 months. It's not like you're that way through it and you're like, yeah, you know what, I don't want to have this baby. And it's just like that's very rare cases. Like I feel like that's a thing that the right pushes a lot, is they're insinuating that people are having like full term abortions like left and right every day that it's occurring. Like it's the fringe cases that's happening. It's like one out of 1,000. If like definitely more than that. Definitely more. Not 1 out of 1,000. That's exaggeration, but you know.
It's still a lot. I mean, I asked Cali girl though before, and she told me she wouldn't do that. It ain't even safe for her to do that. And that's the reason why I moved on to deal with her. But like, if a woman told me that they're gonna do, they may possibly do that, then I'll probably not want to deal with that chick. Now, like I said before, 3 months is fine, but just after that, it's nasty. But like you said, it doesn't.
Can I say something, Dennis?
Yeah, go for it, Maverick.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting, like with this topic, because I don't like bringing like exceptions to the rule, but you know, like Tim Tebow, that famous football player in the NFL, like he would, I mean, his parents were actually recommended for him to be like aborted, and it obviously didn't go that way, but it's kind of an interesting situation. Like sometimes I think it, like an analogy would be a like say black person who's like they're appointed as being guilty of a crime that they never committed, and then they're released from prison. So you always have to think about, maybe there's like there's a different story to this situation. So but I mean, it is interesting with what you said, right, Chase, because I did live in Russia. My brother lived in Russia for 2 years. And I mean, yeah, certainly, like if you get over to, I was in Eurasia, not Asia, but the mentality, I mean, in the Soviet Union, there were so many abortions. Like in Argentina, even it was the same. My brother lives in Argentina. Like one of the his good friends, her sister literally had 6 abortions.
Damn.
Argentina, over the course of like 15 years. It was just like again and again. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, it's like the mindset with that was just like, oh yeah, I'll get an abortion, but it's it goes back to the same thing. Like, who do you value more? Do you value like it? I mean, if you're like a Christian person, obviously it's like this is wrong. And like one of his friends actually, she got 2 abortions, and yeah, that's just unfortunately the way how it is in some parts of the world. But I was just going to say that.
I mean,
So we should
you gotta-
probably like not discuss that anymore. Like
I would just
we're,
say
we're
well,
men. Like we have no reproductive right. Like we our opinion on reproductive rights for women are irrelevant. Like we don't.
Yeah,
don't play a
and look
part
at
in-
like the other thing too, Rach. Like if I would always like use like a condom or something. I wouldn't like intentionally impregnate a person. I mean, it will never happen for me. Like I sometimes joke to people on here to wear like 2 condoms because it's just it like it won't happen for me, but I just like bring that up. So
No, I'll say this to wrap that up. The reason why it is important to talk about it as men, because the situation is it's not fair. Because if a woman tells you in advance she's on birth control and you have no way of knowing she's on birth control, she can put you on child support, and you are hooked for 18 years when y'all both were just hooking up. It was just a sexual encounter, like just friends with benefits, and then she you now got to deal with a kid because you thought that she couldn't have she was on birth control. But then at the same time, a woman who decides to terminate because that guy that was with that woman that had 2 kids, and he showed up to the abortion clinic, she was in there, and he started crying because she was terminating without even talking to him about it while he's taking care of her 2 kids. And of course, I hope he left that relationship after that. But the whole point of the matter is, like, should we have cards to where if a man is dating a woman and she states that she's a birth control, she doesn't want kids, she says she doesn't want kids, and they're doing their thing, even he got condoms on, she gets pregnant, now she went to have a kid, and now the man is on hook for child support. Shouldn't he get the right to where he can say, oh, I got the card, she said that she wasn't trying to have kids, no birth control? I mean, shouldn't we have a fair system for both parties?
No, that does not need to be. That sounds like that fucking Chappelle Show skit where they had like the consent form that they filled out before they had sex. Like that's.
So how fair is it for a man
You
that's
shouldn't be
pro-life?
putting yourself in that situation. If you're pro-life and you're conservative, you're not fucking around with all these women and nutting in them and worrying about them getting pregnant and getting you for child support, dude. That is like
No, it's
you're
about
not
determination.
like in
if
general.
you're conservative, and you're with
it's
a
not going to
woman.
happen.
No, but I'm saying that what I'm saying is that kid, that the woman said that she couldn't have more kids, but then they had to, she got pregnant, and then she decided to go to a clinic because her mom talked her into it to terminate the pregnancy. That's what I mean by like, when are men gonna get rights to where that should
We
not
shouldn't
be a
have
thing?
rights. We should not have rights over a woman's body in any way, shape, or form. Just because you came in someone and they got pregnant, you're not developing the fetus inside your body. Like that's has nothing to do with you. You're there as like a fucking maternal parent. That's it. You're not creating a human.
Okay. Well, I'll agree to disagree. I guess we'll move past that. And whenever you guys gotta leave, just let me know. I'm gonna stay on now that I don't have any deliveries and I just clocked out. I got my actually I clocked out late. I got 2.5 hours of pay.
Well, no, I mean it's cool. Honestly, like speaking with you and speaking with Rage Face. I don't know what your name. I'm Tyler's my first name, by the way. But
I'm
yeah,
Rage
no,
Face.
I mean it's awesome, like with this format and whatnot, and just kind of like covering different situations. Because I think often, like especially in the workplace in America now, there's just like suppression of free speech and whatnot, and it's just, I mean, for me, I get so like tired of it. But
Well, you work in a school, so you should have suppression of free speech. You shouldn't have a platform to impressionable children and just say whatever fringe stuff you want to say.
well, yeah, I mean, more than that, I mean, I mean, I can't even get into, I mean, some of the issues, like, I like, let's just put it this way. Many of the people like in Florida that will work in education, like Bivas, Brandon, come from like the Marine Corps, and it makes sense because I mean you have to be one strong, stoic mother effort to go into like a Florida school. I don't know how it is in other schools, because it's not easy. I mean, maybe it was like 30 years ago, but it's tough. So yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's as my dad has told me, Rage Face. Yes, it's a public environment, so not everyone is going to share the same values, and you have to come in objective and as a leader, basically. So
I agree. I guess another thing that and here's the thing, guys. Okay, you see this? Just for so we can have context. I didn't have any deliveries. Okay, that's the point. When it shows, if it shows a delivery, then I'll show you the other week though. See how like on Wednesday I had 4 deliveries, but I can't put the address on here, but I had 3 deliveries, but I didn't get any sales. And then on Thursday I had 3 deliveries, it looks like here. But today they didn't give me nothing. That's just how Shuri and this company is. It's freaking a mess right now. Here's the situation. No, I can't. I was gonna actually allow Brandon to come back on, but I can't because he's going too far. With
Yeah,
the
you
chat.
don't need to like.
I'm not doing it.
Indulge in any of that. You both need
Yeah,
to chill
because-
out and then kiss afterwards.
No, because the thing
kiss
is,
and make up.
I think what he really wants, because I haven't really focused on his YouTube channel. I've been like doing all kinds of other stuff, and I'm finally back focused. So he didn't understand that this format is better because it's more balanced, chat's better, and I think he wants a piece of the action with me actually controlling and actually doing YouTube again. And he was in the chat and people want him on here, and I thought for a second because he said Dennis doesn't something about me. And I'll flip out on him or something. So I assumed he wanted to come on here, but then he went back to the whole situation with, now he's, I guess, going to telling me about me clocking out a half an hour late, not realizing that they're going to do a time correction automatically. So it doesn't really matter. But I was going to ask y'all, would you say that men, and I guess this is more geared towards Rage, do you think men are more, because you're on what, 32, 33?
33.
Okay, so would you say men are more lazy? You can include me in this also. Do you think men are more lazy and unwilling to work regular jobs that would for sure guarantee you a number that will allow you to take care of your family more now than any time in the history that we can remember, like the 80s, 90s, 2000s, whatever?
Dude, I think men are more lazy now to get stable jobs.
Stable jobs, make more than 25,000, which is what you need in most cities, to grind it out. Like not talk men out of making or working 58, 60 hours. They got to do what they got to do. The whole mental health crisis going on, where they're saying that we should not be working more than 40 hours. They're trying to cut it down to 30 hours. What I'm saying is, are we being babied as men, which would ultimately cause the women to, they're picking up the slack because they got to now work full time to for us to have a household.
I don't think that's gender specific, man. I think that's everyone. I think that's an issue with the way that capitalism functions and being an employee working for an employer who's giving you a set amount of hours, or doing gig tube like you did, where you're trying to do Lyft and shit like that when you're working for an app that is taking money from people and then giving you a little bit of it because they're using you as a fucking pawn to transport these people. It's not a gender specific issue.
So you don't think that men were, able like you are?
Are they lazier now than they were in the 1950s when everyone was
1990s and 1990s, 80s, even 2000s?
The mindset and the values are, sorry, I keep bumping into my fucking mic. The mindset and values of men, I guess, are definitely different now than they were in the 90s. Yes, I agree. People aren't looking for regular type jobs and they're trying to do independent work, or people are just lazy and want to live off the government. Like the government has given incentives to people to behave like that. So it's like there is a mix of just being straight up lazy and a mix of working dead end jobs, and people don't want to do it because it's grueling and fucking terrible for your mind. But to answer your question, yes, men are more lazy now than they were 30, 40 years ago when it comes to working a full-time struggling job.
Yeah. What about you, Matt? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, like, with much of what Raytrace was saying. I think that with the times that we live in, like, when I was I've said this, in my early 20s, I was making what would be the equivalent of like 70 to 75,000 a year. It was from like 2015 to 2017. And yeah, I mean, there's not like a lot of like motivation for many guys to like go out there. I mean, we obviously are on the like potentially on the point of war with like the Middle East once again, but it's like it goes back to and also, I mean, women obviously have more like advantage, or they have more opportunities than ever before to like make money. Now, like here in Florida, I mean, yeah, if you're a guy, you're gonna have to like absolutely slay it like work wise. I can't speak of like other parts of the country. When I lived up in Chicago, I was making very good money, like for my age at the time, being in my early to mid 20s. But like anything else, times change. I attempted to start like 2 businesses and I lost in the ballpark of $80,000. So potentially by now, I mean, even if I was just like doing stuff conservatively, could have been well into the mid 6 figures. But yeah, I mean, you don't know how things are going to play out. Like you saw Iran attacked Israel, so there could be another world war. Like, I mean, in a few weeks, and all I would tell someone is invest in oil, energy, like gas, and like anything with energy, you're going to make a lot of return on. But it's like, yeah. I with that said, we live in different times. Like my parents, yeah, they have very high standards for me. I was going to join the U.S. Air Force last summer. I took the Air Force ASVAB. I got a 72 on, which is a pretty high score. But I'm like, I don't know where where the U.S. is going in the next few years. I don't want to make this kind of commitment. I love the fact of being committed. Like I'm a loyal person, even if I don't totally agree with people. I want to be loyal and try follow through with my word, and that's, I mean, something that's changed about me like in the past few years. So yeah.
Well, out New King, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's goody, fam? You know, I just came up with it, you know, because like I started hearing about how, you know, people are lazy nowadays. You know, they're not working as hard as how, you know, people used to. One of the biggest concerns here that I think about is that, you know, things are not like how it was back then, like the incentives, you know, working extremely hard, right? Like right now, everything, like if you look at a lot of things nowadays, right? Like getting a home, right? With the jobs that we have now and like the pay we have, it's really difficult compared to how it was back then.
Oh, for sure.
Like, it's insane. Like, you know, back then people were able to get homes. Like, you ever heard the saying like, "Oh, I bought my house with raspberries"? Like,
nope, never heard that.
No, yeah, it's like some new thing that's going on. But one of the biggest concerns nowadays that a lot of young folks, it's not that they're lazier, it's that they are working like 2 or 3 jobs just for the basic necessities, you know, just for the basic things, right? Like, so I don't necessarily agree that the generation nowadays is like lazy compared to the ones from back then, right? So that's why.
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah.
What did you say? I was going to say, so the only reason why I asked that question is because that's the other gripe that a lot of people on this channel have with me. Because, you know, I got to say I found myself being lazy because prior to like quitting rideshare, which was stupid for me to even do rideshare, I was doing about 50, 60 hours minimum a week. And I was only making like $1,000, $1,100 a week, which is trash. I could have went and got a job at
like Costco, Sam's Club, Walmart, whatever. And I would have made out in California, I think the minimum is like $16, $17 an hour. That may have been more productive for me. And I'm actually considering that going to get a full-time job and get rid of this part-time job. And then I can do, finish the school in between. But I just find that like we talk about poverty is the reason why you have all this crime. But me pushing what I've been pushing on this channel from day one, which is work as much as possible and just work and figure it out later, but just work. People feel some kind of way because they think with me, like yesterday, I put in like 9-10 hours. I did my shoring job, and then I did some rideshare. And mind you, I did rideshare first time yesterday, and I was part of that whole shooting situation. I was stuck, but I think that we should, as men, push other men and ourselves to like work harder. But I'm getting a lot of pushback because people are saying that I'm calling men losers and this and that. I never called anybody a loser. I'm just saying you should be making more than 25,000. You should be working.
Was it
a bit harder?
I have a
What was
question.
that?
Was it Uber or Lyft?
I did Lyft. I was doing I was in that out in Venice Beach. It was like some crazy guy that was shooting up the a complex. But when I was doing rideshare, I was doing Lyft, and it was brutal. Not making no money. And by the way, do any of y'all know anything about this Iran going on? I'm supposed to talk to Brandon about that. Are y'all into politics more so? World news?
I know a little bit. I know that I think 99% of the missiles that they shot at Israel were deflected by
Dennis?
fighter jets and like the Iron Curtain in general that Israel
Yep, I
has
saw
to like
that.
defend themselves. So it's like
Dennis, like if you should like talk to my brother, like he can like explain everything with regards to Iran and stuff. Would you be willing to have him come on live?
Can he come on now?
Yes.
Yeah, come on. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me contact
While he's doing that, you go ahead, Rach, to finish. I know a little bit, but I
So-
just want to
like.
well, I want to backtrack a little bit back to the laziness thing because
Okay.
another thing that has to do with like the way the job market and environment is now is like
Mhm.
back in the day, a lot of people would get hired at one company and work there for however many years and work their way up and get like a big fat pension and retire with that. It's not the same like workplace as it was back then as it is now. People can get higher pay by working a couple years at one firm or a tech company or one job and build up an experience and then go to a new company that has no idea about their past work history, like how they were as an employee or whatever at this company, and then get hired at a higher level and get paid more. So they can jump around to different places and not have to put in a lot of work at some of these beginner jobs and kind of shoot their way up. So like it's a different way of working than it was back in the day. So I don't think it's necessarily lazier, but maybe like Jay Media said, they're like people are working a little smarter than they did.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we're just too. I'm not gonna say we're just too busy, but we're just too locked in, right? Trying to escape the economy creeping up on us. Technically, I'm pretty sure everybody has the economy creeping up on us, especially with that inflation. It's really hitting us, and especially with the Iran thing that's coming up. Like
The new aid package.
one of the things that I was a little concerned is like how much money the United States government is like providing all these other countries, and you have
And like, isn't it kind of suspicious that how much money we've been giving to Israel to fund
Yeah.
this war on Gaza, and now all of a sudden Iran is now attacking Israel, and we have to now back them up because it's Israel and Iran. Probably we didn't fuck it up enough. We got to get back in there and do more damage.
Yeah.
What would they be trying to? What's suspicious about it? What are they trying to do?
Well, I mean, like, is there oil there? Like, what is there that we want? Like, what are the resources that the U.S. can take from Iran that they already haven't?
Their influence.
So you think Iran is a good guy in this situation?
No, there's no good guy in this situation. It's all bad. All the people at the tops in all these countries are not. There's no good guy in this case. But I don't think it's like everyone says it's like Iran, but it's like a group of their military operation in Iran. It's not like every citizen of Iran is like in this mindset. So it's whoever is currently in power. It's like obviously there's something going on where like the pot is being stirred and like the levers are being pulled behind the curtain.
I mean, do you think we're in the end of time? Like, can you see a missile hitting this country in within a year with Russia and everything that's going down? Do you think we're safe, or do you think we need to start prepare? Maybe go buy some disc games for PlayStation 5.
Yeah, definitely spend.
definitely.
I think everyone in the chat should definitely cash in all their money and invest it into gold. You need to take out every penny you have and get gold and just sit on that gold and just do nothing with it like every other fucking person does when they buy gold.
How does that work? Like, if the world goes to an end, how does that work in regards to like gold? How do
So
you
when the world ends, the economy collapses and there's nothing else, you then have chunks of gold. That's it. You got gold. Like, you do not watch like any type of like,
Nope.
you ever seen The Hobbit? Like with a dragon in the Mines of Moria, and he's protecting his gold. Like it's
nope.
about the gold, dude.
Nope, I've never seen that. I mean, remember I'm black and slow, so
If the world would have ended, right? I think like gold would be like the least thing that people would care about.
No, exactly. It's just funny to me because I see a lot of people that are doing this, and it's just kind of, it's stupid. Like they think that the gold has more monetary value, which it probably does in the dollar bill. I think it does. Like per ounce of however much gold is worth more than the dollar bill is worth or whatever. But their mindset is you can melt down the gold and use it for some sort of resource. But then what are you going to use it for? Like gold is used in electronics and jewelry and stuff. Like the gold is not going to do anything. The gold is not your money. The bones are your money. You got to get the bones.
You got to talk about guns and butter.
So my question to you too is so
guns and butter.
Give me a percentage of what you think in regards to like us having a missile hit America. Can you see that happening? Can you see us being
a missile
in
hitting
war?
America?
Can you see us being in
chances of
war?
that- So like we would probably have to ask Bvaz that because he's the disabled veteran. He was in the military. I actually had a job with the military for like a summer as an internship, but all I did was like input people's information into the computer. But I don't see us getting hit with a missile. We have a lot of defenses. It really depends on where it's coming from. I don't know. It could happen. It couldn't happen. I'm not a fucking expert on this shit.
Nah, one thing, because I'm not an expert into this, but I do follow it, a lot. One of the things that I think about is like, the gun and butter thing, right? Like how much, like you want to dedicate, resources into the war, like the United States, right? Compared to how much resources you want to dedicate to the people. Would you rather have the people starve, to keep financing that war? Or do you want to focus on the people? And in this case, the way I'm looking at it nowadays, it seems like they're more focused on, outward instead of the people at this point.
Yeah, it's always been like that. America has been more focused on arming themselves and building weapons than they have about the American people since like, I don't know, since the modern era. Like when they made like a whole secret town to develop a nuclear weapon that no one knew about, that they just like pulled in American citizens and said, hey, build this shit. Like they have not give a fuck about the American people since then. Like it's all about war, money, control. We've had very few presidents in the past, like, I don't know, 100 years that have actually cared about the American people in like a welfare state of mind,
I think Trump might have been the last one.
That man only cared about himself. He didn't care about anybody else.
Nah, blacks are doing better under Trump.
See, one thing,
people I'd never seen work a job, they were working jobs, like my sisters. I mean, there were so many jobs. I'm talking about we're flourishing when he was around, but now it's like freaking brutal out here.
See, like it. Okay. To me, it doesn't necessarily like really matter what if it's like Trump or like Biden. At the end of the day, our government, their whole purpose and goal, right, is to really like kind of like, it's just the sphere of influence, right? Like when you think about it, right? The more a country has control over like other territories and country, they kind of like control the whole global trade, right? Which is the reason why the States is just so, like so focused on like wars and like taking over territories in place. Because and one of the things because that's one thing that my friend always like talked about. Like for instance, you guys ever heard like the situation in Venezuela and Guyana, right? With like how right now Venezuela is trying to fight over a certain territory of Guyana because they found that there's more oil reserves like on the Atlantic Ocean near Guyana.
Mhm.
A lot of people really aren't talking too much about this thing right now, but like what's gonna usually happen is that the United States is gonna interject, right? Because obviously there's an incentive for them to interject, and what's gonna happen is the idea of like if I scratch your back, you scratch my back, right? So that way they can have like some kind their hands on that oil. They want to keep their hands in that pocket, right? And to be honest, the United States been doing that for like a real long time.
Mhm.
And what's going on is that they're just sacrificing like today, this our current for like the next like hundreds of years, right? The situation is that we're like really like right there at the edge, right? Because like everything is really falling apart. Like I mean, like
next 200 years.
so you see, and the thing is that we're not really gonna benefit it now. We're not gonna benefit from this now. What the people that are usually gonna benefit from is 200 years from now, or 100 years from now. Like,
Well, let me say this. I got first thing real quick, and we're gonna stay on this topic for a couple more a little bit longer. Look, Brandon, everybody's asking for you in regards to this subject, okay, or this topic. Look, like I've like looked past harder people that came at me harder, okay? No pause, okay? I don't really care. I just don't want the disrespect. But if you want to come on and you want to talk about this, Brandon, you have the floor, okay? I don't hate people. I don't hate you, okay? I have no issue with you. I just didn't like what happened yesterday. But if you're going to come on and you can't keep it respectful, the same way, Rage has been, Rapid's been, don't correct me on my communications. Let me do what I do. You can say that's nasty. I don't care, but just then you can come on. I don't care. But point I was going to ask you, Rage, Herbie looks like she's a Trump supporter and she loves her some Jesse Lee Peterson. How does that work in your household?
She's trolling. She's not a Trump supporter, and she doesn't love Jesse Lee. It's a meme. She's not a Biden supporter either. Neither of us. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Neither of us like have like a political preference of anyone. She doesn't. We both do not like Trump. Okay, maybe she does love Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, see, you so
JLP.
what do you think gonna happen if Trump loses? If we even make it there? I mean, actually this is two questions for each of y'all. Y'all can answer. Do you think it's gonna be World War III before Civil War? And do you think that we're gonna make it to Trump getting in office to avoid and to get this all like eliminated? What's going on right now? Do you think we're gonna make it there before the World War III? So two questions there. You can start, Rage.
That's
pretty much I was asking. I don't know if you remember. Just will it be a civil war or World War III? Either of these wars going to happen, and if they do happen, will it happen before Trump gets in office? Because he's probably going to win at this point.
Okay, so I feel like I'll go to this point first because like I have a thought about it already in my head. If Trump does get elected, obviously there will be no civil war because the people get what they want. The people that are the violent offenders, like the J6ers, JK.
Oh no!
I know. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm not joking. But anyway, if he wins, obviously there's not going to be a civil war. But the war in Ukraine and Russia is going to possibly shift in a different direction because he is so involved with Putin and he's buddy with him. Whatever, maybe something will happen with that. I'm not completely sure. Same with the China thing. I feel like he will just kind of give them incentive to just take what they want with like Taiwan. You know, I feel like he'll let, Putin be like, take part of Ukraine, do it, whatever. He doesn't want to be in NATO anyway. Like, he's gonna involve some other, I don't know, dude. I'm not the right one to be asking that type of
Well,
shit.
I do think that the right one to actually ask that question would be B-Bass. If this would be a really good question for him, to be honest, because he's prior military. Like, it'd be nice to see what his thoughts are on this. To be honest.
Yeah, no, this is the topic we were supposed to have before all the drama happened yesterday, but we didn't get there because this is an important thing. Because the people see, this is crazy. I was picking people up, and I'm gonna have you go next, Matt. I was picking people up yesterday, okay, because I wanted, I was trying to get a conversation started. When I used to do the YouTube, and I was like able to just come on and just talk like this for 6 hours nonstop, it was because I was doing rideshare, and I got enough content off of talking to people, and just I knew the vibe going on in the world. But because I wasn't doing rideshare and I wasn't listening to podcasts while doing it and whatever, I just got out of touch with reality. So I didn't even realize until like a few days ago how close we are to World War III. You literally have what happened to Israel, and we have to defend them. Ultimately, we sent over, I think, like 2,500 Marines already this morning. So it's kind of crazy because people don't even understand how close we are to it, and people are over here. They're going to the Dodgers game. I'm like, do y'all not realize that we're literally almost at World War III? And I wrote on my Facebook page, I'm like, I hope y'all happy, those of y'all that tried to bash me about Trump, because y'all wanted Biden so much. Now y'all got what y'all asked for, and now you got like all these conflicts happening. You got the countries being destroyed. You got freaking military age men that every single day are showing up on boats, running into the country, like jumping in the cars. Like I saw a couple videos of that this morning. And this is chaos. This wouldn't be happening under Trump. I mean, it would be more law and order. I think that, these other countries would respect us more, even under Bush. I think we are like looked at as like weak right now. Nobody respects us to where they're just smacking us. I think China is actually about to go into Taiwan. They're working on that right now because they know what we're going to do. We're just weak all around. So, I mean, that's my thought. I think that if we don't get Trump in office ASAP, we're doomed. Matt, you want to touch on that? You must be on the phone.
In what sense? Like in what sense?
Do you think there's going to be? Do you think there's going to be a civil or a World War III before the election? And if it is, or do you think it's going to be either Civil War, World War III? Do you think it's going to happen? And do you think we'll make it up to the election and Trump get in office before it happens? Because it's probably going to happen. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I thought like when Iran was starting to launch weapons like yesterday, I thought like on my Facebook and stuff, I thought like stuff was going to break down. But yes, most definitely. I mean, I lived in Russia. My brother lived in Russia for 2.5 years. He got his master's degree in Russia. Like I said, my on both my mom and my dad's side, they came from the Marine Corps. So in terms of military, like I was going on to the Air Force, and I'm still considering it, but I some things I don't like about it a lot. But yeah, there's like definitely some things that are probably go down. If here's the other thing with Iran. Even if they like launch these missiles or these drones, maybe like as they stated, it was to like show to the world that this is like a warning that the US isn't going to like bomb us again, and like the next time around we can like launch 20 like intercontinental ballistic missiles like at Israel and just destroy them. So I'm almost certain, but like we'll have like WWE3 within the next like 5 or 10 years, unless these major players are taken out. But most likely that they won't be. So it's pretty likely that there's going to be another like world war, and it's going to be just insane. But
you don't think it's going to happen within the next year, World War III?
Very likely. Yeah, I mean, I think I mean, WW3 is looking very likely. I believe in God. I mean, I'm not going. That's a different, like. I mean, obviously, podcast. I believe in God, so it doesn't really bother me. But for people who don't like fear God or I mean, who don't have anything to live for, yeah, I mean, WW3 is looking more likely. My parents, or I should say, I live right next to like an air base of the U.S. Navy, and if anyone lives close to like military jets that are like passing at like 200, 500 feet, it's like pretty intimidating, honestly. Like when these jets, like, so I know people like talking a big talk, but when they're actually on the front lines, it's a whole different story when like stuff is going down. So I wish Israel would just negotiate with Iran or with other countries and be like, yes, we've done this wrong, we need to do stuff better, but it's unlikely to happen.
What about Noob? I'm gonna have you. I want to, because Rage Face, you said you don't believe in a God. Isn't that atheist? Like you don't believe in a higher power?
Do I believe in like a monotheistic God? No, I do not.
What type is a monotheist? Yeah,
Monotheistic is when you believe in one single deity to be like your all true knowing God. That's monotheistic, like Judaism and Christianity and Islam. Those are monotheistic religions because they have a God, one singular God.
Can I ask you something, Rage Face? I mean, just kind of out of the blue. I mean, do you fear death or not?
No. I mean, do I fear dying? Yeah, because I want to keep living. I don't want to like go on and then like the people I love and care about don't have me
like
around
I
to
don't
be with
fear,
them.
like just
Yeah.
like what you said. I don't fear death myself, so yeah. I always ask that with people. I myself do. I mean, if I were to die tomorrow, just like I don't fear that at all. But I'm different than most people my age. So
No, I just hope. Yeah, Noob. I'm gonna have you go next. I'm just gonna say this. I hope that if we do go to war, like if North Korea, with South Korea, if all that happens and the world's just going crazy, I hope that before they take away this, our telecommunication ability, to communicate more so, the internet goes down. I hope that nuke or whatever missile that hits America, I hope it hits like directly on me, because I don't know if I want to face that, but that would be cowardly because I do have kids that I would want to protect. But at the same time, if we're going to be destroyed anyway, I'd rather that land literally like right
Be
on
over
my
quick.
complex.
Yeah,
just
I've always had that
wouldn't it be
mentality
fast?
where like I'd rather want to die in like a bus crash where a bunch of other people are
Yeah.
dying with me instead of me just going like from being sick or something,
I'm not
Yeah, wouldn't a nuke, if a nuke hit my building, wouldn't it literally just immediately wouldn't it be a
Yeah,
split second or would it
you'd
take
be
time?
done. You'd be vaporized. And usually the nuke isn't hitting the building. The nuke is blowing up before it touches the ground. So you're dying from
So
the
it vaporizes the building and everything, or just
Oh yeah.
vaporizes the people?
Yeah. Everything.
Yeah, I don't think any of y'all know. Like, have any of us ever got hit by a nuke?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've watched some videos recently on like Hiroshima and like those like the whole like Manhattan Project type stuff. So like they had obviously a lot of that footage was fake because like you can't like put a camera up and like record like a building getting blown up without the camera getting damaged too. So like we don't know exactly like what it looks like, but we saw the aftermath.
Oh, what's that noise, Noob? You guys said you got a wrestling match going on in the background. But yeah, you have that's my thought. Like I would rather be vaporized. I don't want to have to go through like Walking Dead to where we got people like scavenging for food and
Yeah.
water and resources. I think that'd be bad. But people don't realize how close we are, because wouldn't they go after the satellites immediately? Because they're already like taking out our bridges, which is killing our transport. It's kind of like only gonna get worse.
Oh God, Bvez said there was a Nostradamus thing about
a prediction.
Iran. Oh no.
Nah, this shit.
We're fucked. Yeah.
When it happens, it's gonna be fire because I'm gonna be in the hood. Projects ain't getting shot, so I'm good.
What do you mean they getting shot? When where would the nuke hit? Like pretty much if they launch it, if Russia launches a nuke over here, where would they
Well,
go
it
first?
depends on like, well, obviously they're coming. If it's going to be Russia, it's coming from the West Coast. So like,
Oh shoot.
maybe launching it from like Alaska around that area. I don't know how far they can get it from there to anywhere in the United States.
Oh, you mean Russia launching it from Alaska?
Yeah, because Alaska is like right across the border from Russia.
Oh shoot. What? Nope.
You know they're gonna hit Hollywood. They're gonna hit Hollywood.
They'll hit a
You think
major
so?
city like New York, California. They'll
Hold on, but
blow
they're
out the
coming from the West
infrastructure
Coast.
first.
So if they're coming from the West Coast, like from Alaska, wouldn't they go for LA first?
They'll go wherever the distance of the missile can go. That's all dependent on like how their technology is and how far they can shoot that thing, or how they're going to. Because obviously they're not going to have like a plane flying over, because we'll just get that before it even drops it. They have to launch it from a ground or sub outside of our range, and it has to be like a long range ballistic missile.
So once once launches, can we take it out? Do we have that type of defense system, or we're just screwed?
I would hope we have some type of defense system. We've put so much money into the military, you know, but I'm sure we do. They have like probably some government, like some alien technology that they've been hiding, like that David Grush guy that's like that came to the Supreme Court about like UAPs and shit. We definitely have like some alien tech that we got that can do something.
Yeah, I never understood that. I never understood the fact that you know, we're to the point that, you know, we're pushing this war, which is gonna happen. Like, what would stop a country from sending over a nuke and like destroying something? And like, I mean, if it happens, will we see anything, or would it be just immediately just like, will we see it coming, or is it just disappear?
I don't think so. I mean, we wouldn't be able to see like the missile dropping. It'll just explode and then it's over.
Well,
Like,
then it's like, why would you want to get like destroyed by the missile like on impact?
No, 'cause I want to feel the pain. That's the problem. I'm scared of the pain of
you
that.
just wanted it to be over with quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, are we gonna go to heaven? Like, is there like, I'm assuming Rage, you don't believe in this heaven place, but I
Mhm.
mean, I hope it's a heaven. Do you think you just die, like you just go black, or do you think you go somewhere?
I don't know. I have like a bunch of skewed kind of views. Like I feel like it's all like energy kind of connection. Like our brain is just like running on electricity. Like we don't have like a soul, but like there's electricity going through our body, and maybe like our energy goes back into the earth, into the atmosphere, because there's like particles in space and like on other planets. It's all the same type of particles that like atoms that we have in us. So like there's all types of interconnectivity between like our DNA and like other shit in the universe. So I feel like it's more of like a, do we go to like fluffy cloud kingdom? Probably not.
Fluffy cloud
It's
kingdom.
like probably turning your computer off. But I would hope that there's some type of like recycling of your essence into the world, you know.
No, that makes sense. Y'all, Mav or Noob, y'all got anything in regards to, y'all think that it's life after death, or you think you just fade to black? No, I don't know if they're both muted.
It's gonna be fire, right? You know, when
What was
World
that?
War comes, I said it's gonna be fire when World War III comes. Like it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
You know, I think people don't appreciate, people assume, like Jerome, he's in the chat. He doesn't understand that he's like, nobody's going to attack America. He doesn't understand that we're not the same America we used to be. Like, we used to be a major threat. Like, we had, from what other countries thought, we got the capabilities to like destroy we can destroy anybody in this world, but they can get to us now because we're like, our technology is like, what they're saying is like dated. Like, we're like still 1950s, 60s. We never upgraded, like Trump trying to do the, Space Force, whatever. People are mad at him for it, but you got to understand, we didn't have any division that were creating technology that's, on a level of Russia. Like Russia, they got that space satellite nuke system, whatever, that is crazy if they are able to achieve that. we haven't had any advances. I think we haven't really been on. Have we been on the planet the past couple
We've never been
decades?
on another planet.
Oh, you don't think they went to?
They've never been on. They've been on maybe the moon. Maybe that happened, but man has not been on any other planet. We've never been to Mars.
Why do you think so? And with all the video and all that, that's out.
With the moon?
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems too fishy, like the video quality, and like I don't know. At this point, I'm saying like the moon landing back then, probably fake. But have we been to the moon? Yeah. There's other countries that have done it recently. I think India recently landed on the moon. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but the United States, you know, it's just like the same old phrase, like anyone can get touched. So it's like, yeah, you can think the United States not going to be touched, but right now in the United States, everybody's living too good of a life. Like people are scared to go to the military, just like what Bvaz just said. Like, you know, nobody's enlisting to the military because everybody's scared of World War III. And even if Trump get elected, there's no for sure way to say we're not going to go to World War III, because at the end of the day, if someone drops a nuke at you, what you gonna do? You gonna sit back and cower? You gonna sit back and be poom poom your whole life? You gonna be a punani? Nah, bro. You make that decision.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even with that said, you know, the whole Civil War aspect of it, like us headed there because, you know, we keep allowing Democrats to push conflict, you know, to come up with ways that, you know, people are being like heard or whatever such, that, you know, if we end up getting into Civil War, would it be something of a conservatives and, you know, versus liberals, more right versus left, to where, you know, police, military, they're all probably going to be on the side of, you know, the right, but then, you know, like Democrats and liberals, they control media, they control most of corporations, they control most of like the resources in a way. But I think we control, or not we, because I'm not really, but the conservatives, I think like the more the right Republicans, they can control more of like the actual military, you know, guns, and they actually know how to shoot a gun. Because I think a lot of liberals, a lot of us are afraid of guns. I consider myself a liberal when it comes to guns. We're afraid to touch a gun. We don't know how to fight half of the time, you know. We don't know how to cook our own food, you know, farm, etc. I think that's kind of like now in 2024. You know, the left have been more more city folks. You know, most of the city folks are liberals. Most of the conservatives are like middle of nowhere living people, like a lot of land. So when you say that, like survival wise and like longevity, wouldn't the right survive past what the left liberals would in regards to like being a civil war?
Yeah, because they already own property. They have a house. They don't live in a major city where they're living in an apartment building or a condo or something. They're out in the country with fucking land and guns and farms and shit. Like, I mean, granted, there's cities in these southern states as well that it's like that, where, you know, but the right definitely has like if there is a civil war type scenario, they have the upper hand in that situation. But like, I don't think a civil war is going to happen because of the election. Like, it's kind of far fetched in my opinion. Like, the only people that are really going to get, like, the left isn't going to get mad and attack if Trump wins. Like, that's not going to happen.
Look, to be honest, I don't think any civil war is going to happen. It's really it may put it like this, right? We're number one, we're too separated. You know, like we're too separated. You know, we're too on. You know, either we're, you know, Republican, Democratic, like we're just too separated at this point to ever think about like overthrowing some kind of government, right? And plus on top of that, like we're too, how can I say it? Let's see here, we're struggling, but we're also kind of contempt at the same time, right? Like if we're pushed a little further, if the people are pushed a little further, then there's going to be some blood spill. That's when they start taking out the guillotines, right? But to be honest, you know, it's like how can I say it? You know, it's like when someone's like on the fence, right? And they're comfortable on that fence because, you know, they know that there's a fence. But if you push someone off that fence, right, there's a chance that, you know, they might fight back, right? I don't think the analogy is coming out right, but you know, to be honest, one of the things that because I'm not really a political person, right? You know, to be honest, I don't really politics really don't like. I'm not gonna say they don't affect me, right? Because I know in the end of the day, Republican or Democratic, they're both two sides of the same coin, anyways, right? In the end of the day, I'm not really gonna benefit whether or not, right? I'm not gonna benefit whether or not Trump become president or Biden become president. I'm still gonna be fucked at the end of the day, right? One of the things that let's see, I didn't really thought too much of it because I just jump in, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, yo, this don't know how to cut a pizza.
Yeah, right.
Yo, he's struggling with that pizza, bro. Yo,
Yeah. Trying to get this pizza going. I gotta eat.
That's that dumb stuff.
Let it cool down a little bit. I like it nice and soft in my mouth because it goes down smooth.
Okay.
Don't say that.
I'm talking about the crust. I'm talking about the crust.
Yeah, okay.
No pause.
Mr. Jesse Lee Peterson over here. Amazing.
No
I
deep-
love the soft crust in my mouth.
No, let me say this though. The reason why I asked that is because first thing I would do if they announced Civil War. I mean, if they announced World War III.
All right.
Is I would have to just go and just be with my I would literally just go with my son because I know world's probably going to be over because once one country launches a nuke, it's over. No coming back from that. And I know we got too many crazy people leading right now, and then we got the weakest president that ain't going to do what needs to be done. So I'm probably going to just face facts. It's over. This country ain't going to recover. Now, when it comes to Civil War, the reason why it terrifies me is because the Democrats continue pushing false flags. Like that guy, that kid that shot the cops, and he got shot up. They're trying to start back Black Lives Matter, and it's starting to cause people to turn. Then you have all these cities that crime is happening, people are rioting, looting, and all of that still happening now randomly. You have a lot of anger going on, and it's causing people to feel resentment because when you have a group of people that are doing all of this stuff, I think it's going to be back to a race war, which I hate because I would never go against my side, but I think it's going to be more about race than anything when it comes to Civil War because I think you have too much. You have for example, Democrats. They're pushing LGBT is cool. But then when you have all the other stuff included, the TUZ and all the X and all that stuff, it's too radical and it's overstepping normalcy. And then you have with Law and Order, with Democrats allowing certain individuals to commit crime like no other. You just had two cops shot by two young thugs who shouldn't have been out of jail, and one cop died. The other is in critical condition. You have this happening every day now, and it's one group of people doing this all, and it's causing Democrats to lose and get out of favor because people are just tired of it, and it's going to come down to Democrats going for a Hail Mary and figuring out a way to get people to take their side again by another false flag, like another either a black guy getting shot by the cops or some immigrants doing something like that. People take out a bunch of immigrants, so where you cause enough conflict, like January 6th, calling them criminals, but then you want to excuse the whole Black Lives Matter riot for a whole year that destroyed everything. That's the reason why I think that Civil War is probably going to happen in the next year and a half if World War III doesn't happen, because it's just too much. We're shaky, and if Trump wins, forget about it. The Democrats are going to find a way to try to say he cheated. And if Trump loses, it's really going to be bad because it's probably going to be by cheating, because there's no way in hell Biden can possibly win with him, being at all-time low, like the lowest approval rating of a president ever. I think it's still the lowest rating. He would have to cheat to win. It would have to be with absentee balloting, just ways that they used last cycle to get votes that just weren't there. Trump got more votes than any president, Republican president in history, which is crazy to think that. But let me get off the tangent. That's the reason why I think that, it's getting scary. And I hope that I don't get there because I don't want to have to hurt nobody. I don't want to have to kill nobody. And most of my people I love are all liberals, and they're all going to see the other way.
Right.
So you're secretly a liberal running around as a conservative.
No, I got liberal values. I got a lot of liberal values. But what I don't, this is the thing. If I tell people, like, 2-parent household, like the man's the leader, ultimately, that's just what it is. Households do better when the woman understands the man is here to lead. When I tell them that we got to put education first, like my son knows he's not getting money unless he reads a book or something. You got to earn it. Work ethic, accountability in regards to, like, if I was to get in trouble for anything, like let's say sports betting, then it's on me, my responsibility. I'm not going to blame nobody. I'm going to just go and I got to do what I got to do. But you have a situation that people that do anything, and I call it violent crime, because I think that anybody that got caught selling weed, somebody that jaywalked, somebody that, like, stole something from a store, but they, if they did it one time, should not be in jail. But if you are habitual theft or thief,
A recidivist.
There you go, recidivist. I think you should be in jail.
Shout out to BVAS for teaching us the word recidivist.
Yeah, recidivist.
That's what the recidivism, right? Because I went to school for criminal justice, right?
Okay.
So recidivism is like when, like, I'm not gonna say prisoners, but when people come out of prison, it's just them going back in.
Yeah,
it's just a simple explanation. But to be honest, it would be a really good subject for BVAS to come. I'm not even but
he wants me. Let me tell you, he wants me to. This is what I'm not gonna do. I'm not apologizing to the chat, because you see the chat is smooth, it's cool, because what he didn't understand is when I come on here and I'm actually cooking and talking, and you have good people that are on here talking and having a civil conversation, the chat, it's cool. Like, it ain't all negative people. Everybody got their opinion. We're actually getting somewhere. But when me and him are on here, we usually end up bickering with each other about race or just something they check me on. So it brings out the haters, and it makes the chat, like, nasty to where nobody wants to deal with it. So I'm not going to apologize, because the chat is what it is to the chat. And to him, the only thing that I will apologize for, if he feels some kind of way, and I'm going to be the bigger man with this, is to say that if he feels something that I said about him, which I don't think I said anything directly to him today, I apologize, just like I apologize to Eli for, yesterday's video about if I, disrespected him. But in regards to me doing today's live, I'm not going to apologize. It's my right to talk about what happened on my platform yesterday and what was done. And I'm going to stand by that. But he's welcome, because, yes, I ain't going to lie. When I say he's my friend, okay, what I mean by that is we are always going to be friends because of childhood. But right now, I wouldn't say, like, we're good friends, because the type of person I am, you got to be like actively my friend. I don't play the whole, we're like you're my friend forever. Because when I had all my money and I had my success and I had whatever, people coming out of woodworks talking about, hey, like, we've been friends forever. Can I borrow some money, or can I have this, or can I do this, or can you give me this? And that happened to me for, like, pretty much all my life, because I've always been accomplishing something. And I'm saying Brandon is doing that, but that's what I deal with. So when people say they're my friend, I cringe, because I feel like from what I see on TV, what people call friends, I haven't really had that. Like, somebody to call me and check up on me other than my cousin and say, hey, you're okay. And, like, we talk every other day. That's what I consider a friend. What I, like, good friend. But a friend can be anything. It can be Brandon, whatever. But don't call yourself a good friend, because we're not, because we don't actively communicate. Now, for y'all, it might be different. So with that said, it did hurt me. I'm not gonna lie, because this is why I tell you I don't like to accept people into my life. I have, once again, love for Brandon, just like I would have for, other people that I consider friends, to where it hurt because I trust people, which I hate trusting people. And when I feel like I was let down, to where somebody did something that would do nothing but tear down my character and make me out to be crazy, and take away a financial opportunity for me, whatever such, I feel like that should be done off of line and actually be on a phone call. And all I had to do, and I had to do for the sake of my channel with today's live, was to clean up
by talking about what happened yesterday, talking about why I said what I said to Brandon and this and that. And that's the reason why I spent 2 hours breaking down my life prior to YouTube, my childhood, the reason why I treat women the way I treat them. At one point, the reason why I said what I said, the reason why I don't like having friends, I don't talk to nobody, I don't trust nobody. That's what I tried to take the time out to do so he would understand how I felt. Because on Monday when I don't call him, I wasn't thinking that like I'm hating on him, I'm doing whatever, because I didn't just want to talk to him no more. But maybe I did a bad job. Maybe I shouldn't have did this. I just feel like, once again, what was said yesterday, I have a right to speak on it. But with that said, that's the reason why I was yelling at him, and me calling you a fuck boy and all that stuff. I apologize. That's unbecoming of a man. That was weak, and I gotta laugh at myself because when I was saying that stuff in my head, because I'm bipolar, I was laughing at myself that I was calling a grown man a fuck boy. Like I sound like freaking the epitome of what I hate, a nigga. I literally sounded the exact same way. I sounded like first off a female, but then a nigga. I mean, I was like nasty, and that was the epitome. And I shouldn't have went that far. I shouldn't have went there. So with that said, I apologize for all the nasty words and all the nasty things that I said to Brandon. In regards to that, I got taken out of character because I felt like I was being, I was in a situation of being like, not manipulated, but more so abusive relationship to where I can't talk about something that hurt me without repercussions happening. So that's the reason why I took out what I took out on you. So you're free to come on here, but just keep it respectful. I have no issues with you, but I'm not apologizing for nothing other than that. I'm not apologizing for doing this live. I'm not taking it back. I'm leaving it up. But you have, just like I apologize to everybody. Rage, I apologize to him multiple times, and then he goes and beefs for me again, whatever. But he's on here right now. I apologize to everybody that's been on my channel if I went too far. But there you go, Brandon. So if y'all want to tell him to come on, he can come on, but I'm not begging him. He doesn't have to. This is his choice. But go ahead, Noob.
Nah, like, like it would have been a lot better if you said that while he was on, to be honest, right?
They were going at it too hard for him to even apologize at that point.
Like, one of the things is this, right? Because I do kind of watch you sometimes here and there, right? Actually, I watched this whole live when I was, cleaning my crib up, and just cooking and shit. But I also watched the live too from yesterday when he was on my way from work. And, the thing is, right, is one of the things you said, like the reason why you don't like, having friends and stuff like that, right? There's a reason behind it. Like, you just don't like the idea of people like challenge your ideas, right? It makes you very uncomfortable, right? Like, especially when it gets a little personal, right? Like, in the end of the day, right? I agree with what he was saying. Like, you're like, you're not really a humble person. You're not. I'm just being 100% honest. Like, and I'm not gonna say you lack accountability, right? It's not that you lack accountability, right? Like, let's see. I'm trying to
say it. You don't got to clean it up. Just be. I respect you just being blunt. You don't got to be a man. Just say it how you say it. I'm not gonna boot you or anything as long as you keep it respectful. Something that I, you know what it is. Just say what you gotta say. It's all good.
See, like the thing is this, right? Like, is that you don't. How can I say it? You don't really like want to admit, right? Like you don't like to admit that a lot of the things you do or say, right, is some ain't shit, right? Okay. Like you really, like, I don't know, like, because I do watch you. When I do watch you, you do say some crazy things, right? A lot of things you say, it's like you just don't have the ability to do some research on a lot of things, right? And a lot of people, they do come on here, they do be violating you, they do some crazy stuff, right? And you also got like meat rotters like Nav, right? And like nah, I'm not ski. I wish I was though, but like Yeah, I'm not ski though. Like I don't we, because otherwise I probably would end up talking about some racist stuff or whatever.
The only thing I could say is, you know, I had to take the friend back off the phone. No, it's just what it is. People get too personal. People don't know how to separate the two, and I feel like people need to stop getting personal and like realize you can't police a friendship, and people are too afraid to disagree. Like, like just agree to disagree and move on, go on to the next topic. Because it was very disgusting just to see two childhood friends. You guys may not be friends like that, but we talking about two childhood friends that like it didn't really need to go there. And then since it went there, everybody's just like egging it on. Everybody's enjoying it. But it's just like it's wild. But nah, I am not ski.
Like that ass.
Okay, so let me say this, okay? You first off, a lot of women in the chat right now upset because I guess I disrespected women, okay?
Now they're
Because
right.
once again, if I did that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you because I'm sorry. We know in society that it's okay. Most women argue. It's not becoming of a man. Men don't argue. So
I'm not gonna count like I saw Christina put that, I'm a meat router, right? I'm not like number one, right? I'm not ski because ski don't speak Spanish. I speak Spanish, yo hablo español. The ski, I'm not gonna lie, do kind of sound like ski, but
Yeah.
mucho gusto, tú también, Mari.
Hey, there you go.
So now yo sé español también, pero like the thing is, right? Like,
You Dominican or something?
Hold on. I'm not trying to start a war. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It was. So you gotta understand. You I want you on. I want you on. But the problem is, I had to boot him. I'm sorry. I want you on because I forgive and forget. But you hurt people that just won't get over that. And I care about them more than I care about you, obviously. So I can't do it. I'm sorry. And he knows this. It was ski. I'm sorry. I can't do it. And I don't care. I really don't care. And look, what I mean by women, okay? So here's the situation. And actually I do care because I forgot. I just remember because I saw Callie in the chat. I remember why now I can't have him on because I forgot what he said. He actually said something that was crazy. That was nasty work. Now I remember, okay. Because, you understand, I have so many people that I get into it with that I forget. And I literally forgot why I had to do that. And I'm not going to mention why. Everybody knows in the chat why. But it is what it is. But it didn't sound like ski. But they had moments that sounded like ski. And the moments that didn't. But he made some good points there, okay? What I'm going to say is this. It ain't the fact that this is what he didn't understand and what I think Brandon doesn't understand and people don't understand. I debate with Callie Girl all day and she doesn't agree with nothing I say. She's literally, even though she doesn't like to be called a liberal, because she's not like financially liberal or whatever, but she's socially, I think, a liberal. I like to debate and argue and with people. I don't say argue, but debate and make my arguments, whatever, with people. That's all I do. I do it if I'm doing rideshare. Back in the day, I used to love doing it. So that's just not the case because I want people to tell me where I'm wrong, tell me I ain't shit, tell me about whatever. That's the reason why I do it. So for that to be a narrative that I don't want people to criticize me, I keep myself around people that will criticize me. I let you come on Rage. I didn't tell you what to say. I can never tell you. You're like Stone Cold in regards to that. You will freaking literally go off on me before I tell you, Rage, don't come at me like that. Like, keep it. No, you're going to talk. I let you on. You can say whatever you want to. Okay.
I'm surprised you did, to be honest. Like I've said some foul shit to you in chat. I'm surprised you even let me on here.
See, it's all good because this is what I'm trying to explain to Brandon. He doesn't understand the stuff that people say to me in the chat, and I forgive and forget every time, and I let people come on. I don't care. I love the debate because I know that I'm not right. I want to be told that I'm wrong. I want to be put in my place so that way I can adapt and learn something different if I need to. But what happens is people, they come on here with their beliefs and they don't understand that it's their opinion. You came on with your opinion. You never said this is fact that I need to stop saying the blacks or this and that. And this, you told me why you think I should stop saying it. And I understand, just like you told me about the Bloods in that white school. Like, if you give me examples why I'm wrong, it makes me change my mind. It makes a lot of people change their mind. But when you don't have people come approach the situation like that, they just come on and tell me, you need to shut up and stop talking about that, or you're ignorant because of this or that. And they act like that's law just because one side of the country thinks that, you can be two people gender, but the other half of the country know that you can only be, for the most part, man, woman, it is what it is. Why are we bad and the other side of the country good? Why is it that half of the country don't like illegal immigration, while the other half is okay with it? Why does that make one side bad? Just like the last one I'll say is why one side of the country wanted law and order, and then the other half of the country not wanting law and order, who was wrong, who's and that's where we're at, where we know law and order needs to be, fixed, because we have people dying, getting robbed, beat up like no other right now. And it's white women. They're the targets right now. You see them on the news crying right now, especially at the subway. You haven't seen that at the subway? You see like the one liberal lady, Anna, or whatever her name is, from Young Turks.
Dude, I don't want to hear about white women playing the victim and crying about anything. Like,
I mean, it's happening though, and the thing is, I don't care about it. I'm not caping for them. I'm just saying that when people like me were talking about how bad it is out here, they were saying, "Oh my God, you stop being ignorant and you stop worrying about crime. It ain't bad. We don't need stop and frisk and all this." Now that they're getting, literally targeted, now they want to hit the narrative of, "Oh, we need police officers funded and we need this and we need that." That's the point I'm making. Not that white women need protection. It's just now they're trying to like be conservatives now, like in regards to the law and order side of things. And it's hypocritical, and that's the reason why I think that, we don't, nobody has right or wrong. We just got to do you. And as long as you're not calling nobody a derogatory name, I'm black, so I'm sorry. Just like people walk up to me like, "Yo, what up, nigga?" Like, I hate that. That's derogatory to me. I'm not a nigga. I'm a freaking black man. I'm a man. I'm American. I don't want to hear that. But I can't tell them to stop saying my nigga. No, I got to just deal with it. Just like, me saying the blacks, I should be allowed to say the blacks because it's funny to a lot of people who are black. No, white people might be uncomfortable, but black people don't care. They're going to be like, whatever. So that's all I'm saying. We should be able to feel and do whatever we want to do and keep it moving. So, and it looks like, I guess, Ski, it's all love. We just emailed each other yesterday. I don't want no drama. I don't want no beef, but I can't, because you know what you said, and that was too far. Like, it was way too far, and it's unforgivable. I forgive everybody, but some people just don't have that in them to forgive. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can write a letter to, a letter to, if you really care enough, to the people that you were part of hurting. Kylie girl, my son, the mom, my son's mom, and just tell them that, it was wrong to, dox and be a part of the doxing and all that. I know it wasn't you that necessarily did it, but you still said what you said. Maybe that might change things. I would do the same. If I said something about somebody, like if I went to the point of calling somebody, like disabled or something, I'm going to say, "I'm sorry for calling your mom disabled. I'm sorry for telling your son I'm going to be looking through your son's window, with the scope." Like, I would just apologize to these people personally, because that's just the only way to heal from that. That's just don't come. And that's me personally. Maybe you don't feel like that. I mean, Rage, you tell me what was said in regards to them, talking about like R wording, or not them, but one person, but it was a group of people saying these things, that they would do all these things, scope through my son's bedroom window, and then, calling a woman, disabled and all this and that. You as a person, if you had a YouTube channel, would you forgive? Like, I'm forgiving of it. But would you expect your people that were talked about to forgive and want that person to come back on?
So if someone said that, like if I was like a YouTube personality like you, and I had someone come on here and then there was a falling out, and then they said that they were gonna like fucking shoot up my house and all this other stuff. Like, I don't know if I would take it completely serious because there are people on the internet. There's just a million shitheads on the internet. And like you can't
Yeah.
take to heart what these people say to you. And if they're like doxing information about you online, like addresses and stuff like that, there's course for legal action in that sense. Like, because that's, you know, illegal. But anyway, like, I don't know. I wouldn't forgive them. I would just, you know, drop it because the more you address it and the more you bring it up, it's more eyeballs on that situation.
Yep, that's how I feel. What do you think, Matt? Because I don't care. It's just the people that were affected, they care. I should care more. I do care, but it's like I'm not going to act like I care because people said worse to me personally on this YouTube channel, and I was told to forgive them. Like when Ori used to say crazy stuff to me, and I was told by individuals who are affected in this to forgive him and forgive a bunch of different people, and I forgave them, and I didn't hold no grudges. So, I mean, they just aren't like me, I guess.
Care about what, Dennis?
Pretty much nasty names that were said about people that were innocent, and then being involved with multiple lives, showing the address of my kid mom, and talking about showing up with scope through the window to watch my son, and we're gonna see what happens, like all that stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it's like kind of like common sense. Like, it's like one of my sisters, I don't even know where she lives. Like, she's older than me. She, I mean, has not spoken to like any family members for like 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, I mean, you have to proceed with what's like happening at the time. But unfortunately now too, like in America, people like they perpetuate stuff that shouldn't really like be that big of a deal. I mean, that's like another problem. When I lived like in Russia and Estonia, like certain things that people like they think a lot into, like there they don't really focus as much. Another thing too that's kind of cool with Estonia, like people focus more on like problem solving rather than delving into problems and being like, oh, what if this and what if that, like rather than just like how can we solve this and like be proactive and like changing whatever the situation is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's just like this, okay? Bottom line is people feel like I'm an easy target to put to disrespect because it's funny sometimes for people, I guess, to disrespect. And I do pause it because of the stuff I say, because I don't got to say to blacks, for example.
Oh yeah, I mean, we live in very like strange times, Dennis. It's really difficult. I mean, with my channel, like I was getting criticized constantly especially by British and Canadian people like 2 or 3 years ago because I posted videos that were the truth. The people did not like hearing them, and it's just what it is. Unfortunately, like my brother, I wanted to bring in Todd for this military situation, but unfortunately he's I think he's sleeping. I mean, he's a super busy person and it's really hard getting a hold of him even as a family member. But yeah, I mean, people just the egos and stuff are like the center of everything nowadays. So that's why I still think having guys like Beavis and Roy, they bring a very different and unique perspective to the channel. And I myself generally prefer interacting with Gen Xers and older I guess millennials. I don't like well, that's a whole different topic, but yeah, Gen Xers, I mean, they have a good perspective.
Yep. I mean, you know, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. I think that that situation. I want this channel ultimately I wouldn't say this channel, but I want to get to the point of just talking about topics every day. I think I go too far with I start my lives with like
well, just the thing is, Dennis, also it doesn't matter. Like your channel I mean, your numbers are growing like crazy. Like you have over 100 subs each day. Like you'll be at 1,000.
Not anymore. I would say not anymore because I don't do vertical live. I stopped doing vertical lives. Okay, so it looks like so Noob, go ahead and show your face, Noob. Okay, it doesn't look like Ski. Okay, come on, Noob. That's not you. Come on, man. Now you're trolling. He showed at first. He showed it was a black guy. I think he messed up and it showed his face. But I remember he had a mask on. That didn't look like Ski. But then now he's showing a picture of a white guy for some reason. But yeah, go ahead, Mav. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying. I mean, your like sub count is going up like crazy. I remember back in, it was like between October to December, and I think it was kind of stagnant. I had a friend actually, Dennis. He fled to Russia. He lived in Florida. He was Florida. He worked for the police department in the Marine Corps here, and his name is John Mark Dugan, Bad Wolf. His channel went from like 7,000 subs to like 50 or 60,000 subs in less than a year, and then he was taken off YouTube because he fled to Russia, exposing basically police corruption in Florida. And that's another thing. If you go to Florida, I mean, you do not want to expose any kind of like government corruption, because even if you're 100% like spot on, the system is not going to work in your favor.
No.
He exposed it, John Mark Dugan, and he was taken off YouTube. I mean, they just told him to shut up and go to the back of the bus. And eventually he had to flee because he was indicted by the FBI. He was going to be sent to prison in the US. They wanted him to be like literally anally raped. Also, like so he left Florida in I think it was 2014, and he's been in Russia for 9 or 10 years since. He's lived, because he first had to go to Canada and then he went to Russia, and he hasn't left since. He was a Florida he worked for the police, but the police, unfortunately, it was some of the stuff you hear about George Floyd. Okay, I don't totally agree with John Mark Dugan on, but like he was kind of before his era. Like he was exposing like police corruption in Florida, and anyone who's lived in Florida, especially like Palm Beach, Pinellas. I mean, I live in Escambia County. I mean, these like Florida, I mean, it is corrupt as F, you might say, when it comes to like police matters. Not everyone, but institutional wise. And he was just trying to expose it, and he got like, he was going to be indicted for federal charges, sent to prison, and he went off to Russia. And he's like in his early 50s. He's lived in Russia now for like 8 years. So, Russia's a tough place to live. I mean, my brother was in jail in Russia.
Can I just interject real quick?
Yeah.
Dennis, it's 11:40 over here on the East Coast. I'm tired. You take it easy, bro. I'm gonna hop off of here.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, dude.
Nice to meet you, Ray.
Good night.
Stream.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Good night.
I appreciate your time, man.
Take it easy.
Yep. All right, man. All right, you go ahead, Matt.
Oh no! So I mean, Russia. I mean, it's a tough place to be, and that's why I really wanted to bring my brother and Todd. Like, he's been in prison in Russia, and he has such a unique perspective. One of his good friends, like Cali Girl, would actually find this interesting. I'm not going to say his name. He was of Hispanic origin, grew up mostly in California, and he actually got a asylum visa in Russia like some years ago. He lives now in Russia. He's of Hispanic origin, this friend of my brother's. He's like, what is he, like early 40s? So the Hispanics, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, they like Russia a lot in general. Like, I mean, you can go to like South America, like Mexico. I mean, I don't know if it's because their gals are like so like, I mean, gorgeous. I mean, you've seen Russian gals. I mean, don't look at the ones like in California, but like in general,
Yeah.
I mean, they have like those. Yeah, they're very fine looking guys. So
Now, I got a question for you.
yeah,
Do you like black people?
yes, yeah. I
Okay.
don't. Yeah, I mean, absolutely yes,
Do you love black people?
yes.
Okay.
I have no, because this or I when I said no, I meant like yeah, I know what you're quite yes, I do.
That's Jesse Lee Peterson. I had to make sure you didn't slip and say, "Oh well." So we know you're a genuinely loving person.
Well, the problem is nowadays how society is. A lot of these countries, or we'll just say America, they have like these assigned agendas to people, so they want people to say and do X, Y, Z. I mean, even like you look at those guys from Fresh and Fit, and that fellow, I can't remember his name. He made it really stupid. Even if he didn't do that, even if that's not his child. I mean, if he was having unprotected sex, he was pretty stupid, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
But he's going to be paying a lot of child support. I have like relatives that have paid like $1,000 to $2,000 for one child in child support for making like 80 to 120,000 in income a year. That guy's going to be paying, if that is his child, he's going to be paying at least $20,000 to $30,000 a month in child support, most likely, at least minimum, plus like alimony. But
well, I got another question for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever been with a black woman?
What?
Have you ever been with a black woman?
I'm
asking tough questions.
I've been with like Hispanic, never black.
Why not? Is it attraction? Is it attitude? Or is it not, just not, and no black woman ever wanted you? Why would you?
A lot of
say
it
you've
is
never been with a
because
black woman?
of my self-preservation. A lot of my time in the US has been about preserving, like it just hasn't worked. It's not like them per se, it's just I haven't, like, the government, the policies of the US, I don't feel like comfortable like dating, you might say. Like I mean, it sounds really incelish, but I don't feel comfortable with like how the US is structured and stuff. Obviously, I'll be in Argentina in a few weeks. I mean, they're Hispanic. I mean, that's obviously non-European. So it has nothing to do with race. It's just I don't feel comfortable with our government. If I
So-
was with yeah.
No, that's you. Hold on. So let me make sure we get this clear. We gotta still do that interview.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can do it soon.
Oh,
whenever you're ready,
yeah,
just let me know.
definitely.
Where are you? So you're from America?
Yes.
Okay. So how long did you go overseas for?
Many years.
Okay. So I'm actually these fire, like these are like fire starter, whatever you want to call it. This
Yeah.
Jesse Lee Peterson. These are just and if you don't feel comfortable answering, you can say I plead the fifth, I think they say in America.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you were walking down the street, you're in the middle of the street, and you got to walk to the end of the street, and you see a white guy with tattoos all over his head, skinhead type of guy, like a biker guy. You see two of them walking down the street randomly, and then on the other side of the street, you see two black guys with hoodies on. You have to walk past one of them. Who are you going to choose?
What do you mean choose?
Like which side of the street you're going to walk down? You got to pick one side.
Well, I can tell you this, Dennis. Like here in Florida, I mean, there's a guy that I walk at least 6 miles a day, sometimes up to 12 to 14 miles. And there's a guy who's like white. He's like clearly strung up on drugs. I don't know what his name is. He will like scream at me like when I'm walking by. He will say, "Oh, like F you, white boy," or something. I mean, no, like he's like white. This guy's
Okay.
probably in his late 40s. He will be like, "Oh, F you, white boy," like like in his redneck Alabama accent, because people from like West Florida, anyone
Oh, yeah.
who's here from West Florida will tell you they talk like people from Alabama. He'll say, "Oh, like F you, white boy," like, and then he'll say some other crap. and he's like disabled, the guy, and I'm like, I don't care. I just continue walking past because I mean, it's hot as F, obviously, of course, in Florida once you hit like May, but like, I don't care. Like, to answer your question, I wouldn't even care because like in this part where I live, I mean, it's redneck country. I mean, I, as like a northern Yankee from, I mean, I come from, my parents, I mean, their ancestors think like slavery came before
Yeah.
they came around. My dad's like grandparents, like they were from Scandinavia. They came to America after slavery even occurred. Like it wasn't even in the picture. Like a lot of European groups were disenfranchised in the same ways, like in their own countries. So for me, like I identify more with Scandinavian like history than like say here in America, honestly. I
Okay.
mean, I know some people don't like that, but I can't. I would just do what I felt was best in that situation. I don't I couldn't totally answer that.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
That was just a question. I'm just throwing out there.
Mhm.
So, would you call yourself a beta or alpha male?
Neither, Sigma.
What's a sigma?
More of like a it's like Sigma is more of like an independent, like a person who's not like, I mean, they do their own thing, they're confident in their ways, but they don't like live to the ways of the system, so to speak.
So,
It's
not to cut you off. I was gonna keep it right. Like until
yeah.
you got it. If you got to go at any point, just let me know. 'Cause I know it's getting late, and I know you have to
Oh yeah.
Scooter Mars. Just let me know. But okay. So you're pretty much a sigma. So
Yes.
when it comes to dating a woman,
Yeah.
hooking up with a woman, well, would you call yourself like me, a simp, love making type of guy, or would you say you're more of like a masculine? What they say is a masculine, like smash and pound guy, or would you say you're more affectionate and like the
Mm.
like
I would probably,
romance?
honestly, Dennis, I would probably be more similar to how you are at this point. I don't like here's the thing is the last couple of years for me were so rough. Like I was on the verge of like, I mean, I know this isn't going to sound good for YouTube. I was on the verge of committing suicide like
Oh my
multiple
God, I'm
times.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, it was rough. Like I felt like from my late 20s, like how I was like, say at 25, 26 to now at 31, completely different. Like like as a person. So I honestly, I would be more similar to you. But the thing is at the same time, I don't, I look at everything from a day to day and week by week perspective. Like I don't look at stuff um like when I was like a bit young. Yeah, I mean when I was 25, I had in total around maybe 120. At 25, I had more or less like $120,000 in all my bank accounts, which I mean, like yeah, it's not like that big of a deal, but I mean it's a lot for
No, it
like
is. That's pretty good money. That's a good lot of money.
yeah,
That's a
for
big deal.
someone that age. But the thing is I was not satisfied, and I thought I could do a business that could potentially gross like millions of dollars, which it should have. But I mean, stuff just didn't work out. So, yeah, in that sense, yeah, I guess I would be more. I guess what people would say is beta. I mean, the best girlfriend that I had when I was living in Russia, she was Russian, 19 years old. I was 26 years old at the time, and
Or you might not want to say that. They're gonna say nasty work.
yeah, I mean it was totally legal and everything. But the thing is she was, like some of the stuff I did and how I acted at that time. I look back, I'm like, man, I was so like just it was stupid, like how I was like, and it was very like just like a girl, like I mean, especially going to Russia, but it's like you I mean you have to live on. I mean if she met like I still have her on, it's called VKontakte. They don't use Facebook much in Russia. Like Darina was her name. I mean I could still contact Darina. I mean I know where she lives in St. in Russia, but it's not like how I approached stuff was in a very like kind of feminine way, you might say. Like if I knew what I think one of your subscribers is actually with a Russian gal in the US. I don't recall which guy, and there's definitely Craig. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean I was kind of in the same position, but I will say being in the US is so different to being with a Russian that's in her own country. I mean, it's probably honestly more difficult if you're in the US being with a Russian than just being like being stateside with a Russian is more difficult than being in Russia, because I mean in their country, I mean making money and stuff, I mean it's hard. It's a tough life. It's like I lived in Russia, and it's just a different universe than living here stateside. But yeah, I mean I had a lot of like affection for this gal for like months and months after like she broke up. I was going to like marry her and stuff, and unfortunately it was over. I mean, she was just done. So I mean, that's one thing I don't know how it is with these a lot of the Americans, but with Russian gals, I mean, when they're done, they're done. I mean, the relationship is completely over. And you're never going to have a chance with them again. So it's, yeah.
Well, so I got a question in regards to that. Forget about the Russian girls, American women.
Yeah.
Would you say you have a hard time dating in America? Like, would you say you're socially awkward when it comes to dating women? Is that the trouble you have?
I'll be honest with you, I don't pursue relationships here because I don't intend to.
Not relationships. I'm talking about just dating. Just you have somebody to smash. I mean, is that a hard thing? Like, do you find yourself like going to bed at night, like swiping Tinder or something, hoping that you match with a hot chick that you can like hook up with? Or
no,
you just tapped up and said, and shout out to Regis, appreciate you, Regis. Shout out to Regis.
No, it's not.
Did you get to that point in life?
No, I mean, I could. I mean, if I could, I would. I just simply don't care. Like, I have videos. It's called MGTOW, MGTOW. Like, I simply don't care. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, I'm apathetical. Like, when I get to like Argentina,
what is that?
Like, what
is apathetical?
Just like I don't really care much about the relationship stuff, honestly. Like, at least here, I mean, yeah, I'll go back. I have too much like crap, honestly, in my life. Like, basically, that's going on. I can't. It's like. Here in Florida, like also, I mean, the gals are very like feminist. It's very gynocentric, like state to live in. I mean, the deep south in general. I mean, it's not like with Cali girl that you had in California. Like she's a great. You could never find that like in Florida. I mean, Florida, it's very like, especially in the part of Florida I live in. It's scary. There's not a lot of resources. Yeah. I mean, making $1 here in Florida or like northern Florida is tough. And the gals are like super feminist. I mean, it's just very difficult. And I know people aren't going to like that, but it's just what it is. I mean, I come from Germanic Scandinavian heritage. My parents, and I mean, for me to say that, like, I mean, I'm from a pretty tough breed of people, and it's like I'm like, yeah, this is what it is. Like, I don't like I mean, Finnish women are pretty like damn like feminist often, but even they tend, I mean, in my opinion, are more reasonable than women from Florida. Just my opinion. So
sure.
Everyone's different though. I'm a very white guy though, so that's the other thing. People like in America now, people don't like very like white. I mean, if I could talk like a black person, which I'm not going to make myself different, then that would be great. But the thing is, in 20 years, the U.S. is going to be run by China. It's going to be run by Asia. It's not.
You think so? How is that possible?
Well, they're already buying up most of our debt and the assets that exist right now. I mean, it's so obvious that I mean it's already partially run by Asians, the U.S. So it's just a matter of time before they can completely control the economy, unless unless serious measures are taken, which they're not being done, to be like, no, we don't want these fucking Asians to control our economy. But it's not being done. I mean, it's yeah.
You don't like the Asians?
I don't have any issues with them, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't seem to. They underestimate how much influence they have in the U.S., which is enormous. I don't. Let me tell you this: would I want Europeans controlling me or Asians? Yeah, I would want Europeans any day. I mean, Asians are heartless. They don't blacks complain about these whites shooting them. Asians, they don't give a shit, honestly. They'll shoot blacks like crazy and they don't care. They'll Packies or whoever at gas stations, they'll shoot them, and it's they don't even care. It's what it is. And that's what amazes me. That's why I don't follow most of the Jewish created media of America, because that's what it is. It's Jewish. They don't like European people, and they certainly don't like blacks and any other groups. But that's just my. I'm probably already saying stuff that's so politically incorrect. But I know it's probably going to help the YouTube numbers massively. So it's just what it is. It's what I believe. I don't my brother. He left America, Dennis, many years ago. I have not seen my brother for fucking 5 or 6 years. I'm 31, and I look at stuff. It's I'll be fucking frank about stuff at this point. It's I don't care.
Go ahead. Now, I'll just say, you actually, in regards to your Russia, before I ask Craig the question that I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat want to know, but before we get there, Maverick, you have Craig right here. This is the guy with the Russian girlfriend. You said Russian girl 2 times, and it caused him to jump on here. He's like the boogeyman when it comes to Russian.
Oh, nice.
So, did you want to ask him anything in regards to his Russian women, something that
Well, I just say be careful. My brother still. He talks to 2 of his Russian He had 5 Russian girlfriends. He tried to get married to all of them, and they were not interested in marriage. This is no lie. He still talks to 2 of the Russian gals that he's with. They can certainly help someone. It's just that you have to understand they're not. They have their own agendas often, and if they break up with you, it's just what it is. So, for Craig, if it works, then great. I can't say otherwise. The Russians are from a very different culture. The mindset is very different, even for people of Western European origin. My grandparents came from Scandinavia, Germany, and England, Ireland, or Scotland.
Real quick, Matt. Hold on, real quick. We're gonna do this real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so ski, okay, so ski. I don't know what you're doing. Let's see. If you jump on here with the noob and y'all both talk at the same time, then we'll see if y'all are the same person or not. You understand? People aren't stupid. People can tell your voice tones and all that. So the ski mask way, I'm assuming you might have just put that on there, so that way I would think, because you didn't connect your device. I'm assuming you're on the same phone. So Craig, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So we're gonna start with Maverick's question. Not question, but comment more so that Russian women are hard to deal with. Is that true?
I don't want to even talk about that, for real. I want to just leave that where it's at. You feel me?
What, with the Russian women?
Yeah. I don't even know what
Okay, so no, he's pretty much saying that you're going where, Mav?
Well,
and by the way, talking about.
I said my brother was.
Hold on, my bad. Let me make it clear, because Craig, you jumping in and you don't be hearing the whole situation.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to talk about. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you just a heads up. We were talking about. I asked him about dating. If he dates, what's going on. I asked him if he likes to for the most part make love, or
my Russian
blow backs out.
So he out of nowhere started talking about I guess he does date American women, so he dates, he was dating Russian women, and pretty much they're heartbreakers. And he mentioned and said that one of your subscribers got the Russian girl, whatever. And I said, oh yeah, that's Craig. And that was like 5 minutes ago before you jumped on here. And that's where he's at. But he's no disrespect to your the chick, whatever. He's just saying that he dated Russian women because it's going back to what, Argentina?
Yeah, I mean, I lived in Russia. I lived in it right across from Russia for 3 years. So for me, it's like Tigavarish Padruski with or you're Craig, right?
You
Do you
call me
speak some
Craig.
Russian?
You call me Craig.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I lived in Russia for or right next to there for a few years. It's like what I was going to say, I don't have anything against American women. The problem I have is with the government that overruns, it's just like with the marriage situation, they make stuff really ridiculous on most guys. That's my issues. I don't. There's many attractive women, even here in Florida. It's just that the government makes these policies that make it just, unbearable. And I see, one of my cousins has 3 women that he's had children with. The last woman he married, and he's paying around $2,700 in child support, and he makes about $96,000 a year before tax. So, and he lives in St. Louis, Missouri. I look at that and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of absurd, honestly.
So my girl only Russian by blood, nothing else.
Oh yeah, well yeah, in Russian, Eastern Slavic,
But
that's
the mentality is still westernized.
Yeah, that's the biggest nationality group, I think, in America. They say Slavic. Yeah, Slavic ancestry is the biggest group of people in America. But as far as I'm not going my parents have been married for 30.
But I'm not trying to interrupt. I really just want to kind of talk to Dennis a little bit.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Matt, let him get this out, I guess, if you don't mind.
Nothing to get out. It's not nothing to get out, but it's more we're coming together, finally just get a chance to just get it out all on the table. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah. So I'll tell you this, okay? Just like I told Brandon in the chat, okay? My only issue at this point, I have an issue with you. I don't really care. The only problem I face is that people literally put your name at the top. They put you, they said Brandon, they said 3 other names, said I caused y'all to all leave. But you got Katrina accusing me of doing something I didn't do. So that's the reason why she's not here. Everybody that left was because of, other than I will say with Ski and actually not Ski, but what you call it? Or Ski and I forgot his name, the other dude, when they were doing the whole doxing. They left because yes, I was going in about the whole money situation. I did disrespect I forgot his name, the other guy, and Ski was having his back. So I'll take that one to the chin, no pause. Now, when in regards to you, they're making it seem like I am the reason why you left. When last we talked 2 days prior, we talked on the phone for an hour, and then 2 days later, I'm assuming you came in when I was talking about wordplay, texting me, wanting to do a debate with you about paying everything or 50-50, which I told you I'm down with the 50-50. Me and Cali girl, we had those months that was 50-50. And we talked on the phone, and I told you what wordplay wanted to do, and I told the people what we're going to do on Monday, but you just started going off. So that's where I ended it and left it. But the whole back and forth with you on your channel, the only reason I went in on you on your channel because it was 2 or 3 lives, you just going off, and I'm like I don't care, but it was that was it. That's the only reason why I even said anything. But like I said, you know how I am. I don't really hold grudges and all that. But I just want to know what caused the issues, because I thought we had a podcast going. I thought we were done. I thought we were cool at this point. So what happened on your end?
On my end, well, basically, first off, I want to apologize for. Hold on, let me say.
And I apologize, Matt, because I know you're rocking out. So
Nah, I apologize for making fun of Cali girl and shit like that. I shouldn't have never did that. That's on me. I ain't gonna lie to you. But what pissed me off mostly was, bro, no lie, you say a lot that you was reaching out to me, and there's no other way around this, bro. You lie a lot, and I'm not trying to be, but like,
No, you could put my lies out and everything. It could be blunt. I'm not gonna block you. I mean, boot you or nothing. Go ahead and just be blunt. As long as it's it's the actual truth and not opinion. Make sure people know.
Yeah,
it's clear.
When you be saying you be texting people and you be hitting me up first before you be talking about stuff. That's the only thing that really started to piss me off. It was video after video after video, bro. Talking about what I do and what I believe in when I'm not there to speak on it. And I had called you and I told you, I was like, listen, if you're gonna make videos or if you even gonna speak about what it is that I do, allow me to speak on it. You feel me? Because you don't articulate what it is that most of your subscribers or the people that you interact with, you don't articulate what they do well. You'll put what you believe that they do rather than what it is that they do. So it started rubbing me a certain way because you got to remember, it started off from a falling out from an argument with one of your other subscribers.
Yeah.
And it went from there. And after it went from there, it was just you kind of like pushing a certain narrative, and it was video after video after video, bro. And
you're talking about after the situation happened, and we ain't gotta say what happened there, but they're talking about after the chat.
Yeah. And so what I was noticing today is the same thing that's happening with me is what you did with Brandon. Brandon told you, bro, after this live, let's not talk about it no more. If you do want to talk about it, you got my number. Call me. I don't want to have the world be in our situation. Just call me before you make any video. And what was pissing me off is like, at a certain point in your video, I don't think you remember, but I think you need to rewatch that video, and you could bring it up now, and I don't mind. But when you was talking about your girl's birthday, you was like, "Oh, I'm over here buying her a pie. I'm getting her cake. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I made her these coupons." And then you segue into talking about my life when what you doing for your girl has nothing to do with me. You was like, "Oh yeah, I come from an era where I believe in taking care of my girl. I come from an era where a man is supposed to take care of their woman, and like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I took that some way personally because like, bro, you making coupons, like, and I'm not trying to throw shade right now.
You're good.
You making coupons for your girl right now, and here I am, I'm actually buying her stuff with like that's worth monetary like gain, like you could actually sell that shit. It's worth tangible assets. The fact that you was comparing me when you making coupons and shit like that, and I'm over here busting my ass to actually take her places. I just felt like we on two different levels. Yeah, we going 50-50 in my household, but I'm doing shit that is, I'm taking care of my girl in a way as if it's not 50-50. I'm taking care of a whole trip. Meanwhile, your girl is going on a trip, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but your girl is going on a trip that she paid for, and she's funding it, and you're trying to tell her how to spend her money. And so at that point, I'm like, bro, we not the same. How is this man gonna even speak what I do and what you do in the same breath?
Hold on, real quick. First, though, I gotta address when you say she paid for it. How did she pay for it? Because we drove there, and my car I was using for the trip, or the rental. We drove there. What did she pay for it? Because the hotels, yes, because it was her trip. I'm just going.
Mileage. So when you got miles,
pay for what?
She had her miles. She had her miles saved up. So that's
but we didn't use. But remember, we didn't use any of that. We didn't fly. She used about the hotel room. Yes, she used her miles to get those free rooms.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying. Though she was actually. Let me tell you, just so you know, the trip. The trip was actually to see her nephew. I didn't want to go to Vegas. I didn't want to go to Vegas. I was good in Cali, but she wanted to go see her nephew, who she didn't see for like months, and she wanted to he moved to an apartment, so she wanted to wish him, welcome him into the apartment, whatever. So that's the reason why we went. It wasn't for me. So understand, I drove her down there, but it wasn't for me. But let me before we go too deep into it, let me address a few things that you said, because I don't want this to turn into the same old thing. So let's add context. I could pull up that video if you want me to, but what happened was I was actually at Cali Girl's house. I talked to you, I was ordering the cake like the day before. I was ordering the cake at Walmart. Okay, and I was talking to you on the phone. We talked for like almost an hour, and I was talking about how H-Way was
didn't-
right in a sense, and how you were right in a sense. Y'all both were right, huh?
That
What was
day
that?
that day you was on that live, we hadn't talked for like 3 whole days.
Yeah. Okay, so 3 days. Like it was Friday or Saturday, one of the two.
So
I
the
picked
day,
up the.
prior before those 3 days, I had told you, bro, if you gonna make a video mentioning me, call me first. I had
No,
said
but here's the thing. No, I didn't make a video. Here's the thing. Let me tell you how I know what day it was. Because the day that we talked on the phone, remember I said I got a live premiere right now. And I told you what I was talking about. I literally told you that I'm talking about you and H-Way situation, what happened. I said that y'all both was right. I said the problem is with Craig and a lot of people, y'all don't listen to the conversation. Y'all be focused on, all the other stuff and not the actual conversation. And I said with H-Way, he sits back for like 20 minutes or an hour, like getting all the information from you guys. And then he goes at y'all and y'all be stumped because it's like he got everything. Y'all can't really say he's wrong in regards to what he knows. But that day that I did that video, I told you what was going to be in the video. That video was a half an hour long. It was the fallout between you and H-Way. And I clowned only on the fact that you usually come on here, you give me a vocal beatdown. And sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong. Shout out to Matt. Appreciate that super chat. But you give me a beatdown. So I was laughing and I was enjoying the fact that it was all fun and games because, we were just talking. I'm not going to be fake and act like, like you're a weak man or whatever. No, I just said what I said on that live the day before or whatever when y'all went at each other. And I'm laughing. I'm trolling in the comments. I said it was refreshing that Craig finally met his match to where you had two guys that were both right. Nobody's really wrong. H-Way is doing his life for one way, and Craig, he's going about it where he got his house at this point. That was that video. And if you go look at the date of that video, you'll see that's the last time we talked. We talked for an hour because I literally told you that the live's about to start in like 2 minutes. I got to go and do it. And then I said, you said, okay, I'll talk to you later. We didn't talk for 2 days or whatever, 3 days. But that day was on a Sunday. It was Callie Girl's birthday when we talked or when you saw me on live. What happened was, I was going to pick up a pie, and that birthday cake that I ordered with you on the phone. Remember, I was at Walmart, and I told you I'm about to order a cake. And I walked over to the cake department, and you were on the phone with me. So I told Callie Girl, I went to pick up the pie, and on my way to pick up the pie, I just finished cleaning up the whole house because we had to have it set up for a birthday. I was only on live for 10 minutes, and the only thing I said, you could go back and look at it. Look at that live. You will see that the only thing I said was, hey guys, Wordplay texted me and he wanted to do a debate with Craig and me.
You didn't say it like that.
Okay, I'll put it on right now. Go ahead, you can go ahead and talk. I'll put the video on right now because I promise you I did not disrespect you. If I did, then I would be a fool. I'll tell you I'm sorry right now. But I'll pull it up. Go ahead.
The thing is, it's all about context. You was making videos, and this is the problem that I was trying.
I didn't make no more. Hold on, wait. We gotta have context. I didn't make after we talked on the phone, Craig. I didn't make one video particularly talking about you other than that one video. And I'll pull up my screen right now because we got to have context because I want you to understand that you were literally hurt for the wrong reasons, or not hurt, but you were mad at me for the wrong reasons because I literally hurt. I did. Here we go right here. No, actually that was me and you. So we'll pull it up right here because we need the context, proper context. Was this a month ago?
I don't even know, G.
Okay. So the video, I think it might've been a couple months ago. I'm going to find it here. It was you and H-Way. It was after I came back from Hawaii, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, here we go. Do you remember, was it before or after Hawaii? Do you remember?
I ain't even gonna hold you, probably afterwards.
Crap, where would the I don't have. Oh, you go ahead though if you want to add while I look for this video, because I want to have the proper context so we know exactly what happened. But you go ahead.
No, but basically what I was saying while you was on that video, he was basically talking about what you was doing for Cali Girl and everything that you was doing to kind of like, make her day go. And I wasn't saying shit. I was just kind of like watching the stream as it went. And then Christina was even hyping you up. She was like, "Oh yeah, you're a good man. You're doing something for her. I wish my man would like give me like a foot massage coupon and stuff like that." And everybody was hyping you up, bro. And then like out of nowhere, you was just like, see, that's the thing about being a man. Like I come from a different era. Like I come from an era where a man is supposed to take care of everything. A man is supposed to provide for his woman. And like you took like her hyping you up from coupons as like your moment to like kind of hype yourself up and put me down in that same word. And I didn't appreciate that. You was
I'm gonna pull up that live right. I'm gonna pull up the live right now.
Please
Okay.
do.
No,
Please
I'd
do.
rather pull up the live so we got context. I promise
do.
you I didn't do that.
Please.
Okay, but this is you see this is the video that I did about you and H-Way. This is it right here. And it was
Listen though. We don't need to see the video about the video.
no,
with
I'm not showing. No, I'm not going to show the video. I just wanted you to see that was the video. That was a month ago. I didn't do one video after that about you. You look here. I didn't do one video. I didn't talk about you.
You kept mentioning.
Like you said,
you kept mentioning.
no, I
Like
no,
you, so
no.
after so listen, after the argument with me and H-Way, you made a whole video called "Last Night Was a Bully Beatdown." That was
No, this is it right here. I just showed you. It's called a real
one.
bully beatdown occurred.
I know that was the first one, and then
No, it was only one video.
More videos and did a few more lives.
No, I never. No, I'm going to show you. Like the reason why I'm trying to get this context, I promise you, Craig. This was the only video, and this was the same day that we talked on the phone. Look at your call history. You're going to see that the last time we talked, it was for that 45-minute or however long call it was. This was a month ago exactly. This was the one video. I was on the phone with you and told you, hey, I got to do this live in like 5 minutes as a premiere. We'll talk after. But we didn't talk after because I got busy. You probably was busy. But this was the video, and it was equal, fair. I could have went in on you and tried to make you look bad because there was a lot too. And I didn't do none of that. I literally
Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said.
I'm saying I could have because what you're
videos.
Go ahead.
You were doing that.
No, I'm trying to get you to understand, Craig. I could have did what you're trying to tell me. I could have did. I could have made you look bad by lying and fabricating and hyping the situation up. I didn't. We would have to watch this whole video because I promise you, people will watch this video. I
wouldn't have went off on you if I didn't feel like you were making me look bad. You know that, right?
No, this video literally made you look good. This video literally was you and H-Way are both right.
Look good. They'll think about this.
One part
do you think,
Craig? I did Spark. I don't want to play this. I don't want to play this whole video.
15. You get 5% interest.
Huh?
I'm a man that moves in logic, bro. If you're gonna make me look good, I would not have anything to argue with you on, especially a video with thousands of subscribers watching. But if you're gonna make me look bad, that's when I'm gonna get. That's when I'm gonna lose my shit. That's when I'm gonna be upset. It's only logical, bro. You said something that I didn't agree with. That's why I really want you to watch this video back so that you can see what it is that we had a disagreement on. So I can pinpoint it and show you where.
I'm going to do the live. This is next. I'm trying to get you to understand, Craig. If you watch back this video, people are probably going to watch this video just to see the context. I literally was on the phone with you and told you what I'm saying in the video that like Craig was right because he has it right now. He has a house. He has his car, he has his, hoopty, whatever he says, whatever you call it, sidecar, whatever. And then he has his girl. He's living a good life. He has no bills other than his, the house and all that. So yes, he's paying $4,500 a month, but he's making, $50,000. His girl pitching in, so he's good. I literally said that in this video, and I said with H-Way doesn't have a house yet. He doesn't have, a car. He doesn't have all that stuff. He's, renting. I said that he stated that he's doing things a certain kind of way, so that way, shout out to Todd. Todd, I'm gonna wrap. We're gonna finish this with Craig. It might have been a bad time. I know you were sleeping. We might be better to come on a different day, but let me see if we can wrap this up with me and Craig within the next. It's gonna be about 20 minutes, half an hour possibly. But shout out to Todd. This is my brother. They look just alike.
Dennis, if you want to entertain your other subscribers, I'm not even trying to take away.
No. This is important, Craig, because I want to. I want to get this out.
Because Dennis, we're not level no more. So I'm not important to your channel. I'm not even gonna hold you.
No, Craig. I want to get
Let me finish, Dennis. I don't want you feeling like I'm taking away time from you to actually build your channel. So I don't mind having this conversation another time and letting you, allow the other subscribers to get their piece out. Because at the end of the day, bro, like we just hashing some shit out that has nothing to do with your growth. So
no, this is an important thing because a lot of people have missed you. And I want to put your piece. I want you to be at peace. Do me this favor. Let's do this, okay? We'll make this. Give me 10 minutes, guys, because I want to pull this live up just so we know. Because there's only literally 5 minutes into this live before the chaos happened with the whole. And mind you, let me tell you guys this. And Todd, I'm pretty sure you probably gave. Actually, no, because you mess with just all the chicks. I mess with women I love. She told me I can't spend money on her. Okay, context. I can't spend money on her because. We just did Valentine's Day. Or it was Valentine's Day, and it was about to be a birthday. She didn't want me to spend because she's handling my money now. So I had a tight budget.
So I went and got flowers. They came for like $30, and then I got a card. And I was in the aisle, and it was a Spanish card, and it had pretty much like in Spanish, like you get a foot massage, you get a movie night, watch anything you want. I can't change the channel, or I gotta get punished this way. So it was a fun card to make her laugh. But she said no gift. She didn't even give me a flower. So the situation was, when I told people about that, she's in the chat right now. She liked it because it meant something. It wasn't just me getting a card saying Happy Valentine's Day and giving her, cash or something. It was more of like meaningful. So that's the context of the card. And the only reason why I was like, what the heck, is because I was confused because, like I said, I thought we were tight at that point, and that happened. But here's the stream right here. Just so you can watch it on your own, but I'm just going to show you the first 10 minutes. Here's going on, or not 10 minutes, but when it came down. If you go back and watch the video. Long story short, what happened at her parents' house, and I had to shoot. It's like a line with like a bunch of people. With, just so you know, Craig. Pickups. No. Whoops. This is the start of it. I was gonna have a surprise party, but I know, because she had something planned for her talking birthday. About her party. And surprise party. Let's see. Clean. So, it was funny because her dad, they were talking about her dad. Appreciate you, Taz. I think they let you skip the line. I think. Shout out to Christina in the fruit tart pie. All right, where's that? All right, we're gonna get to it real quick. This is important. I'll show you in a second. Actually, it happened towards the end because I remember I was yelling. So I had Cali girl people that was trying to hate in the chat and left. Yeah. Okay, this is when I started singing. I don't know what I was doing here. They do like cheeseburgers, double cheeseburgers. You know what we'll do? I think we can do it on another live, because I think I'd rather you go and just do the skipping. You're gonna see I didn't mention nothing about you. Because I got a certain amount of minutes.
Dennis, listen,
Dennis,
go for it.
Maybe you could just let Todd give his ideals on the whole word Israel and just
listen,
go for it, Todd.
If you want to end this, if you want to do your thing, we can link up on another time, bro. For real.
Yeah, just look. Just remember this, Craig. I would rather not have to do all that. If you can, just go to that live and look at the 5 minutes before I started flipping out on you.
Remember it, bro.
You're gonna. No, I'm saying, I promise you don't remember. If you go in there, you're gonna see the only thing I said was you and Wordplay are gonna do a debate with me about you paying 50-50 and and Wordplay, man pays it all. And I literally said nothing about me. I'm the man and I'm paying all this money and I'm balling. I never said that, because I wouldn't be saying that, because that's not the truth. So if you look at that, I never bigged up myself. You just started flipping out for no reason. I was so confused. We were all positive. So go watch that video, and then I'll be on live tomorrow. You can jump back on, and then we can hash it out, because you're going to see that I never said one bad thing about you in our whole life.
Tomorrow, like I said, that's what I'm saying, bro. Do your thing on live tonight. I'm not trying to take away from your channel, bro.
No, I said tomorrow. Yeah, just reach out tomorrow, okay?
I'm not going to be available tomorrow, bro.
Whenever. You know what I mean. Just whenever, okay?
That's the thing. I'm not trying to make this an error, bro. I just had some time now. I saw you was available.
Yeah.
It is, G. You feel me?
Okay. So either way, I'm gonna have Todd, because he's waiting for Todd to come so he can tell us about this whole Iran situation. So whenever I'm on live, and if you want to stick on here, you can now. But whenever I'm on live, you can always jump back on. So Todd, shout out to you, Todd. You look the way you look on this screen. You look like you're sometimes like Elon Musk, like you don't move, like you're like robot, like you're stiff.
Yeah.
I thought you were I thought you were you and Matt literally look just alike. He does that too sometimes. You don't know if he's buffering, because you're I can't do that. You see, when I move, I'm always moving around my head, I'm erratic. I said erratic. So maybe that's just me. So I didn't know if you were on here or if the screen's frozen. But I appreciate you coming on here. You should already know, I'm a goofy dude, so don't be offended by that.
No, it's cool.
People in the chat might say I was roasting you, but it's all good. They're telling you to blink. if you're safe.
Yeah.
So
No, it's still
what's going on over there in with Maverick? You want to give him the question that we're all
No,
waiting for?
well, still, Todd, like I explained to Dennis earlier, that your insight with regards to like the whole Israel and Iran situation, I think, is more prolific. Like I mean, there's more there. I mean, more depth. I think you could explain in a more concise way. So that's why I said Todd's. I mean, he's like the perfect person to explain this for Dennis's audience.
all right. Well, I don't have a lot of time, but I'll just try to sum this up. Is that about 46 years ago, if my math serves me correct, there was a shakeup in the leadership in Iran. Prior to that, there had been leadership under the Shah, and that was what often would be regarded as more of a Western-backed, Western-aligned government. It had the stamp of approval from the U.S. Some might even say that it was directly from the U.S. And so it was a government that was being supported, financed, militarized by the United States and other Western countries. Think of contemporary, maybe Saudi Arabia or one of these Gulf states. Iran was in a similar position. And then the Iranian Revolution comes around. They have an Islamic theocratic government that took over, and not theocratic in the same context as like some of the Gulf states, Qatar and what else? United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. These countries have more of a theocratic Sunni model. So these are like monarchs, Sunni monarchs, more or less, that are running those places. Whereas Iran was although it does have various ethnic groups, Iran was a government set up as a Shia, as a Shia Islamic government. And although it didn't directly align with the Soviet Union, it did generally lean more with the Soviet Union. It generally took the approach that, okay, we're a system, we're a government that's going to take our own approach with things. And ever since, just like other neighbors of Israel, just like Iraq and Syria and some of these others, it has had its fair share of issues with Israel. And at this point in time, there's really only two countries in the Middle East, in that region, that have any kind of real ability to shape the events of that part of the world. And I think it's fair to say that those two countries would be, well, maybe Saudi Arabia also, but if we exclude Saudi Arabia and Turkey, the two countries would be Israel and Turkey, or Israel and Iran's a little bit higher. And so because of this rivalry that's existed between the two places, along with the support that Israel's been enjoying from the U.S. for quite a number of years now, it's created a lot of tension, and they've been at each other's throats. There's been high-level assassinations, there's been bombings, there's been just this prolonged war that's been going on. And it hasn't really been an all-out war like we think of between, say, Russia and Ukraine. It hasn't been to that degree, but it has been this war that's been, it's just been going on and on now for decades. And at this point, it's fair to say that it functions as a sort of asymmetric war between not only the Israelis and the Iranians, but I think it's maybe more proper to really make the comparison that it's the West and the United States in general that are using Israel as a sort of as kind of maybe a proxy to a degree, in order to act as a sort of influencer in the Middle East. But of course, it also begs the question: is it really in the best interest of the United States to have this outpost, to have this outpost in a region of the world where, frankly, many would argue that it doesn't benefit most Americans. And in fact, it really tarnishes the reputation of the United States, because irrespective of maybe some of the more impressive aspects of Israel, Israel also has a messy history, and it goes without saying that if you have a country like Israel in the Middle East, it could really be more of a liability for the United States in the long run, rather than actually benefiting its external interests.
A couple questions, okay?
Yes.
With based on what you just said. So, if we pulled out of Israel, okay?
Yes.
Pulled out of Israel, and out of Ukraine, we just said y'all figure it out, okay?
Yeah.
Would that be bad for us?
Well, and then again, it's really a matter of which worldview do you subscribe to, because I think what we're seeing now, especially with Russia, for example, is really a question of continentalism versus Atlanticism. So Atlanticism being this idea that it was the great naval powers, the great ocean powers, places like Western Europe, and then what eventually expanded to the Americas, that this is really the heart of civilization. This is really like it's up to these countries to really be at the center of global trade, of civilization in general, whereas the Eurasianism is a branch of continentalism. Continentalism generally tends to believe that it's the great expanses of both Asia as well as Europe that should be at the center of civilization, and that it should really be places like, say, Russia, that are able to dictate the future of not only Europe, but also a great deal of Asia as well. So I think these are really the two competing schools of thought here.
So the reason why I asked that first question, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not really knowledgeable when it comes to history, when it comes to politics, the world for the most part. I'm kind of just Ohio, and now I'm in California. So I asked you, the reason why I asked that question about if we left, like what Trump's talking about, he would do if he got in. Even though I think he would probably defend Israel, but definitely not Ukraine. Do you think if we continue, like we fight back against Iran, like which looks like we're about to with those troops, that geopolitics? Yep, there we go. Do you think it's about to be a World War III? Do you think we're headed there, or we're here now?
It could be. I mean, some are saying that we're there. There's essentially an asymmetric war happening, and
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the contemporary sphere of how global events are playing out, we don't live in the era of, say, the 18th century or the 19th or 20th centuries. So what I mean by that is at that time period, you generally might have had large militaries that were fighting each other. You would have powers that would be engaged in sometimes even total war. You would have, like what happened during World War II, where it was deemed appropriate for one power to be bombing the other. One of the justifications, by the way, it's maybe a little veering off topic, but one of the justifications for that is that under this idea of Atlanticism and Atlanticist powers, is that economics are actually considered a form of war. So, let me go further to explain this. If you have international sea trade happening, and you have one power that's gaining dominance over the other, then that in itself is considered a threat to the dominance of Atlanticism, of the Atlanticist states. And this was actually one of the justifications, although you wouldn't see it in your history textbooks for the most part. This was a huge reason why the U.S. decided to, or more so the UK, and then the U.S. decided to take on Germany during World War II, because then again, it was a matter of Atlanticist versus Germany, which was more of a continental power. Now, going back into this idea of asymmetric wars, that generally this is a type of war between belligerents who we could say have different powers of different levels of military power. So you might have a superpower like the United States that is going up against, let's say, the Viet Cong, in Vietnam, this was a clear example where one entity, one country clearly had dominance, which was the United States and its allies taking on the Vietnamese. And of course, what did we hear? This was a matter supposedly of domino theory. Now, for better or worse, while they were fighting under the banner of communism, these countries, it really wasn't a matter of communism. It was a matter of national liberation. And so, yes, they were fighting under maybe the Star or under Sickle and Hammer, but it wasn't about communism. It was more about national liberation. It was just they were using communism as a vehicle for this national liberation. Let's, for example, let's think if perhaps it had been
Dennis.
Uncle. Sorry?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I was just going to.
I just wanted to ask Dennis. I do have the time stamps. Whenever you
Okay,
ready.
just put it in the chat. Or actually, just text it to me because I can't because you got Ski in the back office. So I got you.
I got
Go
you.
ahead, Tom. Son. Okay.
So let's say if instead of being communist that had came out triumphant after World War II, it had been let's say the third positionist or the fascist camp. I would almost guarantee you that these same countries, instead of fighting under the banner of Sickle and Hammer or the Star, it would have been under the idea that their positions were fascist. So as I said, this was about national liberation. So that was an example of asymmetric war. Now we're seeing the same thing with Iran, with the United States, in that clearly the United States economically much stronger, in theory has a much stronger military, and yet Iran right now is using, for example, how do you say it? Ansal, no.
You got it, Matt?
It's the Houthis in Yemen. It's okay. I'm not even going to try because I only messed it up. But essentially, they're using this movement. There's technically a name for it, and it's something like Ansala. I can't remember what it is, but anyhow, it's that they're using this movement to help try to bring forth their agenda. So they're trying to cut off shipping, so the Israelis cannot access the shipping routes. And then, of course, you have Hezbollah in Lebanon, and there's some other militias operating in Iraq. So basically what they're doing is they're using an asymmetric war to take on an opponent that economically is much stronger, that has, at least in theory, a much stronger military. So I think as we move more into the 21st century, well, we are in the 21st century, we're seeing a greater influence, a greater role played by these types of actors, these state actors, that certainly, yes, they have militaries, but they don't have the massive capabilities, yet are able to wage a war on powers that are, at least in theory, much stronger. Because let's say, for example, if you can take some sort of, I don't know, like if, let's say we have a drone that's $30,000, but to take down that drone, you have to use a missile that costs $1 million. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's about waging an economic war. So in that way, you're able to take on an opponent that's much greater.
Yeah. So my question to you is, because remember, I'm like, I have no clue, half the stuff you're talking about. The biggest question I had was, do you think that right now with people talking about World War III, do you think, once again, it's happening, and what do you think is going to happen? Do you think we can come back from this?
Right now, unfortunately, the United States, and when I say the U.S., of course, I mean collectively to the deep state, and especially you see it both with Democrats and Republicans right now, especially with Democrats. So are in particular really the driving force behind this kind of imperialistic agenda, it seems, at least at the moment. And if things continue on the path they are on, I would not be surprised if we find ourselves in what is clearly a World War III. Now, right now, we're not quite there yet. I mean, there are events happening that are pushing things forward. I think if we don't have some leadership that has the sense to say, okay, we're going too far, we're reaching a point of no return, because once that point has been reached, there is no turning back. It will be full speed ahead until we're looking at a huge population or a huge amount of people of the population that's wiped out.
And would it be in America or would it be throughout the country? Do you think America,
Well,
they can touch us right now with missiles?
absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
Who
especially
would be who could touch us?
Russia.
Oh, really? And do
They-
they have that nuke, that supersonic? We
Yeah,
can't stop that.
yeah. There's like the Kinzhal missiles. I mean, there's the what is it, the Sarma, I believe. There's quite a few that Russia has in its arsenal, hypersonics. I mean, the development that the Russians have put into their missile arsenal has just been unbelievable. And I think this is where, obviously, people that, at least that are a little more intelligent within the political establishment in the West, are realizing that this is not a winning battle. I'm sure you can have, maybe one can make the claim that America has a sizable ground force, but with these missiles, I mean, sure, you can stop some of them. You can't stop all of them. And if you have these hit major urban centers of the United States, bam, you have millions of people dead immediately.
Now, how would that work? I mean, where would they go first? Would they go to California? Where do you think they'll hit New York? Like, where would they try to like attack?
I'll tell you what they would do is that they would launch it over each of them. So it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't just be like one individually. They would say launch, just as an example, 50 at a time. Not all of them would arrive. Or it might
50
be
nukes at a time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
So not all of them would arrive. Some of them would be destroyed. But even if you hit, you have millions of people dead.
And I mean, there's no coming back from that. Now, do
No.
you think who will win at this point? America, pretty much, or would it be, China, Russia, and Iran working together? What do you think would happen? Like, what do you think?
In today's world, it would be them, I think, because after having looked around the Russians, they're able to live, I mean, really bare bone existence. It's not, I mean, a lot of them are very self-sufficient people. They can live with very little. They're able to live off the land. I think that there's absolutely no question in my mind that that kind of conflict would favor the Russians. I don't know the Chinese well enough. I've never lived in China, never been there, but I can say that the Russians what they could do also is that maybe the borders might move a little bit with Russia, and certainly they might have some of their cities destroyed. But as we've seen in the past, Napoleon or like Hitler and all of these, yeah, sure, they can take some of the major cities. Big deal. I mean, Russia's a massive landmass. So, yeah, maybe, I mean, this is going to sound bad, but maybe you lose even a third of your population or more. Well, as we've seen in history, that's happened before with Russia. They were able to recover. It wouldn't be pretty initially. It would be very difficult, but that is a country that we've seen this with like Chernobyl and some of these massive wars. That is a country that has had these kinds of things happen, and they have came back from them. I don't think the U.S. would be able to personally.
So is this true? The World War III will be fought with nukes, and World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Do you think that's going to be?
Yeah,
No, I was just saying because right now, I'm assuming we're not going to fight on the ground. It's going to be with missiles. Do you think it will be just a fast, like pretty much like if China and Russia decide to work together, is it going to be like they know if they launch a nuke, we're going to just send our nukes and the world is over? Do you think it would get to that point? It's a chance to get to that point.
Pretty much. You bring up one point, which I think is worth. It is something that I would also conclude that this would be quick. It wouldn't be like this wouldn't be something that'd be drawn out because essentially it would be both sides. They would try to knock each other, like do knockout blows from the get go, and then whoever came back from that, like whoever could still have its remnant of its state still remaining would be the one that would be able to move forward, whichever one had the potential to continue, at least have the vestige of a operational state, would be the one that we could say is the winner. And like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but my best guess is that it would be Russia that would be able to get out of this.
Now, with Trump, do you think he's the savior in regards to like getting this all fixed?
I mean, he's certainly. It definitely seems like he does have more of this idea that we need to, at least in regards to Russia, that we need to really try to wrap things up in Ukraine and not escalate. You look at his policies with, I mean, maybe it's not 100% there with him as far as trying to push back against these foreign wars and intervention, but he has at least said more and at least shown some initiative in trying to reduce this type of conflict. So much more likely under Trump that things would end with, say, Ukraine than what we could see with Biden or some other Democrat. I mean, there are some Democrats that might be interested in something like that, but they wouldn't they wouldn't get to that kind of position. It would never be permitted within the party.
Okay. Yeah, because this is fascinating stuff because, I tell people we're taking life for granted right now because we aren't even caring the fact that, like, you literally have war starting. Is it any way, even past if Trump do win and he does, do a little bit of fixing, will the Middle East get it together? Like, will they always fight each other? Like Israel, like, I don't know exactly what Israel did. From what people, more of the left say, is that they took land from people, from, Palestine. What is Palestine? They took the land and made it their land and said, the people that were there, they had to leave. Is that pretty much what happened?
Yeah. I mean, it really is unfortunate often how history plays out, but that's I think it's fair to say. And if you look at, for example, the initial stock of Israelis like Sephardic Jews and these kind, that many would argue are actually the more indigenous. Some of them have actually been more skeptical of contemporary Israel and its policies. There's been research done into, for example, the Khazarians, who were a civilization that originated from Central Asia, that what you see now in Israel, contemporary Israel with the Ashkenazis, that they're not even technically Semitic people. So we hear that term anti-Semite. Well, one might even argue that if you look into the history of the Khazars, like the Khazarian civilization, that what you see now in Israel, that these are not even actual Semitic people. They're like, say, Ashkenazis, in that they simply just took the land. And I think that at this point, it's like they've gone in, they were able to really be aggressive enough and kind of bully their way and just push their way into that part of the world. And at the same time, the U.S., the mainstream conservative movement was, I think, foolish enough into pushing this idea that, look, we have a foothold here in the Middle East. This is our shining gem for the world, that we have our outpost of the United States in the Middle East. And it will probably be something that is looked back, like that we can look back on, that probably will be viewed as a huge mistake. At least that's my opinion.
So there's something about you had I guess, like, what is it, Israel? They got something about sacrificing a red pig or whatever, or something, like some type of red animal. I guess they're trying to do it on like a temple, and I guess it's supposed to bring like the Messiah back or something. Is that, my question is, why wouldn't, is that like they're trying to like allow people in Palestine to like, or Palestine to allow them to sacrifice this red heron or whatever it's called, and then it's supposed to bring the whatever down from the heavens? Why don't they just do that and allow them to realize how stupid they are?
Because do you I mean, do you believe that if they do sacrifice this animal that on this in this temple or whatever, it's going to cause some Messiah or whatever to come back from the heavens? I mean, do you think that's true? I ain't gonna call it stupid because
Again,
that'd be ignorant. I don't know religion, but red heifers. There you go.
again, this goes back to the Schofield Bible, where there was a lot of I think subversive teachings that were inserted into Christian doctrines, and I'm not an expert when it comes to like Christian theology and so forth, but I think what's happened, unfortunately, is that there's been a lot of influence within much of the like American or Western Christian denominations, the influence of this Jewish influence trying to subvert Christianity and what is it? What does Christianity stand for? And I think from what I've learned is that if you look at like the Old Testament, New Testament, there were certain kind of messages given. I think that the Jews were pretty much instructed to conform to the ways of Christianity, more or less, to sum it up. And they rebuked I guess Jesus. And so I think when looking at the big picture, it's like you have this group that has been, like I said, very subversive, and it now got into the point where you have all these like supposed Christian denominations throughout America and the greater West that are saying that we have to bend over backwards for the contemporary study of Israel, conflating what flies under the banner of Israel now, that somehow that has some sort of relation to Jesus Christ and to like biblical doctrine. I don't think so, but there's many people who believe that.
Yeah, because I don't really, that's the thing. I don't really understand why people, like I said, I'm not religious, and I know it seems like with Israel, they're trying to, get that done. And, it's kind of to the point that, do you think that the Jewish community right now, in regards to Israel, whatever, are they the ones making this situation that the world might come to an end because of their, I wouldn't say ego, but their unwillingness to understand that they took land from people? Do you think that's what's going on right now, and that's what's going to ultimately happen?
Yes, and there's been, I think, a lot of propaganda and indoctrination. You put people under so much propaganda for a long period of time, and they're going to buy into things, ideas that are nonsense even. And one thing I also mention is if you look at a lot of these really aggressive Israelis, many of them don't even come from, like, they don't have their traditional ancestral roots in Israel. They haven't been there for like 1,000 years. They were people that were living in New York or in Berlin or like in Western countries. And they came back with a vengeance, thinking that, okay, this is my land. I'm not going to like try like cohabitate or try and make this work. And so I think some of these people, they're projecting something that really is not, it's not even like, it's not even Semitic. And yet people that push back and say that we need to come together, figure something out, they're called the anti-Semites. And yet many of the people that are the most aggressive for Israel could be put into question if they're even Semitic people. So
this is
weird.
kind of it's kind of crazy because I don't know world politics, geopolitics, whatever you want to call it. I'm more of like, what's proper, what's put in front of us with, Trump, with the Biden, on that level. So, it's scary because I just feel like if we do go and get into this nuclear war, it's going to just be over. And I'd rather like the missile hits me directly and just destroys me, or evaporates me instead of like living through that pain. Because some people will survive. Wouldn't it be people that are in bunkers, people that are like, protected shelters? Because everybody above ground, I mean,
Yeah.
they're gonna eventually die, right?
Yeah, there would be a nuclear winter, and yeah, it would be the after effects of it.
What's the nuclear winter?
Well, when you detonate a nuclear bomb, like the kind of bombs that are being, or kind of not bomb, but like missiles that we're using now would result in a severe and prolonged global climatic cooling event. So it would be this would occur after widespread firestorms following a large-scale war. So it would completely alter the climate. And what can happen is that the fires can inject soot into the stratosphere. And then that would block some of the direct sunlight from reaching the surface of the earth. And then this would, in turn, cause a cooling, which would, of course, result in widespread crop failure, famine. And so you would essentially, through famine, crop failure, that nuclear winter would probably be a lot more destructive than even the direct effects of the nuclear missiles. So you would be knocking off at least several billion people probably through the subsequent nuclear winter as well.
Let me actually, can I just actually tell one other thing? You obviously live in Argentina. I'm looking, obviously, like moving there next month. How far would the destruction of like these nuclear bombs be approximately? I mean, would it be the whole globe, or would it be like, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, with what I was saying with the effects of a nuclear winter, this would be global. It would be like literally, there would be people who would survive, but a very good chunk of the overall population would be decimated. This would set things back for. I mean, you'd be rewinding the clock hundreds of years. I think it would be. I'm not saying it would be impossible to recover from, but it would take a long time.
Interesting.
They
Well,
said,
I mean, it's
you wouldn't grow
interesting.
food for a generation. Is that true? I'm sorry, Matt.
No, I was just going to say it is interesting when you look at the elites, like the agenda of guys like Elon Musk, and obviously he's been on like Joe Rogan's podcast. I'm not like a big fan of Joe Rogan, but like when they talk about going to space and like space exploration, it makes you wonder if some of it is tied to the fact they realize that the Earth could be decimated by like nuclear bombs and whatnot, and like they may have to explore like other like planetary like life elsewhere, basically. But maybe that's not related. What do you think?
It could be. It could be. At this point, one thing I will say is that the usage of nuclear weapons would be, I think, catastrophic. And this idea that, it would only be a few tactical nukes used or something on the battlefield is just complete nonsense. Anyone with heavy brain knows that this would escalate into something that would be global. It would be catastrophic. And I think for most people, they would feel its effect in some way or another. It would be catastrophic economically. Literally, there would be huge numbers of people starving to death from famines. I saw a comment, it wouldn't be possible to grow crops for a generation. I'm not sure what the duration would be, but it would definitely be a while. And the people who would survive would be people that would have access to, say, like maybe underground bunkers where they would have large reserves and they could pretty much wait things out. But then after the rebuilding process would throw things back so far, it would be, as I said, it would really be like, I don't want to say starting completely over again, but so much would be destroyed that it would be absolutely devastating for most people.
Yes. So I guess because this sounds scary. And it's so close to from what it seems happening. If you're in a bunker, so you have like oxygen, I'm assuming, like under like a reserve for like how many years do they have them up to? Like 10 years or
I don't even know if they can go that long, but it would
when could you get air pretty much?
You would you would have those like air like ventilation systems.
Oh, okay.
You could put seeds like store seeds and things like this underground. And in theory, you could produce certain crops even underground and also have reserves. In fact, I think it's Norway, if I remember correct, actually has all these different seeds where they can grow crops again should this kind of thing happen. So as I said, it would be possible to start over again. Just it would be a huge task.
I mean, people. So pretty much.
Let
Like
me.
cities,
Can I
like,
ask you one thing,
go for it,
Todd?
Yeah.
I don't mean to interject in this.
Are you fine, Matt? Go for it.
Don't you think like if like America would just like stand down, along with Israel and let countries carry on like their own affairs, that most of this bullshit would be like, I mean, none of this stuff people would even have to think about, correct?
Yeah, it's really a matter of do this whole idea of unipolarity, and is it the US's obligation or is it its duty to be this sort of supposedly stabilizing force in the world? And again, just like I went into this idea of continentalism versus Atlanticism, it's this idea that supposedly the world is more stable if you have one entity that can supersede the authority of other states. That you have this unipolar entity right now, of course, being the United States. That's a more stable way of operating than if you have, say, multiple civilization states that dominate their respective regions that can vie for power and influence, like in a multipolar world.
Well, and you also remember with John Mark Dougan, that his daughter, he was the Russian, he had that friend that wrote the fourth political theory, Alexander Dugin. Yeah, his daughter was actually assassinated in the Ukrainians had assassinated him or his daughter like a year and a half ago, and this was a big topic that he wrote upon, that he was not a big fan of this unipolarity of like the US. He believed in a multipolar system where all these different spheres of the world had their own influence, and they were sovereign from like the US control. But basically this guy that both Todd and I know, Dennis, his name is John Mark Dougan. I brought him up earlier in this video. He was a Pinellas County, he worked for the police department in South Florida. He was in the Marine Corps. He exiled to Russia because he exposed corruption of the police department in South Florida. And one of his friends was assassinated. Her name was Daria Dugin. Her dad was a very famous Russian writer, Alexander Dugin, and he wrote about this fourth political theory, and he discussed kind of the problems of having this unipolar world, that like why we're on the precipice of like a world war, because the multipolar world is much more effective in the times we're living in. Correct, Todd?
Yeah, well, it's again, I think this goes back to the idea of is having one hegemonic power right now, being the U.S. Is that a better way of engaging in global affairs? Is that a more just and fair system, or is it just empty platitudes that in reality this kind of world only enables maybe some of the collective Western countries to benefit and prosper, And even there, it put like individually within those societies, there's many people struggling. So it's like it begs the question: is this really the best way of organizing our society? And my belief, I mean, I don't know if you know this, Dennis, but my brother knows this, that I personally believe in the multipolar world. I don't think this unipolar model is something that benefits a lot of people. And yes, it would having a shakeup would cause there would be people that would lose power, money. It would result in kind of a shakeup of things in the world. But I think in the long run, this idea of just like in a free market and more of a market-facing society, having more competition, which in theory at least allows for more competitors, having like better prices, et cetera. I think it's the same thing. And I know you did, you were doing rideshare like with Uber. And
Yep.
I would actually, if I can make a comparison here, I would actually say one of the problems with them is that not being in a competitive environment, basically making it so for people who are driving that they would that they weren't being like adequately compensated. That would be, I mean, that would be a comparison to this. And so it's like, do you want an environment where you have competing states, or do you want just one state that supersedes everyone else?
Yeah, I think with these companies, they just they got Uber and Lyft for the most part got rid of all the competition with the public on a public level, and then now globally they got rid of all the companies. So you're right, they're dominating and they can up the price. Like I had the one ride I did yesterday because I don't really do it no more. I haven't done it in months. I did it yesterday for a few rides because I was trying to let out some steam. I remember I did a ride $60. They charged $60, but I only got $33. Now, this question right here, ask Todd what he thinks about the conditioning our media has done to us to prepare us for global anarchy coming our way, Oppenheimer and Civil War.
Yeah, I would say that it definitely. In fact, there's this idea of, I think it's called, I can't remember who coined it, but it's been brought up by Dr. Edward Dutton. He's a psychologist. He's fairly well known on YouTube in that sphere, but he's talked about this idea of anarcho-tyranny, and I think that really this is, I mean, this is a very, very valid concept in that you have, again, these state entities or state actors that are pushing for certain kinds of chaotic idea or a certain amount of chaos that kind of furthers their agenda, and at the same time are extremely suppressive against entities or individuals or forces that they don't agree with. There was a comparison that he gave that Dr. Edward Dutton out of the UK, that on one hand, you could have a person who's a clear criminal being given a slap on the wrist because of the, I don't know, let's say the injustice or the kind of hard background he comes from. And then you could have someone that says something that's offensive who's given a 2-year prison sentence.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I think that's happening now. Anybody in the chat got any questions that I didn't touch on? Because that was my biggest thing. I fear that happening because I can imagine if I, for some reason, was able to find my way in a bunker, but I wouldn't go unless my kids were with me. But if they were with me, if somehow I was able to get into a bunker, say, I got blessed, won the lottery, and I was able to build something like Bill Gates did underground. Now, do you think there's underground cities right now that we don't know about that, are preparing for this to happen?
I would say that there's infrastructure built for some of the some of the state elites, like the heads of state of some of these major countries. I would assume that US, Russia, maybe China, North Korea, we know that they have a huge underground network for some of their major state officials. So I'm not sure if I would call them cities, although in the case of North Korea, with how extensive some of these networks are, you could say that they are almost cities to a degree.
Okay. So yeah, because I mean, it's scary the fact of thinking like even if you were to, you wouldn't survive actually, but if you were in an underground bunker, when you come out, you got skyscrapers. Wouldn't they be demolished, or would they still be standing? You think?
If they were in under the direct, like a close to a direct hit, no, they would be knocked out. But if they were like some could, like some of the infrastructure might be able to survive if it was a little further away, because some of these skyscrapers now, it's pretty incredible like how strong they are. But I think, like I said, the real impact would come from the nuclear contamination, as well as the nuclear winter. Like for me, for example, being in Argentina, I don't really have to worry here about Argentina is probably one of the safest places you could be in the world. It wouldn't be a target probably of a missile, but the nuclear winter I wouldn't be able to escape from. So I would then have to deal with maybe a Hunger Games kind of environment where there would be massive food shortages and where the dollar or whatever currencies might be reduced to next to nothing, and I would have to contend with that side of it. So it would be then that ensuing chaos that someone in this part of the world would have to deal with.
You wouldn't have cell phone. Like cell phone would be done, right? Like internet, all that, wouldn't that all be done? Or would that infrastructure remain?
I think some of it would probably still be operable. I mean, if it was being conducted with like satellites and things like this, I think at least some of it would probably still work. Certainly wouldn't be 100%, but yeah, it wouldn't be totally destroyed.
Now, are you in tech? Like, is that your specialty?
I have a background like a graduate education I completed in biotechnology. So this encompasses chemistry, genetics, molecular biology, computation. What else? Chemoinformatics. So a lot of it's not built, but a lot of it's around like say drug repurposing or like drug repurposing, molecular docking, chemoinformatics, all of this good stuff. So we also, sorry?
Oh, good.
No, I was going to say, I know you had some interest in information technology. There is the IT component as well. Like you do have to use like some Python for like scripting and things like this. But nothing like, I don't have the kind of extensive IT background that someone who was like a computer science major would have. Are you still doing that?
No, I'm not. I'm actually not getting in. I'm not doing the tech route. I'm doing project management, but I'm going to go more of like so I was already doing, event planning and all of that. That was my passion for the most part, running bars and nightclubs, et cetera. And that's pretty much the same as project management in reality, based on what you would do. So I'm probably not going to go the tech route in regards to it. I'll probably, look to do it outside of that because I don't really want to learn programming or anything such, which you don't really need to know programming to do project management per se. But I'm still deciding, but more likely they're going to be through tech. The Brandon guy that's on my channel, he's the tech guy. He's the guy with, he's a cybersecurity specialist. But I was going to say you might be, I'm sorry, Mav. Would you Mav, would you actually agree that he may have been the smartest, you might be the smartest person to come on my channel in regards to like my girlfriend, we call her Cali Girl. I'm pretty sure you've seen her in the chat. She would probably be, excited right now because, she likes this. She's also a biochemist or whatever. She's a scientist also. She got derailed. What was that?
Oh, that's great. No, I like scientific people. Actually, I was just with a girl that is she's like a blood doctor. I also, it's funny, that's the kind of like the kinds of women that I tend to attract myself. So it's funny.
I got lucky.
No, to answer you, yeah, Todd. I mean, at least in his spirit, yeah, he would be probably the best. I mean, look at like the kind of work he does and stuff. I'm not going to go much into that, but like, yes, he is definitely at the top of his field. I mean, the fact he could live like in countries and still make like 3 times more than say what an average American can make, like living in Argentina, like remotely. And yeah, his like understanding of these areas is on a like it's on a different level. I mean, it's like in a different life, he probably would have been a very high ranking like politician or like worked for like in law, like some kind of legal area. But yeah, he's very definitely one of the top guys you could have on this channel. So
who has that higher IQ out of you two? Because at first Mav, I was like, oh my god, because Mav was like, I thought he was what do you call it again, Mav? Those
like a savant.
Yeah, savant.
Our expertise is a little different. I mean, it's like my brother's focus is just it's a little different than myself. So I don't really like comparing per se. You just have to look at like where the expertise is. It's
just like, for this, like
yeah.
I was just saying my IQ is a 90. What was it, 95? 105?
Yeah.
Well, what would you say in regards to IQ? Do y'all know y'all number?
I don't know. I took the Air
taken
Force
test.
Yeah, I took the Air Force ASVAB, and that's the closest to an IQ test. Dennis, and I scored like a 72, which is pretty. It's pretty high. Like, but I mean, there's guys that score like high 80s, 90, but like an IQ test only. It's not like the end all be all. And when people say IQ, they don't like administering IQ tests nowadays, like in America, because people call it racially discriminative. So it's like the military ASVAB is the closest you're going to get to an IQ test, in my opinion. Would you agree?
Yeah,
with
and
that?
yeah, I mean, and I think there's 3 main areas that are measured by like what's referred to as G. I think it's something like it's quantitative, verbal, and spatial. I think those are the 3 core metrics that can be determined. And so usually people will be stronger or weaker on one of those 3 areas. The thing I would also say with IQ tests, for anyone who's watching this, I would point this out. I would not like necessarily take the results of one of those like quick online IQ tests seriously, because with a lot of those are not really accurate reflections of someone's actual like IQ, if this is really what they want to know. There are actual like legitimate IQ tests that can be administered, and those are often, well, if it's something you really want to figure out. But these online, like these, I don't know, these quick online IQ tests, a lot of times those are not giving you accurate results. It could be too high, too low. You don't really know. So if you have done one of those and it gave you like, I don't know, a really low score, for example, I wouldn't take it seriously. Or if maybe it's a really high score, I would just take it with a grain of salt, because those are they're not considered valid aptitude tests.
Okay. I got you. I was going to say, by the way, I got people that just looked in my private chat, and they're talking about, Cali girl, smartest girl I know, or person I know. I'm not talking in regards to smartness. I'm talking about, the way he knows about pretty much everything. Cali girl would probably be excited right now, just like when Brandon came on and he was like the resident, like, let's say know-it-all, but super smart guy. I think, you and Brandon would give each other a run for your money in regards to that. That's what I mean by Cali girl should probably be excited right now, because she loves, being educated and learning something new. I guess that's what all scientists would do. Do you mind answering this question right here? If you have an opinion on Bitcoin, y'all both want to touch on that, if you know anything about it enough to have an opinion on it.
Okay, I will say this. I can't say. This is in terms of the cryptocurrencies, this is beyond my realm.
So you didn't play around with any, like you didn't just take $5,000, like this F you money. I'm gonna put some money on some Bitcoin or some Dogecoin and hope it goes up, or AMC or GMC or whatever, or GMA.
Oh, like in the past couple months? No.
Or like past year, you never bought any crypto or never, any of these these
Like
all like those novelty stock or
a long,
crypto.
a long time back, I did, and I ended up selling it, and it wasn't one of those things where I can really say that I'm any kind of expert on. I haven't really, honestly, I just don't know so much about this area. I mean, there are people who do. I know one or two people. What do you think?
I'm terrible. I just buy and I sold a bunch of different times before it increased to actually to a point of making money because I panic. Like I actually had a stock that was trading at like $27, and I bought $5,000 worth of mind you, I just made $5,000 off the stock because I bought it and it went up from 28. It was options actually. It went up from like 26 to like 28, and it pretty much doubled my money. And I cashed out or sold. I had 90 like 500, so I made 4,500. But then
Nice.
I bought $5,000 in this stock, and with Robinhood, and what happened was it went from 28 to 26, and I panicked, and all the options went from 5,000 worth of options to like $200. I'm like, oh my god, and it expired in 2 weeks. So I'm like, it ain't no way this is going back up. So I just had to sit on it. So I panicked, and I ended up when it went up a little bit, I just sold it all and just took the money and said whatever, it's still profit. But the long story short, the next week it ended up going up from $26 all the way up to like $50. It was like one of those tech stocks. So if I would have kept those options and kept the money in the account to pay for those options more so, that those options were worth like $50,000, 50,000 plus. So after that, I'm like, I'm not messing with the stock market no more because I panicked so because I got nervous.
Dennis, like imagine and like I'll answer the question. Imagine
Okay, go
if
for
you
it.
took some of that money you had made from your family member that where you inherited the house, and then you invested
Oh yeah.
that into like say Bitcoin, like around 2012 or so. I mean, imagine.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, you'd be like, I mean, you would have, I mean, crazy amount of money, but it's all in the past. Like that's why I always emphasize you got to look at like the next opportunity. You can't I personally I often get too like caught up in like previous opportunities rather than look at what's in front of me and like where like real like potential monies to be made. But
Yeah, you
Mhm.
can't rewind. You can't rewind the clock. It's just time marches on. And if you're so preoccupied with the past or so preoccupied with something about the future, I think there's an idea called mindfulness where you focus on what's currently happening and on what you can get through at the moment. And that's really where I think a person's mindset ought to be, because it's like in the long run, it's not going to do you any good for your mental health just to be like constantly preoccupied about like, I mean, of course, maybe there's things you should think about in the future, but especially past mistakes. Okay, did you learn something from it? Great. You learned something, move on and figure out what you can do next time.
Yeah, like my brother, Dennis, he had a friend actually, he's Estonian, and the Estonian friend had another good friend from Finland. The Finnish
Yeah.
guy allegedly he bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of Bitcoin in say 12 plus years ago. I'm talking about Daniel Reiser. What was the Finnish guy's name, Todd?
That was
I can't think of the guy. He was Finnish, but this guy had bought like huge amounts of Bitcoin early on, and he became worth eventually like 9 figures. He bought because some of the Scandinavian countries in Northeastern European countries were some of the first big buyers of like Bitcoin. So you'll meet like Finnish people that had bought like Bitcoin when it was really low, like percentage wise, and now they're sitting on, or they already sold like millions, tens of millions worth. And this fellow bought that amount, and then he eventually he was worth around what was the tell, like 9 figures, but the guy eventually like committed suicide. He was like a cocaine addict, and he actually bought a castle in Finland, and he was exorbitantly wealthy, but he just who knows.
Yeah, he had a bunch of he had like some like gold diggers and stuff, like just the most like and this is one of the problems even for like guys that have really deep pockets, is that even if you are attracting like women, often the kind of women that you're attracting are just really not. I mean, these are the kind of women that are just going like just literally wait for you to die, and they're like they have literally no concern about like your well-being or anything. Now, look, I'm not some blue pill guy. I'm not here to say that there's any such thing as a dream or anything like this, but this breed of women is something that are. I mean, it's really unfortunate seeing the way they act when you have a guy like this, for example, who ended up dying, and they're trying to literally take any dime they can from him or from his deceased estate. So
messed up.
Yeah. Anyhow, I have to. Yeah, I was just going to say, I have to go to bed. I'm really tired.
Oh, I appreciate you.
Yeah, gracias
Definitely.
por
For
tu
giving me the
tiempo,
time.
Tad. Te voy a hablar contigo mañana. Y sí,
Yeah, it's
bien, yeah.
Yeah, whenever you can jump back on, just let me know, and we can do something more so that I can tell people you're coming on, because I would love for you, Brandon, Mav, and Cali Girl. I'm pretty sure I'm not missing anybody in regards to like the super smart scientist folks that I think we can throw questions at you and that people would love to hear. So, Mav, just let me know when y'all can both come back on, and then I don't know what you got going in the background. But yeah, let me know when y'all can come back on, and then we can do something, and I can actually promote it so we can get more people that'll be looking forward to it in the chat.
Oh yeah,
so thanks
for
your
sure.
time.
Yeah, I mean, like fortunately with Todd's time zone now, he's only like 2 hours ahead of. Well, he's 2 hours ahead of my time zone. He would be like almost the same time zone, or well, no, he would actually be 3 or 4 hours out of your time zone. But yeah, he, of course, very busy person. But like I told you, Dennis, like an hour or so ago, I mean, bring Todd on. He will be really informative with the Israel-Iran thing, and hopefully everyone. I mean, they learned something.
Definitely enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But all right, but yeah, thanks again, Todd.
Well, see you later, Todd. Buenas
been a pleasure.
noches. Yeah.
Good night.
Yep.
Yep. Have a good night. Yeah, appreciate you, Matt, for having them on. Because
Yeah.
that leveled it up. I'll
Yeah,
tell you, I just go ahead.
just crazy. I mean, it's level. It's just. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, he's saying league of his own.
Oh yeah, no, I like this is the whole point I'm trying to tell people. Today was a banger live. Super long. I'm gonna clip some of these moments, but banger live when it comes down to it. These are conversations I'm trying to have. It was productive. We learned a lot. Yes, I went in, got heated, couple moments, but besides all that, everything else was informative, fun for people, in the chat. And this is what I want to do. I guess, depending on if Craig jumps on here right now, I'll let him have his piece with me, showing that time, whatever stamp. And, we can,
Yeah, I mean, like I think something too, Dennis. Also, maybe look at your brand and your channels like an open, like a talk show, so to speak. Like it's almost like I hate comparing like Howard Stern or Rush Limbaugh. Like you don't need to necessarily look at it as one genre per se, but as kind of an open radio show. Like I've told Nab, for example, he has like an awesome voice for radio. Like even though I don't agree with everything that he says now, I mean, how it kind of reminds me of DJ Vlad. Like he has that really positive vibe when he talks. He's like made for radio, and I'm not like any business expert, but I can almost guarantee you, like if they were to some kind of AI like ratings or something, like he would score really high. Like how his voice, this is, I mean, like 100% made for radio.
Yeah,
But
no, he does. He does. Like the way he was going in, the way he was going in the one day, or yes, or trying to, he was on my team compared to with the other two.
Yeah.
It was, it was smooth. He had it together. I'm just hoping after today, Matt, that this is it with the beef. Just people to understand. All I ask for is respect. The way Rage Face came on, even though he'd be going at me in the chat, he even said he was shocked I came on, that I let him on. I just don't want nobody. I'm tired of it. I don't want nobody saying I'm picking on them, I'm bullying them. I'm not. I'm just being me. But I guess Craig will be the last person.
Well, like when I was like when I was like say 24, like some guys here, some of your biggest guys are in their mid-20s. Like I didn't like listen to these kind of like YouTube channels, or I was so tightly focused on my career and stuff. I wouldn't like none of this stuff I would even listen to, but it's cool that you have this large audience. But yeah, like as I said, Christina also has a great voice for radio. Like she might not, like some people might say she's kind of boring, but I mean, I think she also has a voice that's really good audio wise, which makes a huge difference. But I'll leave it at that. Like I'll let like Will Fair speak or Craig. So
yep, definitely. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess we're gonna
I'll end this here, Dennis, but like whoever's on, I mean, like thank you for your time, Dennis. And
no, I appreciate you definitely
Yeah.
being on rocking with me here.
yeah, and I mean everyone don't leave just because I'm leaving. So just I'll still watch. Yeah. So good night here, Dennis.
Yep, have a good night. Appreciate you. You jumped off fast here without an accent. But I appreciate you, Matt. Shout out to Who Cares in the $9.99 super chat. Just do you, enjoying the stream so far. Make amends when you can. We all guys here. Get your jabs in and hug it out. Appreciate you, Who Cares. I'm just hoping I don't got to do this no more because I don't want the drama. I just don't want the drama no more. But let me, man of my word, I'm going to show where he said that I guess dissed him. Because remember, the video that I made, I told him I made the video with him and Craig, you're there. I made the video with you and H-Way in it. I told you in advance. It's all love. I thought you're cool with it because we had no issue after that video played. You were actually, I think, in the chat. We had no issues. You didn't text me. I thought podcast was still on that we're going to do. I was confused. So this is the video that started the drama.
Yeah, around this part right here is when I started getting.
Okay, so I'll put it on. This is 2 days after I did that video on live. Kelly with the Whopper meal. No, I want y'all to understand. I'm not gonna do the whole bashing, this gender or this race or this and that. It ain't that. What it is just we lost ourselves. You remember when I was talking about? I told Craig this. We talked one-on-one. I told Craig, I'm like, Craig, think about this, okay? When I was your age, like I would never like. It wasn't a thought that a woman took care of anything. Like men took care of everything. Okay, so it ain't men or women. It's just all of us as a culture. Because like I told Craig, men at one point did not allow women to pay for anything. So when I came here, I was trying to pay for everything. I was trying to take care of business, and they put me in the poorhouse instead of me allowing Cali Girl to just participate and go halves on stuff. I would pay for everything, and I would act like I had it to do, but I didn't. And that was one of the reasons why I ended up broke. Okay, so I'm gonna keep playing the video, but let me say this first. As y'all see, I wasn't throwing no diss at Craig. I told him that me and Cali Girl, I couldn't pay for stuff, and I was capping to y'all like I was paying for stuff, but I couldn't afford it. I was hoping to pay for everything because I was raised for the most part to be a man. That's how I was raised, but I couldn't afford to do it. So just make it clear.
Dennis, you can't see like how that, because you were talking about how we're raised in two different eras and stuff like that. You're insinuating that I'm raised to be different. I'm raised to be less than. That's how I took it. You feel me? So
Okay,
if you didn't mean it that way, I understand. But the way you said it, bro, was to make it seem like we came in a different era and your era was better than mine. You were taught, again, you said you were taught that a woman is supposed to take care of everything, this, that, and the third. And I was just sitting there listening to that, so confused, because I'm like, bro, your girl literally took you on vacation to Hawaii. She paid for everything. You feel me? Your girl is literally paying half and half with you and going 50-50 with you, but I'm getting bashed for going 50-50. And so that's what was like throwing me off. But press play.
Okay, but real quick, once again, just so you know context, I don't think nobody's better than anybody. What I was saying is that, women used to be like, women used to follow men. We were the leaders. And what I was saying is, for the most part, is that, way I was raised, the man, it was end all be all because he paid all the bills, he paid everything. But now in 2024, the times have changed to where you can't even afford, and I think I said in this video, but you can't even afford to take care of everything on your own. So it is a 50-50 thing. And I told you, like I told you on the phone, I don't think it's a bad thing. Me and Cali girl is going to be 50-50 once she moves in here. I said it ain't a bad thing, no big deal. And that's the context of this live. It wasn't to, make you feel any kind of way. But we'll play the
That
rest
might
of
be the context. But listen, Dennis, that might be the context in your eyes. But you got to remember, prior to this, you made 2 videos prior, still talking
No,
about
one video.
It was a
No,
video.
one video.
2 videos. 2 videos. There was the bully
Okay,
beat down
well,
video, and then was another video after that. Then it was Cali girl's birthday.
okay, I'll go and get that next. But yeah, because I don't remember. Here's the thing, Craig. When we talked on the phone, everything was cool. I would not, like, just like I've tried to explain to Brandon, I won't disrespect you if you didn't, do anything live on my channel to garner that. So when we got off that live with H-Way, I was trolling y'all both in the chat. I was cooking everybody that was on that live panel. And after I did the video explaining what happened the day before, trying to clean it up for both of y'all, so that way, because y'all both were looking crazy at different points. And that's what that video was, but I had to be honest and fair. Then after that, I'm gonna see what video you're talking about and watch it, because I don't remember. That would be, if I did that, I'm a piece of shit fake person. I'm telling you in advance, because I just talked to you. So I wouldn't make a video disrespecting you and calling you names. You gotta give me the timestamp. I'm not gonna watch the whole video. But if you give me a timestamp.
But after, so you gotta remember the day, and I believe that video that had 4,000 views, that's the video that we're talking about, right? After that, I immediately called you the day afterwards. And you know what I mean? I was like, hey, you was trolling me in the freaking chat, I get it.
Yep, exactly.
Blah, blah, blah. But then I was like, hey, but if we're gonna make, I remember telling you, I was like, if you're gonna make a video, just don't try to spin the narrative one way. You know what I mean? I was like, don't try to big up one person while bigging down another person. You know what I mean? And I remember telling you that. And so you made that video and you did exactly what I didn't want you to do. And I was like, I'm just gonna let that ride. And then you did it again. You kept making video. It was like video after video after video. And then Cali girl's birthday was the 3rd video. You know what I mean? And I was like, bro, you made 3 videos after we had already discussed this, and you keep talking about me when I haven't even talked to you. You know what I mean? And I had told you, don't do that shit. It's the same thing that Brandon. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying real quick, because I'm looking right now, okay? And I promise you, you have officially start my path new career video. Then you have what's next with YouTube video, to where I'm talking about
You gotta remember,
what's next.
you make pre-recorded videos, and you also make your live videos.
No, that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't a pre-recorded video, that's why I'm saying give me the timestamp and context next to you today, but next time, because I'm looking for the video, because I don't want, because you don't understand. I don't want misinformation when I'm telling you I would be a piece of shit phony person if I did that. So right now we have this video, but as I said, I'm going to look, because pretty much we got. Let me just make sure real quick, because I'd rather know the context. That way we don't. We're not. I'm not giving misinformation. I'm not making you look like a crazy person. But let's see. Well, look. Let's just get. I guess we can get back to the. I can't find Kelly girl birthday now. It may just have to biking. So pretty much we have. Where is it? Crap. Forget about it. I can't even find it. I mean, I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. So, do real men pay 100% of bills to their girlfriend? That was a live. That was the live that.
Listen, let's before we go forward. Like, listen to the name of the title of that video. That's a shot to me, bro. That's a shot to me.
Fully,
Like,
no, it was.
Shot to me.
No, it was. I told you though when we were on the phone. I said that.
But no, you didn't tell me about that. You didn't tell me about that one. You didn't.
You know why? You know why I did that
one? Because I care too much about my reputation to let you release the title of a video like that. So I know for a fact you didn't talk to me about that. I would have said, "Nah, we're not gonna name it that."
You know why I named it that though. But if
But
you
that's a
felt some kind
shot
of
though.
way, no, it wasn't. It was actually a joke because remember when you come
Listen,
on and you clown me that live too. You were clowning me. Everybody's clowning me. And you see, I didn't get mad because we were at the level that we were joking. We were going to do a podcast. We were cool. I let you clown me. I took it. You even said that you were clowning me, and I never one time got mad because remember it was just funny. So when I said bully beatdown, you know that people think if you're the bully, my bully, and that's what everybody was saying. So I was excited in the chat, like, oh my God, it's the first time that the bully's getting payback. So if you didn't like that title, all you had to do was immediately tell me I don't
no,
like that because
I'm not
making me look
talking about
crazy.
the
I would
bully
have removed
beatdown.
it.
The bully beatdown. I don't care about that one. I'm talking about the one where you talking about, oh, do real men pay 50-50 or do they pay the whole thing? And that's
Oh
what I'm
no,
like.
no. That was no. This is where you got it wrong. This is another thing because this is what I mean by like. This is why I wanted you to tell me what videos. That live video was not for you. That video was the live that made you flip out on me. Oh, now I see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right here. It's Cali Girl birthday party. Okay, then it's fake friends. Driving, looking good right now.
Yeah.
Got the job. And then it's black men trying to get Cam Newton in case of the beast. And then it's the amazing network. I think this is when I was going in on you because I want you to remember, Craig.
And you see how many
You
videos that is, bro? That's
no,
two.
it was
It was
no the only
three.
video I did talking about you. Now I didn't talk about you on my lives. I talked about you on after the Cali Girl birthday party live. I did a video addressing you directly for the first 20 minutes of either a pre-recorded video or the live addressing the fact. But at the end of it, I said, you know what? I don't care. And I literally said, you know what? I don't care. Why am I doing this? This is a waste of time. And then I stopped. It was only 20 minutes. And I remember that because I was so frustrated with you in the comments during our birthday party, trying to ruin my day, had me frustrated. Like, what did I do? We were cool. But the whole do real men pay 100% of the bills? That live was supposed to be our podcast. So that title was wordplay. Wordplay. And you know, wordplay don't got no issues with you. He is the one that texted me and said, hey, I want to, me and Craig can debate because I feel like, men should pay full. And then you said you're okay with your girl paying half. Okay. Now, mind you, when I say the real men, I think I'm a real man and I wouldn't be paying full bills if Cali Girl lived with me. And I said, living with parents, okay. Cali Girl lived with her parents. So you got to understand, I put the title because it got to be a title that get people to want to tune in. But this title was this situation with wordplay because he told me, because I told him me and Cali Girl is 50-50 now. He said that I'm not a real man if I can't afford to pay all the bills by myself. And that was the reason why I did this title, not because of you. So just understand, this title was for me, not you. We didn't even talk about you on this live. Your name wasn't mentioned one time. This is 49,000 view live. This is the biggest live. And we didn't say your name one time. So just know that for context. I didn't say Craig at all. It was done, even though that was the day we were supposed to do the podcast. But let's see what happened. Let's see the rest of this. So you understand this wasn't a shot to you.
I know Kelly had to hit him with the black man hate, but it ain't even that. What it is I had Cali Girl.
Appreciate you. Who cares? Have a good night.
So
Who cares?
Cali Girl. So the way most men were raised.
Real quick, before I do, if you want me to skip anything, like move forward, just let me know. But I'm gonna just play it through because I don't care. But if you want me to skip anything, just let me know. All right, because I got you on this live. So here we go.
We just trying to make sure.
Hold on. Let me see the chat. We got a lot going on. Forcing yourself to be in a relationship is nasty work. No, it ain't. We didn't force each other to be with each other. That's not it. But yeah, I'm proud of you, Christina. Absolutely, I'm proud of you, Christina. Like, don't let nobody try to talk you out of trying to make things work. If you feel like it's best for you and your family, make it work. Make it work. Oh, I'm gonna make it work. Oh, I'm gonna make it work. I know I got the lyrics wrong, but yeah, make it work. I respect that because he is what you got, a good guy. He's just, we know, just some men get misguided sometimes. I lost myself. Imagine if Cali Girl listens to all the people that were trying to hate in the chat.
I'm gonna skip a little bit because
and
this is
left me.
just then we
Just-
wouldn't have got to this point where we're at,
I'm
where
gonna-
we're going to be the best,
or make it go
and most
faster.
happiest
Wait,
people
wait,
with
wait.
each other.
I think
We
that's
were
Wait, keep it on.
What the
that's
heck?
right there. Hold on. It's right
Okay.
there. I think I popped
We
it in
didn't
right
listen
there.
to nobody. She didn't listen to nobody. She did her.
Okay,
We're
here we go.
good. That could be Christina's husband.
Look at
You know,
that.
men
Oh, there we go.
sometimes we
Yep.
don't appreciate things until it's about to be gone. And that's pretty much what.
Well, let's make it clear though. I didn't mention nothing. I didn't spill no shots. I wasn't belittling you because I
Listen,
said that me and
that
Callie go
was
50-50. So just keep that in mind.
But that
So
was
you
after
know.
me. That was after me hearing everything and then getting so much hate from you going at me from talking about going 50-50 and hearing
What-
that last thing talking about, oh, well, I come from a different era. You got to remember, you made 2 videos right before that, and then this was the final straw for me. You get what I'm saying?
No. I didn't. Here's the thing. This live, I didn't do a video before this live. That's the
You
point.
did.
Like you. Okay, so we'll finish this up so you can see people. If you want people to see what I said to you, which I'd rather not. But I promise you got to go find a timestamp of me disrespecting you after we talked on the phone because it ain't happened. That Friday we were cool. We were literally I was laughing, clowning y'all in the chat, and people were calling me the ultimate troll because I was like roasting y'all like y'all be roasting me, and I'm like, this is fun. Now I see why they do it. But after that, and we talked on the phone the next day, I never made a video directly about you other than that video with you and H-Way. And other than that H-Way video, you got to find a timestamp to show me saying anything about you. I promise you there's not one. I didn't mention your name at all until after you said this comment in the chat. When you said this comment, you can look up the lives right now. This live, you have this live is Cali Girl's birthday, and I'm looking at it right now. And you have after it, all 3 of those lives after were nothing about you. I didn't even talk about you.
No, after so listen, anything after what I said in this chat right here, literally right there, anything
Yeah.
that's after that, I don't hold against you, bro, because what I said was all bets off the table. You feel me? So I don't hold it against anything that you said, any video that you made after the fact. I'm talking about right before, like right after me and old boy had the falling out, and I was talking about how me and my girl, we do things 50-50, and that's how we live our life. That's when I started having problems because you had made 2 videos. I'm trying to tell you, bro, and I don't have the time steps and everything pulled up, but I could pull it up for you at a later date.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that tomorrow because I'm
At a
looking
later-
like right now. I'm looking at my
I'm
my
talking
video.
about.
What?
If you don't want to take my word for it, I understand. But I'm telling you, if you take my word for it, you had made a few videos back to back, and then this was my final straw. Just hearing you keep mentioning my name without calling me first, without saying something first. You feel me? Now, mind you, you didn't mention wordplay in this video. You didn't mention you and him having this conversation or anything like that. All you went.
No, I did. I could pull it up. I could pull it up in video. It was the first like 10 minutes. I was on my way to get the cake,
I'm
and
talking
I
about-
said that me.
I'm talking
Go
about
ahead.
from right there, you were talking about how me and you come from different eras and how you were taught to be a man and paid for everything and da da da.
You're talking about right here?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
30 seconds prior before I said what I said.
But think about the context once again. See, this is why I was saying that you came in and you didn't understand the full context. I literally said that I was telling about the conversation we had, and I said that I was raised. And I told you on the phone. I said I was raised that I was supposed to take care of everything,
No, you
which
didn't
is
tell me that.
why. Yeah, remember I told you my grandfather, like he paid all the bills for my grandmother, and I said that the way I went about it, I took care of all the chicks that I ever been with, which is why they always ran game on me and played me. And I said that, like when I came to California, Cali girl, I'm not comfortable with her paying anything. But now I'm used to doing 50-50 because, she takes me out to eat. She pays the whole bill sometimes. And then if I go, sometimes I pay the whole bill. But the thing was, if you would have watched the whole live, which you just jumped in at the end, I started the live talking about like, Cali girl's birthday, I just cleaned the house and I rode my bike there or whatever. And I was telling people that wordplay, and I literally said the words, wordplay hit me up and he said he wanted to do a debate with him and Craig to where, he feels, the man should pay everything. And Craig feels that the man should be 50-50. And I said, I used to be like wordplay. I used to think like him. I thought the man was supposed to pay everything. That's what you're supposed to do as a man. But now I'm 50-50 because I realized that, most people do 50-50 now, and we can't afford to do, you pay it all yourself as a man because cost of living is too much. I literally said that at the beginning of the video. So I would make myself look like a piece of shit if I wanted you to look like a piece of shit because I literally said, Cali girl, we're 50-50. Like other than my apartment, now
we're 50-50. Dinner, like cell phone bill, everything 50-50. So just keep that in mind. And if you go back and you look at, I'm looking at I was going to show you the actual my history, my YouTube, so I could show you that prior to that live Cali Girl birthday that I thought we were cool, I did a video right here. Do I have the bike? Just made it back home. This was a video, nothing to do with you. Before that, it was the domesticated art of getting in the IT field. This is about Brandon, not you. This right here was this is right here, I think, was the video that you're talking about right here. The fallout from Death Row, Hustlers live. Right here. This is the video.
Go to your pre-records too.
Okay, I'm gonna do that next. And then this one right here was when you all went off on each other. This is the most random podcast. So after this, I did the next day was the Death Row, but I was talking about both sides. I felt y'all both were right in reality. H-Way was right on the new age, but like back, Craig, when you were H-Way's age, times were different. Like cost of living and everything didn't inflate to where it's crazy. You have to have two people pay for everything. Then this wasn't about you. This wasn't about you. And then Cali Girl birthday, we talked the day before, and I thought we were cool. And then this video right here, I did a 20-minute at the beginning of the live talking about you, which is why I put fake friends. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, you good. No, you good.
Okay. And then after that, I didn't talk about you.
Anything you said after that, it is what it is.
Okay. And like I said, this was Brandon. No mention of Craig. All right. So let's go to pre-recorded. So pre-recorded one video, just so you know. And like I said, put bygones be bygones. I don't care. Anything you think I said to you, I apologize. It's just I don't want to be arguing with people for no reason. Because this was literally
the whole reason. I'll tell you something. The whole you can treat me how you want to treat me. I don't care. This is what I'm trying to teach you. What I'm trying to tell you is you got to stop making videos about people when you have a disagreement. And that's the whole reason why I even just came back to talk to you about this shit. Because at the end of the day, bro, like that's our biggest problem. You know what I mean? Like not even me. It's a you thing, bro. I really don't like, and I don't care. But you and Brandon, bro, y'all could have easily squashed that shit offline. A lot of your downfalls that you have with a lot of people that's on this internet, bro, you could easily squash this shit with these people offline. You know what I mean? You don't have to keep like bringing up little jabs when people can't defend themselves. And I think that's a lot of that's where a lot of your problems come from. Because Brandon said it yesterday when y'all was in the heat of the moment. He was like, "Listen, can we at least let this moment like fizzle out right here? Can we at least like not let it go forward right here? If you got anything else to say, don't say nothing else. Don't make another video without talking to me first. Don't say nothing without talking to me first. You feel me? And that's a respect thing. It goes further than just internet or nothing like that. It's a respect thing if you really do respect somebody and you care about somebody like that. You know what I mean? And that's why I started getting fed up, because it was like, yeah, we talked on the phone, but bro, it was video after video after video. And I'm not allowed to spin my narrative on your channel because it's your channel. You feel me? That's the same thing with everybody else. So when you got the platform and you got the spotlight and you have the ability to just say what you want and speak on our names the way you want to X amount of viewers at any given time, bro, you got to understand making these videos is a detriment to our character, to our brands, to who we are as people. You feel me?
No, I get you. But let me say this, okay? You once again, you gotta use proper context in regards to, once again, y'all beefed, y'all went at it. It was funny. I was trolling like y'all be doing me, and I was telling you to vein out the forehead. So I made that video was literally comical, but I literally was fair in my observation of you and H-Way. And I told you I was gonna do a video because you gotta remember, Craig, the same way that you guys come on my platform that, I'm trying to grow here again, and y'all say whatever to me and I gotta live with it. I should be allowed to, not respond, but, commentate what happened, which is what that live was. I wasn't going directly to where I was trying to disrespect you. All I was saying is that, you both are right. The biggest gripe I had against you is you don't listen to the conversation half the time. So you be like looking at the chat and you be worried about what you're going to say back. You don't listen to what somebody's saying, because if you do, you would understand half the time that that's where H-Way gets you, because he listens to the whole thing and he's quiet and then he just comes in and just smokes everybody because he has all the ammunition because he listened to the whole conversation. But other than that, I didn't throw no shots at you, and I didn't mean to if I did. So once again, I'll tell you, my apologies if you felt that way, because I literally thought we were going to do a podcast. I talked to your friend who I call Frankenstein. I'll tell you that I call him Frankenstein and Mushmouth only because he decided to, not knowing anything that happened, going out live and like try to disrespect me like the way I look. But I didn't care about disrespect. I don't care about that. But you can't roast me and not expect me to roast back when you look like that, just like me. The audacity for me to roast you when look at my hairline up. I'm still trying to learn how you cut hair. I've been I've been watching your videos cutting hair, trying to learn to do the same fade that you got. Literally, I've been trying to copy your style. And I screw it up every time, and I got to just cut it all even. But he literally was trying to clown me, my lineup, and then my way I look and this and that. And I'm sorry, it was fair game with him. And I don't hate the dude. I'm just saying I like to roast. So if he roasts me, I'm gonna roast him back. But let me say this last thing. I want you to remember, okay, with Brandon, the same thing you just said about I should have talked to him behind the scenes. Craig, you know that you are alpha dog. You know you're a man that is not going to allow somebody, if you had a platform, the level, even though it ain't huge, but if I do a vertical, I can get 150 people, 200 people in here, and they're going to be active. But right now, with me doing this level, I'm going to be at 30, 40 people, okay? So here's the situation. Brandon came on to be a co-host to a show that I wanted to do with him. And he was going to come on here and there to do politics and science conversations. That was his role. That's all he wanted. He wasn't going to police the way I talk now. I did a podcast with him years ago. And the point of the matter was, with Brandon, he was policing me talking about women. And I did my whole hour before telling my childhood about me getting molested. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Chick was like 15, 16 at the time. I was like 10, 11. And I was forced into doing it, even though, yes, as a man, I didn't care, but I didn't know what I was doing. And I didn't want to be down there mush-mouthing all day, okay? So here's the situation. That's the reason why I had disdain for black women, because those were the women that did that multiple times to me. And then me being called brokey and you're weak in bed and this and that for just being me from black women. So that trauma is the reason why I was disrespecting black women. When I was on that podcast, he didn't allow me to do that. He tried to check me multiple times, telling me I'm not allowed to do that. Okay. So I get it. It was him and a lower show at that point. They own it. Okay. So what happened was when we agreed, he's in the chat right now, we agreed that I'm going to do my channel the way I do it. If he wants to do his show, it'd be his way or the highway. It'd be his own show. But don't tell me what to do outside of, what I'm doing on my own. He decides to multiple times, and Craig, you're not allowing this either. On my own live, he's telling me to be quiet and a couple times said shut up, and people, like, even though he acts like he doesn't remember, he told me to shut up a couple times, told me to be quiet on my channel. And you know how I get when people do that. I wouldn't even tell you, Craig, to shut up. Okay, before I do that, I'm just gonna boot you. I'm not gonna say shut up, you're a grown man. So and he was only saying it because he felt in control enough that when I was over talking, which is my channel, I could talk for an hour if I want to. He felt like he had control enough to tell me to, hey, chill. And then I got a time limit, a minute or two. But these are all things that I humbly allowed to happen because people like the way Brandon handled my YouTube channel. So I'm like, when Brandon jumps in out of nowhere while I'm doing a live, I don't really want people on a live, but he jumps in. Instead of me being like, dude, like, come on, man, you're about to hijack my live. I'm like, okay, Brandon's here. Brandon, you take control. You tell people how, to talk, when to talk, blah, 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 because people love it. And he took that to the head to where he, in his head, he still somewhat thinks that, I wanted him, like I need him to grow my channel, and he got it mixed up. He doesn't understand that he makes it better, but I don't need him for me to do my YouTube channel. I can do it on my own. So yesterday, that conversation, the reason why the fallout happened was because, do you think O.J. Simpson did it?
Bro, I don't care.
No, but I'm saying, do you think he did it?
I don't care.
Okay, well, either way, if you clown a man's cancer, okay, and as far as we know, he's innocent. I clowned a dude that shot a cop and got shot up. I said he's a loser, just like O.J. Simpson be a loser. So that's our biggest issue is he is allowed when he wants to talk about he doesn't pick and choose black or white, but I'm saying this is just a black man. When he wants to do this, he can do it. And there ain't no big deal. But when I call a guy that shot a cop, I don't call normal. I would never call you a loser because you're not. You're a successful guy. But when we beef, and I'm gonna call you a loser. But outside of your successful guy, got business, house, everything's good. So I feel like he's trying to police my language, and then he doesn't understand the hate I get in the chat. Now, you know that some of the hate I cost. Some of the people I cost the turn. But for the most part, some of these people are just nasty. They be going on a Cali girl, they be going on my son, they be going on my not my daughter for some reason, but everybody. So he thinks that I need to focus more on the chat, not realizing that that was made my channel great. I would look at the chat and I would go down and read every comment. And y'all used to hate it. I used to be like 10 minutes behind all the time. And y'all be like, dude, go down, go down. And he doesn't understand I used to do that. And the reason why I stopped was because majority of the chat became haters because of the fact it was funnier to pick on me than to just be, you know, show some love when I'm accomplishing things. So because of the fact I called somebody in the chat a name again, he then said that I got an ego or I'm not humble. And then that's when he went with the pinky comment. And I felt like he could have ended the live because our show, we were already past 2 hours. Instead of saying I got more success than one pinky or whatever than you got your whole life, this man does not know nothing about my life the past 20 years. But like I said, I have no issue with Brandon. We're good now. I'm not saying we're good now, but I'm saying I don't have an issue with him. I told him that. But he doesn't know anything about my life for 20 years. So for him to act like he knew me and he knows me and he got more success than one pinky because I guess military or whatever, that's what made me snap to like this is the guy that's calling himself my friend. Then he went into calling me saying I'm pretty much get rich quick schemer or whatever, somebody that just chases after fast money and this and that.
Dennis.
So go ahead.
Only thing that I really do pray for is that like I really hope you can start like handling your relationships that you got with men better, because it seems like the relationships you got with women, you cool with it. You feel me? And I'm not trying to say nothing too much, but you good with making relationships with women. My thing is, it's like when it comes to men, bro, you really need to start just taking a moment and like really understanding like what your role is when it comes to your downfall with the relationships that you have. And that's a hard process for us as humans to do, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. Like I be telling people all the time, I say it on my own channel, I got a best friend that I can't tell her straight up like what do you think your problem is when it comes to you dating? I can't tell her that straight up. I gotta find different ways on saying that shit to her because she's so emotional about it. But you gotta remember, that's a woman. Bro, we as men, I can't tell you how to handle, like, I can't tell you how to go through in life when it comes to like building relationships with people, but you gotta at least one of these days, bro, like look at all the people that you have fallen out with and ask yourself why. And you can't just sit there and say they haters. That's not productive. Just throwing it on one thing is not how you gonna get better in life, because you gotta remember, like, this shit is gonna help you when it comes to getting forward with just like networking outside of you. It's gonna help you with networking, like just to getting what you want from people, because you need to be able to use people, bro.
Hold on, Craig. Before we move to that point, before we pass this, see, this is the problem, Craig. This is what I mean by no offense to you. You got to listen and we got to talk about the context. If you weren't going to do that, I would not have mentioned the Brandon situation. You literally said and tried to equate what I did yesterday into the reason why me and him had that falling out. So I tried to break down exactly what happened. You saw the video. And instead of you addressing that, we moved past it. Now it makes me look like an asshole again because we already nipped it in the bud. Now I just explained it to you what happened. So the reason why, if he did that on your channel, Craig, would you not have had that same response?
I'm not trying to make you look like an asshole. Listen.
No, you're not making me look like an asshole. I'm saying, what response you would have had. That was the point of me even telling you that. What?
This is just how I would do it. This is how I would do it. If I'm having beef with somebody, like let's just say me and you are talking right now on this live, right? And you say something I don't fuck with, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get on my phone and I'm gonna text you on the side. You're gonna get a ding on your phone, you're gonna look at it, and you're gonna know to stop. You're gonna know to chill out, because our beef not getting aired personally. It's not getting, because my personal relationship means more to me with you than these viewers, than these chats. You feel me? So because we know that technology runs a little different, bro, you have the ability, if you really care about these relationships, to nip it in the bud in a more professional manner that doesn't have to be aired out in front of thousands of viewers, bro.
Craig, why didn't you do that every single time? Now you're a hypocrite. Unless you really didn't care about dealing with me, which means you just went away from YouTube. You never text me before going in on me, ever.
Station, I told you do that for me, and you wasn't doing it. That's the main
Doing
reason.
what for you?
You didn't keep hitting me up before you was gonna say what you was gonna say, and that's what
hold on, Craig, I did the video after, literally the video premiered 5 minutes after, or 2 minutes after we got the phone. The video premiered on live, and I didn't do another video about you. So what do you mean?
Media video. I'm talking about just in general. When you, for Cali Girl's birthday, you didn't hit me up. You ain't telling me you was gonna be mentioning my name, and in that context, you got to remember when it's just like you don't like it when. And bro, I'm not gonna lie, there's no amount of apologizing I can do for the shit I've been saying in these chats, bro. I've been going in on your ass. I'm not even gonna lie to you, and there's nothing that I can say to ask for forgiveness. Like, that's just
no, you're good. I don't really gotta apologize. I don't want to hear it anymore. We're good. That ain't the point.
No, I know that's not the point, but I'm just saying. Oh, I've been saying some foul shit too.
No, I respect that, and I said some nasty stuff. But one thing I will tell you, I would never talk about your chick, no matter what. So next time, we just know, keep it between me and you, and just text me next time. It ain't that big of a deal. That's the point. Like, Brandon, look, let's just, so I can not mention his name anymore, because I don't want to go down this bridge. All I'm trying to get you to understand, Craig, is that this was the wrong battle, because when it comes down to it, if you have a man tell you that Pinky, he has more success, and this is a guy that's who got the chat on his side, he's pretty much became a bigger part of your channel, it's hard to react in the way you're talking about with the text message, because in the heat of the moment, he was going in on me. And it was either in the stream, which I should have just ended the stream, which would look cowardly on my end. And I didn't know how to react. Honestly, you gotta understand, I thought Brandon would be the last guy to do that. He literally chose to chat over me. And that's how I looked at it.
So
I never in my life had a dude say I have more success than one Pinky than you have.
You gotta get this internet feeling shit and your fucking real life friend shit separated. I know you said Brandon don't know you in 20 years. Fine, so be it. But what I'm trying to tell you then is, for your life, for your sanity, for your success, for your longevity, for your family, bro. Like, you can't keep beefing with people that you quote unquote keep giving your number to, that you keep caring about, and then making these videos when at a certain point, bro, like, that's the thing. You ever notice that, you don't mix work and pleasure? Friendships is a pleasure. Relationships is a pleasure, bro. You don't mix your work and your pleasure together, unfortunately. There's a reason why you don't see Raimi on my channel all the time. You feel me? I know Raimi in real life. That's my dog, bro.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why you don't see him on my channel all the time. Because, at the end of the day, Raimi lived his own life. And I ain't trying to expose Raimi for anything he ain't trying to be exposed about. So that's why you gotta live two different lives, unfortunately, bro. And anybody can disagree with me all they want. I don't give a damn. But what I'm telling you, bro, is some shit that can really help you, bro. Even with shit with Cali Girl, bro, keep that shit private. Keep some of the shit that happened in your life. And I understand you need therapy, and talking to YouTubers on therapy. But you gotta, remember, bro, I know I'm not gonna use it against you, bro. But there's some petty ass people in this world. You can't be telling people your trauma and all this sexual assault stuff that happened to you, bro. I get it. It's your channel. Some people don't care. They're gonna tell me, oh damn, this is Craig, this is channel. Shut up. This is channel. Shut up. But bro, you gotta understand what your audience is, bro. Your audience constantly, when you say something that they ain't fucking with, they gonna use this against you, bro. And I can only imagine how you feel in real life, bro. Dennis, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I know
real quick, by the way, please tell me on your channel you turn this phone sideways. I think you forgot. You forgot the game. There you go.
Fuck you.
That's 10 times better. Now you look like a professional.
Fuck you.
I gave him that 2 weeks ago. Dude, turn your phone sideways. I know it hurts your hands though.
Shut up.
But yeah, seriously. And by the way, you can buy one of these at Walmart. They're like $40. Actually, on Amazon, they're cheap. And you can put this on a hook.
Got one right
Yeah.
here.
Oh, you got that? Okay. Just saying
Yeah.
if you don't want to hold it here, but yeah, that's just a better look, just for
I'm
you,
laying.
just so you. Yep.
I'm
Now it's
laying.
HD, and you're free to clip any of this. Actually, you already got it on your channel, so I want to make sure you
Nah, I
know.
don't.
You can go ahead and do that.
Recording on my channel. This is all you, bro. Like again, I'm not trying to use this for content. I'm speaking. Listen, I'm gonna tell you some real shit, bro. I'm speaking to you from. It ain't your business, anyways. What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is like, yo, I think you live too much for the chat. I really do. I think you live too much, and you care too much about what people think about you. You care too much about your view, like how others view you, way too much, way more than you really should, bro. And so I feel like when
No,
somebody,
I got to, Craig. You gotta understand. I got to.
no, because listen, Dennis, you feel I see it every time somebody say something to you, say something about you, and you feel like you get excited or you feeling like somebody one up you. You feel like you gotta get your get back. I see it every time, bro. In every video, if somebody say something that's against you, or you feel like, or you feel like you lost the argument, you gotta go get your get back.
No, Craig. I didn't need you to make this. I want to make sure you understand this. If the reason why, remember, I didn't want to get nobody my phone number. I didn't want to talk to nobody outside of YouTube. This is the reason why, because every time I get comfortable and I start talking to people outside of YouTube, it always goes bad because people think that because they have my personal phone number, that they can use me as a punching bag. Like they can say, as a grown man, no matter what, I'm not even going to mention, I'm not going to mention Brandon's situation is over. I'm going to just use hypotheticals, whatever. Forget about the Brandon situation because, once again, Brandon, I shouldn't have mentioned it. But I can't have misinformation going out to where you got to understand, Craig. People telling me to shut up, telling me to be quiet, belittling me. That only happens with me because on your channel, Craig, they would not approach you like that because they're gonna have a level of respect because they know you're gonna boot them off and you're not rocking with them.
Oh,
So
no.
why wouldn't they do that with you?
The reason why they don't do that is because they listen. It's kind of like the 8 Mile effect. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like I know I'm short. I know I'm a detailer. I know I'm a server. I know me and my girl go 50-50. I'm gonna just say, yep.
No, I'm talking about if a guy tells you to be quiet on your channel.
But the difference between me and you is like, okay, if you talking about somebody telling you be quiet on your channel, like
I'm talking about pretty much telling you how like be quiet and whatever, and then somebody and pretty much somebody belittling you on your channel. Are you gonna just take that and say whatever? That's the point. Like it only happens to me, Craig. You've done it multiple times. Everybody that fell out with me have come at me reckless in a way.
You be
What was that?
You be saying
no, I don't. I've never, Craig. I've never one time. You can't say one time. We might miss it. We might not agree, but as long as you keep it respectful, you can say I shouldn't be talking about black people. I shouldn't be running a car. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm going to agree to disagree, but I'm never going to say you're a bad person because you got a good job. You know how to cut hair. You got a nice house. Even though all the times I threw shots about you not needing that 3-bedroom house, I always said that's a beautiful house, upgraded, paying all this money for it. And like I give you praise, like you got a Tesla. Like I've never insulted anything and tried to get to that point. But when it comes to me, people, what was that?
I always tell you it's just a car, bro. It's just a car. At the end of the day, it's just
no, it ain't just a car. It's a Tesla. Not another level.
And I think that's what Brandon was trying to get at. And I saw why y'all was having a falling out because you had said something about money is what makes the man, right? Bro, it's just a vehicle. At the end of the day, if God take it away from me, bro, I'm not gonna have a Tesla no more. I just got to get something else that's gonna give me point A and point B. Figure out how else to run a business, bro. It's just a vehicle, bro. It's just
shoot,
vehicle.
Thank you. You're actually right. You know what? That's what it was. Somebody, I don't know if it's Brandon or not, but somebody said that money don't make you happy or something like that, or you don't have something about family. You're lonely with money. I'm like, when you get money, like the level of having like $1 million assets, you push you in a different room. That's all I was saying. Like I'm not saying he made more money in his lifetime or so far than me, obviously. But what I was saying was I had this access to this capital, and when I had it, I had access to my friends more than ever. I was happier because I was able to do anything I wanted to do. I was able to help people in my community. I was able to do a lot of things that made me happy. But what made it bad was I lost my value of money. I forgot what I forgot what a dollar meant. I was reckless, and I was trying to explain to him that the people that never had money really, like accumulation of money that they do whatever with, which nobody can do whatever with unless you're multimillionaire. They always try to say money don't buy happiness, and money don't make you happy, or money doesn't make you comfortable, and you're lonely with money. It just ain't true. I mean, you got money for most part. I mean, when you say your life is more comfortable, the more money you make, to where you're more happy. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me. How do you feel?
So I had this conversation with my girl in Vegas because I mean I'm a psychedelic head. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do a lot of psychedelics. So I'm very in tune with like my spirituality. I'm very in tune with like just trying to think outside the box. And one thing I notice is about like when it comes like to how Americans move. Bro, when I first prayed for this house, when I first got everything, I remember when I turned 30. I'm not going to go down the whole block, but there was a lot of goals I wanted to hit right before I turned 30, right? And buying the house was one of those things. Bought the house, all of that, right? And here we are till this day, right now, trying to hustle, trying to make more money so that one day we could buy a bigger, better, nicer house. You feel me? I was like, something about Americans, something about just having something in America, bro, just you will never feel satisfied. So, bro, that's the thing about like money can't make you as the man. You got to find something else that's going to make you happy, because at the end of the day, you can have as much money as you want in the world, bro. You're always going to want more. You're always going to want something else. So if money is what truly makes you happy, bro, I could give you $1 million and I promise you, you're going to want 10 million. After I give you 10 million, you're going to want 100 million. And you know what's crazy after you get your 100 million? When somebody gives you $100, that shit no longer is going to mean shit to you. It's no longer going to have any more weight, bro. Like that's what Brandon was trying to tell you, bro. The things that his life experiences is what makes that pinky comment way heavier than that money comment, bro. Like being able to say, hey, I've traveled the world, I've defended my country, I've done this, I've done that. Those things weigh heavy in his soul when it comes to being a man, bro. Like, I promise you, you could give me all the money in the world. I said that shit while I was in Vegas, bro. You could give me $10 million right now. I'm still gonna be a cheap motherfucker. I ain't trying to get you demonetized, but I'm still gonna be a cheap person.
Good.
You feel me?
Yeah.
No matter how much money you give me, I'm always gonna be a penny pincher because that's just who I am as a man. You know what I mean?
No, but here's the thing, I get that, but once again, that's an opinion. That's not a fact. Like what you just said is not a fact. A lot of people might think like that. Like money, if I got $1 million, I'm gonna still want 10 million, I'm gonna 100 million. People might think that way, but not all, not even a majority. Just like a lot of people might think that if I got $10 million, I won't work another day in my life. And Cali Gratch knows this. If I was able to come up on like 3,000-4,000 with either a business idea or something that just worked for me in the future, and I had $4 million, I would retire and I would just buy a house, $1 million house, put the rest of the money to collect interest and set my family up generational wealth. That's what I would do. I wouldn't try to make more. I would just be done. So I get what you're saying, but that doesn't work for everybody. The problem is what you're saying right now is not fact. That's your opinion, which is a good opinion. That's what I hope people understand when they come on my channel. Stop making their opinions the fact of life. Just like, what he went through with the military and he went through with, everything he did. He doesn't know what I went through, the people that I saved. It might not have been me going to fight a war, protecting the country, but it was still, a lot of things that I did, people that I saved in Youngstown.
But then
I might value that as important to me. What makes it lesser than
happy? What makes you a man? What makes you happy? You get what I'm saying? And you keep saying money, and that was the problem. But I'm not saying it's beef and just keep speaking on Brandon, because Brandon is just one of many examples that I want to use, bro. And I'm only highlighting Brandon because he's your recent. Can I be real with you, bro? I didn't have no need to want to even talk to you or do anything until I saw that you was actually having a falling out with Brandon. Because that is your real life friend, bro. Like, not even real life friend, because you keep saying he's not, but you know him in real life.
I'm not saying like Craig. If you have somebody that you went to school with, high school with, and you lost touch, you didn't talk to him for years, and you were still considered my friend.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say they're a good friend because you're a good friend, but I'm saying you wouldn't.
How deep of a friendship we had before we had that absence of no communication. If we were really, really good friends and always could just link it back up like it was nothing, then that's my boy, bro. That's my homie.
But the thing is, we never had that. So the only reason why I felt the way I felt, because I still have trauma because he wasn't there for the episode, but it was a show that I was doing that the chick, Sabrina, she got shot. I hate to put that out there, Jesus Christ, but I think she said it on my live though. And I was the first one she called. I cared about her. I went at that hospital. She's the first one I ever had in my life to get shot. So that's like 2 days later, I do this podcast and they're trying to bash her, talking about she had played a part in her being shot. And he wasn't there for that show. Maybe he would have defended me. I don't know. But, that's the reason why I quit the show. And everybody on that show was mad at me because I didn't come to Charlotte. They were more worried about that instead of checking on me about my friend who almost died from some freaking thugs that shot up a party. And, that's the reason why. And they made it, once again, I say friend because she's like a daughter to me. Okay. Everybody, our parents love me and they know how old I am. They know what it was. We have a unique situation that it was crazy how we even met. But long story short, that happened. And, people were insinuating that I'm like a molester or I'm doing all this stuff, all because they assumed she was a pretty young, light-skinned girl that I was choosing over a friendship at the time. And that was nasty work because they didn't understand that she was cool with my son. She was cool. She was actually, working with my son in regards to the basketball. Then you had my family were all cool with her because she was a positive energy. I never tried to do anything with her. We knew her parents, they still want me to come to visit in Morocco. They all expense paid other than I got to pay for my flight, but they take care of everything. She's in the military right now though. But that was the reason why I felt some kind of way because he never checked up on me and said, hey, or is your friend okay? Like I heard what went down. So I felt like literally resentment towards him and Alora at the time, but she called me later on and tried to piece it up and it was all cool. But I didn't talk to Brandon after that. That's the reason why when he uses that friend word, I hate saying that. I hate when he says that because he did not check on me when I was at a time in my life that I needed it. Because my friend just got shot. I was having a manic episode. But like I said, I don't make him a bad person. It ain't his responsibility to check up on me.
Listen.
But don't call yourself my friend when you knew what happened. You knew those people were trying to bully up on me because like I had this person that got shot and they were trying to.
But
so that's that.
Oh, listen, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. My friends don't check on me every day. My friends don't check on me when I need them the most sometimes. You feel me? But they there when I call them and let them know, hey, I'm going through something. You feel me? Brandon, I don't even think y'all was talking when you was going through all of that. He wasn't.
No, we were talking, but we weren't. He wasn't on that episode of the podcast. But he obviously saw what happened. He knows what happened because we were supposed to. We had a trip to go to Charlotte. Okay, Charlotte. We're supposed to go. We're in a hotel room together, but then we ended up not because that's when we fell out with the podcast. But we were supposed to all hang out. I said I'm not going to hang out with anybody because like they not rocking with me. They tried to make me out to be a pervert or something because this young lady who I care about who when that happened. So here's the point of the matter. I didn't consider myself. We're childhood friends, but. This is why, Craig, I told you this before. And I told you this personally. I don't call people my friend because every time when I get money, and this ain't to Brandon. Brandon never asked me for money or anything, period. He's the one that said to pay for the whole hotel room. He didn't care. But everybody in my life that called themselves my friend when I got my money were all in my face trying to get my money. And then when I gave them money, and then when I went broke, nobody was there for me. Nobody said, hey, you know what? You gave me $5,000 loan. I'll pay you back tomorrow. Never happened. So that's the reason why I don't like calling people my friend. So right now I have no friends. Literally, I won't call nobody my friend other than my cousin, Christina. But I have people that would be friends of mine, but I'm saying somebody that I'm going to be like, hey, this is my friend. I don't have that. I'm sorry. So people got to get over it, understand that that's just what it is, But I don't want to talk about Brandon no more. What I would say is this. Look, I don't have any issues with you. You apologize to Cali girl. That's all I cared about. And as I told Brandon, and he's going to have to understand this. All I asked for is respect. Rage Face was disrespecting me forever, and he said he was disrespecting me. But you see how I let him on, and we both, just went on and talked. I do the same thing with Brandon. I did the same thing with you. I literally forgive everybody. I just don't want to be disrespected. Is that too much to ask for somebody just not to disrespect me?
No.
I mean, that's all I want. Like me and you had a respectful conversation just
Goes
now.
both ways.
Yeah, and did I disrespect you today?
Yeah. You didn't just listen. You didn't disrespect me tonight. I think we've been very cordial tonight. We've been handling shit like men. But I do want to say that, Dennis, you do have a habit of wanting things only to go your way. And I get it, it's your platform, so obviously you gonna want things to go your way. But when you hit that link that says, hey, I want y'all to come on and talk to me and give me y'all opinions and tell me how y'all feeling, when you invite that, you can't get so emotional the way you be getting. You can't be so ready to tear up your real feelings on how and not real feelings, but be willing to tear up real relationships because people disagree with you in a certain way. You know what I mean? You can't be calling people losers. You can't be calling people low IQ. You can't be calling people stuff like that and then expect your chat to rock with you. You know what I mean? When you saying or people in general, when you're saying shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, do what you want on your channel, bro. You see me. I'll play beats to a damn wall, bro. That shit's fun to me. I'm getting just a new life, just doing what I want on my channel and just actually just making beats and stuff again. I ain't gonna hold you, but I pray that you find some type of peace on your daily craft, bro, on your daily hobby. This is a hobby, you would say, right? Most
Actually, I would just say hobby. And by the way, too, understand with you doing this today, now because Cali Girl's cool because she, gets, because you apologize to her. I don't care about me, but now guess what? People have been looking forward to hearing from you. You can literally come on here and literally use the vertical and put on the bottom, subscribe to, whatever, and then you go in the comments, you put come to my channel, subscribe. I'm down for you to come on here and you can chat it up to get people to come to your channel. Because guess what, Craig? It's about Black men. We're supposed to help each other out. The same way you're going to teach me how to do it. I want to learn how to do car washing business. I'm pretty sure you would teach me the same thing. I want you to prosper on YouTube. Anybody, especially my because most of my channel people are Black men. I want us to prosper. And you got to understand, that's the thing I push with Christina, with anybody come on my channel. To come on here, not for me. I don't even monetize those vertical lives, but I'm giving you open invitation. You have the ability now.
So right now, what I do want to say is this, Dennis, because I've sat here and gauged our relationship, not relationship. I don't know. Pause. No, didn't.
Yeah.
But I've gauged how we are as far as coexisting. What I do want to say is I don't think it would be appropriate for me to always be on your channel, always be on your lives, because it opens up the door for too many disagreements. If that makes sense.
So this is what I
want to be positive. I want to keep a good relationship with you, if that makes sense. And I think that if I'm always on your channel, there's gonna be more windows for me to have disagreements with you if I hear something I don't like. And so
I mean, you got to be able to talk about it without like Ray's face. Did you see when he was on?
Mm-hmm.
He disagreed with every single thing I said. He didn't agree with nothing. We were not. He's against me talking about like blacks as criminals. He thinks that you have affirmative action. You have not affirmative action. You have civil rights. You have like red line. You have all those things. That's the reason why Black people are down. He articulated that in a way that I understood. He talked to a dummy pretty much. And then you have those other issues that we were talking about today live. He didn't agree with nothing. But you see how he was able to conduct a conversation back and forth without disrespecting me. He even said straight up, "I'm an asshole."
No,
Can't you do the same thing? Aren't you able to do the same thing?
But like what I'm saying is this, Dennis. Like I know my personality. I can't hold my tongue.
Yeah.
I can't. You know that about me.
He didn't hold his tongue though. He said anything he wanted to say.
There's a difference between Rage Face holding his tongue and me holding my tongue, and you know that.
But why can't you be respectful and don't hold your tongue on your channel, but on my channel? Can I hold my tongue on your channel? I'm not gonna disrespect you on your channel.
I'm not trying to say I need to be disrespectful. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think you even know it. I'm able to affect you in a way that most people can't affect you, right?
Yeah.
You would admit that,
If it's for disrespect, pretty much. That's it.
Exactly.
No other way.
Exactly.
So why do that? Why do that? Is that something black men we can't overcome?
But Dennis, I'm not saying I want to do that. But what I'm saying is there's gonna be a time where you're gonna say something and I'm gonna have an opposite opinion on it, and you're gonna get pissed off at me. And the last thing I want is to keep having those windows of opportunities for us to have that back and forth. So what I'm trying to tell you is I don't want to just be keep coming on your channel. You're gonna see me pop in, pop out, stuff like that. You might see me, troll you a little bit, but no, it's never gonna get disrespectful ever again. You feel me? Know that I want, bro. It's been making me happy seeing you. I can't wait till you hit 20K, bro. I really can't. I can't wait till
I appreciate it, but I want you to understand still, Craig, like, don't mess up. You got to understand, a lot of people aren't like me. No matter how many times people have come at me crazy, I've always forgive and I always try to help deal. Don't blow the blessing. I mean, take the chance. I want you to be monetized. You can get to 1,000, Craig. I'll give you a cheat sheet.
I want to take
you
the blessing.
can get to 1,000 subscribers easy if you just you come on my channel and you share your channel and you have a conversation without being really, let's call it ignorant. We got a Discord.
But Dennis, it's the issue is this, and again, I know I could get to 1,000. I said it on my own channel. I know you watched my video and you heard me say it. I know.
I watched last one was that Las Vegas video, so I know you're going to be great. But it's like a cheat sheet to get there faster. You got to understand.
I know,
like YouTube ain't a marathon. You want to sprint to the finish line because once you get to 1,000, you're going to get that viral video that's going to jump you to where you might be making more money than me on YouTube. All you need is one, like the one dude there, AZ Jeep dude, or the rideshare guy that just drives all day. He was at like no money on YouTube, and he freaking did that one video on illegal immigrants, and now he made like $3,000 that month, and now he's making money. That's all. It ain't even about the money; it's about the growth. I want more people to hear your message. So don't block that blessing. You can come over, Christina, and you can put your, subscribe to you. People are gonna love you, and then they'll go to your channel, subscribe, and then the more you grow and you actually do pre-recorded videos, like clip your videos, you're gonna get that. Eventually, that video goes viral, and you're gonna have this success. Not come on your channel like, hey, I'm here. Y'all can follow me at Dennis Jerome Jr. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get as many successful people as possible so we can all grow together. So that's it, man.
I'm just saying, me, and I don't want to. I ain't trying to like. At the end of the day, I'm trying to not block my blessings everywhere in life. I'm not trying to, bro. I really did think about what it meant to affect another human being.
Yeah.
Straight up. Me saying that your girl had Down syndrome or you had Down syndrome, and stuff like that. When I said that on my live and shit like that, and then I saw you on your live and saw how like it was really affecting you, and saw how like, bro, your whole energy, your whole demeanor was fucked. You looked like you was homeless but you had a home, but like just how you was looking, bro, like you just looked like you just rolled out of bed. You was just like angry, bro, and I didn't like that. I created that. I'm not even gonna hold you.
No. Make sure to make clear. You didn't. What it was I was tired because the day before I was sports betting, and I was in Vegas, sports betting, and I had a long day, and I actually talked about. Actually, no, yeah. Actually, I was in Vegas that day, but no, it wasn't. You made me angry. What it is I get people keep letting me down. Keeping my number out, and then people let me down. So understand, Craig. Like, it ain't hard to ask for just respect. There's not one person that, and actually the dude said I called you ignorant. I don't remember I know I said the word ignorant, but I didn't say you were ignorant. What was that? No, he said I called you ignorant. Like, he said I called you ignorant to your face. I didn't say he was ignorant. I don't know. I think he's saying because I said that it would be, maybe I said it was.
Who's he?
Oh, Richie, whatever. Richie.
Okay, see, that's your problem.
No. I wanted to make that clear because you be looking at the chat, and I don't want them thinking that I
look at the chat sometimes. But here's the thing: listen to what you just said. I don't care about when we having a conversation, Dennis. Look, listen, and I need you to notice what you just said. This is going to help you right now. Notice how me and you having a conversation, right? And I don't care about what anybody else got to say about me. I don't care about what anybody else got to say about you right now, because me and you are having a conversation. Notice how you looking in the chat and you're like, he's saying that I called you ignorant. I didn't call you ignorant. That, bro, that's why I say they come on my channel and treat me differently than how they treat you on your channel, because they see that every word that's being said will get a reaction, will get you riled up. Now, that is a great quality, the fact that you acknowledge comments. That is a great quality as far as engagement and creating the growth of your channel and everything. But Dennis, if you can't understand the fact that you acknowledge it's like you trying to put on for a show. That's
what
why
this is.
That's
what
why
this is.
I know it is.
Yeah.
I know it is a show, but that's why I texted you earlier tonight, and I was like, "Hey, you want to do this shit on my channel, or do you want to do it on your channel? Because if we do it on my channel, it'll only have like 3 people watching, and they'll
We can't real quick, not to cut you off. I got to end this in 11 seconds because is it 10 hours you can go before it deletes the video, or is it 12 hours?
You the YouTube guru. Do what you got to do.
Actually, I think it should be good because I can always repost. It's gonna be on StreamYard either way, saved, so it's fine. But go ahead. I'm gonna end it in about 5 minutes. We're good. But go ahead and say, let's wrap your last piece. But like I said, you can come back on and just understand. Just all I ask for is respect. As black men, let's just respect each other. And I give you the same respect. I'm never going to call you out your name. I'm never going to call you broke. I always show love and say that you're living a successful. I always call you a successful guy outside of us beefing or whatever you want to call it. I've always said that your house is beautiful. I saw your house. You walked around it. You got a Tesla. You got your car. You got a business. Like, you got a relationship. I call you a successful guy, just like I call wordplay. Every single person on here, even after whatever with Brandon, I call him successful. Christina, I call, because I want that positive energy to just remain. So that's all I'm asking for. I don't want people coming on my channel like they got to degrade me to make a point. Why can't we just keep it on a topic? And I promise you, future going on, you're going to see that I'm going to stay away from calling crime a black crime. I might talk about black issues, but not the blacks do this, the blacks do that. Because you know what? It's at this point, it is ignorant. It's affecting people.
Listen, no. You know what? It's fuck affecting people. It's affecting your money. And I said it on my channel. I say this on my channel all the time about you. I'm like, bro, this man is stupid. He keep thinking that the content that he making gonna get him any type of sponsorships. Sponsorships is the goal. Sponsorships is the main reason why I'm on YouTube. Not the main reason why I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now because I love just being able to play my beats and do whatever I want on my channel. But eventually, the main reason why everybody should be on here is to get sponsorships. Because sponsorships, all you got to do is hold a product like this in your hand and be like, this channel was sponsored by this shit in my hand. It's getting me paid $20,000 for 30 seconds talking about this. That's where the true bag is. And you cannot do that when your conversation is revolved around calling people the blacks. Does Jesse Peterson have any sponsorship deals?
He actually making good money, but
no,
he's making it in a nasty way. No, you don't need sponsorship deals when you're making. You do realize that he's making an excess of $3 million a year.
Deals is where you're going to make the most of your money. If a network can't work with you, if a network does not find you marketable, you will not be able to grow.
No. Let me just rebut that real quick, Craig. I want you to understand that a lot of people on the conservative side, we would love to have sponsorship deals, but we got fixed facts. On the conservative side, nobody is trying to, be attached to us talking about anything conservative. It is what it is. I'm in the sector. If you go liberal, you can get all the sponsorship deals even before blowing up. But here's the one to remember.
You ain't gotta go
No, you do have to go liberal. I promise you. You can look up, do the research. If you look at all the liberal channels that talk about things that ain't even fact, they get more views, they got a lot of subscribers, and they got sponsorship deals all over the place. But when you are a conservative channel talking about, like politics, Trump being great, or the war about to happen because of Biden or anything, or you talk about like pro-life stuff or whatever, that immediately puts you in a box to where you have those channels literally have no ads. For the most part, no ads. They have like the first ad, but they don't have ads after. And then they got to sell their own merchandise and products. But keep in mind, 50,000 views on a video is netting you about $200 to $300. Okay, so keep that in mind. That's the goal you need to hit. Once you get that first viral video, because I've been there, it took me 2 weeks to get that first viral video. $50,000. I mean, what was that?
About it. That's lowballing yourself. Because think about it. 50,000. Okay, so 50,000 views on a video. If you keep that up consistently, right? Sponsorships, people that are giving out sponsorship deals, they see that, and what they will do is they'll give you a contract per per like video amount of videos, right? So let's just say, hey, I need you to make 10 videos, plug it in my fucking video, my product, and I'll give you $200,000. That's it. But they just need to see that you making those views. You feel me? So once they see that you consistently hitting those views, that's when they hand you their sponsorship. And that $200 that you're talking about for the 500,000 views, bro, that becomes
50.
That becomes
No, I mean okay, so we gotta do this we'll do this on the live because it breaks down. It's not that simple. You gotta understand, Craig, you have to conform to what they want. Because I actually got some sponsorship deals they offered me. I had what you call it, I forgot the name of the app. It was the app for rideshare that tracks your mileage. They offered me $1,000 if I do a video promoting the app, and then I get $25 for everybody that signs up. And every month I do a video, I get like $100, $200 every single month. I turned that down. The biggest one I got was for like $3,000, but it was like a gaming app that I had to put on every single video, like in the middle of it. I didn't want to do it. Craig, you gotta understand, most of the big channels, what was that?
You need to take these sponsorship deals because think about it, bro. You got two choices right now. You can either be doing these 10-hour lives that you're doing right now and making $20, or you could do the sponsorship deal on a pre-recorded video that takes 20 minutes and get $3,000.
No, you don't get that much. No, you get, it's one time.
I know,
you're talking about, you got to remember, Craig, the money for sponsorship matches YouTube revenue. So you got to remember, if you do most big channels, most average channels that are like actually full-time YouTubers, they're doing about 200 to 300,000 views a day. Okay. And if you're doing that, you're making roughly about $1,000 to $2,000 a month. If you're hitting that, I mean, a day, 1,000, 2,000 a day. So you gotta understand, most YouTubers are just full-time, like putting all their effort into it. They're making between $500,000 to $2 million a year. That's real. You can look it up. Like the most mediocre people are making that money because of the fact they're consistent. They put out good content. Sponsorship deals come second. So just keep that in mind. But we could talk about it.
On another time. I feel you.
What he's talking about? You exposing behind the scenes, you're gonna get yourself.
Yeah, I ain't trying to read the comments, but I saw that too, and I'm like, yeah, no, you're not, bro. Like, no, I can honestly say you're not exposing shit, bro. Like,
no, that you can talk. I can talk about the sponsor. All the YouTubers talk about the sponsorship deal because you got it because of somebody would sponsor you to get it. Like somebody would say, hey, this channel is doing good, and then they reach out to you and tell you, hey, we want you. You got to do this. But I didn't want to do a video promoting the app I wasn't comfortable with because the app sucked. And it was actually either the Move app or another. I forgot the two, but it was one of the two. But yeah, it's all good. But either way, I'm going to end this live. You can say your last words. And then, like I said, you're free to come on. It's all good. I have no issue. Just come with respect. That's all I ask. Just respect me. I respect you.
I'm gonna come with respect, but I'll come in far and few between, bro. Because listen, I just know it's like having two volcanoes in the same area, bro. You don't want that. When one erupts, the other one will too.
How about this? Don't come in when I'm talking about race. There you go, because that triggers you. That's fair. Just when I'm talking about politics, I'm talking about like Drake or somebody. Cool, because you're going to be able to not get emotional. Just like with me, I'm not going to go into a live where somebody's talking about,
Feel free to hop on my channel too. Like, and I ain't trying to get clout off you, but feel free if you see me make.
Why don't you got my number? I got your number now because honestly I deleted it, but I'm going to save it now because that's what I do because I don't want I was just angry. But like actually, I'm not going to say what I was going to say because the women are getting mad at me. But you can just let me know. I'll come on and do a live with you, and I'll share it on here. What I'll do is I'll pretty much stream it on here, but I'll have the audio off, so people got to come to your channel to see it. So you're gonna bring in new people, new eyes, and we can do that. Just let me know when you want to do it, and if I'm right now, my work schedule is from 4 to 8 every day, but sometimes I only get one phone delivery, sometimes no phone deliveries, and I don't have to go in, and I can just do the live. So just reach out and give me like a day in advance notice. And we can do it. I'm all good because I want you to have growth. And if I can help in any way, I'm with it. And I'm not going to tell you nothing to do with your channel. It's your channel. You tell me the topic. I'm not doing no thumb. If you want me to do a thumbnail for you, I'm down. I can help you with that. But I'm not coming up with no topics, nothing. You do all that. I just show up and it's your show. Just keep that in mind. You the lead. And I'm going to just, go off of what you're saying.
Nah, I fucks with it.
But that's pretty much it though, guys. I got to go. I gotta go to bed. Okay, I wake up early, and you know, I'm gonna make some money doing a couple things before
But
going to my job. Go
prosper
for it.
for real. I hope you
Appreciate that.
take a little bit of my advice, bro. Like, just don't let this internet shit change who you are as a person. Don't let the internet shit fuck with your mental. It's
No,
changing.
no, definitely.
But have a
No,
good night.
definitely.
Bless one, bro.
Yep, you too. Appreciate you,
Tell
man.
your girl you love her. And how y'all
Yep,
have
definitely. I'm gonna tell her right now. Yep. All right, catch you later. All right, so look, let me declare this. Appreciate y'all in the chat. Everybody's rocking out. I'm gonna say this. This is the last time I'm gonna talk about the Brandon situation. I will respect that and just leave it alone. At this point, I say what I need to say. He knows how I feel. It is what it is. As I said before, he is free. Not me. I don't want to do no one-on-ones with him. Brandon, no one-on-ones. I don't want to talk to you really. Text you, just not right now. I got a lot of just I don't want to do that. But if Christina is on live, you can come on all day. If she wants you on, you can do that. If you want to do your own live with people, somebody, but it ain't gonna be me. All you gotta do is reach out to Christina because she's my business manager, as I continue telling y'all, or maybe not Christina. You got, just reach out to me, text me, and I'll set it up so that way you can go on with somebody because I want you to create yourself a channel. And if I can help in any way to bring the people from my channel over to your channel, so that way the people that want to hear from you can, continue hearing from you. Because I know people are gonna be asking every day, what is Brandon doing? What is Brandon doing? I am happy to facilitate that. Just let me know. It could be the same situation where you live stream on your channel and I'll have the audio off of my channel so people will know to come to your channel and watch you. I'm all for that because no matter what you think about me or anything, I'm always going to show love and help people. And I know you don't need my help. You don't need my help, but if I can be a use to you, I'm down because no matter what, I think people want to hear from you, especially with this war stuff and stuff. So if I was y'all, make a channel tomorrow, and then we can share this so that way you can get some new subscribers. So that way the people that are you probably take all my people, but it's all good. It's a solid 30 people that want to hear from you. So I'll just work outside of whatever hours you're on. I'll do the opposite that way. But right now I just don't feel comfortable doing together right now. It ain't against term of service, okay? Brandon, like just take it and just I don't know why you're still doing this, and then people wonder why we got this going on. It ain't. I know YouTube. It ain't. You can literally come in StreamYard. You can come in StreamYard and you can literally log in your name. I'm literally logged in. Maverick is right now streaming on his channel right now. Maverick is literally attached. This YouTube stream is attached to Maverick's channel. You can go on Maverick's channel right now and see that I'm streaming on his channel right now. He's in bed, but I'm happy that I'm able to help him with some live content. I'm happy he came on. Hopefully he comes on again. I'm streaming on my biker channel and I'm streaming on my my Twitch at the same time. So once again, if you decide, just like Christina, she does the same thing. When she wants to log in, she logs in on here and then she streams to her channel. Christina, by the way, are you going to be on at 3 a.m.? I'm Christina Soldier, or not soldier, general, or actually lieutenant. Okay, lieutenant. But yeah, she's on. She streams off of my channel on her channel too. Okay, so Christina's gonna be on at 3 a.m. So maybe if I wake up, I'll try to tune into a little bit of it, but more than likely I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. You are free to stream, as I said before. Christina, one thing I would try, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow, maybe or tomorrow's live, maybe start doing in this format because I want you to remember if you do this format, this will help your growth. But if you continue doing it on vertical, on your channel at least, on your channel, you keep doing a vertical. Vertical. The people aren't going to remain, but like you're doing in this format, this helps you grow with actual people that's going to engage with your video. But keep your vertical going right now. That way you can get it going. I don't support snitching unless you're telling on somebody that's hurting somebody. If you're hurting somebody, then you absolutely should tell. Period. I don't care. If you're doing bad stuff to somebody, you should tell. Christina buys whole body deodorant. Just ask her to expose the branch she uses. I'm so confused. You know, Ski, I couldn't have you on, but he was going crazy in the chat. Like, I don't know if this is really two different people, but they were literally talking to each other. Like, let me in, Dennis. And then the dude said, "You're probably from Oregon." And Ski said, "East Coast, baby. We bang the East. You ain't it." Dennis, please calm down. Not gonna lie, he is glazing because I guess the white people on. And then he said, "Dead ass." And then he said, "You homo for saying glazing. You sound like Maverick. You lame of why you still here." I don't play with my name like Birdman. Don't play with my name. What's New Orleans? Nobody's playing with your name. This is Noob. You got no name, Noob. Ski. Dennis, who was playing with my name? Ski. I got gang ties. Who calls themselves Ski? You ain't sliding on nobody. I bet. I track and get them. Nigga, bet. What's your addy? I know how to get around. Ski. Ask about Brian. You ain't gonna do nothing, you internet dudes or bees. You see how they talk about me. They think they can stop me. They scared and they know better. Yo, Dennis, let me come on and tell people stop playing with my name, B. I'll put your A on a shirt and put you in a pack. I got cross country checkpoints. You ain't got nothing S. From what your name, from your name, I can find you. Keep playing. Ask Dennis about me. Bet, pull up. Ask the chat about me. You ain't hang, and you be. Ski. Dennis, you know Brian Van Dusen is a constable. Yeah. No comment. I knew you was a fed. No noob. Just let me in to prove myself and put my name to rest. I'm not a fed. You a snitch. You know that I can get down on anyone. I'm not here for beef. I'm here to tell his bum A chat dudes N-words like you to pipe down. I can't tell you what to do because I know you rock. Noob, just because you a bid, you think you're hot S. Paris here, let's go. Paris, what's good, fam? Noob. Ski, Paris beat his case. Congratulations. Dennis, what about me? We don't have a problem, right? No issue, let me in. We want to hear bang, bang, bang. Yeah, they were literally talking to themselves for like freaking like 20 minutes. Like just going back and forth. Like nasty work. But look, guys, everybody left. Christina, appreciate you. Thank you for being here the whole time. I'm appreciative and shocked about that I have somebody that supports me that much, that cares. I got you, Cali girl, my kids, my cousin, I'm good. But with that said, Christina doesn't need to take a shower. She smells good all the time. Trust me, her husband, definitely knows. That's why he's with her. Okay. She always smells good. Ain't that right, Christina? Don't leave me hanging, Christina. Uh-oh. Christina, you smell good, right? Oh, Lord. Actually, I can't hold it to her because she always puts her phone on mute. So it takes her a few minutes to like respond. Like you say, hello? And then it's like, hey, I'm here. I'm like, bruh, can you just leave your phone off mute? Like, why do you keep, why do you keep muting? It takes you forever to like respond. She's like, hey, let me go put these clothes in the dryer while I wait for her response. She's a busy woman though, so I get it. What? I gotta dry my clothes. All right, let's see. Christina, I want to hear your voice before bed, baby. Jesus, Richie. Don't tell a married woman that she smells good as a joke. I've never seen her in person. I've never met her in person. I'm assuming she smells good because she's you know, married to a guy that's happy with her. So I would assume she would smell good. So it ain't nothing that you're no drama you're starting because her husband know that I respect marriage and you know, I would never go there and I wouldn't say that on live if I really you know, that really mattered. But look, guys, I gotta go get some sleep. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. That's all I got. Appreciate y'all. I'm out. Peace.